Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Ya give me your girlfriend if you don't subscribe. Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1520, this is the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. In the southern part of New World, a huge whale-shaped ship is sailing on the boundless ocean. Within the range of its route, both merchant ships and ships from other pirate groups would choose to avoid it after seeing this whale ship. Because this is the legendary Moby Dick, and the Whitebeard pirates, led by Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, rule these seas. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a burly old man was sitting on an oversized chair specially built for him. His body is covered with scars and his face has a white beard like a crescent moon. He is the legendary strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. But no one could have imagined that the strongest man in the world was covered with medical equipment and even had medicine injected into his arm. "Marco, I'm thirsty, go get Laozi some wine." "No." Marco shook his head and refused without even thinking. Dad's health can't handle drinking every day like before. Whitebeard didn't bargain with Marco after hearing this. After all, this was just his son's concern for him, so he had to find a legitimate reason to drink. "Look, what is that?" Someone asked the question, and everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Just then, an unidentified creature fell into the sea next to the Moby Dick in the sky. "It's a little brat. Whoever goes to pick him up might be a landlubber." With Whitebeard's strength, he naturally saw the man falling from the sky a long time ago. As soon as the words fell, a wave was stirred up, and the man who had just fallen into the sea jumped out of the sea and soared into the air. Everyone could finally see his appearance clearly at this time. He was a man who was over 3 meters tall, with short black hair, pale skin, and dark green eyes. There were 2 dark green tear marks on his face. He was wearing a white high-necked long-sleeved jacket with black edges and white pants, and a half-helmet-like object on his head. As the man took off into the air, an inexplicable huge wave surged up, and a sea king as big as the Moby Dick emerged from the sea, opened its huge mouth of the abyss, and bit the man in the air fiercely. 0. The man simply raised his finger slightly, and a flash of emerald green light filled with destructive aura gathered from his fingertips and blasted towards the huge sea beast. Then, in front of many people on the boat who were about to pop their eyes out, the huge head of Sea Kings was blown into countless pieces of meat with a sound that resounded through the sky. The tall man also used the impact to leap onto the Moby Dick ship. "What kind of power is this?" I subconsciously. The man looked at his palm, seeming a little unbelievable. But he soon discovered that the overly pale palm and black nails did not seem to be his original appearance, and this perspective. He looked at the people on the boat again, the man with the pineapple hair, the man with the Madara freckles on his face, the old man sitting in the middle of the crowd who looked twice as tall as himself, and the iconic crescent-shaped Whitebeard. "Are you Whitebeard?" When he came to his senses, he had already asked this question, which caused dissatisfaction among a few people. "You guy, you dare to call me dad?" From their answers, he finally confirmed that he had traveled to the world of the Pirates King. But why Pirates King? I was clearly rewatching Shinigami. Kuro's return blade is so cool. Could it be? He subconsciously looked at his outfit and touched the area below his neck. Sure enough, there was a small hole at his collarbone in his high-necked, white-sleeved jacket. But Xiaowu seems to be only about 1.7 meters tall. Why does he feel about 3 meters tall compared to the people around him? Is this a self-transformation after time travel? Just as he was in a daze, Whitebeard looked at him unkindly. "Who are you, boy wearing half a helmet?" "My name is Ulquiera Sifur." "Mr. Whitebeard, you can just call me Sifur." Sifur wasn't actually called this name before he traveled through time. He was just an orphan in his previous life, and his real name was just given to him by the orphanage. In the world of the Pirates King, he might as well just use Xiaowu's name. If I were my past life, I would definitely be excited to see the living Whitebeard, Marco, and Ace. But it seemed that after obtaining Xiao Wu's power, all the experiences of Xiao Wu in his previous life also appeared in his mind, so that when he saw Whitebeard and others, he only felt a faint joy. Sifur? I've never heard of that name before, and you look like a strange kid. Your strength seems pretty good. Do you want to join the Whitebeard pirates and be my son? Kulala. Whitebeard still likes to have a son as always. Sifur couldn't help but sigh. He didn't come here to be someone else's son, even though he liked Whitebeard very much. Besides, there's nothing weird about his appearance. At most, his skin is a little white, his eyes are green, and there are 2 tear marks on his face. Don't you see how much stranger the Whitebeard pirates look than you? Mr. Whitebeard, I just fell here due to some accident. Do you mind letting me ride on the boat for a while? He didn't directly contradict Whitebeard, but he also made it clear that he had no intention of being his son. Hey, what was that just now? Your fingers can actually launch such a powerful attack. What kind of fruit ability are you? A man with Madara's face came forward and patted Sifur on the back, asking in a familiar manner. Sifur naturally recognized the person in front of him as the fuse of the future summit war, the son of Pirate King Roger, Podicus D. Ace. Sifur also deduced from this that the current timeline was still early. I didn't eat the devil fruit. I'm a Hollow, a race you've never heard of. Sifur answered expressionlessly. Yet. You just jumped out of the sea. Ace clapped his right fist lightly on his left palm, as if he had suddenly realized something. Hypocrisy? You look pretty cool. Goo. Without any warning, a sound came from Ace's stomach, and Ace instantly collapsed to the ground. I'm so hungry, Sachi, I want to eat. Kulalalala. Whitebeard's classic laugh reappeared. Sons, let's have a party to celebrate our new friend Sifur. Okay, everyone responded. I finally found the opportunity. If we have a banquet, even Marco can't stop me from drinking. At most, he can make me drink less. Whitebeard was proud of his own intelligence, and his eyes softened as he looked at Sifur. Really, Dad really won't give up. Marco could only slap his forehead and arrange for people to go downstairs to prepare the banquet. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates eating meat and drinking wine, and singing and dancing after a few drinks, Sifur actually felt inexplicably strange. Very warm feeling. This was the first thought that popped into Sifur's mind. He seemed to understand a little bit what Xiao Wu had been pursuing. It was also something that he had never felt as an orphan in his previous life. Come on, Sifur, this is a super delicious local specialty. Ace stuffed a huge skewer of meat into Sifur's hand, then turned around and squeezed into the crowd to grab something to eat. Sifur looked at Ace's back, picked up the skewer in his hand and took a big bite. His eyes couldn't help but look to a corner. An old man with a big belly and missing several teeth was sitting aside eating Sakura peach pie. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. The man who looks most like a pirate in the world of pirates. To be honest, Sifur doesn't like this person. He will do anything to achieve his goals and has been able to bend and stretch and endure for decades. It is no exaggeration to say that he is indeed a heroic figure. But the act of using blades and calculations on companions who regarded him as family really made Sifur sick. It's still early in the timeline, he hasn't betrayed Whitebeard pirates yet, nothing has happened yet, and Sifur is just a passerby. It's impossible for him to tell Whitebeard that he has a son who will destroy their pirates. Sifur silently walked to an unnoticed corner and sat quietly enjoying the skewers in his hand. A moment later, a huge figure enveloped him. Sifur, you seem to be worried. You're not even in the mood for a party. Whitebeard, holding a large wine jug, walked over to sit next to Sifur and said like an elder, if you don't mind, please tell me. Sifur looked at Whitebeard and put down the skewer he was holding. I see the future of the Whitebeard pirates. Can you use observation haki to foresee the future? There really are people like that. Whitebeard drank the wine in his hand nonchalantly, but Sifur's next words stunned him. It's not the observation hacky, but seeing the vague future. Saphir's dark green eyes stared closely at Whitebeard's eyes. Not long after, the Whitebeard pirates were involved in a serious bloody incident due to something called dark fruit. Of course, Saphir couldn't tell the exact story. If he said it too accurately, it would make it obvious that he had ulterior motives. He could only vaguely say that it was because of a fruit, and that it would be best if Whitebeard could take it seriously. Dark fruit. Whitebeard fell into deep thought. I'll pay attention, Saphir. I hope so. Saphir glanced casually into the distance, still seeing the boundless ocean. Then he looked back and was stunned by the warmth coming from the bonfire dinner. If you have the power, go change this world. Saphir certainly doesn't have the power to overthrow the entire world government at this point, but changing some plot points is still easy. Chapter 2. The sun and moon alternated, and when Saphir opened his eyes again it was the next day. An isolated island finally appeared in the sight of the Moby Dick, which gave him an idea. As if noticing his gaze, Marco, who was standing beside him with his shoulders crossed and a lazy look on his face, walked over to him and said, Saphir, that's a deserted island. Do you think you want to live there alone? Ha ha ha. Ace laughed out loud. Saphir, why don't you just join our Whitebeard pirates and join the 2nd Division? Looking at Ace, who was much shorter than him and stretched out his right hand towards him, Saphir inexplicably thought of the famous scene of Whitebeard, and suddenly a non-existent drop of cold sweat seemed to slide down his forehead. Mr. Whitebeard, can you let me experience the strongest power in the world? Saphir looked over the crowd and looked at Whitebeard sitting on the high seat. He could feel that he was extremely powerful after obtaining Xiaowu's power, and he could also roughly feel the strength of the people around him. However, he would have to fight to know how strong he was. It's impossible to make an accurate estimate without a reference, and there's no better reference point than the world's strongest man. After these words were spoken, some of the surrounding white group members looked at Saphir with strange eyes, some shocked, some teasing. Kulalalala. Whitebeard didn't answer him. The strongest man in the world would never take action just because of the challenge of some unknown person. In addition, he was old, and fighting was a burden on his body. What an arrogant brat! Saphir, let me fight you. Right on that deserted island. A scorching breath came, and Ace's body flickered with flames. If you want to challenge your father, you must first get past me, his son. Let's do a show. Saphir also fiddled with his fingers and looked at Ace. For some reason, Zanpakuto didn't seem to have come into this world with him. The Moby Dick soon arrived at the uninhabited island, and everyone got off the ship, ready to witness the battle between the two. Even Whitebeard had his chair moved to the bow, where he quietly and furtively drank his wine while waiting for the battle to begin. I'm the burning man who ate the Maramara fruit, Saphir. You'd better be careful not to die. Ace spread out his 5 fingers and pointed his palm towards Saphir, and a faint elemental aura appeared on his body. Come on, let me see the power of the devil fruit, Ace. Fire gun. Ace made his hands into pistol shapes, and flaming bullets continuously shot out from his fingertips, flying quickly towards Saphir. According to Saphir's exploration of nerves, there is no Ryotsuo in the pirates' world, but everyone has another burning flame, which is probably the power of the people in this world. In his perception, the muskets posed no threat to him at all. He stood there calmly, withstanding dozens of musket shots from Ace in front of everyone's surprised gazes, with only a trace of dust on his body. What a tough armament hacky! Looks like you've been underestimated, Ace said with a look of I'm going to get serious, then let's try this, Hataru, fire Daruma. A huge amount of fireflies exploded beside Saphir, and the powerful impact dyed a large area of the ground centered on Saphir into a charred black. That guy must be a fool. He actually withstood 2 attacks from Captain Ace. The members of the white group began to discuss. According to the law of smoke without injury, after the smoke dissipated, Saphir, who was unharmed, looked at the confused Ace with disgust. Hey, is this true? Is this armament haki so powerful? Marco, who was watching the show from the side, was also surprised. Ace hadn't tried his best, but Zephyr looked too relaxed. Even Jaws beside him couldn't help but frown. If he were in Zephyr's position, he might not be able to remain so calm under Ace's output without using his ability. Armament haki? No, this kid doesn't give off any haki aura at all. Whitebeard showed a serious expression at this time. Such physical strength reminded him of a powerful existence. Really, Zephyr really is a monster, Ace said as if to mock himself, but his eyes turned serious. Flame ring. A circle of flames quickly formed on the ground, surrounding the two of them. At this time, Zephyr finally showed a serious expression. During his exploration, Ace's power continued to increase and was already enough to hurt his steel skin. Ace's lower body instantly transformed into flames, and he quickly flew towards Zephyr. His right hand also transformed into a huge flaming fist, Fire Fist. The giant flaming fist slammed towards Zephyr's body, but just as it was about to hit, in Ace's vision, it seemed as if time stopped, and he felt that his movements were so slow. Zephyr's body disappeared out of thin air, and Ace's fire fist moved forward, piercing through all the surrounding trees and stopping only after burning them to ashes. Whitebeard on the bow widened his eyes even more, because Zephyr was now standing behind Ace. All of this was done under his watchful eyes. Such ability was unheard of. He knew that one of the Marine 6 styles was very fast, but that was just speed. Zephyr's teleportation just now was more than just speed. Even Whitebeard's observation haki couldn't sense his movement at that moment, he just saw him teleport behind Ace. What is the origin of this monster kid? There are really many mysteries about him, la 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 la. Whitebeard then secretly poured wine into his mouth while Marco and the others were shocked. Although Ace's observation haki did not sense Zephyr's movement at that moment, he could still sense that Zephyr was behind him. He turned around suddenly, only to see Zephyr's finger pointed at him. 0. Danger. Ace's entire body transformed into elements, transforming into a huge ball of flame. Emerald green energy poured out, passing through Ace's body and flying straight towards the mountains behind. Boom! Along with the loud noise, a mountain on the isolated island was merely touched, but half of the mountaintop was blown away at this moment. Ace broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this scene. Did you avoid it by transforming into an element in advance? Zephyr looked at his fingertips. Ryotsu's highly concentrated energy was very suitable for Logia. That was a close call. Zephyr is truly merciless. If I had been hit head-on by this attack, I would have been lying on the ground. The flames once again condensed into Ace's body, and the body continued to spin, flame ring, flame pillar. Flames shot up into the sky. Even though Zephyr immediately turned away from the attack range of the fire column, the burning sensation still made his body feel a little hot. It seems that his strength before the transformation was probably about the same as that of the powerful captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Zephyr had a rough assessment of his own strength. At the moment, it seems that he is superior to Ace in both speed and strength, but that is only under the premise that Ace has not yet mastered the rhythm of the battle. After several exchanges, Ace has begun to master his own offensive rhythm. Ace obviously hasn't tried his best yet. Under that Entei, Zero at this stage probably can't win. Of course, he can use Xiang's wand to dodge Entei and then counterattack. But that's not what Zephyr wants. What he wants is to defeat Ace head-on, and then challenge the strongest man in the world. Ace, please use all your strength from now on, because Zephyr paused, his dark green eyes staring straight at Ace. I'm going to get serious. Blade released? At this moment, there is no Zanpakuto in Zephyr. Everything is just in his mind. It's my great honor. Ace raised the corner of his mouth when he heard that. He naturally knew that Zephyr had not shown his true strength, and so did he. Marco, who was watching from a distance, waved his hand and looked at the nearby white group members. All of you, except the captain, return to the ship. You can't watch what's about to happen from this distance. Before he finished speaking, there was a burst of intense heat. Some of the weaker members of the white group felt as if they were bathing in a sea of fire and hurried back to the boat. Among this group of people, Blackbeard did not move, his eyes fixed on the two people on the field. From the moment Zephyr appeared, he had a bad feeling, as if he was being targeted by some evil creature. He was eager to know what level of strength Zephyr had. Is it raining? A member of the Whitebeard pirates touched the water droplets on his face in confusion. Suddenly, the intense heat and burning sensation disappeared, and black raindrops began to fall from the sky. Everyone present began to feel an inexplicable and huge sense of oppression. Some of the weaker ones even felt breathless and knelt on the ground, holding their chests. What a domineering aura! At this moment, even the captains could not keep calm. That aura was even like facing his father. Strange conqueror's haki. Whitebeard wasn't frightened, but Zephyr had given him too many shocks today. He looked at Zephyr again, only to see him raise his hand and point at Ace. Block it, black-winged demon! Chapter 3. Ryotsu rain poured down, and a pair of huge black wings spread out behind Zephyr, who was standing in the air. In Ace's eyes, the entire sky seemed to be covered. But after a while, when the Ryotsu rain stopped, Zephyr's appearance also changed to a certain extent. The helmet that originally had only half of a single horn turned into a complete double horn. The tear marks on his face became darker and thicker, and his black nails turned into long claws. At this moment, his dark green eyes made Ace feel an immense sense of oppression and a long-lost excitement. Since joining the Whitebeard pirates, this is the first time I feel that I am invincible just by looking at them. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. Ace no longer hid his strength and used all his strength to raise a huge fireball from the void above his right hand. The power contained in the fireball was enough to flatten an entire mountain in an instant. Take it, Zephyr. Ace leaped into the air, exerting force with both hands, and slammed Yande hard towards Zephyr in the sky. Moonlight Sword. Zephyr grabbed a shining sword with his bare hands, and with the tip facing downwards, he stabbed it hard at the huge great fireball in front of him. However, in the blink of an eye, Emperor Yan was shattered by the moonlight sword, and the remaining power on Zephyr was unable to hurt Zephyr's steel skin after he returned to the sword. Virtual Bullet. Zephyr just flicked his finger, a flash of light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, and then Ace was knocked down from the air to the ground. There was a huge pit on the ground with a width of more than 10 meters in diameter, and Ace was embedded in the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zephyr in the air showed an expression of as expected. Before he even started to return to the sword, he found something wrong. Although Zero didn't hit Ace, that was because the Zero I played in that state was too slow. While Hollow's power isn't as great as Zero's, its Ryotsu is very stable and incredibly fast. However, if it was my own self after returning to the sword, and I had beaten that Zero, I'm afraid Ace wouldn't be able to stand up now. It seems that although he does not have the Conqueror's haki unique to the Pirates King world, the abilities he possesses are enough to rival the Conqueror's haki. Nerve probing can be used as observation haki, while a certain degree of fixed release of Ryotsu can be considered armament haki, and then the outward overflowing release of Ryotsu's momentum can be understood as Conqueror's haki. Want to do it again, Ace? Zephyr slowly descended to the ground and held out his hand for Ace to hold him up. Of course. Even though Zephyr is strong, I'm not someone who will be easily defeated. Ace naturally took Zephyr's outstretched right hand and pulled himself out of the inlaid ground with force. If you succumb to power, you'd be unworthy of being a man. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Zephyr with a firm gaze. Zephyr saw different emotions on his face, including excitement, unwillingness, stubbornness, etc., but no fear. Although Ace knew that he could no longer be a match for Zephyr in this form, admitting defeat in front of a strong opponent was not his style, nor was it the style of the Whitebeard pirates. Kulalala, stop it, Ace. Whitebeard shook the wine flask vigorously and found that there was really no wine in it. He shouted. You are no match for Sifur the brat. You can't let my beloved son get hurt again. After saying that, he pulled out his supreme sword, the Shogun cutting sword, one of the 12 skills, from behind his chair, stood up suddenly, and Conqueror's haki began to leak out faintly. Dad! Marco suddenly realized that Whitebeard had secretly finished another pot of wine and started cursing. You already drank a lot at the party yesterday, and you even dared to drink secretly today. Can you please listen to me? Whitebeard, who was originally haki, suddenly looked a little aggrieved after being scolded by Marco. After all, my beloved son scolded me for my own health, and I really couldn't refute him. Really? Little Sifur is still here. Can't Marco give me, his father, a little face? Whitebeard couldn't help but touch his head. Mr. Whitebeard, you should drink less. You should take care of your health at your age. Sifur naturally knew that Whitebeard was in poor health, so he reminded him. Kulalalala, I'm Whitebeard. With that, Whitebeard leaped from the Moby DK and slashed straight at Sifur from Yunki. Wait, Dad! I'm still here. Ace saw Whitebeard chopping down from Cloud Slash with his hand, and quickly transformed into an element and left the battlefield as quickly as possible. Sifur looked at the oncoming Whitebeard and did not choose to dodge, but instead took on the attack with the Moonlight Sword in hand. When the Moonlight Sword came into contact with Kanjai Unki, the huge impact force was so strong that even Sifur's hands holding the sword couldn't help but tremble a little. This is the strongest man in the world. This sense of oppression and powerful strength are completely incomparable to Ace. Sifur couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if Whitebeard could continue to fight in his current state during the Summit War. Sinking the Marine Ford is no joke. After a brief confrontation, Whitebeard swung his sword with force, and the two sides separated their weapons, but Sifur, who was originally standing, kept retreating under the huge force. It was not until he retreated 5 or 6 meters and looked at the 2 deep marks left by his feet on the ground that Sifur felt the gap in strength between him and Whitebeard. However, Sifur did not feel discouraged. After all, his true strength was not measured by melee combat or strength. The fact that he now had enough strength to compete with Whitebeard was enough to make him proud. After all, the other party was a monster who could stop a giant pirate ship with just one hand even when injured. Kulalalala, Whitebeard stood up from Yunki and looked at Sifur with a big laugh. Sifur, you can't be so good, right? Of course not. Sifur knew that Whitebeard's old body couldn't fight for long, so he didn't plan to waste too much time with Whitebeard. Mr. Whitebeard, please attack me with all your strength next time. Ah! A unanimous voice rang out from the Whitebeard pirates. Marco asked in disbelief, Sifur, are you sure? Dad's full strength attack is enough to destroy the entire island. You will die. Whitebeard remained silent, waiting for Sifur's answer. Of course. Sifur looked at Whitebeard firmly. In his investigation, although Whitebeard was very powerful, the power of Black Zero and Moonlight Sword under his own full strength was also extremely terrifying. Kulalalala, don't die, little one. Whitebeard retreated several dozen meters, then raised the Kumokiri high in the air. The black armament haki wrapped around the blade, and then a nearly transparent light covered the blade. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath, except Blackbeard, who swallowed his saliva, because this was undoubtedly one of the powers he wanted most. Shock fruit. Suddenly, Whitebeard's arms became increasingly tense, and lightning flashed across the clouds. This was the Conqueror's entanglement of the strongest warrior. At this time, Whitebeard's power was constantly increasing in Sifur's perception, and its strength was almost beyond the limit of Sifur's first level of return to the blade. As expected of the strongest man in the world. An extremely powerful aura began to gather in Sifur's hands, and everyone thought it would be the Zero that had been used earlier. But unexpectedly, this time the Zero was a black Zero that was several times stronger than before, and it was also wrapped with Ryotsu that Zephyr had compressed and fixed again. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung forward from Yunki, causing a hurricane, and the atmosphere in front of him shattered like glass. Then, a huge transparent light blasted towards Zephyr like a rotten wood, and the ground collapsed wherever it passed. At this time, the black Zero on Zephyr's fingertips was ready and shot towards the light. The moment the transparent light came into contact with black Zero, an incomparable destructive force overflowed. Whitebeard stood up from Yunki and punched the overflowing power with his fists to prevent his beloved sons from being drawn into it. Zephyr now also held up the moonlight sword and pointed it forward, the huge Ryotsu forming a barrier to resist the force. But in just a moment, the two forces were exhausted, and Zephyr, who was originally only tens of meters away, was forced back hundreds of meters away. The dark green blood that spit out of his mouth and the partially destroyed coat all proved that he was at a disadvantage in this competition. And on the entire island, after this fight between Zephyr and Whitebeard, only the area where Whitebeard was and the area behind Zephyr remained intact. Other places have been destroyed beyond recognition, the earth has completely collapsed, and the forests and mountains no longer exist. No way, that guy Zephyr actually took Dad's full-strength attack. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, including the captains, widened their eyes. This was simply unbelievable to them. BD. Blackbeard was extremely uneasy at this moment. Zephyr's powerful strength made his alarm bells ring. Kulalalala, I'm really old. A full-strength attack was easily taken by a little brat like you. Whitebeard seemed to be making fun of himself, but he did not show any sign of accepting his age. Zephyr also had an accurate assessment of his own strength at this time. It was a little difficult for him, who was only at the stage of returning to the sword, to face Whitebeard in his prime. But after reaching the second stage of return to blade, I am probably much stronger than Whitebeard, which means I am above the Emperor. But thinking of the legendary Zephyr put away his idea of being invincible. After all, Zephyr has not yet planned to test the power of his method of causing huge damage from a distance. Don't say that, Mr. Whitebeard. If it were easy, I wouldn't be like this next time. Zephyr reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the terrifying recovery ability of high-speed regeneration, the injuries he had just suffered were healing rapidly. After all, non-fatal injuries were just minor injuries to him. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was in Marineford, received news from New World. Chapter 4. What? Sengoku in the office was looking at the latest information he received in frustration, while Garp was still eating his senbei. The crunching sound made him frown. Garp, can you please stop eating, UBD? Sengoku snatched the senbei from his hand, poured them all into his mouth, and chewed them loudly as if in revenge. Ha 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 ha, what happened to make you so upset, Sengoku? Tell me and make me happy. Garp didn't care about the senbei that was snatched away. He laughed while picking his nose. This is news from the New World. Take a look for yourself. Hearing this, Garp stopped laughing and took the information from Sengoku and started reading. After all, the New World is the territory of the four emperors. If something big happened in such a place, it would be very troublesome. Whitebeard, who hasn't done anything in years, actually destroyed an uninhabited island in New World. Why? Garp scratched his brow. This is a photo of the island the intelligence officer took after they left. Sengoku handed a photo to Garp with a serious face. Whitebeard was fighting someone, and it was a real fight. Ha 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 ha, it's truly horrible. Garp couldn't help but laugh again as he looked at the wreckage of the island. It looks like the world is about to change again. It seems a formidable figure has appeared in the Whitebeard pirates. According to the intelligence report, only the Whitebeard pirates docked on the isolated island from beginning to end, and after they left, they did not find anyone on the island when they returned. This is enough to show that the person who attacked Whitebeard was most likely someone on Whitebeard's ship. Are you planning something big, Whitebeard? Can't you enjoy your retirement at your age? The veins on Sengoku's head were faintly visible. But the atmosphere on the Moby Dick far away in the New World was completely different. Sifur. You're so strong. Don't you really want to join our Whitebeard pirates? Dad is going to be the king of pirates. Ace has been nagging in Sifur's ear all day long. Sifur even thought about using Jaikung to tear open the space and run away, but there was no virtual world in this world. Although he could tear open the space, the other side seemed to be a place he had been to before. And when he came to this world, besides being on a ship, he was on the island that he and Whitebeard had destroyed. He didn't want to rely on flying to the next inhabited island by himself. Kulalala, is Sifur going to go out to sea and set up his own pirates group? Having seen Sifur's strength, Whitebeard no longer had the idea of adopting him as his son. After all, a man with such strength and courage would not be inferior to others. I have no intention of becoming a pirate, Mr. Whitebeard. I am just a free man. I want to walk on this sea as I please. Although not all pirates are bad, pirates like Whitebeard and Luffy who don't bully civilians are a minority after all, and he doesn't want to be accused of something wrong. Having said that, there is a high probability that I will become a bounty-bearing pirate one day in the future. After all, this ocean cannot tolerate people who do whatever they want like me. So where are you going now, free man? Ace stopped insisting after hearing Whitebeard's question and Sifur's answer. Where to go? That's a good question. Although Sifur himself has a clear idea of the general plot of Pirates King, he can't remember many details. In addition, when he traveled through time, the end was still a long way off. But since I'm here, I might as well interfere with the plot I know. Sifur was thinking about whether to snatch King Luffy's partner away, and a strange smile like a Shinigami elementary school student appeared on his face. Ace beside him suddenly got goosebumps. Ah! Luffy, who was eating in Windmill Village, suddenly sneezed. That's strange. Why did you sneeze all of a sudden? East Blue, or take the Grand Line? Sifur answered casually. Ace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard about East Blue, and he grabbed Sifur's hands. My brother is in East Blue. He'll be going out to sea soon, so if you have a chance to see him, please give this to him for me. Ace took out a palm-sized piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into Sifur's hand. This was naturally his life card. My brother's name is Monkey D. Luffy. He might not be famous yet, but he's going to cause a lot of trouble soon. Of course I know. No one knows better than Sifur how much trouble King Luffy can cause, but for Sifur now, that's all he can cause. As for the life card, if he saw Luffy, he would naturally give it to him, but he would also tear off a small piece and keep it. After all, it was still unknown how big an effect a small butterfly like himself could cause. East Blue is a bit troublesome. If we go from New World to East Blue, Marine Headquarters won't turn a blind eye. It will cause a big conflict. Marco then stepped forward to analyze. How about we send you to the front half of the Grand Line? Sifur thought about it and decided that it was not convenient for the Whitebeard pirates to send him to East Blue. Firstly, it was to avoid unnecessary trouble, and secondly, it would be bad if the Marine mistook him for a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Then let's not go to East Blue. Please take me to the Fishmen Island, and let me walk the rest of the way by myself. Sifur decided to change the destination and go see the legendary Poseidon. Kulalala, I didn't expect you'd decide on a farewell location so soon, Sifur kid. Let's have a party to say goodbye to Sifur in the coming days. Okay. All the Whitebeard Pirates members responded loudly, only Marco's veins bulged. Dad! You must never drink again. Where are the nurses? Come out here right now. Under Marco's criticism, Whitebeard could only sit down obediently and let the nurses install a series of medical equipment on him. What a strict son! Whitebeard seemed to be disgusted in his words, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his inner joy. After all, for him who had longed for family since he was a child, there was nothing better than the care of his family. Seeing Whitebeard's smile, Zephyr remembered what many people had said in his previous life: Whitebeard had already found his one piece. It feels like home. Cheers. Under Whitebeard's envious gaze, Zephyr and Ace held banquets for several days and became close friends during these days. So much so that now, when Zephyr stood on the Fishmen Island, Ace's tears and snot flowed. Zephyr, will we meet again in the future? You must be happy when we meet next time. Don't forget us. Many members of the White group were also moved by Ace's crying and shed tears. After all, New World is the root of the Whitebeard pirates. This time, all the members left the base to send him to the Fishmen Island, which has already wasted a lot of time. Even though I am reluctant to leave now, it is time to say goodbye. Although Marco and the others didn't say anything, they all looked at Zephyr, waiting for Zephyr to say goodbye. Of course, we are good friends, everyone. Kulalalala, let's go, sons. Whitebeard looked at Zephyr and gave the order to leave. In Zephyr's last sight, he saw Blackbeard also crying behind Ace. What a tyrant! Even when he's afraid of my presence, he'll pretend to be reluctant to leave. Even someone as strong as Zephyr had long noticed Blackbeard's constant gaze on him, and the menace in his eyes. It's not the time to deal with him yet. Zephyr touched Ace's life card in his coat pocket, hoping that there would never be a day when he would need it. Chapter 5. Walking on the Fishmen Island, Zephyr was amazed at the scenery and residents here. The key point is that the mermaids are generally so beautiful. Should it be said that it is a racial advantage? Although I don't plan to become a pirate, it seems that it would be nice to find a beautiful mermaid companion to take care of myself. It would be too boring to sail freely alone. Mermaid Cafe? I might as well go meet that woman. Zephyr, who was thinking, happened to stop in front of a shop. Under the gaze of a group of mermaids gathered around him, he pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, guest. This is the Mermaid Cafe. What may I order? A short-haired mermaid came out of the shop to greet him. Zephyr recognized her at a glance as Cammy, King Luffy's future friend. Have a cup of coffee, and I want to meet Mrs. Shaley. Zephyr found a seat and sat down naturally, giving orders like a host. Hey! It was the first time Cammy saw a human come to the Mermaid Cafe and ask to see Mrs. Shaley. The appearance was a little strange, but he didn't look like a bad person. However, whether Mrs. Shaley wanted to see him was not something she could decide, so she could only go to the back and ask. Zephyr picked up the coffee brought by another mermaid waiter and watched Cammy leave. A strange-looking human wants to see me. Mrs. Shaley took the pipe out of her mouth and exhaled a stream of fragrant smoke. Do you know your abilities and want me to help you predict the future? It's better not to know about the future, boring human. Cammy, go tell him I've been away. No need, I'm here. Before Mrs. Shaley could finish her words, Zephyr, who was over 3 meters tall, was already standing behind Cammy. Even Mrs. Shaley didn't see how he came in. Ah! Cammy turned around and saw Zephyr, who was twice as tall as her and had a cold expression, standing in front of her. She was so scared that she hid behind Mrs. Shaley. What a rude human being! What do you want from me? Shaley did not panic, but asked Zephyr about his purpose instead. What a beautiful mermaid! Are you interested in becoming my companion? Zephyr thought for a moment before imitating Whitebeard and extending his right hand. I'm not a pirate, just a traveler driven by interest. Mrs. Shaley, trying to remain calm, took a steady puff from her pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. Traveler? Unfortunately, I have no plans to go to sea. I failed on my first try. When I watched Pirates King in my previous life, I always felt that Luffy recruited crew members very easily, and he even gave away SSR characters for the first try. I didn't expect that I would be ruthlessly rejected on my first try. What a shame, but I'm here for another matter. I've heard that Madame Chiarl has the ability to predict the future. Could you please tell me what the future holds for the Whitebeard pirates? Sifur has no interest in his future. What's the fun in life if you can see the end at a glance? The unknown is the best. Many people feel that the future is endless, but in fact, only when they see the end do they despair. The unknown is the best medicine to live with vitality and hope. However, the Whitebeard pirates were the first pirates he had encountered since traveling through time, and they were also a very warm group of pirates. He still wanted to see if his reminder had worked. Whitebeard pirates. Are you a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Mrs. Chiarl could no longer remain calm. After all, the Fishmen island was still flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. We are friends. Sifur replied simply. Mrs. Chiarl stared at Sifur with deep and serious eyes. After a moment, she took out the divination crystal and stared at it quietly, trying to glimpse the future of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, as if she saw something, Mrs. Chiarl frowned, covered her head with her hands, and groaned in pain. How is this possible? Those are the Whitebeard pirates. Mrs. Chiarl. Cammy quickly supported Mrs. Chiarl to prevent her from falling to the ground. Obviously, the result of this divination is unbelievable for Chiarl, and it will also be a heavy blow to the Fishmen Island. It doesn't seem like a bright future. I think I already know the answer, so I'll say goodbye to Mrs. Chiarl. Sifur was about to leave the Mermaid Cafe through the back door. Without waiting for Mrs. Chiarl to tell him the result of the divination, Sifur already knew that nothing had changed. His reminder would have no impact on the future direction of the entire Whitebeard pirates. That makes sense. Even if Whitebeard himself would pay more attention, Blackbeard only needs to take action before Thatch tells Whitebeard. It's really troublesome. It seems that Thatch's life is in danger. Sifur is a person who wants to travel around, so it is naturally impossible for him to stay with the Whitebeard pirates and act as their babysitter. Everything depends on themselves. Stop! When Sifur opened the back door and was about to take the first step, 5 voices came in unison. He looked over and saw that they were Cammy's friends, the quintuplets, 5 cute little mermaids, like little angels. Medaka 1, Medaka 2, Medaka 3, Medaka 4, Medaka 4-2, why are you here? Cammy supported Mrs. Chiarl and looked at them in surprise. The 5 little mermaids puffed up their cheeks and pointed at Sifur, saying in unison, we just saw it. This guy drank the coffee without paying. The air became quiet at that moment. After such a short contact, Mrs. Chiarl could feel the terrifying aura from Sifur. She wished that Sifur would leave immediately, but she was stopped. She thought she had to find something to smooth things over. Sifur seemed to be frozen in place, and in fact, he was frozen in place. Embarrassed, he had already stepped on the floor of Mrs. Chiarl's room until it cracked. How could I have forgotten that I'd traveled through time? How could there be currency in the Pirate King's world? I'd been eating, drinking, and pooping on the Whitebeard pirates for the past few days, and hadn't used any money at all. It seemed like paying money was rarely seen in anime in my previous life. I completely forgot about this for a moment and even tried to order a coffee. Look, he even broke Mrs. Chiarl's floor. San Medaka shouted, pointing at the cracked ground under Sifur's feet. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. At this moment, Wu Ming and the others were like demons in Sifur's eyes, making Sifur not want to stay for a moment longer. I will compensate you, Mrs. Chiarl, but not now. After saying this while suppressing his embarrassment, Sifur quickly walked out of the Mermaid Cafe, turned around, and disappeared from their sight. Could this be? The 5 Medaka looked at the disappearing Sifur, and were silent for a moment. Then they swam to Cammy and pulled her along. It's a free meal, Cammy. By this time, Sifur had teleported to the vicinity of the Dragon King's palace. He had already thought of ways to make money. Stealing or robbing was out of his mind, and working was out of the question, not even in this lifetime. The only way to sustain his life was to earn some extra money from Neptune and the others. Who are you? This is the Dragon King's palace. No one, including humans and fish, is allowed to get close here. The guards of the Dragon King's palace discovered Sifur and stepped forward to urge him to leave. Please tell your King Neptune that my name is Ulquiera Sifur, a friend of Whitebeard. I'm here to help him with the matter of Princess Shirahoshi. Upon hearing this, the mermaid guards immediately arranged for their colleagues to inform King Neptune, and apologized to Sifur and asked him to wait patiently for a moment. What a polite race! If only there weren't some bad apples. Sifur couldn't help but think of Arlong and Hodi's gang. They are just experience packs for King Luffy. As for Hodi, since he likes slave human pirates, let him be. Sifur has always disliked most pirates, so let King Luffy deal with him in 2 years. Mr. Sifur, King Neptune invites you. The mermaid guard was very efficient and completed the notification in a moment. Thank you for your hard work. Sifur followed a few guards and began his journey to the Dragon King's palace. Chapter 6. What a luxurious palace! Perhaps building a virtual palace of my own would be a good idea. Once I have enough money. By then, Lord Sifur would sit aloft in the heavens, and young men like King Luffy and Ace would be forced to bow down in obedience. With his unwavering support, he would annihilate the celestial dragons and change the world government's flag to red. While Sifur was wandering in the void, King Neptune and the 3 princes were already standing in front of him. Father, why does this guy look unreliable? Is he really a friend of Whitebeard? The eldest prince Sharkstar asked quietly while looking at Sifur, who was distracted in front of him. Maybe, should. Neptune also felt that Sifur was not very reliable, but after all, the other party said that he was Whitebeard's friend, so he still had to give him some face. As for whether it was an impostor, everyone believed that no one dared to pretend to be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Hello, Mr. Neptune, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. Sifur came to his senses and didn't care about their whispers. Oh? I wonder what kind of deal Mr. Sifur wants to discuss. I heard your princess has been harassed by some clowns in recent years. I can take care of them for you, Sifur raised a finger. It only costs 100 million berries. How about that? Sifur didn't know what the purchasing power of 100 million belly was, but thinking back to the 7-water city, he thought it wouldn't be too little. After all, it was just a small effort, so there was no need to ask for too much. What's more, he only said that he would accept 100 million baileys, but didn't say that he wouldn't accept anything else. Thinking of this, Sifur couldn't help but smile on his pale face. Only 100 million berries. If you can get rid of that guy for my daughter, the Fishmen Island, will always regard you as our best friend. Without any hesitation, Neptune immediately agreed to Sifur's request. First, take me to see Princess Shirahoshi. Wait a minute. At this time, a catfish mermaid wearing a purple robe and a black hat jumped out. Your Majesty! How can you agree to him so easily? What if he does something to Princess Shirahoshi? Minister of the Left. Neptune did not answer him. In his eyes, Shirahoshi had been hiding in the hard shell tower for several years, and he wanted to try even the slightest chance. Minister Zo and His Majesty don't have to worry, I will be with him. A mature voice came from behind. Yes, Jinbei. As everyone looked over, Sifur also saw the 7 warlords of the sea, stormy eyebrows and sideburns, a fringe-like hairstyle, a short, thick black beard on his chin, a lightning-like scar at the corner of his left eye, a fat body, and 2 large teeth in his lower jaw. Let me go with Sifur to deal with Vander Decken. Jinbei stared at Sifur with sharp eyes. I'm also a good friend of the Whitebeard pirates. Mr. Sifur shouldn't mind. Of course not. Sifur shrugged. If he really wanted to do something bad, it would be useless even if Whitebeard was here. Then, under the guidance of Neptune and the guards, Sifur finally arrived at the Hard Shell Tower, Princess Shirahoshi's residence for many years. At this time, the outer shell of the Hard Shell Tower was inlaid with various weapons. People who didn't know would only think that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Who would have thought that it was the pain of a tragic little girl? Vander Decken is such a disgusting guy. How dare he treat my future crew members like this? A fierce gleam flashed in Sifur's eyes, but it still surprised Jinbei. Scary guy. A drop of cold sweat slid down, and this was the only thought in Jinbei's mind. He originally thought that if he was there, he could stop him if he wanted to do something bad, but now it seems that this guy is even more terrifying than he imagined. Jinbei, who has not been in contact with the Whitebeard pirates for some time, is not sure whether he is a friend of the Whitebeard pirates. I hope what he said is true. On the other side, the Flying Pirates group came on. Shirahoshi, why haven't you responded to my love for all these years? Vander Decken is still carrying out his daily soliloquy to express his love. Accept my love, Shirahoshi. A 3-meter-long axe flew out with Vander Decken's shout, shuttled through the ocean, and headed straight towards the Hard Shell Tower. Shirahoshi, it's father. Are you awake, Shirahoshi? Neptune knocked gently on the door of the Hard Shell Tower, waiting for Shirahoshi's response, but no answer came from inside for a long time. Well, Vander Decken has been throwing weapons at Shirahoshi at random times these days. Shirahoshi might not have gotten enough rest. Neptune scratched his head and explained to Sifur, why don't we wait a while? No problem. It's not a gentleman's thing to disturb Sleeping Beauty. Sifur didn't care at all. He walked to the Hard Shell Tower, sat down against it, and dozed off with his eyes closed. Sifur had always been so polite, and coupled with his pale face and slightly thin figure over 3 meters tall, Neptune wondered for a moment if he had trusted the wrong person. Here it comes. Sifur suddenly spoke. Could it be? Neptune widened his eyes, obviously he also thought of what Sifur said. Armament Haki, Harden. Just as everyone was surprised, Jinbei jumped up, and a black aura wrapped around Jinbei's arm. Sakagawara straight punch. The powerful punch instantly smashed the axe into dozens of pieces, but those pieces still rushed straight towards the Hard Shell Tower. 0. A flash of emerald green light shot up into the sky, and the axe fragments were completely shattered. It's not a good thing to disturb a girl's sleep. Sifur had already stood up at this time, with murderous eyes. Originally, Sifur planned to talk to Princess Shirahoshi first, coax her into submission, and then deal with Vander Decken, but since he was so eager to die, Sifur didn't mind getting rid of him first. The axe just now still had Vander Decken's scent on it. Sifur's neural exploration began to expand outward, looking for a similar scent, and then followed the scent on the road in reverse tracking. Although Neptune and the others didn't know why Sifur was standing there in a daze, they could see that Sifur was angry and didn't dare to approach him to talk. Just wait. In just a moment, Sifur disappeared from everyone's sight, causing everyone in Neptune to exclaim. Is this shaving? The knowledgeable Jinbei thought of something else. No, in my observation Haki, he just disappeared. At this time, Vander Decken of the Flying Pirates felt uneasy, always feeling that something terrible was coming. Bald sea monster. Take me to Noah. Vander Decken felt more and more that something big was going to happen, and only when he got to Noah could he feel a little safe. Understood, Captain. On the seabed, the 80-meter-tall bald sea monster Watatsumi pulled the Flying Pirates' boat and walked quickly towards Noah. On the other side, Sifur, who was constantly following Vander Decken's breath with Xiang Xuan, was already considering whether to return to the sword. In his current state, he could only track the breath of the flying axe in the opposite direction. If he returned to the blade, he might be able to directly expand the atmosphere of nerve exploration to Vander Decken himself, and then he could use Jaikung to get to him directly. Vander Decken, who was unaware of all this, was sitting on Noah with his crew, and used his ability to move the bubble film-coated Noah to the top of the Fishmen Island. In his opinion, as long as the other party came for the Fishmen Island, Noah, who was hanging high above the Fishmen Island, was his greatest reliance. Instead of running away, you're walking towards me. Zephyr showed a playful look on his face when he sensed Vander Decken suddenly appearing in the detection range and approaching him. Chapter 7. It's coming. Vander Decken's uneasiness had reached its peak at this time. He always felt that something extraordinary was watching him and approaching him. Watch out, bald sea monster. Don't let anyone get close to Noah. Learn. Waddingen saw a man patrolling near Noah, and he caught a giant sea king and ate it as a snack. On Noah's deck, a dozen or so fishmen were standing by in a state of alert. They could also see the captain's nervousness and anxiety. Bang! 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 A sound like shattering glass came from behind them. Vander Decken and the others turned around in fear to look at the source of the sound. At this time, Zephyr, who had torn through space with one hand, was looking at them with one hand in his pocket. Finally found you. Demon fruit power? It can actually travel through space? What a terrifying ability! Vander Decken wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then why did you come to see me? Were you invited by that Neptune guy? Zephyr did not answer his question, but looked around. It was obvious that he was on the giant ship Noah. It's just a useless little calculation. The Ryotsu surged like a vast ocean, and Vander Decken suddenly fell to his knees, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Even breathing became a luxury. The fishmen around him couldn't even hold on for a single blow. The moment Zephyr's Ryotsu overflowed, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, leaving only Vander Decken struggling to hold on. As Zephyr slowly raised his hand, Vander Decken could no longer maintain his forced composure and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Bald sea monster! If you don't come, your captain will die." What he never expected was that at this time, in order to catch up with his snacks, Watatsumi had run to a place where he could not hear his voice or see Noah at all, and had completely forgotten his instructions. What an ingenious last words, weakling! The overflowing Ryotsu alone was enough to crush him and make him unable to move. In Zephyr's eyes, he was no different from an ant. Wait, I won't harass Princess Shirahoshi anymore, please let me go. I'm willing to apologize to them personally. Seeing that Zephyr was too disdainful to communicate with him, Vander Decken had no choice but to beg for mercy, bg his forehead against the deck repeatedly. We really should let Neptune and the others see what happens to you. Zephyr nodded as if in agreement. As for Shirahoshi, the remaining matters were not suitable for Shirahoshi, a girl with a heart as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Vander Decken was overjoyed when he heard this. When he looked up, he saw Zephyr raising his hand, with the terrifying power gathering at his fingertips. Didn't you agree to let me go? Vander Decken's eyes were bloodshot and fear made him tremble all over. Coupled with the pressure on his body, he could not move at all and could only watch Zephyr attack him. Hypothetical bullet. At this moment, a large amount of blood spurted out of Vander Decken's mouth. With just one blow, he felt that his internal organs had been severely damaged and countless bones were broken, but he still felt fortunate because he was still alive. Why did he propose to Princess Shirahoshi? Because of her beauty? No. Because of her power, because she was the legendary Poseidon. But all this required a prerequisite: he had to be alive. No matter how much a dead person possessed, it was useless. Zephyr's Ryotsu had dissipated, and Vander Decken was lying on the ground gasping for breath. Even though his whole body felt like it was falling apart, he still felt the beauty of being alive. Let's go. You don't want me to support you, do you? Zephyr waved his hand, and the space shattered again. In Vander Decken's vision, the other side was nothingness. But he still staggered to his feet, followed Zephyr, and stepped into the void. And Noah still stayed above the Fishmen Island. Dragon King Palace, outside the hard shell tower. Father, Boss Jinbei, I have already instructed the palace guards to look for Mr. Sifur. I believe there will be news soon. The eldest Prince Sharkstar swam over breathlessly from a distance, while Neptune, Jinbei, and others were still guarding in front of the tower gate. The space was suddenly torn apart, and in front of their astonished gaze, Vander Decken was thrown to the ground by Sifur like a dead dog. This guy is Vander Decken. Just one glance and Neptune's anger surged in his heart, because of the person in front of him. His precious daughter had been frightened every day for so many years, never dared to go out, as if living in a prison. Neptune no longer cared about his image as a king. In front of everyone, he pressed down on Vander Decken, and his huge fists fell on his head like rain. Vander Decken was already seriously injured, and with Sifur and Jinbei right beside him, he didn't dare to fight back. He could only use his arms to continuously shield his head, shouting, "Your Majesty Neptune, please stop fighting. I'm here to admit my mistake." Neptune ignored his pleas for mercy and just kept punching, while the left minister, the prince, and others beside him were eager to join in. "Stop it if you don't want to die." Vander Decken's face was covered in blood after being beaten continuously, so he gave up and said, "If you beat me to death, the Fishmen Island will be buried with me." After hearing this, no matter how angry Neptune was, he had to stop his hands. He was not only a father, but also the king of the Fishmen Island. Vander Decken used all his strength to push Neptune away, who was pressing on him, and stood up tremblingly with a sick smile on his face. "I'm the target man who ate the target fruit. I've marked the giant ship Noah, sunk on the seabed, as an arrow. It's now resting directly above the Fishmen's Island, passing through a target I marked. What will happen if I die?" Vander Decken pulled a dagger from his pocket and placed it against his neck, yelling, "Let me out of here now. This BD." Neptune and his men were so frightened that their veins popped out, but they did not dare to attack him. No one dared to bet whether what he said was true, because they could not afford the price. Vander Decken finally laughed out loud. Since he became the captain of the Flying Pirates, he had never felt so aggrieved as today. It was really satisfying to see them wanting to attack him but not daring to. And that white-faced BD. Although I don't know how he found me, after he escapes this time, he will definitely launch the most violent revenge on the Fishmen Island. It's useless. Sifur ignored Vander Decken's warning and walked towards him step by step. His steps were light, but to Vander Decken they were like the call of hell. "Stop now. Otherwise I will really stab you." Vander Decken kept backing away, shouting loudly and gesturing with the hand holding the dagger. "Sifur! Mr. Sifur!" Jinbei, Neptune, and others became nervous. If Sifur really pushed him into a corner, no one would be able to accept the result of both sides being destroyed. But does Vander Decken have the courage to die together with his partner? Sifur walked up to him and snatched the dagger from his hand with a simple wave of his hand. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, all of them widened their eyes, because the dagger that Sifur had just snatched away had already pierced a hole in Vander Decken's neck and then been pulled out. He fell to the ground holding his neck, blood gushing out, his body twitching constantly, his mouth open but unable to utter a word. Take a deep breath, it's normal to feel dizzy. Chapter 8. Oh no! Sharkstar and Minister Zo, quickly arrange for the people of the Fishmen Island to leave the Fishmen Island. When Neptune saw Vander Decken lying on the ground and dying, he knew that the situation was completely irreversible, so he could only hurriedly order the prince and his subordinates to evacuate the people. Right. Shirahoshi. Neptune and Jinbei no longer had time to care about why Sifur wanted to kill Vander Decken. They just wanted to get everyone away from the Fishmen Island as quickly as possible. At this moment, Neptune didn't care that Shirahoshi was still asleep, and wanted to push open the door of the hard shell tower, but was easily stopped by Sifur. Sifur-kun! What are you doing? Water droplets had begun to seep from Jinbei's palms, and he stared fiercely at Zephyr. You are making too much of a fuss. Since I killed him, I naturally have a way to deal with Noah. Zephyr let go of Neptune's hand. What? Do you have a way to move that giant Noah? Now it was King Neptune's turn to hold Zephyr's hand. Please, Mr. Zephyr. You must help us, the Fishmen Island, no matter what. After all, the Fishmen Island is their hometown, and time is tight, so many residents will not be able to evacuate in time. Neptune can only pin his hopes on Zephyr now. Zephyr shook off Neptune's hand, and the aura on his body continued to rise. Everyone present seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness. This was the way of death represented by Ulquiera Zephyr, nothingness. Seal it off. Black-winged demon. Even though Zephyr had deliberately suppressed his Ryotsuo after returning to the blade, and hadn't turned Ryotsuo into rain, the terrifying aura from him still frightened Neptune and the others so much that they took a few steps back. No way to defeat him. Jinbei had now completely seen the huge gap in strength between the two of them, and at the same time he felt relieved. This kind of person always kept his word. What an eyesore! Because Vander Decken was completely dead, Noah had fallen to a height that was barely visible to the naked eye, and parts of the Fishmen Island were shrouded in shadow. Crying, fear and chaos filled the entire Fishman Island. Even the Fishman army's repeated efforts to maintain order were of no avail. In the face of death, all living beings showed their various reactions. The Mermaid Cafe was as quiet as ever, the only difference was that there were no customers. The future of the Fishmen Island is not over, and we will not die here. Mrs. Shiarly still held her pipe in her mouth and looked calmly at the shivering Cammy and others. On the other side, Zephyr walked over to Vander Decken's body, grabbed his legs, and threw him upwards, flinging him towards Noah. Then, Zephyr extended a finger, and the dark power instantly condensed at his fingertips. Black Zero. A deep black flash struck Vander Decken's body, then penetrated the sky and sped towards Noah. Boom! There was a loud explosion that resounded through the sky, and the Fishmen Island was shaking with the residual force. Look! Noah actually! Someone, who was originally scrambling to leave the Fishmen Island with other mer people on the street, pointed to the sky and spoke in disbelief. He was beaten to pieces. Everyone looked up at this shocking scene. They saw that Noah, which was half the size of the Fishmen Island, had an extremely huge hole opened in it. It was no longer falling and seemed to be driven to the side by some force. Unbelievable! He defeated Noah with just one strike. For Jinbei, a frequent visitor to the 7 warlords of the sea and the Whitebeard pirates, this scene undoubtedly shocked him. It was precisely because he had seen so much that he understood what this kind of power really represented. 4 emperors. In his mind, the only person who could have such power was that man, Edward Newgate. Zephyr released the return to Blade state after hitting the Black Zero. Although a period of return to Blade was not too much of a burden to him, he always felt that the form was weird, and the human form was more comfortable. Ah, how scary, father! Just as everyone was still marveling at Zephyr's strength, a cry was heard from the hard shell tower. Neptune was anxious when he heard this, so he pushed open the door and rushed in. What's wrong, Shirahoshi? Shirahoshi, who was rubbing his eyes and crying, saw Neptune and threw himself into his arms. That was so scary just now, father. There was such a loud noise, and the ground was shaking so violently. Did that person throw something again? Neptune then realized that Zephyr's destruction of Noah had made such a loud noise that Shirahoshi was frightened into thinking that Vander Decken had come again. Don't be afraid, Shirahoshi. You won't have to live in a hard-shelled tower anymore. That person won't throw anything at you anymore. Neptune gently touched Shirahoshi's head and comforted him. Really? The sudden joy brought Shirahoshi out of her previous fear. She had been in the hard-shell tower for several years. I have been wondering all the time when I can regain my freedom, and now this day has finally come. Shirahoshi, let me introduce you to this man. He's the one who dealt with Vander Decken 9. Just when Neptune wanted to introduce Zephyr, the benefactor of the entire the Fishmen Island, to Shirahoshi, Zephyr waved his hand to stop him, and then walked towards Princess Shirahoshi step by step. Although Zephyr is just a slightly taller human compared to Princess Shirahoshi. But the introverted Shirahoshi hid behind Neptune when he saw him walking towards him. Zephyr stood in front of Neptune, looking at Shirahoshi, who only dared to show half of his head to look at him. Flowing pink hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful features, a full bust, and a fishtail of varying shades of pink. At this moment, he felt extremely shocked. Lolita is likable, let alone a Lolita princess. How could such a simple and lovely little mermaid be almost bullied by pigs in the future like in the original plot? Zephyr introduced himself solemnly, "My name is Ulquiera Zephyr, a man who sails freely on the sea. I hereby cordially invite Princess Shirahoshi to become my companion and travel the world with me." Ah! Shirahoshi hadn't reacted yet, but Neptune, Jinbei and the others' eyes were about to pop out. It turned out that Zephyr was waiting here. "I refuse." Neptune didn't care how powerful Zephyr was. "Shirahoshi is only 14 years old. How can I let her follow you around?" Zephyr ignored Neptune and stared directly at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi shrank his head as if he felt Zephyr's gaze, but then he remembered that it was Lord Zephyr who dealt with Vander Decken and allowed him to regain his freedom. So she immediately stuck her head out a little more. Lord Zephyr, can I really get to the ground? Can you give me a little more time?" For Shirahoshi, going to the ground to see the place has always been one of her wishes, and she also wants to make her own efforts to fulfill her mother's last wish. Of course. Zephyr finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shirahoshi had no resistance to him. It seemed that the second recruitment was half successful at the moment. Indeed, Neptune is right. You are still too young. You should stay with him first. After hearing Zephyr's words, Neptune and his people finally felt relieved, thinking that their little cotton-padded jacket was saved. "Give me some more time." Zephyr raised a finger. "Within a year, I will find a way to allow you, Shirahoshi, to walk normally on land. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you with your body." Shirahoshi's cheeks flushed red, and his voice was small but firm. "Well, please, Master Zephyr, I will definitely wait for the day when Master Zephyr takes me to the surface." "Of course." Chapter 9. Wait a moment. Neptune comforted Shirahoshi first, then pulled Zephyr aside. "Mr. Zephyr, others may not know this, but I know that mermen and fishmen are a race that all nobles on land desire, let alone someone like my daughter. She's still so young and hasn't been exposed to the dark side of the world. I really don't dare let you take her away. Please take back your promise to take her out to sea." As Neptune spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, and his tone changed from negotiation to begging. Is this love? Neither Zephyr nor Xiaowu had ever felt the feeling of being loved. After traveling through time, whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or King Neptune who was crying for his daughter, they all saw the existence of love. "Don't worry, King Neptune. I won't take her away right now." Zephyr looked at Shirahoshi, who was chatting with several princes not far away. "You also know that she is the legendary Poseidon. How did you?" Neptune breathed rapidly. Very few people knew that his daughter was one of the 3 legendary weapons, and now even Zephyr, whom he met for the first time, knew about it. "I'm afraid this is the biggest reason why Vander Decken keeps pestering Shirahoshi. You can't even handle Vander Decken." Zephyr's gaze shifted to Neptune, looking him in the eyes. "There may be countless Vander Deckens staring at Shirahoshi in the future. She will be safest only by staying by my side. I won't let anyone hurt her." "Can I ask why? Why is Mr. Zephyr obsessed with Shirahoshi?" At this time, Neptune had already tacitly agreed to Zephyr's invitation to Shirahoshi. Zephyr's strength is obvious to all. If he wants to take Shirahoshi away by force, he has no way to stop him. At the same time, he also believes that Zephyr can protect Shirahoshi. As long as he doesn't take Shirahoshi to do anything bad, doesn't use Shirahoshi, and doesn't hurt Shirahoshi, it's fine. And Zephyr also said that he is just a traveler, and he should be a friendly person like Whitebeard. Reason? Zephyr seemed unable to find any reason why he wanted her to be his partner. Beauty? Zephyr certainly admired Shirahoshi's looks, but she was still a young girl after all, and she was not that good. Poseidon? He himself possessed the power to destroy everything, so how could he desire the power of another? Perhaps because she is a kind and lovely girl, even when her mother was killed, she was willing to put aside her hatred for her mother's last wish. She is deeply loved by the people of the Fishmen Island and also loves her people. If I were with her, would I one day feel love and understand the human heart? I was looking for something, and my intuition told me that I would find the answer in Princess Shirahoshi, Zephyr answered, but it seemed that he did not give a complete answer. But it was enough for Neptune. Zephyr was powerful enough and had enough patience with him when it came to Shirahoshi. He believed that Zephyr would not treat Shirahoshi unfairly in the future. Shark Star, go arrange the banquet. We won't leave until we're drunk with Mr. Zephyr tonight. Neptune turned and swam towards the crowd. Minister Zo, send the troops to inspect and see if the commotion has caused any consequences. Yes. Neptune pulled Jinbei aside to chat, leaving Shirahoshi and Zephyr alone. Master Zephyr, will you become a pirate, or just go on adventures? Shirahoshi finally asked Zephyr her first question after mustering up the courage. In her current thinking, most pirates should be bad guys. Of course not. I'm just a free-spirited traveler. In the future, Shirahoshi, you'll follow me on adventures and see things you've never seen before. Zephyr shrugged. He certainly wouldn't become a pirate, but he didn't know if he would be put on a bounty. After all, a powerful and willful person was like a time bomb in the eyes of the world government. Hearing that Zephyr would not be a bad guy, Shirahoshi completely let down the last bit of her guard and began her chattering. Has Lord Zephyr been on many adventures? Will there be lots of flowers, plants, and furry animals on land? Do the stars all climb up into the sky at night? And Lord Zephyr, have you ever been to a completely green forest? Shirahoshi's curiosity about the land was like a baby who had just learned to speak and was full of expectations about the world, and Zephyr patiently answered her questions one by one. It will take at most a year. When I come back next time, I will bring you a solution to Shirahoshi's body size problem. Then I will accompany you to see anything Shirahoshi wants to see and go anywhere he wants to go. Zephyr stretched out his right hand again and looked at Shirahoshi with a smile on his face. Zephyr-sama, it was just a promise. Shirahoshi's eyes were once again filled with tears, his red cheeks were as eye-catching as sakura flowers. She gently extended a finger and touched Zephyr's hand. No one would have thought that the future world-famous Sui Palace would take shape at this moment. Before he knew it, Zephyr had been on the Fishmen Island for more than a week, accompanying Shirahoshi to travel around the Fishmen Island every day. Naturally, the people on the Fishmen Island also got to know Zephyr, the great hero, which greatly changed their views on humans. During this period, Neptune took Zephyr to the treasury of the palace and let Zephyr take whatever he wanted, but Zephyr only asked for about 1,000,000 berries and asked him to prepare a good ship for him. After all, Zephyr's original goal was not money. Once he returns to Grand Line, with his ability, he will have all the money he wants. Here, the money I owe you for coffee last time. At the entrance of the Mermaid Cafe, Zephyr threw a bag of Baileys into Cammie's hands. Cammie opened it and saw that it probably weighed tens of thousands. Mr. Zephyr, this is too much. A cup of coffee is not worth much, and you are the hero of the Fishmen Island, how can you? Cammie was anxious to return the money to Zephyr, but Zephyr just waved his hand and turned to leave. The extra money can be considered as a meal for you, Mrs. Shaley and the children. After taking a few steps, Sifur suddenly stopped. The known future is merely the most likely event among countless unknowns. How can the so-called future be as unchanging as predicted? After he finished speaking, Sifur disappeared from Cammy's sight. What an annoying little brat! Inside the Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Sharl, who had been hiding for some reason, slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. Mr. Sifur, the ship is fully prepared. Are you leaving now? Jinbei, who was sitting by the harbor chatting with Shirahoshi, the prince and others, stood up when he saw Sifur suddenly appear. Well, we've been here long enough. It's time to go up there. What caught Sifur's eyes was a huge ship. The bow was shaped like a shark wearing a white double-horned helmet. The hull was bright red. Its size was almost half that of the Moby Dick. For Sifur, who was alone, it was absolutely luxurious. The value of this ship is probably far more than 100 million, but after thinking about it, Shirahoshi will follow him on adventures in the future, so Neptune, as a father, will naturally do his best to provide the greatest help. Master Sifur, I will wait for you at the Fishmen Island. When you come back next time, we can go on an adventure together. Since there was no threat from Vander Decken, Shirahoshi, who had been with Sifur for some time, had become much stronger and would no longer cry easily. Well, little Shirahoshi, you should spend more time with Neptune and the others this year. After all, if you go on adventures everywhere, you might not want to go home in the future. During the time he spent with Shirahoshi, Sifur became much more cheerful and started to like teasing people. Sifur jumped lightly onto the ship, which was more than 20 meters high, and Jinbei followed closely behind. He promised Sifur that he would sail with him and be his helmsman temporarily until Sifur found his navigator. Goodbye Shirahoshi, goodbye princes. Goodbye, Mr. Sifur. Anchor chain retracted. Set sail. Chapter 10. In a certain sea area of New World, thunder and lightning were raging. The Moby Dick seemed particularly lonely in the lightning and thunder, as if foreshadowing that something serious was about to happen. Dad! Teach stole Thatch's dark fruit and defected. Marco, soaked to the skin, rushed into Whitebeard's bedroom and shouted in panic. What about Thatch? Whitebeard sat up from the bed upon hearing this, his hand already reaching for Kong Yunki. Ever since Sifur left, he had told Marco to keep an eye on dark fruit, but he hadn't expected something to happen. Teach was originally planning to kill Thatch, but luckily you warned me, Dad, so I was able to save Thatch in time. Marco said with a look of fear. It seems like Teach had been planning to be a traitor for a long time. His abilities are very strange, and his strength is different from what he usually feels like on the ship. When I was fighting him, he grabbed me for a moment and I couldn't activate my fruit ability. He took advantage of my inability to react, threw me into the sea, and ran away in a boat. Marco still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the feeling of losing his ability. As the captain of the first squadron of the Whitebeard pirates, it was naturally impossible for him to rely solely on the ability of the fruit, but suddenly losing his accustomed strength in battle was simply unbelievable. Teach! Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. He remembered the child who had knelt on the ground and begged him to take him in, but now he wanted to kill his family for a piece of fruit. I'm glad you're all okay. Teach, I'll personally clean up the mess next time I see you. Just as Whitebeard finished speaking, Ace, who had just learned about the matter from Thatch, suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Dad! I need to go get Teach back. That guy used to be a member of the second squad, and this is my responsibility. Whitebeard looked at the furious Ace. As the captain, Ace's request was reasonable, but for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Let's forget about it this time, Ace. I don't know where that guy has gone. He has that weird ability. Even Marco suffered at his hands. I'll take action next time we meet. No. If it weren't for Marco, Thatch might have been in trouble. This is a shame for our second division. And even more so for the Whitebeard pirates. Looking at Ace's determined eyes, Whitebeard knew that even if he tried to stop him, he would still secretly go out to sea. It would be better to let him go. He is my son, Whitebeard. Even a young bird will eventually fly to the sky. Then I'll leave it to you, Ace. Whitebeard released the cloud-cutting sword in his hand. Let's wait until the weather is better before we go. Learn. Ace turned around angrily and went to get some luggage to prepare for departure. Also, be careful about everything. Whitebeard didn't say it. The separation between men didn't need to be like this, and he also believed that Ace would protect himself. Marco, Jinbei is with Zephyr, right? Please contact them. Yes. The other side. Grand Line Sabaody Archipelago. That's good that Sachi is okay. I'll keep an eye on Teach and Ace here. Zephyr returned the Den Mushi to Jinbei. Blackbeard still got the dark fruit, and Ace went out to sea to hunt him down just as the plot had suggested, but Thatch didn't die. It seems that changing the established plot is not as difficult as imagined. Blackbeard has just set sail, and it is estimated that there are still a few months before the plot begins. However, Zephyr does not remember which countries he visited. He only remembers that he finally defeated Ace in a place called Bonaro Island. Just go over there according to the time. Anyway, I still have Ace's life card in my hand and can check Ace's situation at any time. I'm going to take a walk in the Sabaody Archipelago. Do you want to come with me, Jinbei? Zephyr stood on the bow and looked back at Jinbei. I won't go. Someone has to stay and watch over the boat. This place is a mess. The Sabaody Archipelago consists of 79 trees, all numbered, each with towns and facilities. The Sabaody Archipelago is also clearly divided into regions, as indicated by the numbers on the trees. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking sites. Numbers 30 to 39 are an amusement park. Rooms 40 to 49 are tourist areas, where local specialties are sold. Numbers 50 to 59 are the shipyards, where there are coding craftsmen. Number 60 to 69 is the entry and exit area for marine and government. Numbers 70 to 79 are Hotel Street and other places. The purpose of Zephyr's trip was to find Shucky's extortion bar and the intelligence informant. As for Rayleigh, it would be nice to meet him if they were lucky. Young man, why are you still standing there? Kneel down like us. Just when Zephyr was about to ask someone for directions, there was a sudden commotion. People along the way knelt down on both sides to make way for him. An old man next to Zephyr saw that he didn't move, so he quickly used his hands to pull him away. As far as the eye can see, a man as fat as a pig, with snot always hanging from his face, wearing a spacesuit and an oxygen mask, is riding on another burly man who is kneeling. He slowly walks into the crowd as the burly man crawls. They are the world's nobles, the so-called descendants of the Creator, the celestial dragons. You, go grab that woman for me, I've fallen for her. The celestial dragons didn't notice Zephyr, who stood out from the crowd, for a moment, because he had already set his eyes on a woman kneeling on the ground and was ordering the armored guards around him. No. Master Celestial Dragons, please let my wife go. A young man stood up and protected the woman tightly. Even though his legs were shaking, he did not move a step. Foolish pariah, how dare you rebel against the great celestial dragons? And how dare you stand up before me, Saint Charlos? Charlos sniffed his runny nose and pulled out a golden pistol. Go to hell! Most of the people kneeling on the ground closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness this cruel scene. The gunshots did not sound as expected. People only felt a gust of wind and the painful screams of celestial dragons. My hand! Everyone opened their eyes, and in their disbelief, they saw celestial dragons rolling on the ground in pain, with the right hand holding the gun now lying quietly on the ground. Zephyr stood in front of the road, holding the long sword that he had just casually snatched from the pirates beside him. The hot sword mark on the ground extended to a place that could not be seen by the naked eye. Protect St. Charlos! The armored guards rushed forward, half surrounding the celestial dragons and half surrounding Sifur. The knife is quite useful, it's a pity it's not a good one. It would be nice if Zanpakuto was around too. He must be on the level of a supreme sword. Sifur walked forward slowly, and amid the flashes of swords and sabers, only the celestial dragons were left sitting on the ground, clutching their wounds, and the slave whose eyes suddenly lit up. As for the passers-by who were originally kneeling on both sides, they had already fled when Sifur cut off Charlos's right hand. After all, after seeing this scene, they would probably die if they stayed. Damn you, pariah! I am the mighty celestial dragon. The world government will not let you go. Charlos was completely unaware that he was about to die and was still shouting loudly. The pain from his broken hand made his tears and snot flow all over his oxygen mask, which made Sifur feel sick. It's noisy. The sword flashed, and Celestial Dragon's head wearing an oxygen mask fell to the ground. Until this moment, his face still had a murderous look, but with a hint of doubt. That man actually killed Celestial Dragons. Some pirates and passers-by who chose to hide and watch secretly nearby were so frightened by this scene that they dared not breathe. The world's aristocrats who are so high and mighty will actually die tragically on the streets one day. President. Big news. Somewhere in the New World, Morgans was drinking hot tea while holding a den mushi, which was telling him about what happened in the Sabaody Archipelago. Marineford, Marshal's office. What? Celestial dragons actually. Sengoku's eyes were filled with disbelief, while Garp, who was eating senbei beside him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 11. Why, are you used to kneeling? Sifur glanced sideways at the slave who was kneeling on the ground at a loss. Master, please leave quickly. If you kill the celestial dragons, the Marine Admiral will be dispatched. The slave finally came to his senses, his expression extremely excited. I can't escape. I have a celestial dragon's collar bomb on my neck, and the key is in the hands of another celestial dragon. It was just a collar bomb. Rayleigh's method of defusing it was nothing more than some application of haki. Sifur's Ryotsu could do the same. He placed the knife on the collar on the slave's neck, and with a slight flick, the collar came off and exploded in the air. The slave touched his neck and found that the collar was really gone. He stood up happily and wanted to say something to thank Sifur, but he was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Let's go. You told me the Marine Admiral is coming. Sifur threw away the long knife in his hand. By the way, do you know where Shuki's bar is? The slave shook his head, and Sifur was about to pass him by and go to a more crowded place to continue asking for directions. The slave looked at Sifur's calm demeanor and suddenly knelt down. Sir, please allow me to follow you. Wait until you can stand up one day. Sifur shook his head and said just a few words before walking past him and heading towards the crowded area under investigation. The slave was stunned, tears streaming down his face. He banged his head hard on the ground and shouted. My name is Yud Bly. One day, I will stand before you and become the man who can truly help you. Sifur ignored it, tapped his feet, and disappeared from the slave's sight. After half an hour and using his money ability, Sifur finally found the Shuki bar in Area 13. When I pushed open the door of the bar, I found it was empty. Apart from Sifur who came in, there was only a young woman with short black hair, wearing a spider-patterned top, holding a cigarette and wiping a wine glass. You must be Shuki, right? I heard that you are an intelligence expert, and I want to find out something. Sifur walked to the bar and sat down. Hey buddy, killing celestial dragons is a big trouble. If you stay here, you will cause trouble for my bar. Shuki stopped wiping his wine glass and took a deep puff of cigarette. I want to know the whereabouts of the little fruit. Sifur did not forget to help Shirahoshi solve her body problem. The small fruit is a good choice. Of course, one must have two plans for everything. Sifur also plans to find time to chat with Dr. Vegapunk. What a domineering young man! Shuki couldn't tell Sifur's strength, but seeing that he was no less capable than the Admiral, he could easily guess. So, what's the reward? You don't want me to help you with the investigation for free, do you? Information distribution is very expensive. 1 year, Sifur extended his palm towards Shuki. Help me find the fruit within 1 year, and I'll give you 500 million berries. Shuki frowned slightly. He could earn 500 million just from the fall of such a useless fruit? And he didn't seem to have any intention of paying a deposit. Just as Shuki was about to ask for the deposit, a burst of laughter came from the back door, accompanied by the sound of slippers. 500 million? I agreed on behalf of Shuki, but let me make it clear first, we may not be able to find it. An uncle with grey hair, wearing old-fashioned glasses and holding a wine jug in his hand walked in unsteadily. Seeing that Rayleigh had already agreed, Shuki naturally would not try to save his face. She made an excuse to go out to buy something and then strode out of the bar. Because she knew it was the man's time next. Young man, that sword strike just now was so powerful that it startled an old man like me, Rayleigh said with a smile. He hadn't seen such a strong and sharp young man in a long time. I'm Shilbaz Rayleigh. What's your name? Ulquiera Sifur, just a traveler. Sifur looked at the Pirate King's deputy with interest. But you, the legendary Pluton, have turned into a slovenly old man. Ha 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 ha, Pluton is nothing but an old man left behind by the times. The future belongs to you, Rayleigh said, taking a sip of wine. So, now that you've killed the celestial dragons, what are your plans? The world is so big, there's no place I can't go, no task I can't do. Celestial dragons, just a fat pig, what's the harm in killing them? Sifur's words were understated, but to Rayleigh they were full of arrogance. He had never seen such an arrogant aura in Roger. At this moment, Rayleigh began to doubt whether he was really old. The young are formidable. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. This place is very close to naval headquarters. I'm sure the Marine Admiral is on his way. You're strong, but not quite up to the Admiral. You're here, and the Pirate King's deputy is here too, so what's there to be afraid of? Sifur slumped aside, teasing. Please spare me. I'm old and my whole body will tremble if I really fight. Rayleigh shook the wine jug in his hand. There was hardly a drop left in it. Give me a bowl of good wine. It seems out of place not to drink when we're already in the pub. Sifur was so calm that Rayleigh was a little confused, but he didn't try to persuade him any more. He took out the bottle of delicacy he had been coveting from the counter without any regrets. It was charged to Sifur's account anyway. He filled Sifur's bowl with wine and poured the rest directly into his empty wine jug. The two of them clinked their bowls and drank together, without mentioning leaving, as if it wasn't Sifur who had just killed the celestial dragons. On the other side, the area where the celestial dragons died. This is the sword that killed the celestial dragons. It actually left such a terrifying mark. It must be a supreme sword. The bodies of the celestial dragons had long been taken away by the world government, leaving only the bodies of the nameless armored guards scattered across the ground. At this moment, a brave pirate excitedly picked up the long sword that Sifur had discarded. The sword that killed the celestial dragons, I can't let you take it away like that. A chill ran through his heart, and when pirates wanted to turn back, he found that he could not move his whole body. Area 13, Shuki's extortion bar? It seems like a troublesome place. The tall man scratched his head and walked straight towards the destination. A gust of wind blew, and the word justice on his cloak sparkled in the sun. A formidable guy is coming. Rayleigh no longer had the leisure to drink and chat, as his observation Haki had already given him a strong warning. Sifur said nothing, but the aura on his body became deeper and deeper. In just a blink of an eye, what appeared before Rayleigh was Sifir after his return to the sword. Such a powerful force, no wonder you are sitting here so leisurely. Rayleigh was not frightened by Sifir's transformation. After all, as a strong man of the old era, he had seen too many incredible things. Allah, I found you. The prisoner is still sitting here leisurely drinking. The door was pushed open and a tall man with curly hair walked in. Chapter 12. Hey, the intelligence didn't say they were two formidable guys. A cold air quickly spread throughout the tavern, and the temperature plummeted. Admiral Aokiji looked at the two people in front of the bar with a troubled look on his face. Ha, I'm just a retired old man. This matter has nothing to do with me. Rayleigh took off his reading glasses and wiped them, as if he was just an ordinary old man. Cusin Admiral. Just as Aokiji was about to say something, the Marines outside had already gathered. They've cordoned off the area. Let's go out and find an open area to fight. Sifir downed the wine in his bowl in one gulp. No matter how many small fry there are, they will only cause more casualties. Let's do it here. Since Pluton Rayleigh has no intention of taking action. Frost began to gather around them, and before Aokiji could finish his words, Sifir had already stood up and disappeared from his sight in an instant. The next moment, Aokiji put his hands in front of his chest, just blocking Sifir's powerful punch. The huge force like the boundless ocean blasted him out of the tavern, flying dozens of meters before crashing into a big tree, raising a cloud of dust. Cusin Admiral. The Marines surrounding the tavern looked at Aokiji in disbelief as he was knocked out. They clenched their guns tightly and watched Sifir walk out of the tavern step by step. What a monster! After the dust settled, Aokiji patted himself and walked out as if nothing had happened. In fact, his arm felt numb after taking that punch. All Marines, evacuate the scene, Aokiji waved his hand. You will not be able to participate in the next battle. Although the Marines wanted to help Aokiji, they knew from the previous attack that staying would only cause trouble, so they quickly retreated as ordered, leaving only two of them behind. Double Thorn Spear. Two thorn-like ice spears condensed out of thin air and flew towards Sifir. Sifir smashed them into pieces with just one punch. Hey! Aokiji blew cold air onto his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into an ice blade. Sifir didn't hesitate, and Ryotsu condensed in his hand to form a moonlight sword. Clang! Xiangzuan and Shave were launched at the same time, swords and sabers clashed, the two men's strength was no longer restrained, astonishing aura spread out, and in just a moment, hundreds of rounds had passed. That guy was able to fight Cusin Admiral back and forth. The Marines who were watching the battle with binoculars from a distance couldn't help swallowing their saliva, feeling lucky that they didn't join the battle. Between swords, Sifir used the force to retreat, followed by a black zero. Aokiji felt the tremendous power and used moonwalk to fly into the air. Ice Ball. A flash of cold light flashed in his hand, and Aokiji quickly threw it towards the retreating Sifir. At the same time, Black Zero missed and hit the giant tree marked with 13 behind him. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky. As everyone looked over, they saw the giant tree falling down with a thud. The residual force even caused a regional earthquake. This kind of destructive power is truly astonishing. Rayleigh, who was watching the battlefield from a distance, sighed to Shuki, it seems like there's absolutely no need for me, old man, to take action. What a terrifying guy. The Marines' sweat had already soaked through their shirts, but their leader was excited, but the winner is still Cusin Admiral. They had already seen Sifir being frozen into an ice cube by Aokiji, but they didn't see that Aokiji had a serious expression on his face at that moment. Bang! With a slight sound, the ice began to break inch by inch, and Sifir walked out calmly. For the top strong ones, Black Zero is still not easy to hit. Sifir couldn't help but sigh. Really? How could a strong man like you be so unknown? The temperature continued to drop, and a trace of frost began to cover Aokiji's body and face. If you hadn't killed the celestial dragons, I really wanted to drag you into the marine. You're just killing a pig. Are you really loyal to it? Sifur's words were filled with sarcasm. Even if you become a marine admiral, you're still controlled by the world government like a puppet. Why don't you leave marine and become my partner? Together we'll overturn the world. Sifur extended his right hand to Aokiji. He admired Aokiji very much, or rather, he admired the 3 admirals and many marines. No matter what path they chose, in the final analysis, it was all for justice. I'm really looked down upon. Aokiji scratched his head habitually and did not respond to Sifur, perhaps out of disdain, or perhaps he didn't know how to refute. With Aokiji as the center, ice covered the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. Sifur was about to walk towards it, but found that his feet were frozen to the ground. Ice block pheasant beak. Cold air gathered in Aokiji's right arm, and a giant ice bird shot out from it. Its powerful impact was as fierce as a sea train. Sifur lifted his feet upwards, and the ice that was originally holding him shattered. He threw the moonlight sword in his hand towards the violent pheasant. Like fire and water, the giant bird could no longer advance. Cracks began to spread across its body, and the moonlight sword grew increasingly dim. Ultimately, the 2 forces completely cancelled each other out. If you want to compete with me, 1 admiral is not enough. Sifur rubbed the moonlight sword again, staring fiercely. We should have let them both come. Seeing that the pheasant's mouth was ineffective, Aokiji could only condense the ice blade again and move forward. The 2 men started fighting with swords again. The sound of swords clashing could be heard frequently. The speed of the fight was so fast that the marines who were watching with telescopes in the distance could hardly catch their movements. Aokiji! You shouldn't obey the corrupt world government. Sifur continued to persuade him. If we don't overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, Ohara's tragedy will only repeat itself. Shut up! Ohara has always been a hurdle in Aokiji's heart. That mission was the first time in his life that he doubted justice. Even today, as an admiral, he still couldn't let it go. In an instant, the angry Aokiji burst out with amazing strength and speed, and the moment he blocked the moonlight sword, he found Sifur's weakness. The ice blade slashed forward fiercely, but unexpectedly Sifur used his other hand to catch the ice blade with his bare hands. Dark green blood dripped onto the ice, but the ice blade seemed to be stuck and could not move any further down. You revealed your flaw. Aokiji, who didn't react in time, was pierced in the shoulder by the moonlight sword. Sifur threw the sword stuck in Aokiji's shoulder forward with force, and the huge force pushed Aokiji backwards. It's actually dark green? Sifur looked at the wound that was undergoing high-speed regeneration at this time and realized the color of his blood. Is this what Xiaowu is like? Sifur originally thought that he had simply turned into a little crow, but now it seems that is not the case. There are still many unknowns in this body waiting for Sifur to discover. It's really tricky. In front of Sifur, the ice on the ground slowly spread upwards and eventually took the shape of Aokiji. At this moment, Aokiji was no longer as spotless as he had been in previous fights. The blood on his shoulder had stained his shirt red, and his cloak of justice had long been destroyed. It seems that the elemental transformation avoided the explosion of the moonlight sword. Sifur hit the nail on the head. If he had endured the explosion of the moonlight sword, the scars on his body would have been more than these. Do you want to continue? Aokiji looked at Sifur's right hand that had recovered as before and shook his head. He no longer had the desire to fight again. With such a strong self-healing ability and powerful strength, it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time, and his chances of winning were not very high. When the celestial dragons are in trouble, the Admiral is dispatched, that's all. Aokiji won't risk his life for someone he admires over those assholes. Win or lose, it's not worth it. Forget it this time. There's no point in fighting any further. The injuries I've sustained are enough to keep me rested for a while. Aokiji waved his hand, then pointed at his shoulder. I'm sure the news that the Marine Admiral was defeated by you will spread everywhere soon. You better be careful. Sifur watched Aokiji walk away and released his return to Blade State. At the same time, he felt that there were many people peeping at him not far away, and he heard the sound of shutter clicks in his ears. This was all within Sifur's expectations. He was sure that he would become a notorious villain tomorrow. What Sifur didn't notice was that the blood he had just dripped onto the ground evaporated like boiling water. New World, a small island. Hurry up! This is big news. Morgans listened to the news on the Den Den Mushi and kept urging his subordinates to speed up the production of the newspaper. You killed the celestial dragons and defeated the Marine Admiral. You are my lucky star, Sifur. Chapter 13. 3 days have passed since the Battle of Sabaody Archipelago, and Sifur and Jinbei are drifting aimlessly on the sea. Sifur-kun, we've been wandering on the sea for 3 days. Haven't you figured out your destination yet? Jinbei also heard about the Sabaody Archipelago incident a few days ago. He could understand why Sifur and Aokiji were evenly matched. After all, he had already witnessed his strength. What Jinbei couldn't understand was that Sifur had been sitting on the bow of the boat fishing for 3 consecutive days except for eating and sleeping. Jinbei, you're too impatient. Since you haven't figured out where to go next, why not let fate guide us and see where the boat will drift to? While chatting and laughing, Sifur pulled the fishing rod, and a palm-sized fish was caught on the hook and landed on the deck. Lunch is also up to you, Jinbei. Jinbei suddenly felt his fist itching and wanted to beat up someone. Not only was Sifur wandering aimlessly, he couldn't cook either. As a Shichibukai, he had to be both his navigator and his cook. Chirp chirp. The cry of a newsbird was heard in the sky, attracting the attention of the two. Jinbei immediately waved to call it over, bought a latest newspaper with 100 Baileys, and then flipped through it with an incredulous look. New World, Moby DK. Dad. Big news. Diamond Jaws, holding a newspaper in his hand, rushed towards Whitebeard who was sitting on a chair taking medicine with excitement. Hey! Marco and the others looked confused. It's Sifur. That guy is amazing. He killed celestial dragons on the Sabaody Archipelago and even drove Aokiji away. Jaws handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. It was nothing for Marco and the other captains to hear that he had beaten Aokiji away. After all, Sifur was a man who could take his father's full force attack, but the fact that he dared to kill celestial dragons was something no one could have imagined. He's such a free-spirited guy. Kulala. Whitebeard reached for his wine flask out of habit, but Marco slapped it away. Seriously, Sifur's got a bounty on him, why don't we have a party to celebrate? Okay. All members of the Whitebeard pirates responded loudly. Dad. Only the world in which Marco was angry remained. The Fishmen Island, Dragon King Palace. What an amazing guy. Neptune and the princes sighed after reading the newspaper, but Neptune began to doubt whether he was wrong to entrust Shirahoshi to such a free person. Mikalo, look, it's Lord Sifur. Shirahoshi excitedly held up the newspaper and shared his joy with his beloved shark. Master Sifur is so powerful, he actually defeated the Marine Admiral. And that celestial dragons must be a big villain. Master Sifur is the good guy. Grand Line, Amazon Lily. Someone actually dares to do this. The king who had just returned from a long voyage, the only woman among the 7 warlords of the sea, the empress known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock, was reading the information in the newspaper with a look of disbelief in her eyes. The dragon's hoof on her back still seemed to ache slightly. The shadow cast by the so-called world aristocracy on the 3 sisters was something that would be difficult to erase in a lifetime. At this time, someone actually had the audacity to kill celestial dragons and repel that Aokiji near the naval headquarters. Hancock didn't seem so scared anymore. It turns out celestial dragons can die too. It turns out there are times when even a marine admiral is powerless. Go get ready, we're ready to sail. Where are you planning to go again? The Grand Mahjong, who was leaning on a cane, wanted to stop her. She had just returned from a long voyage and wanted to go out to sea after reading the newspaper. What was she planning to do? Go meet the legendary Sifur. At this moment, the Empress no longer had that unattainable coldness and pride, but instead had red cheeks and a shy expression. The whole world was in an uproar because of this newspaper. The 4 emperors, the revolutionaries, the 7 warlords of the sea and the world government, everyone was watching Sifur. Time goes back 3 days ago, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Kuzan, are you saying that you can't beat that guy even at your full strength? Sengoku was very angry at this time. The 5 elders kept putting pressure on him to handle this matter, but in the end, even the headquarters admiral returned empty-handed. That's not a deserted island, so it's naturally impossible for me to unleash my fruit ability to the ultimate level. Aokiji, with a bandage wrapped around his body, was sitting opposite Sengoku with his legs crossed. Also, he may not have used his full strength. He was the first to be injured, but he seems to have some kind of power. That kind of self-healing ability is simply unheard of. Aokiji thought back to Sifur's right hand. It had healed in just a short time after he was knocked away and came back. The ice blade was attached with the haki of armament haki. As you can see, I'm also injured. If we trade injuries, I might not be able to defeat him. He's an all-around monster in terms of strength and speed. After some debate, Sengoku could only report Aokiji's defeat to Sifur and report it to the 5 elders. After all, Sifur had never done anything bad before. As for killing celestial dragons, Sengoku felt a headache. It would be great if such a powerful force was at the naval headquarters, but they had to deal with the celestial dragons. After meeting 5 elders and receiving a beating, Sifur's bounty was finally issued. Mr. Sifur, your bounty has been issued. Jinbei's expression was solemn. The black-winged demon Ulquiera Sifur has a bounty of 1.348 billion berries. Dead or alive? The wanted poster shows Sifur in his usual form, as if he is in a world of ice and snow. It must be the photo he took after he released his return blade after fighting with Aokiji. Oh? It seems that the world government is quite obsessed with my head. Sifur didn't care. To be honest, if they really wanted to put a reward on him, this reward would be far from enough. Are you leaving? After a moment of silence, Sifur suddenly spoke. Jinbei, who didn't know how to start the conversation, felt relieved when he saw that it was Sifur who asked the question, but he also felt embarrassed. I promised to accompany Sifur to find his navigator before leaving, but I had to say goodbye after only a few days of sailing. Sifur just sighed that he was going to travel alone again. He knew Jinbei was leaving and planned to drive Jinbei away. One of the reasons why Jinbei became Shichibukai was to ease the relationship between the world government and the Fishmen Island, so he never dared to openly interact with the Whitebeard pirates. What's more, in his current state, if he was found on the same ship with him, the world government would not turn a blind eye and might even deprive him of the title of Shichibukai. Sifur did not want to embarrass him. Are you leaving now? Let me prepare today's meals for Sifur-kun in advance. Jinbei turned and entered the cabin. It's time to find a partner. Chapter 14. Jinbei is gone. Sifur's second day alone at sea. Really? Putting aside the plot, I really don't understand this world at all. Sifur took out a crumpled map, which was given to him by Jinbei before he left 2 days ago, and asked him to choose an island and find a navigator before continuing his voyage. Sifur agreed casually at the time, but after Jinbei left, he found that he couldn't understand the map at all. In desperation, Sifur could only wait and see if he could come across a passing ship or something and ask them for help, so he wandered for 2 days. Sifur has read the map dozens of times in the past 2 days, but still can't understand it. In the end, he chose to lie on the bow of the boat to sleep and fix the fishing rod to fish. "Here I come." An unknown amount of time passed, the fishing rod kept shaking violently, and Sifur finally opened his eyes. Sifur stood up, and finally a small black dot appeared in his field of vision. It was a boat. "You're lucky today, I'll spare your life." Sifur swung the fishing rod with force, and a 2-meter-long fish flew towards the deck. However, Sifur was in a good mood at the time, and he kicked the flying fish back into the sea with a kick in the air. Then Sifur quickly ran to the stern, condensed Ryotsu in his fist, and punched out. With a sonic boom, Sifur's little crow left the sea with the wind from his fist and flew straight towards the ship in the distance. "What is that?" A panic was brewing on the Grand Line warship, led by Captain Hina of Naval Headquarters. Because they were watching with their own eyes, something was flying towards the warship in the sky. Could it be the Golden Lion? Hina, who had pink hair, wore a red suit, was holding a lady's cigarette and wearing a cloak of justice on the warship, couldn't help but worry at this moment. He was a strong man of the same generation as Vice Admiral Garp. However, speculation is speculation. As a marine, Hina cannot launch an attack rashly before confirming what it is. But within a few breaths, the little crow had become visible to the naked eye, and Hina breathed a sigh of relief. She did not see the flags of the Golden Lion or other pirates on the ship, but she remained alert, ready to activate her abilities at any time. Bang! The little crow landed on the sea next to the warship, causing a huge wave to hit the deck of the warship, soaking most of the marines. Hina remained completely undisturbed, not even the cigarette in her mouth was affected. As the boat descended, several marines had formed an umbrella array in front of her, shielding her from the sea water. It turned out to be a warship. Sifur leaped over to Hina, causing everyone to point their guns at him. "Put down your guns, everyone." When Hina saw Sifur's face, she finally couldn't keep calm anymore and yelled at the marines to put down their guns. These marines from the lower classes might not know Sifur, but as an elite from the naval headquarters, Hina thinks this face is more terrifying than the Golden Lion. After all, Golden Lion was old and had severed both of his legs, so his fighting power was naturally greatly reduced. The man before him had tied with an admiral in the Sabaody Archipelago just a few days ago. She didn't have the confidence to fight such a person. The marines didn't understand what was going on, but they obeyed the order and put down their guns. "Do you know me?" Sifur was interested. What would Colonel Hina do when he found out he was a wanted criminal? Like the hunting king Luffy? The black-winged demon Ulquiorra Sifur has recently been listed by Naval Headquarters as one of the world's most dangerous villains. Hina was so nervous she didn't even notice her cigarette had dropped. "Why is someone like you still lingering in the first half of the Grand Line? The New World is where you belong." "Really? I'm a very kind person." Sifur slowly walked into the cabin of the warship, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. When he left the house again, he was holding half a watermelon in his hand and eating it bite by bite with a spoon. "Contact Marshal Sengoku at your naval headquarters. I need to tell him something." He then added, "If I come in person, something might happen that no one wants to see." Even though Hina was unwilling, she had no choice but to take out Marshal Sengoku's contact phone from her pocket and dial it, and Sifur immediately snatched it in his hand. "Hina? What's going on?" "I'm Ulquiorra Sifur, I've long heard of you, Marshal Sengoku." At this moment, Sengoku, who was far away in Marineford, suddenly stood up and smashed the entire desk to pieces with the palm of his hand in anger. "Black-winged demon! What on earth are you trying to do? What have you done to my men?" Sengoku desperately wants to know what's happening with Hina and the other marines. After all, the man using her den mushi to communicate with him is a man who can rival the Admiral. He's been labeled the worst person in the world by the world government. "Them? Don't worry, nothing's missing, but I need to take a few people with me," Sifur said, sitting in Hina's seat on the deck. It would be too boring to have only one person on my ship. After saying that, Sifur hung up the Den Mushi. In his opinion, this was just a notification to the parents, but for Sengoku, it was completely different. UBD. Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi was already red with anger. Sifur was trying to steal someone from the marine to be his partner, and he even called to humiliate him. What's going on? The white-haired Tsuru Vice Admiral had just come to have some tea, but ended up seeing Sengoku in a rage. After listening to Sengoku's account of the incident, Vice Admiral Tsuru had a different opinion. He didn't seek out pirates as companions, and he didn't kill marines the 2 times he encountered them. This shows that he's not the villain the world government defines him as. Do you have any room for maneuver with the 5 elders? You mean 7 warlords of the sea? Sengoku calmed down as well and started to think about the possibility of this matter. With such a powerful force, it would be best if he could stand on the marine's side, but he did kill the celestial dragons after all, and the whole world knew about it. Damn Morgause! On the other side, Hina and a middle-aged man on the warship have arrived on Sifur's ship. Colonel Hina, I'd like to trouble you to be my navigator temporarily from now on. Sifur picked up the fishing rod again and sat on the bow of the boat. Hina is angry. Hina was naturally extremely reluctant, but Sifur threatened the lives of all the marines on the warship, so she had to obey. Besides, Uncle Wright is here too. That's right, besides her, another person who was forced to board Sifur's pirate ship was her Uncle Light. He was originally just an ordinary marine chef, who boarded the warship thinking of taking care of himself, but was captured because Sifur lacked a chef. Don't worry, Captain Hina. I'll let you go once I find a suitable navigator, Sifur said, noting her reluctance. The same goes for the chef. You just need to walk with me for a while. Chapter 15. More than 10 days after Sifur kidnapped Hina and her uncle. Sifur, what's your purpose for going to Kakaman Island? Hina, who was steering the ship, asked casually. It's a notorious crime island. Kakaman Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, but due to its remote location and the fact that there is no official country on the island, Marines generally do not come here. This has also led to the island being full of various crimes. Those who have taken root here are basically either human traffickers, pirates, or people with strong backgrounds. It is precisely in such chaotic places that there are some businesses that others dare not do. During these days on Sifur's ship, Hina realized that Sifur was not as bloodthirsty and cruel as she had heard at naval headquarters, and he did not look like a criminal. At Sifur's request, he was addressed by his real name instead of the title on the bounty. Because it's fun. At this time, Sifur no longer fished, but made chess and played chess with Bly in his free time every day. Hina was speechless. Sifur seemed to do things based on his interest. A few days ago, she asked him why he didn't look for pirates as companions but chose herself instead. His answer was also interesting. A man of great strength, a casual personality, and no evil intentions. This was Hina's assessment of him during her observations during this period. The naval headquarters should be the place where he can show his talents, not wander around as a wanted criminal. Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane also think the same as himself. Sifur never restricted Hina's contact with the Marines. Firstly, he was not afraid. Even if all the admirals were dispatched, they could not even solve the second stage of Return Blade, and the Marines could not stop him from leaving. Secondly, the Marine was unwilling and unable to send out more than 2 admirals to capture him. Also, from Hina's mouth, he learned that Marshal Sengoku seemed to intend to make him one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He seems to be trying to communicate this matter with the world government. If they really send an invitation, then it's not impossible. With the title of 7 warlords of the sea, many things will be much easier. After another lunch, Sifur and the others finally arrived at their destination, Kakaman Island, and Hina and the others were no longer wearing marine clothes. As soon as they docked at the port, Sifur felt countless eyes staring at him and his ship. It's Kakaman Island after all. Just what Sifur wanted. The three of them got off the boat one after another. Sifur walked around, Hina went shopping, and Wright wanted to buy food, so he didn't leave anyone on the boat to guard it. He had a better idea. Sir, are you planning to visit the island? A middle-aged man, no taller than Sifur's chest, approached. It'll only cost 100,000 berries a day. My brothers and I will watch the boat for you. Feel free to explore. Hina's brow furrowed, and she was about to step forward to argue. How could a job like this, watching over a ship, cost 100,000 baileys a day? It would only be a few thousand baileys at best. Sifur reached out his hand to stop her, then pointed to a man about 2 meters tall lying on the ground not far behind him, holding a piece of wild grass in his mouth. Is he your brother too? In Sifur's perception, that person's strength was not weak, at least as strong as Hina, and he was extremely powerful among this group of people. That guy. The middle-aged man smiled and said, he's just a little rascal. He's lazy and eats a lot, so he can be considered my little brother. At this time, a sea king jumped high from the sea not far away, as if enjoying a wonderful sunbath. Sifur pointed casually, and a dark green flash of light instantly penetrated it, and at the same time, a huge uzumaki was created in the sea. Take care of the boat, or I'll break your legs. A bag of baileys was thrown into his hand, and Sifur led his men slowly walked past him. The people around him stepped back to make way. Only when he passed by the man holding a grass in his mouth did Sifur glance sideways. The man was also looking at Sifur, but he had completely lost his initial composure. The middle-aged man's hand holding bailey kept shaking. On this island, helping pirates or human traffickers to watch over ships is also a business. There are also many unscrupulous people who take the money and then rob the ships. When I saw that Sifur and his cruise ship was so big and luxurious, but didn't even have a flag, I thought they were honest people who were easy to bully, so I raised the price. I didn't expect that a big devil would come. Everyone, get ready, the middle-aged man shouted. If anything happens to this guy's ship, no one will be held responsible. His brothers rushed forward and guarded the dock tightly, not letting anyone get close. Looking at it this way, he does look a bit like a villain. Hina joked that they had encountered merchant ships at sea in the past few days, and Sifur's friendly appearance made her wonder for a moment if Sifur was really the criminal who killed the celestial dragons. It depends on the person. For evil people, you just need to be more evil than them, Sifur smiled. Having a sword and not using it is different from having no sword at all. The three of them separated in the city. 2 of them went shopping to buy clothes, some food and daily necessities on the ship, while Sifur, of course, went to the most chaotic place to take a look. After all, he had always been extravagant and was about to spend all the millions of baileys he brought from the Dragon King's palace. After spending a little money, a middle-aged man who called himself Brother Kun brought Sifur to the most prosperous and lawless area on Kakaman Island, the Colosseum. Today happened to be the day of the Colosseum's competition. Each force on this island will train its own thugs, and a gladiatorial contest will be held one day every month. The force whose thugs stand last can allocate the island's resources to a certain extent. Can Icelanders outside the influence participate? Of course you can, but if you take the lead but don't have the ability to control it, someone else will naturally take over. See that big guy? He's the boss of this arena, the infamous Killer Bite. The fighting arena was already packed, with people surrounding it in 3 circles inside and 4 outside. However, Brother Kun still had some dignity, and passers-by made way for him wherever he went. Sifur noticed that the eyes of the people looking at Brother Kun were not fearful, but respectful. He secretly pointed to the group of people sitting closest to the arena. Among them was a big guy about 5 meters tall who was sitting in the front and observing the battle. So he is a big pirate with a high bounty. Sifur became interested. Of course. He's a big-name pirate with a bounty of 37 million berries. Brother Kun gestured for Sifur to lower his head and whispered in his ear, I heard that when he first went to sea, he massacred several villages in North Blue. Later, his looting and burning attracted the attention of the naval headquarters, which sent a colonel. He hid here. 37 million? Sifur didn't expect the bounty for such a small character to be very high, but it was much lower than his budget. He thought that since it was a grand line, it should be around 100 million. Isn't there any more powerful person on the island? The kind with a higher bounty? No matter how thin a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Sifur naturally doesn't intend to let him go, but it would be better if he could deal with more of them. A more powerful person? Brother Kun thought that Sifur also wanted to join a force to settle down, but the bounty does not mean that the force is big. The young man is still too young. There's no one with a higher bounty, but there are big shots. Brother Kun's voice became even lower, and he looked around while speaking, afraid that others would hear him. That nearby auction house sells great items every day, but no one ever dares to cause trouble. I heard the 7 warlords of the sea are behind it. If you want to join them, they're the best choice. Auction house? Doflamingo. Chapter 16. Sifur remembered that Doflamingo was indeed a figure in the underworld, and he was able to obtain the Maramara fruit in the plot to lure Luffy. It seems that I have to get to know this guy. The success rate of finding the small fruit through him will be higher. He happens to have subordinates here, so I don't have to go to the new world. The match is over. A man in a suit and vest shouted into the microphone, watching the arena where only a white-haired, knife-wielding man remained standing. The winner is us killers, Captain Bite's men. Ah Jin. Ha ha ha. As expected of Yin, it looks like the right to allocate resources next month is still in my hands. Bite stood up excitedly, and there was constant applause all around. Yin had helped him obtain the distribution rights for 3 consecutive months, but only Yin had no joy on her face. Give me a smile. He walked into the fighting arena and wanted to put his arm around Yin's shoulders, but found that Yin was only half his height, so he patted her hard twice instead. Yin could only give a symbolic fake smile when he heard that. Sifur no longer had the heart to watch them being so proud, so he climbed over the fence of the fighting arena and walked in. Brother Kun tried hard to hold him back but found that he couldn't. Boy! Do you want to join my army? Bate looked at Sifur, who was walking in front of him. He had gotten used to it during this period of time. Whenever Yin won, there were always some little devils who wanted to join him and become powerful men. You're the big pirates with a bounty of 37 million, right? Are there any other bounties on your side? Sifur went straight to the point and asked Bite himself. At this time, everyone felt that the atmosphere was not right. Some spectators who were about to leave after watching the gladiatorial contest also stopped and prepared to watch a good show. Hey! Bate's mouth curled up wildly, as if he heard a joke. Are you a bounty hunter? Do you want to take off this captain's head worth 37 million? Ha ha ha. But Bate suddenly felt a little strange. He hadn't done anything, but he felt dizzy. Wait, wasn't that tall person standing next to Yin himself? Why was his head gone? Until the last wisp of consciousness in his mind disappeared, he still couldn't figure out that his body had been torn apart in an instant. Run away! It's a devil! At this time, the audience began to panic. For them who were in a remote place in the Grand Line, Bite with a bounty of 37 million was already a big shot. It was a very terrifying thing for them that such a big shot was killed in public. No one knew whether Sifur was a murderous pirate. Then tens of thousands of people began pushing and shoving, trying to leave, and cries filled the entire stadium. Quiet! Riots like a tide swept across the entire arena and the audience seats. The originally bustling crowd suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground, leaving only Sifur, Jin, and Kun. Brother Kun was so scared that his legs were shaking. He felt that something was wrong when Sifur entered the fighting arena just now. He didn't expect that he would be such a terrifying man. Are you this guy's companion? Sifur tore off Bite's shirt and wrapped his head. Although it was a bit dirty, it was worth 37 million after all. I'm just a refugee who drifted to the island. I chose to seek refuge with him because I couldn't afford food. We have no connection except for the gladiatorial contest. Ayin hurriedly distanced herself from the matter, fearing that she would be implicated and split in two the next moment. The man in front of her was much stronger than her, and she didn't even know when the knife was taken away. Are there any bounty hunters among his companions? It seems not. Sifur had no intention of continuing the conversation with him. He picked up the package and walked towards Brother Kun. Come on, take me to the auction house. Yes. Brother Kun also became restrained at this time, and even wondered if Sifur would kill him after taking him to the auction house. After all, he looked like a demon who would kill without blinking an eye. Ayin looked at the headless corpses lying on the ground and the tens of thousands of people who had fainted on the ground. In a fit of rage, he rushed to Sifur and knelt down. Please accept me as your subordinate, sir. Sifur didn't stop, nor did he even respond. If every time he showed his strength, someone wanted to become his companion, and he paid attention to them every time, it would be too boring. After all, Whitebeard knelt down and wanted to follow him because he saved his life. This Ayin was just a slave who surrendered to power. There are countless strong people in the world. Those who submit to Sifur because of his strength will betray Sifur one day because of the strength of others or their own strength. What Sifur is looking for is a partner, someone who is willing to accompany him all the way, and someone who is willing to give up everything to subvert the world with him. Seeing that Sifur did not respond, Brother Kun could only hurry to catch up, while Yin remained kneeling on the ground and did not stand up until Sifur left. No one knew what he was thinking. The auction house was very close. Under the guidance of Brother Kun, they arrived at a huge circular building in about 10 minutes. Please show us your invitation. Just as they were about to go in, the armed guards at the door stopped them. Brother Kun looked at Sifur nervously. Just now in the arena, he could squeeze in if the Icelanders gave him some face, but no one gave him face in the auction house. Tell your boss that my name is Ulquiera Sifur, and I have a deal to discuss with him. Sifur didn't rush in directly. He still needed Doflamingo's help to find the little fruit, so there was no need to start a fight. Moreover, he believed that with Doflamingo's personality, his men would not be unaware of him. What? Someone wants to see me. The auction house owner was sitting in a private room, legs crossed, drinking red wine and listening to the wonderful sounds of transactions going on at the auction, when he was interrupted by a security guard. No. He said his name is Ulquiera Sifur. He has a deal to discuss with you. What? He jumped up from his chair, not even caring about the red wine spilling all over his coat. How could he not know Sifur's name? The young master had given a death order that if he met this person, he must find a way to win him over. Besides, he was in the underground world, so how could he not know about the Sabaody Archipelago incident that shocked the whole world some time ago? It was too late to change clothes, so he immediately took off his coat, told the maid to wipe up all the red wine spilled on the ground, and then followed the guards and ran quickly towards the door of the auction house. Brother Kun was about to collapse at this moment. He wanted to escape from here immediately. The oppression he felt by staying next to Sifur was too great, especially when he was holding the package in his hand. I am just an old man who never bullies civilians and is always willing to help others. Why should I accept money from this devil and lead the way for him? Maybe he will kill himself because of this, or after he leaves, Bates' men will blame everything on himself. At this moment, Brother Kun just wanted to go home quickly and find a deserted place to hide with his family. As for leaving, the port was full of ruthless guys who would eat people without leaving any bones. If you go there, you will be skinned alive. Mr. Sifur. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm the owner of this auction house. Just call me Basi. The moment Basi saw Sifur, his whole body was in taciturn. With the strength of an admiral and the courage to kill celestial dragons, the man in front of him was undoubtedly a madman in his eyes. I want to talk to your boss, you know who I'm talking about. Sitting in the seat in the box that originally belonged to Basi, Sifur asked him to take out the den mushi. Bulu 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 bulu. The call is connected. What's wrong, Basi? I am Ulquira Sifur. Chapter 17. Seeing that the den mushi was connected, Basi, Kun Ge and others tactfully left the box, allowing Sifur and Ming Ge to communicate alone. The den mushi was stunned for a moment, and then Ming Ge's signature laugh was heard. Why would a man like you go to such a remote place? Just making some extra money, Sifur casually placed the package on the table. I need your help with something. A small fruit? What a useless fruit, I've never seen before, so, what do you plan to use as a reward? After a conversation, Ming Ge was naturally willing to give Sifur face, but he also needed to get certain benefits. If necessary, I can help you once, no matter if the opponent is a marine admiral, 4 emperors, or celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha, deal done, black-winged demon. In Ming Ge's opinion, exchanging an almost useless fruit for an admiral-level move is simply a huge profit. After the conversation, Sifur and Minga naturally didn't chat anymore and returned the den mushi to Tomo outside the door. However, after taking the den mushi, he ran to a corner and listened to the instructions coming from the other side, nodding his head continuously. After hanging up the den mushi, Tomo was completely different when he returned to the box. He no longer had the panic he had when he first met Sifur, but instead was filled with pride and respect. Mr. Sifur, the young master asked me to give you this den mushi to facilitate your communication. Basi handed the den mushi respectfully. Also, he said if you like anything from this auction house, you can take it as a gift from the young master. Oh? Then I'll have to take a look. Since Doflamingo was so understanding, Sifur was naturally willing to accept his kindness. Led by Basi, Sifur and Brother Kun came to the backstage of the auction, where were placed the goods that had not yet been auctioned. Dad! I'm here. Dad, save me. At this time, in a cage, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, dressed delicately and cute, cried after seeing Brother Kun. Xiao Kui. Brother Kun ran towards the cage in disbelief. He just came out to make some quick money, but his daughter was actually brought to the auction house. Brother Kun turned around and wanted to kneel down to Sifur, but Sifur held him back. It was natural for the weak to kneel down to the strong, but he didn't want a father to kneel down to others in front of his children. Let this kid go. I still don't like seeing human traffickers. Clear. Basi immediately asked his men to release Xiao Kui from the cage, and at the same time instructed his subordinates to deal with the human traffickers on the island. For Basi, the human trafficking business on a remote island is gone. Anyway, he will be able to go to New World soon. Now his main task is to please the person in front of him. The released Xiaokui threw herself into Brother Kun's arms and cried bitterly. From the time she was captured until now, her throat was almost hoarse from shouting, but no one wanted to pay attention to her. She thought she would never see her father again in this life. Brother Kun's eyes also turned red. He suddenly felt that the most normal thing he had ever done in his life was meeting Sifur today. If he had not led him the way but done other things, he couldn't believe what would become of Xiaokui. Sifur walked around the backfield and found that it was all useless garbage to him, such as sharp knives, jewelry, etc., which were not in his eyes at all. Are there any other wanted criminals on this island? Sifur could only turn his attention back to the bounty. Mr. Sifur, this island is called a crime island, but in reality, it's just a place where some small-time people who can't make it on the Grand Line stay for a long time. Basi was sweating, thinking that there were almost no people like him who had such a high bounty and were still in the first half. This answer was within Sephiroth's expectations. It seemed that he still had to travel around and had no plans to return to New World for the time being. This head is worth 37 million. Is it okay for you to exchange it for cash? Sephiroth threw the package in his hand towards Ba Temple. If he could handle it here, he wouldn't have to find a way to go to the Marine branch. After all, he could kidnap 2 Marines on his ship. Of course. In fact, I just sent someone to get the money. Basi took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, handed the package to the guard beside him, and then asked someone to bring the things he had just asked him to prepare. Just now, when Sephiroth was talking to the young master, he learned about what happened in the arena. It was easy to guess that Sephiroth came for the bounty. Being in the underground world, Basi is not very strong, but he can serve under Doflamingo, naturally because he is good at observing people's words and expressions. For many things, you don't have to do them just because your boss asks you to do them, but when he asks you to do them, he finds that you have already prepared them in advance. This is what makes an excellent subordinate. Here is the Bailey that Mr. Sephiroth wanted. There are also some precious jewelry and gold inside. Consider it a gift for Mr. Sephiroth. Sephiroth took the package, which was as big as several people, from the 2 guards and put it on his shoulders. It would be a waste to refuse the gift from others. Let's just leave now. This place is too boring. Sephiroth originally thought that he could make at least 100 million or 200 million by coming to this island, but he didn't expect that the bounty on pirates here was not only low, but there was only 1 bounty on it. It seems that I have overestimated the strength of the first half. Only where King Luffy passes by will there be more bounty-wielding criminals. Fortunately, he got to know Doflamingo and gained a lot of benefits. Sephiroth estimated that the bag on his shoulder was worth over 100 million. My benefactor, Sang-kun, will never forget what happened today. Sephiroth waved his hand as Kun's voice came from behind. This matter was just a small favor. As for whether they would be retaliated by Bite's men after he left, Basi naturally knew how to deal with it. Sephiroth lightly swiped his finger, and a huge crack appeared in the space before his eyes. He walked into it under the surprised gaze of everyone. Have you been taking good care of my ship? At the dock, the space shattered and Sephiroth walked out carrying a package. Yes. Sir, we have been guarding it carefully. 2 groups of people came and tried to attack your ship, but we drove them away. The middle-aged man who collected the money stood straight and answered Sephiroth like a soldier reporting to his superior. Looking at the few wounded soldiers scattered among his men, Sephiroth knew he was not lying. May I have your name? Sephiroth looked at the man who had been holding the grass in his mouth. His shirt had become tattered, but he did not seem to be injured. Charlotte Weir. Will was not afraid at all, staring straight into Sephiroth's eyes. He even wanted to test the gap between himself and the man in front of him. Who is Big Mom to you? I don't know him. Is this the bloodline of that woman that is lost outside? Sephiroth couldn't be sure, but his physical condition was the best Sephiroth had seen in all his long time at sea. My ship is still short of a helmsman. Are you interested? I can't always let Hina be the navigator and the helm. Besides, if I really become a Shichibukai, I still have to return. Promise it now. Everyone present was silently thinking in their hearts that if they could get on the boat of the person in front of them, they would reach the sky in 1 step. I refuse. To the surprise of everyone present, Will only thought for a moment and then gave the answer. You're strong, but I can be even stronger. One day in the future, I'll have my own ship, find my partners, and I'll surpass you. Chapter 18. Surpass me? That's a long way to go. Since he was rejected, Sephiroth turned and walked towards the little crow, without commenting on Will's idea. Although he might be a child abandoned by Big Mom, his bloodline only gave him the talent to become a general, but it is still unknown how far he will grow. As for surpassing themselves, young people who have not yet gone to sea are naturally arrogant and think they are geniuses. However, they do not know that even the genius among geniuses has only reached the threshold of his own level. You'd better not even think about going out to sea. You can't possibly surpass that monster. If you don't go out to sea, you'll only feel the gap between you two, like mayfly in a big tree. If you go out to sea, you'll know the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Hina and Wright were just returning to the dock carrying bags when they heard Will's childish remarks. In Hina's eyes, it was hard to imagine another monster like Zephyr. Marine Admiral? 4 emperors? Those powerful figures were comparable to him, but Zephyr was still young. He still had a lot of time to grow. Besides, if it can stop a young man from becoming a pirate, it's good. Damn the great pirates era. Will ignored him and quietly watched Zephyr's back as he walked away. He wanted to remember this person well. His first goal after going out to sea was to surpass him. Seeing that he didn't respond, Hina didn't intend to make herself bored and followed Zephyr onto the boat. Hina is very curious. You came to Kakaman Island empty-handed. Where did you get all those Baileys and jewels? Did you do anything bad? Hina saw the package that Zephyr had casually placed on the deck, walked over and took a peek, and was almost blinded by the dazzling golden light. Fortunately, she had been wearing sunglasses. I killed a bounty hunter and exchanged it for money from the people on the island. As for the jewelry, it was given to me by someone else. Take it if you like. Zephyr was looking at the map. Although he couldn't understand it, he planned to find a destination with an interesting name as his next stop. Hina was very upset by Zephyr's perfunctory attitude, and she could only take a few handfuls of jewelry from the package to express her anger. Really? Hina is so upset. When are you going to let us go back to naval headquarters? Wright was at the helm. Hina, who had a rare moment of free time, started nagging in Zephyr's ear again. Wait for the invitation from the 7 warlords of the sea. Zephyr answered her for the first time, and it also made her feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, if you two want to leave Marine and become my companions, that's fine too. After all, we get along pretty well. Although they are weak, at least they are not cowards. Hina surrendered without a fight only because she was afraid that she would destroy the warship. Moreover, as a Marine from the headquarters, her quality is still very good. Haha, I'm fine with anything. I became a Marine to take care of my little Hina. Mr. Zephyr is a very interesting person. Wright naturally had no objection. As a middle-aged man, after being together for such a long time, he still believed in Zephyr's character. Uncle. We are the headquarters Marines. Hina is going to be mad. Hina also thought that Zephyr was a very interesting person and would never hurt innocent people, but he was a wanted criminal after all. How could she give up easily when she had worked so hard to become a Marine colonel? Zephyr, how did you become so powerful? Hina asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Even if he had been training since birth, he shouldn't be so young to be comparable to the Admiral. That's a good question. Maybe it's innate. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Zephyr's answer made Hina roll her eyes, but he couldn't possibly say that he had traveled through time and space and possessed someone else's power. The 3 of them traveled around for a month in the first half of the trip. Zephyr was still extravagant and never looked at the prices when eating or buying things, so he killed many pirates along the way. For a while, the pirates in the first half of the trip became more restrained. The invitation from the 7 warlords of the sea was delayed, and Hina and Wright spent quite a while with Zephyr. They completely let down their guard, as if they really regarded themselves as Zephyr's partners. Bulu 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 bulu. After a long time, Hina's den mushi rang. I'm Hina. Is that guy with you? Sengoku's tired voice came from the other side. It's me. Hina handed over the den mushi. The world government has agreed to invite you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but one of the original 7 needs to be kicked out. It's up to you to figure it out. Is it that simple? Sifur expressed his doubts. He had killed celestial dragons, so why were the 5 elders willing to let him become the 7 warlords of the sea? Of course it's not that simple. Sengoku's tone darkened. They originally wanted you to go to Marijoy's and apologize to the celestial dragon's family. I argued with them for a long time. Recently, a lot of powerful newcomers have emerged from all over the world and started pouring into the Grand Line. In view of your recent crazy hunting behavior of pirates, we plan to have you guard the Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, for 2 years. 1 year at most. Sifur's attitude was very tough. The only use of 7 warlords of the sea to him was that he could take the world government's route for daily navigation, which was more convenient. How could he be bound by it? I am willing to guard for a year because the agreement with Shirahoshi is for 1 year. They didn't say that the 1 year is counted from the time I become Shichibukai. I am already guarding in advance. Besides, those so-called super newcomers should be ready to enter the new world in about a year, so it's not a bad idea to play with them for a while. Okay, then 1 year. Sengoku's tone was relaxed, as if he hadn't expected it. Sifur remained silent for a moment, apparently believing he hadn't expected him to agree to this request. When you bring down a Shichibukai, you can take over. Before Sengoku could finish his words, Sifur had already hung up the Den Mushi. So? When and which Shichibukai are you planning to take action against? Hina's expression was a little unnatural. If Sifur defeated a Shichibukai right away, she would have to say goodbye to him. She had been quite happy during this period. No. Hina, what are you thinking? You're a marine and he's a pirate. How can you be happy with him? Thinking of this, Hina suddenly realized that Sifur was not a pirate at all. Apart from killing celestial dragons, his behavior was more like a bounty hunter. He didn't even have the most basic pirate flag. No hurry, the time is not up yet. Sifur planned to get rid of Crocodile and meet with the Ace brothers. The plot hasn't developed to that point yet, and it would be bad if he ruined it. By the way, you're about to become a Shichibukai, aren't you planning on flying your own pirate's flag? Hina reminded. I'm not a pirate, why do I need a pirate flag? Sifur pulled out a large rectangular piece of black cloth. Draw me one. No skull needed, just a mask. Just know it's my flag. Since you've begged Hina so sincerely, Hina will help you. Hina took the black cloth and began to paint on it seriously. After a few hours, the little crow finally welcomed the first and only flag in its life. 2 dark green tear marks were clearly visible on the pure white mask, and a pair of pointed helmets were placed on the head. But above those eyes, he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Chapter 19. What are these sunglasses? Do you want to be my companion? Sifur teased. After all, I've been sailing with you for so long. I was the one who drew the patterns for you. What's wrong with adding a pair of small sunglasses? A puff of smoke blew towards Sifur, but dissipated in mid-air. Next stop is Gaia. Sifur didn't care about the flag. To him it was just a formality. As long as it wasn't ugly, it didn't matter what it looked like. Is it because it's fun this time? Hina sensed something was amiss. In previous voyages, they would just look at the nautical chart and randomly pick an island as their destination. But this time, Sifur named it without even looking at the nautical chart, nor did he ask them what kind of place Gaia was. No, go find someone to be my partner. Sifur was lying on the bow of the boat, and just a casual word made Hina cheer up. Who was Sifur? The future 7 warlords of the sea, a being whose power rivaled that of an admiral. He knew how high his vision was. During the past month of sailing, there have been more than 100 pirates who wanted to join his army after being defeated, including some big pirates with bounties as high as 50 million berries. Those people became Bailey on the ship without even giving him a moment's hesitation. The people who made him take the initiative to find them were probably not ordinary people. Hina knew that Zephyr had initially approached them simply because he needed 2 people on board. Otherwise, their abilities would not have been enough to impress him. As for inviting the 2 of them to leave Marine and stay, it was only because they had been together for a while and treated themselves as friends. Hina couldn't imagine what would happen if a small monster appeared on the big monster's ship. Fortunately, he was about to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so he hoped that he could always remain kind. Pa! As Zephyr threw a gold coin into the sky, the newsbird returned a copy of the latest newspaper, which fell next to Hina. The black-winged demon, Ulquiera Zephyr, is on a killing spree in paradise, the first half of the Grand Line. The number of pirates entering the Grand Line and New World has plummeted in recent months. It seems he's suppressing paradise for some reason. Hina found that the newspaper was almost entirely reporting on Zephyr's power and violence. She looked up at Zephyr, who was still basking in the sun, and read out every word. Humph, it seems the world government has started to build momentum for me. Zephyr knew what was going on just by thinking about it. As long as I continue to riot, the newsbirds will continue to report on me, making the little devils in the park terrified. If I become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, my intimidation to new little devils will be greatly increased. Sengoku had discussed the promotion of Zephyr in a meeting with many vice admirals. They had witnessed Zephyr's massacre of the pirates, and Hina had always kept in touch with them. They believe that Zephyr has the most evil intentions towards other pirates among all the Shichibukai. He is like a double-edged sword. If used properly, he will effectively reduce the proportion of ordinary people going out to sea as pirates. Therefore, until Zephyr becomes the 7 warlords of the sea, they will keep a close eye on him, constantly magnifying his terror and shocking the world. Would Zephyr be defeated by the old Shichibukai? They had never considered this question. The strength of the Admiral level was unquestionable. Mr. Zephyr! Look, there's another pirate's ship. Light, who was at the helm, looked excited. During this period, several pirate groups had been destroyed by Zephyr. They were all ignorant kids who wanted to rob people. By the time they realized how powerful Zephyr was, it was too late. Those are all white Baileys. Zephyr usually kills them or has Hina imprison them, and then switches to Bailey. It was like they were all his Baileys. How could Wright not be excited? For the first time in his life, he'd experienced the feeling of countless Baileys attacking him just by cooking, steering, and playing chess. Look! Almost all the pirates on the pirate ship shouted, "What a huge ship! There's even a strange pirate flag flying on it. Let's rob it!" They were the wolf pirates, who had been burning, killing, and looting all the way from North Blue to the Grand Line. They had robbed merchant ships more than once or twice like other pirate groups, so they were used to it. Only one pirate holding a telescope was looking at Zephyr standing at the bow. He always felt that he had seen this face somewhere before, and he had an ominous premonition. Chirp chirp! The sound of the newsbird came. Newspaper. He remembered that he had seen this in the newspaper some time ago. The pirate's ship was approaching the Little Crow, and everyone was ready to do something big, but he quickly rushed back to his room, picked up the newspaper from the table and flipped through it. Finally, after a few pages, he saw the report about the Sabaody Archipelago incident and Zephyr's ridiculously high reward. Captain! Stop now! He rushed in like a madman, found the captain who was sitting calmly at the bow drinking, and put the newspaper in front of him. The people on that ship are the culprits of the Sabaody Archipelago incident, the great pirate's black-winged demon with a bounty of 1.348 billion. The sky seemed to darken a little. The captain was now trembling and unable to speak, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the sail. Is there anyone here with a bounty on his head? Zephyr's voice came from above, and the pirates also noticed Zephyr's tall figure standing on the top of the sail pillar. Although they didn't know when he came over, it did not affect the pirates' high morale. The little devil actually showed up at our door. Our captain is a supervillain with a bounty of 60 million. Before he could finish his words, a knife flashed. The younger brother who spoke never figured out until his death why he was killed by the captain when he was clearly demonstrating for him. At this time, everyone on the ship fell silent. The captain's behavior could only mean one thing: they were in big trouble. Sifur didn't care. As long as the other party was a wanted criminal, it didn't matter what his name was. Even though you can't hear me, thanks anyway. It saved me some effort. Hypothetical bullet. Just one finger, and the captain felt as if a giant had punched him hard. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, as if all the bones in his body were broken. He lay on the deck unable to move. Captain! You're not dead? You're worthy of being a man worth 60 million. Then let you live. Sifur's praise was full of sarcasm in everyone's ears, but they didn't dare to stand up. The captain kept scanning his crew members with fear and pleading eyes, but unfortunately, they all avoided his gaze wherever his eyes met. Sifur grabbed his collar like a chicken and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Is it safe? The pirates on the ship didn't dare to breathe. That man was so terrifying that even the captain, whose bounty was as high as 60 million, was killed by him with just one move. Revenge for the captain? That's impossible. We finally made it to the Grand Line, how can we just risk our lives like that? If the captain is gone, just replace him with another one. This is the captain of the Wolf Pirates. Hina immediately recognized the man who was thrown onto the deck by Sifur like a dead dog. After all, a bounty of 60 million was indeed considered a big pirate in the first half of Grand Line. 60 million. As expected of Mr. Sifur. After hearing about his bounty, Light was already thinking about what to buy on the next island. Just let that ship get away like that. On the Wolf Pirates ship, the pirates tried their best to speed up and get away, fearing that they would be left behind if they ran half a second slower. What is that? When everyone looked over, they saw a flash of emerald green light, and then the entire pirates' ship was shattered. The evil wolf pirates were destroyed. Chapter 20. The closest one is Fort Navarro at Marine G8 base. The person stationed there is Vice Admiral Jonathan. Hina took out a sea chart, looked at it carefully, and suggested that Sifur go to G8 to exchange the bounty. Nabarro Fortress is also on the way to Gaia. Most importantly, Vice Admiral Jonathan is one of the people who knows you will become a Shichibukai. If you go there, you can even take a look inside the marine base. Then let's go there. Sifur didn't care which branch he went to, but it would be nice to go in and take a look. After getting Sifur's consent, Hina took out Den Mushi and contacted Jonathan Vice Admiral. After all, it would be bad if she didn't discuss it in advance and something went wrong. Nabarro Fortress, Base Commander's Office. What's wrong? You seem a little troubled. A beautiful woman pressed on the shoulder of Vice Admiral Jonathan. She was the chief cook of G8 base and Jonathan's wife Jessica. Hina and the Reserve 7 warlords of the sea are bringing a wanted criminal to our branch in exchange for the bounty. That's great, isn't it? We haven't seen little Hina in a while. Jessica suddenly realized, you mean that super problematic criminal is coming too? Well, based on the opinions from headquarters and the descriptions of Hina and Admiral Kuzan, it's only a matter of time before he becomes Shichibukai. Naturally, I won't refuse him. I heard he's a guy who likes killing pirates for bounties. Aside from the Celestial Dragons incident, he's never done anything bad, so there's nothing to worry about. Jessica squeezed Jonathan's shoulders hard and told him not to think too much. That's why I'm worried. That guy has been slaughtering the Grand Line pirates lately. His behavior is very similar to that of a good friend of mine. Vice Admiral Jonathan placed his hands on the table with his chin resting on it, his face showing no sign of relaxation. My good friend recently returned from New World and will be passing through our base in the next 2 days before returning to headquarters. You mean that? Jonathan nodded, and an eerie silence fell in the office. After 2.5 days, Sifur and others finally arrived at the Navarro fortress. The base gate had been opened in advance to await their arrival. Jonathan and his wife were waiting there with a dozen high-ranking marines. Sifur slowly walked down the boat carrying the nearly dead pirates. Hina, wearing a cloak of justice and holding a cigarette in her mouth, followed him down in a heroic manner, with the same temperament as when Sifur first met her. Is this Fort Navarro? This is my first time here. Wright looked around with emotion. Only pirates in Sifur's hands felt like he had arrived in heaven. For the past 2.5 days, no one on the ship had cared about him. Not only was he not treated for such a serious injury, he was also not given any food. The key point was that he didn't dare to speak. He had seen Sifur destroy his pirate's ship with one blow. Thinking about the words "no matter life or death" written on the bounty order, he was determined to be an invisible person on the ship. Finally, after experiencing pain and hunger, he made it here and will start his beautiful new life in prison. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ulquiera. Welcome to G8. Jonathan looked at Sifur, who was much taller than him, and walked forward fearlessly and stretched out his right hand. Jessica couldn't help but clench her hands, and the marines around her were so nervous that they didn't dare to move. They knew who was coming today 2 days ago. I've heard a lot about you, Jonathan, Vice Admiral, Sifur said, accepting his offer. Also, just call me Sifur. Oh. Sifur has heard of me. Hearing Sifur say that he had heard a lot about his name, Jonathan began to think about whether he had done anything remarkable that even such a big shot knew him. I heard Hina talk about it on the boat a few days ago. The scene suddenly became quiet, as if a crow was flying in the sky, but the atmosphere was not as tense as it was at the beginning. Don't take it personally. That's just the way he is. But he has no ill will towards Marine, so there's no need to be so restrained. Hina could see that everyone present was suspicious or afraid of the Sifur bag. This guy is worth 60 million, and he's still got a breath left. Sifur tossed the pirates in his hand to the marine standing nearby. If it's Bailey, just put him on my ship. Okay. 2 marines carried the tearful pirates away. Won't you take me for a walk, Jonathan, Vice Admiral? With great pleasure. Wright and many marines followed the 2 of them and began to accompany Sifur to visit the fortress, but only a few marines remained at this time. Don't worry, Sister Jessica, this guy is actually quite friendly. After Sifur left, Hina seemed like a different person, rushing forward and hugging Jessica's shoulders. Girl, it seems that you have only grown up in certain areas over the years. Jessica flicked her fingers lightly, causing Hina's cheeks to turn red instantly. Little Hina, we all know that you were kidnapped by that guy and taken away to be a navigator. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and Jessica looked at Hina seriously. It's only a matter of time before he becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Your current stay on his ship can be understood as a convenience for contacting headquarters. Once he takes the throne, you must leave immediately. As a woman, Jessica could see that Hina and Sifur were like partners on the same ship, so she wanted to remind Hina that they were Marines. What are you talking about, Jessica? Hina doesn't want to stay on that annoying guy's ship. I wish he could take the position of Shichibukai right away so I can go back to naval headquarters. Hina felt a little uncomfortable. In her opinion, Sifur was a very good person and they were good friends, but her position destined her to part ways with Sifur. It's a good thing that Colonel Hina thinks so. Before they noticed, a marine warship actually came in. A 3-meter-tall man wearing a red suit and a cloak of justice on his shoulders stood behind them. On the other side, walking beside Jonathan and watching the soldiers patrolling and training everywhere, Sifur felt a little novel but nothing special. Sifur, what do you think of my base? It's a fortress that's as strong as a wall of steel. While Jonathan was introducing the situation of his base to Sifur, he also did not forget to brag about himself. An iron wall? Sifur suddenly thought, it seems that the so-called iron wall has no good results. It's really an iron wall to deal with those newbies. Sifur felt roughly that there was not a single strong man in the entire fortress. Jonathan in front of him is only about as capable as Hina, and seems to be a mere civil servant. Strength is what matters. Your sophisticated layout, powerful firepower, advanced technology, and specialized nets for users with special abilities appear to be able to handle any emergency, but in reality, your base doesn't even have a single person capable of engaging in direct combat. With Arrancar, all it takes is one strong physical fighter to charge into the crowd, and everything in your fortress will be useless, unless you are ready to sacrifice everything for justice. A gruff voice interrupted Sifur. Chapter 21. Ha ha ha, he really looks like you when you were younger, Sakazuki. Jonathan, the Vice Admiral, laughed and turned around. Standing behind them was none other than Sakazuki, one of the three strongest Marines, the Admiral of the headquarters, a man of justice who insisted on seeing things through to the end. When I was young, I never thought of becoming a pirate. Sakazuki's words were as hot as magma. One or two people with some ability are running away to become pirates. Who will uphold justice? Admiral Sakazuki, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not a pirate by nature. As a high-ranking Marine, I think you should know why I have a bounty on my head. Akainu certainly knew that Sifur was not a pirate, otherwise the first words he would say when meeting Sifur would be Great Eruption. Although Sifur has now been accredited as a pirate and will soon become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Akainu still feels regretful, as he has learned about the pirates' recent massacres. No matter if it was for the bounty or something else, his way of doing things really suits Akainu's taste. Pirates and the like, all the evildoers should be eliminated so that the world can usher in justice. If it weren't for the Celestial Dragon's incident, this guy should have been my comrade in arms. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two seemed a little off, Jonathan, the Vice Admiral, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. You too. The base has prepared lunch for you. I think it's almost time, why don't you go eat first? In the Marine mess hall, many Marines stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Sifur and Akainu sat at 2 adjacent tables, constantly putting food into their mouths with their hands, and the empty plates and bowls in front of them had piled up like a mountain. Sister Jessica! Come and help! The kitchen is overwhelmed. The chefs who were frantically stirring the woks were in tears. Jonathan, the Vice Admiral, had told them in advance that 2 big eaters would be coming today, but he didn't say that these 2 people could eat 60 servings of food in one go. Jessica watched how quickly the 2 of them finished the food, and was stunned for a moment before quickly rolling up her sleeves and joining the chefs. Hina's hand holding the cigarette froze in the air. Having been on Sifur's boat for so long, she knew that Sifur was a big eater, eating enough for dozens of people at a time. But this was the first time she saw Sifur eat so much and so quickly. Isn't it done yet? The Marines next to him kept clearing the table for Akainu and replacing the food with new ones, but the speed at which the food was served was still slower than the speed at which he ate. Sifur, who was eating hard, suddenly felt a malicious attack. When he wanted to reach out to protect the last braised lion head in front of him, it was too late. Akainu had already stuck his chopsticks into the lion's head and stuffed it into his mouth as Sifur looked at him in disbelief. UBD. Just as Akainu was feeling happy, Sifur took the meatballs that were originally placed on his table and poured them all into his mouth. The 2 of them instantly became competitive and began frantically grabbing the food on each other's table, slapping each other's hands away as they grabbed a handful. Got it. Sifur's outstretched left hand was firmly locked by Akainu's palm like a vice, while Akainu's other hand reached out to Sifur's dining table. It was as if a gust of cold wind blew over, and everyone felt creepy. A pair of huge wings spread out, and Sifur had already started a return to the blade. Is this the form that even Aokiji found so difficult that he finally chose to retreat? Akainu's attention was distracted by Sephiroth's changes, which led to Sephiroth's slight effort and a sudden twist to break free from his palm, standing behind Akainu. He smoothly extended his hand to the Marines who were waiting for their dishes to be served behind Akainu. In the blink of an eye, all the dishes were cleared out. The food was delicious, thank you for the hospitality. Sephiroth even sat back at his dining table, pulled out a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly. What kind of monster is this? Almost everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their heads. It was unheard of that they could finish nearly 100 servings of food in a short time. Akainu and Jonathan were not very surprised. In this world, the stomachs of the strong were like bottomless pits. They would be surprised if Sephiroth didn't eat much. Mr. Sakazuki, why don't you eat any more? Are you full? Sephiroth wiped his mouth and did not forget to mock Akainu. The temperature in the cafeteria rose sharply. Now that you're full, why not let me see if you're as scary as that Aokiji guy says you are? Akainu has always had a hot temper, and since this opportunity was rare, he naturally wanted to test the capabilities of the prospective Shichibukai in front of him and see if this colleague was really worth his expectations. Wait a minute, Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Jonathan was unhappy. If these two monsters were allowed to fight in this fortress, the G8 base would be reduced to ruins. Hina, go check if there's any uninhabited islands nearby or somewhere suitable for us to have a good fight. Sephiroth could see that Akainu had no intention of killing him. There seemed to be more regret in his eyes, perhaps because he felt that he was of the same kind as him. But since he had invited him so kindly, Sephiroth wanted to see just how far he could go with a single blade return. As for the double blade return, he couldn't reveal his trump card easily, it all depended on whether Akainu had the ability. You too. Vice Admiral Jonathan wanted to persuade them, but both of them raised their hands in tacit understanding to signal him to shut up. Hina was already looking through the nautical charts and the records of the Marine branch. How could the decision made by two top masters be changed just because of a small person like them? Found it. Just a few minutes after Sephiroth and Akainu stared at each other, Hina found their battlefield, an island called Rexino. It is only about 100 nautical miles away from the G8 base. The entire island is almost covered by jungles and mountains, and various ferocious beasts roam around. The harsh terrain, cruel ecological environment and inconvenient location have resulted in almost no one paying attention to it for many years. It is the perfect battlefield for Akainu and Sephiroth. After getting on the Marine's warship, the two stood on the deck together and looked towards the direction of Rexino. As if by tacit agreement, none of the Marines stayed here, including Hina and Jonathan. I'm curious about what it was like to give the order to bombard the refugee ship carrying civilians during the O'Hara incident 20 years ago. Sephiroth asked a question that he had always been curious about without any hesitation. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. Akainu didn't care about this matter. In his opinion, this matter could not shake the justice in his heart. But he did not explain more to Sephiroth. In his opinion, Sephiroth was just a young man who was more to his liking and whom he was optimistic about, so he didn't need to tell him everything. Carry it through to the end. Sephiroth could actually guess a little bit, just like Doflamingo couldn't accept Corazon's betrayal, Akainu couldn't tolerate even a grain of sin in his eyes. Sephiroth cannot do such a thing as bombarding the refugee ship, but someone must do this. The evil factor must be completely eradicated. In this process, sacrifice is inevitable. As for whether O'Hara is really guilty, only those in a higher position can make the final decision. If they say you have it, then you have it. They can always find excuses to accuse someone of something. Akainu probably experienced too much and saw everything too clearly, so he tried his best to climb up. Chapter 22. Report to Admiral Sakazuki, we have arrived at Rexino Island. I saw it. Because Rexino is already a deserted island with no port at all, warships can only dock at sea close to the shore. Akainu narrowed his eyes, an observation haki instantly enveloped the entire island, but no human presence was detected. Looks like we can fight to our heart's content. Sephiroth's neural probe also scanned the island and found no human habitation. After we land, drive the warship further away. Sakazuki, are you planning to? Jonathan still couldn't believe it. Could it be that these two people were going to fight with all their might on the island? But before he could finish his question, Sephiroth and Akainu had already left the warship using Xiongquan and Moonwalk respectively. The two of them continued to speed up, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived at the center of the island. The place is picturesque with clear water and green mountains, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. It can even be called a paradise on earth. Even Sephiroth and Akainu couldn't help but stop to appreciate it. What a pity that such a beautiful scenery will no longer exist after today. Sephiroth sighed. The battle between the strong will always destroy the weak. Akainu's body began to heat up, and a trace of magma seemed to be overflowing from his gloves. You are so impatient. Sephiroth didn't suppress his Ryutsu this time, and the black rain poured down, but was evaporated by the heat just as it was about to hit Akainu. Block it, black-winged demon! With a flap of his wings, Sephiroth completed his return to the sword, and Ryutsu crushed all the surrounding trees. The wild beasts that were hiding nearby and watching at first were frightened by the breath. In a moment, the birds and beasts scattered in fright, and even the fish in the rivers sank to the bottom of the water and quickly moved away. How terrifying! The people far away on the warship didn't even dare to breathe at this moment. Even from such a long distance, Sephiroth's Ryutsu could make them feel terrified. Hina's expression was the most solemn among everyone. She had been on Sephiroth's ship for so long, but she had never felt such a terrifying aura from him. The fight hasn't even started yet, but the aura alone is already shocking. If a fight really breaks out with this kind of force, neither of them will feel good. Come on, Sakazuki! Sephiroth hooked his fingers, and faced Akainu's fist covered with armament haki. Sephiroth dodged to the side and responded with a powerful punch, but Akainu blocked it with an elbow. After dozens of rounds, they were evenly matched. Wherever the two men passed, the ground cracked. Just from their physical contest, the overflowing fist force and fist wind were enough to dent the foot of a towering mountain. Bang! The fists collided together. Dark Hound! Akainu's right fist turned into molten lava, wrapping around Sephiroth's fist. Then the outer layer of lava began to heat up and turned into magma, gushing towards Sephiroth. Sephiroth quickly covered Ryutsu all over his body, and the magma dissipated when it hit Ryutsu. Not good. Akainu realized that Dark Hound didn't work, so he immediately transformed his arm into an elemental form to try to escape, but was caught by Sephiroth using Ryutsu in return. Akainu, whose arm could not be transformed into an element, also attacked Sephiroth with his other hand, which was also pinched by him. Then Sephiroth exerted force with both arms, pulled Akainu up, spun him around in the air, and threw him heavily to the ground. Akainu fell face first onto the ground, and when he raised his head again, several scars appeared on his face. Just as Sephiroth was about to repeat his old trick, throwing Akainu up from the ground and then knocking him down, Akainu kicked forward with his legs in the air and kicked Sephiroth in the abdomen. Sephiroth loosened his hands in pain and took several steps back, holding his stomach with a trace of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth. The two sides only took a short breath before they started fighting again, and the fight lasted for hundreds of rounds with no clear winner. Hypothetical bullet. When Sephiroth jumped back into the air, Akainu grabbed his left leg in mid-air. He raised his finger and shot at Akainu. The speed of the bullet was much faster than Zero's, and it was impossible to dodge it at this distance. Ah! Akainu was hit in the chest by a hollow bullet, and the pain surged like a cannonball thrown into the sea, and his entire body seemed to be trembling. But he did not let go. Instead, the pain made him increase the strength in his hands and he did the same thing again, knocking Sephiroth down from the air. Sifur fell on his back, his whole body embedded in the ground, a large amount of blood spurting out of his mouth, especially his left leg, which was tightly grasped by Akainu, and it felt like it was being burned by magma. While Sifur was still struggling to break free from the ground, Akainu pressed on Sifur and started hitting Sifur's head with a pair of iron fists. Sifur had no choice but to put his arms in front of his face and block passively. Akainu's continuous heavy blows made his arms numb. Akainu raised his right fist high and brought it down with full force. Sifur tilted his head to the side and slammed his fist into the ground. Sifur seized the opportunity, shook his wings vigorously, and broke free from the ground. He used the force to punch Akainu in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters and embedding him in a mountain. What a lunatic! Sifur was breathing heavily. High-speed regeneration made his self-healing ability extremely strong, but the pain was real, and he couldn't ignore it like Xiao Wu. This was pain and joy. Since he came into this world more than a month ago, he had never experienced such an evenly matched and satisfying fight as today. Being invincible is a very lonely thing, and a journey with an opponent is more exciting. This is another reason why he has always been reluctant to perform the second stage of returning to the blade, but he has a hunch that he will use it today. Akainu's power was beyond his imagination. A hot breath spread out, and magma continued to flow from the mountain to Sifur, and when it reached Sifur, it erupted and took the shape of Akainu. Moonlight Sword. The shining Ryotsu gathered in his hands and condensed into a sword. Akainu had begun to transform into a semi-element. Sifur had no intention of fighting him all the time. Dog bites Red Lotus. Akainu's arm molten again, took the shape of a dog's head and flew towards Sifur. Sifur swung his sword with all his might, and a powerful sword energy shot straight into the sky. The dog-gnawing Red Lotus was split into two as if it were a solid object, and flew out from both sides of Sifur, burning the fallen trees to ashes. The remaining sword energy continued to move forward, and the sword marks extended all the way to the mountain behind Akainu. Boom! A crashing sound resounded through the sky. Akainu turned his head slightly and saw the mountain behind him being cut into two smooth halves like tofu. The earth shook for a moment. Sifur's sword seemed to have aroused the anger of some creatures. Under the two people's observation haki and nerve exploration, a large number of red dots were approaching here. The anger at having our homes destroyed seems to have overwhelmed the fear. During the rare break, Akainu took off the hat with the English word marine on it and tidied his short hair. I've already given them a hint. Since they're seeking death, there's nothing we can do. Sifur's powerful Ryotsu would have made all these weaker creatures faint on the ground, but he scattered the Ryotsu and only scared them away. If you leave the battlefield honestly, you may have a chance to survive, but if you come back, Sifur will show no mercy. Jackals, tigers, leopards, and other wild beasts of various shapes and sizes began to gather around them, and there seemed to be an extremely huge body not far away. All the glances shown on Sifur and Akainu did not attract their attention. At this moment, they only cared about the people in front of them. Great eruption. Hot magma dripped from Akainu's arm, then quickly wrapped around it, and continued to grow larger, finally solidifying into a fist-shaped lava, violently attacking Sifur. Black Zero. In response to this extremely powerful yet slow attack, Sifur naturally raised his fingers and delivered an attack with the same advantages and disadvantages. The two forces collided violently, and the earth cracked into pieces with them as the center. With wailing sounds, the beasts caught in the middle were killed and their bodies were scattered all over the ground. Look! A marine on the warship who had been observing the situation on the island shouted, attracting Jonathan, Hina and others who were playing chess nearby. Following the direction he pointed, Hina stared in disbelief, not even noticing the chess piece in her hand fall to the ground. Jonathan was a good friend of Akainu. Although he had seen many big scenes, this was the first time he had seen such a horrific fight. He could not help but swallow his saliva and try to remain calm. Following the many horrified gazes. The sky is cracked. End of. Chapter 23. Ah! With a roar from Akainu, Black Zero was completely consumed by the great eruption, and his huge fist rushed towards Zephyr. A huge amount of Ryutsu was wrapped around the Moonlight Sword, and Zephyr used it to stab the punch. This attack is a contest between Taijutsu, as well as a contest between Zephyr's Ryutsu and Akainu's Haki and Fruit Power. Ulquiera Zephyr! You are strong, but not enough. Akainu tensed his muscles, and the heat from the lava became more intense. A crisp sound was heard, and the Moonlight Sword broke. Akainu's fist rushed forward and hit Zephyr's body covered with Ryutsu. The bones seemed to be breaking. This was Zephyr's first feeling, and at the same time, there was an extremely hot burning sensation. He was blown away. After crashing into countless trees and killing countless wild beasts with its aftermath, Zephyr finally stood still hundreds of meters away. It hurts so much. It's really hard for me to fight against Akainu with a Dangan Gyron. At this time, Zephyr's shirt had been burned by the lava, and there were large areas of burns on his body. With the ability of high-speed regeneration, he recovered in less than 3 seconds. Whether it's Taijutsu or Haki, Akainu is undoubtedly the strongest one. In Zephyr's opinion, his strength is almost the same as Whitebeard's current strength, but the threat he poses to him is far greater than Whitebeard's. Whitebeard is old, and his physical skills, haki, and durability are far from enough to support him in a protracted battle. If a fight breaks out, Zephyr can wear him down to death just by wearing him down. Akainu was in his prime, and it was no exaggeration to say that he could fight Zephyr for 10 days and 10 nights. What's wrong? Are you no longer able to fight, Black-Winged Demon? Akainu always liked to provoke his enemies with words. He walked slowly from not far away, his half-elemental right hand continuously dripping with magma, leaving no grass growing wherever he passed. He also noticed the hollow at Zephyr's collarbone and his smooth body. Have the burns caused by the lava healed? Akainu didn't think that Zephyr would be unscathed after taking his full-strength great eruption. But what he was more curious about was who could leave such a hole in Zephyr's body that could not be healed. You might be more likable if you didn't have this mouth. Zephyr responded without hesitation, a light flashing in his hand, and the Moonlight Sword took shape once again. At this moment, an astonishing roar was heard, and the entire forest was shaking. It was as if 2 bright lights appeared in the vast mountains. It looks like the king of this island has arrived. This is going to be trouble. Looking at those eyes that were larger than a person's, Zephyr said troublesome things, but there was no concern on his face. It finally showed up. It was a lion. It was nearly 50 meters tall, with its huge eyes fixed on the 2 little things below. It couldn't imagine how 2 such small humans could cause such a big noise in its own territory. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its huge and sharp teeth, and roared, trying to force the 2 people in front of it to retreat, but unfortunately. Shut up! Dog bites Red Lotus. Black Zero and Doghead arrived instantly. Black Zero shot at its chest and Doghead hit its head. With just 1 hit from the 2 of them, the king of Rexanos couldn't even wail, and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The sound of the giant lion falling and the strong smell of blood drifted far away through the mountains and forests. The wild beasts that had gathered around and wanted to follow the lion to fight against the 2 began to flee in panic, and everything returned to peace. The ground began to become scorching hot, and the hills that were originally covered with trees suddenly exploded, and magma gushed out. Meteor volcano. Akainu pulled away from Zephyr with a few shaves, and shot countless magma into the sky with his fists. Then, the lava turned into meteorites and fell towards Zephyr. A trifle. Zephyr kept dodging and rushing towards Akainu, occasionally kicking 1 or 2 back to Akainu. Ulquiera Zephyr. Sakazuki. The Moonlight Sword and the Magma Fist collided again. Vice Admiral Jonathan, is it really okay to continue letting them fight like this? Enel looked uneasy. It was already the 3rd day of the fight between Zephyr and Akainu. More than half of Rexano had been destroyed, and the mountains and forests had been shattered beyond recognition. Looking at Rexano from the warship, it was simply a ruin. If it weren't for the occasional tremors coming from the island, Hina would have suspected that the two of them were dead. The power of monsters cannot be explained by common sense. Let them be. We can't stop them. Jonathan was worried at first, but then he thought that this was beyond his consideration, so he just played chess with Wright every day and had a lot of fun. On Rexano Island, the terrain has been completely changed. Where the two men were fighting, half of the originally pleasant climate had been occupied by volcanoes due to the unleashing of Akainu's power, and bubbles would occasionally emerge from the rolling magma. The other half is like a ruin, filled with an aura of desolation, and even magma cannot touch it. Sifur and Akainu stood facing each other. Although Sifur had no wounds on his body, his breathing was quite disordered and he was already gasping for breath. Looking at Akainu again, his shirt had been destroyed in 3 days of fighting, revealing his burly body and tattoos covering half of his body. Akainu's body was covered with scars of varying sizes, some still bleeding and some already scabbed over, but judging from his aura, he was much more stable than Sifur. Your healing abilities are incredibly strong, but unfortunately your physical skills and your strange offensive methods are inferior to mine. Akainu picked up the hat he had thrown on the ground and put it back on his head. He planned to end this meaningless battle. He had already felt Sifur's strength. There's no point in fighting anymore. You're no match for me. Indeed. If there's even a slight difference in multiple aspects, the overall strength will be more than just a slight difference. It may seem like a close match, but in reality, the outcome is already decided. After 3 days of fighting, Sifur made the same conclusion. Akainu could not leave any scars on him, but the damage he caused to Akainu was not great either. If I continue to fight, I will be exhausted in a few days at most, and then I will lose miserably. Moreover, it was the first time that Sifur had been practicing blade return for such a long time, and his body finally felt the burden, which was one of the reasons why his breathing was so disordered. It's not over yet. Sifur raised a finger and said in front of Akainu's puzzled gaze. One more time. There's one more stage in my form. Akainu clenched his fists upon hearing this. Sifur's current form was already enough to keep him undefeated for so many days. How much more powerful would his next form be? Let me feel it. It's so hot. Suddenly, a little girl of 5 or 6 years old emerged from the ground, jumped onto Sifur, hugged his neck, and tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 24. The little girl had a chubby face, long white hair, and was wearing dirty clothes covered in dust. She was hanging on Sifur's body. Finally someone is here. This island is so scary. Big tears like pearls slid down her face and dripped onto Sifur's shoulder. Looks like we'll have to leave our duel for next time. After being disturbed by the little girl, he no longer had the desire to fight. He lifted her from his neck and looked at the little thing. I was a little disappointed not to see Sifur's final form, but Akainu originally just wanted to see his strength. No matter what his final form is, there is no doubt that he has Admiral level strength. Little guy, when did you get to this island? How could you avoid our perception? Sifur questioned. He and Akainu were both top-tier warriors in the world, how could they be deceived by a little girl? Sifur and Akainu sat on the floor, but she refused, saying the floor was too hot and insisted on sitting on Sifur's shoulders. As for why she didn't sit on Akainu's shoulders, maybe it was because the first person she saw on the island was Sifur, or maybe there was something about Sifur that attracted her. Just like that, after more than 10 minutes on Sifur's shoulder, she finally explained her origins. The little girl's name is Joni. Some time ago, when she was out to sea with her family, she was attacked by a pirate group. In a panic, everyone found a small lifeboat to escape. She was originally on the lifeboat, but a big wave knocked her into the sea and she fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself drifting to an unknown island. Based on Joni's description, Sifur and his team deduced that the coast she drifted to was on the other side of the island. As for how she escaped observation haki and neural exploration, they also had the answer in their hearts. Devil fruit. Sifur and the others' perception remained on the ground, while this little guy drilled into the ground. According to her, she was afraid at first and did not dare to enter the forest until she was so hungry that she could not bear it anymore. Then she sneaked in and picked some fruits. As she wolfed down the fruit, she found one that tasted very bad, but because there were not many fruits, she was reluctant to throw it away and ate it with gritted teeth. After a few days, she found that she could burrow into the ground. Slowly, she dared to burrow into the forest to find food and drink. When she encountered danger, she would immediately burrow into the ground and sleep. She had been afraid to go deep into the forest because she had seen two huge eyes that were as bright as lanterns. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to enter the forest for several days. Later, when nothing happened, she looked for food outside the forest. Until these few days, the wild animals that usually stay in the mountains have fled to the area where she is like crazy. She also felt that something seemed to have happened on the island. Volcanic eruptions and earthquakes continued day and night, scaring her so much that she stayed underground and dared not come out. But if she didn't come out, she would have nothing to eat, and she was so hungry that she decided to drill farther away, hoping that she could find something to eat on the other side of the coast. After drilling for a whole day, when they got near Sifur and the others, the underground became extremely hot due to Akainu's ability, so she couldn't stand the heat and jumped out and hung around Sifur's neck. "Did you also wander to this island?" Joni didn't think that everything that happened on the island in the past few days was caused by the two people in front of her. She just thought they were the same as herself. No, they were even worse off than him. Two of them were shirtless, and one of them had a lot of scars on his body. Sifur and Akainu looked embarrassed. "No, we're here to relax." "Relax?" Joni looked around and saw volcanoes and ruins everywhere. "Is it time to relax in such a place? Come with us, we can get you out of here." Akainu didn't make excuses like Sifur did, but directly changed the subject. "Really? That's great." Joni's tears, which had stopped flowing, burst out again, this time expressing joy. "Jonathan Vice Admiral. Sakazuki Admiral and the others are back." The Marines who had been on duty for 3 days finally saw them walking in the air and ran to the cabin happily to report. "We can finally prepare to return home." Jonathan took a deep breath. As the base commander, it was not a good thing to leave the fortress for so long. Jonathan stood up and stretched, then slowly walked out of the cabin. Then, seeing the scene on the deck, he rubbed his eyes hard. All kinds of delicious food were constantly being carried out from the kitchen. Sifur, Akainu, and a little girl were sitting on the deck and feasting on them. Sifur and Akainu were both shirtless and didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Jonathan was curious about the small hole on Sifur's chest. "Big brother, why do you have a hole here? Does it hurt?" While Joni, the little eater, was devouring the food at an astonishing speed, she also asked a question that everyone present wanted to know. Akainu beside her couldn't help but PK up her ears. "This one." Sifur held the bone in one hand and touched his chest with the other, not caring at all. "This kind of thing was difficult to explain. Just think of it as my racial trait. It's just that I'm the only one left of my race." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Jonathan was wondering which race was so weird, and Hina had already imagined a tragic drama in her mind. In Akainu's heart, Sifur became a tragic and passionate young man whose race was wiped out when he was young. He was left alone on the sea, bullied by all parties, and could only fight every day to become stronger. At this moment, he finally let go of the slight prejudice in his heart about Sifur becoming a Shichibukai. They were both people with tragic fates, even though they stood at different angles. They were walking the same path, which was to not tolerate evil and uphold justice. Thinking about it this way, Akainu felt that Zephyr seemed to look a lot more pleasing to the eye. When he came to his senses, he reached out to get more food, but found that Zephyr and Joni were lying on the deck, patting their round bellies, and there was no food on the ground. Hina doesn't understand, how can this little kid eat so much? Hina watched Joni, Zephyr, and Akainu fighting for food. The amount she ate in one meal was enough for her to eat for several days. Joni has been hungry for days. She's not like this normally. When she heard Hina's surprise, her face suddenly turned red and she started to feel shy. After Zephyr's explanation, everyone understood why a child suddenly appeared after the two of them had been fighting for a few days. So what are you going to do? Joni, do you remember where your home is? Even after hearing that she possessed the power of the devil fruit, Jonathan's first reaction was to send her home. After all, she was just a child. Zephyr and Akainu did not say anything. They felt that what Joni said seemed to be a mixture of truth and falsehood. Joni's expression became unnatural, and she stammered and couldn't speak clearly. Jonathan also noticed that the little girl seemed a little dishonest, but he had his own way of dealing with dishonest children. Don't you remember clearly? Then I can only leave you here. This way it will be easier for your family to find you. As soon as Jonathan finished speaking, Joni couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself on Zephyr. Please don't abandon Joni. Joni doesn't want to be an unwanted child anymore. Chapter 25. Don't cry, you are not an unwanted child. Zephyr hugged Joni in his arms and gently stroked her little head with 2 fingers. But Joni's parents don't want Joni anymore. Joni was in tears, and Zephyr and the others finally understood the truth. There are 2 children in Joni's family. She is the second child. Her birth was an accident. She is the kind of child who is not loved by her father or mother at home. Since she grew up a little, she and her eldest brother have been responsible for all the dirty and tiring work at home. Some time ago, the eldest child was supposed to go shopping with his parents overseas and help carry luggage and move things, but he suddenly fell ill that day. The eldest brother was the only one in the family who loved her, so she was naturally willing to go to sea as a calf in his place. Unexpectedly, the ship they were on was attacked by pirates at sea, and her parents didn't pay any attention to her when they fled in a hurry. Seeing the lifeboat moving away from her, she jumped into the sea and swam towards the direction of the boat, shouting for her parents to save her, but no one on the boat turned back to pay attention to her. That's why she was washed up on Rexino by the waves, ate the devil fruit, met Zephyr and Akainu, and had her first full meal in her life. Joni is very capable. Please don't abandon Joni. He looked at Zephyr and Akainu with sincere eyes filled with tears. We are the righteous Marines. Of course we won't leave little Joni alone. Hina couldn't help but feel maternal after hearing her story. Marine doesn't need a pair of chopsticks, right? Zephyr looked at Akainu. There were only 2 people in charge here, and Zephyr didn't plan to take a little child around. Of course I won't let her become a pirate. After all, Joni was picked up by himself. She is cute, has the ability of devil fruit, and has a miserable life. Naturally, Akainu would not let her follow Zephyr to wander around. Just think of it as raising a daughter. Joni, you should follow Uncle Sakazuki from now on. He is the Admiral of Headquarters. Akainu's answer was expected and Zephyr was not surprised. Aren't Big Brother and Uncle together? I want to follow my brother. Joni was very curious. They could walk together on a deserted island like that. Shouldn't they be good friends? I'm a Marine Admiral. This guy is a notorious pirate. Akainu replied dissatisfiedly, but whether he was dissatisfied with Zephyr or something else, only he knew. Is my brother a bad guy? Hearing that Zephyr was a big pirate, Joni's body couldn't help but tremble. The scene of the pirates burning, killing and looting on the ship came to her mind vividly. She couldn't believe that the big brother in front of her who seemed so gentle and polite was actually a bad guy. I'll be considered a big pirate, I guess. Sifur scratched his head. After all, it was the 7 warlords of the sea. But this world isn't black and white. Pirates represent evil, but not all pirates are bad. Marines represent justice, but not all Marines are good. Don't believe what you hear, believe what you see. These principles are too profound for Joni, she is still too young. Sifur believes that she will understand them naturally when she grows up. And this time, Akainu did not refute. As a man who had experienced the world, he was naturally not as naive as Joni, but he had to treat the world as black and white. Only when you become the whitest one will you have the opportunity to deal with all the real black. Joni nodded as if she understood, and Sifur put her in Akainu's arms. So warm. This was Joni's first feeling. She always felt that this uncle looked very fierce, but his arms were much warmer than Brother Sifur's arms. Brother Sifur looked very gentle and polite, but his arms were cold. Let me make it clear first, I'm a very strict person. I'm going to train you into the most powerful marine. Akainu's expression remained serious. Thinking about the hateful appearance of the pirates who attacked the ship, Joni nodded vigorously. She wanted to become strong and catch those bad guys. After Joni was sure that she could stay, she finally let go of her worries and followed Hina around the warship. It was her first time out to sea and she was full of curiosity about everything. Jonathan continued to play chess with Wright, while Akainu and Sifur stood at the bow and talked for a long time. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. After 3 days of fierce fighting, both of them recognized each other and chatted like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. It's almost time for me to leave. After another hearty meal at the G8 base, Sifur decided to leave for Gaia. Joni was taken aback when she heard this, she hadn't expected Sifur to leave so soon. Will we meet again, Brother Sifur? Of course. Looking at her hopeful eyes, Sifur tugged at the collar of his cloak of justice. His original coat, whether it came with him or for some other reason, could have been restored by his high-speed regeneration. But in the fight 2 days ago, he was burned to ashes by Akainu and naturally could not recover. He could only take one of Akainu's cloaks of justice from his warship. After all, his red suit was too ugly. Akainu was quite dissatisfied at first, but then he thought about it and realized that Sifur's justice was almost the same as his own, so he just let him go and just treated it as a thief stealing one. After all, it was not the first or second time that Marine's cloak of justice was lost. How long do you plan to let the colonel of headquarters follow you? Akainu was naturally unhappy about Sifur taking Hina away. How could a colonel of the naval headquarters stay on Shichibukai's ship all the time? Moreover, Sifur has not yet become a Shichibukai. This is detrimental to the dignity of Marine. Sifur covered his face. He knew that this was Akainu's old habit again, thinking about Marine's majesty all day long. How about sending me to Gaia? Sifur thought about it and realized that Gaia's future schedule didn't require both of them anymore, so he already had someone else to choose from. Once we get to Gaia, please send someone to pick them up. I have plans for the rest of the trip. Hina was a little disappointed. She had originally thought that they would part ways only after he became Shichibukai, but she didn't expect that it would happen earlier because of Akainu. She didn't show any such emotion on her face. She knew very well that she was a marine who represented justice and could not truly be Sifur's companion. Gaia is not far from Navarro Fortress, about 3 or 4 days' journey. Akainu did not pursue the matter any further, and the two reached a consensus on this. The little crow set sail. Brother Sifur, when we meet next time, I will definitely become an excellent marine. Standing on the shore, Joni has changed into a brand new marine suit at the base and looks full of energy. Akainu stood behind her with his hands in his pockets, silently watching the ships go away. At this time, on an unknown island on the Grand Line. Where's my sister? Where did my sister go? A boy about 12 years old but nearly 2 meters tall roared. I already said they were kidnapped. There's nothing we can do. They're pirates. Looking at his parents' perfunctory attitude, his heart completely sank. Although they usually treated his younger sister badly, he didn't expect that even his younger sister's life was nothing to them. It's all because of me. If I hadn't been sick that day, my sister wouldn't have. A powerful aura surged into the sky, and the couple who were eating nearby fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 26. Perhaps it was because of Zephyr's fame that the pirates in the paradise felt insecure and dared not cause trouble at sea. After all, being caught by the marine means going to jail, and being caught by Zephyr means death. Therefore, Zephyr and his party arrived at Gaia Island smoothly without any setbacks on the sea. After sailing around the coast of Gaia, Zephyr finally found the house that looked luxurious from afar on the shore of East Blue. Pull the boat over. Hina and Wright looked at the mansion on the coast and wondered, would anyone build a mansion in such a place? The three of them got off the boat and walked towards the house. Zephyr checked and found that there was no one in the house. He thought that they had gone out to sea, so he sat on the ground and waited quietly. The owner of this house is really... Tina apparently discovered the truth about the house. What do you guys want to do to my house? At this time, a man with a diamond-shaped face, a chestnut on his head, and a naked upper body jumped out of the sea, assuming a fighting posture and shouting. Tina is very curious, is this the partner you're looking for, Zephyr? He doesn't look very strong. She took a deep drag on her cigarette. The chestnut-haired man in front of her did not meet the standards she had imagined Zephyr was looking for in a companion. What is your name? Zephyr didn't answer Tina, but stood up and walked towards the chestnut-headed man. Although Coolie Guy is also a pirate, but thinking back on the plot, he is just a guy who goes out to sea to adventure and search for treasure like King Luffy. It is the Yuan Shan United Army that needs to be punished. Mont Blanc Coolie Guy. Coolie Guy retreated as he approached. Although he didn't see the warship, the tall man in front of him was wearing a cloak of justice, and he was also a wanted criminal, so he couldn't take it lightly. Guy Coolie. Yes, it's you. I've heard the story of your ancestor Mont Blanc Laurent. That great liar Rolando. Tina and Wright had obviously heard of the fairy tale. You don't believe in the story of the Golden City, do you? When Coolie Guy heard the other party mention Rolando, he instantly relaxed his guard. What a pity. My ancestor was a great liar. I still haven't found the golden country he talked about. He walked to the side and started coughing, not forgetting to take out a cigarette from home, put it in his mouth and lit it tremblingly. I'm going to Sky Island. Zephyr raised his index finger to the sky, and the word Sky Island instantly attracted everyone's reaction. How did you know there was a Sky Island? Coolie Guy had speculated that the Golden City his ancestors had seen might not have sunk to the bottom of the sea, but floated into the air, but this was the first time he heard it from someone else. Zephyr. Do you really believe Sky Island exists? As a little know-it-all at Naval Headquarters, Hina had heard rumors about Sky Island, but no one had ever confirmed its existence. Not only do I know there's Sky Island, I also know there's a strong current that can carry ships to Sky Island. That's why I'm looking for you. You want me to risk my life with you? Guy hesitated. He knew how to find the current, and the man in front of him obviously wanted him to take him there. Regardless of whether he is reliable or not, it is unimaginable to want to ride that ocean current into the sky, but this is a good opportunity to confirm his guess. Don't you want to see with your own eyes the Golden City that Rolando talked about? Zephyr kept tempting him. Also, I can guarantee your personal safety. In the name of the black-winged demon. Zephyr handed him his own bounty. Coolie Guy rubbed his eyes, clicked the digits on the bounty order again, and then looked up at Zephyr's face and the cloak of justice he was wearing. Although it looked strange, there was no doubt that the man in front of him was a supervillain. In front of him, he had no right to refuse. Although they appeared to be friendly, many important figures are actually treacherous and it is impossible to guess what they are thinking. I agree. Coolie Guy made up his mind. Instead of not knowing whether he would be killed if he refused, he might as well go and see the legendary island in the sky. You'll be glad you made that decision later. Afterwards, at Coolie Guy's invitation, everyone went to the town, intending to have a big meal in the town and discuss the matter of going to heaven after the Yuan Shan coalition forces came back. As for the little crow, anyone who has sailed on the sea recently would want to avoid it when seeing that iconic flag. Magic Valley Town. A place full of scoundrels, a place Marine never paid any attention to. Fights, robberies, and robberies were rampant every day. Get out, Marine! A drunk middle-aged man started cursing when he saw the cloak of justice on Sifur, and the scoundrels around him also started to make a fuss. There were also many lecherous men who began to whistle at Tina and say some obscene words. Tina is angry. With just a wave of her arms, everyone around her was locked by her power and fell to the ground struggling. What is this? Demon fruit power. The people lying on the ground were groaning constantly, and more of them were shouting for revenge. Sifur had no intention of dealing with such minions, so he released Ryotsu, and all the people lying on the ground lost consciousness. Conqueror's haki is really useful. Looking at Coolie Guy's surprised gaze, Hina couldn't help but sigh. Unlike her, she had to clean up these small fish by herself. Eating here is too disgusting. Let's buy something good and eat it back on the shore. While Coolie Guy was communicating with the store owner, a look of fear was fixed on Sifur. Do you know me? The fiery gaze naturally could not escape Sifur's perception. He turned his head to look at the man with dreadlocks and a headscarf sitting by the window. No, I don't know. At this moment, the man quickly shifted his gaze and couldn't even speak clearly. The people around also felt something was wrong, because that man was the executioner Rocio, whose bounty was as high as 42 million berries. He is arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and he likes to gamble in Mogu Town the most. If anyone dares to win his money, he will kill that person. What a madman! But at this moment, he was so scared that he huddled in his seat like a quail, not even daring to look directly at the man in the marine robe. What a shame! I don't have the time or interest to take you to redeem the bounty right now. What do you think we should do? Judging from his reaction, Sifur knew without asking that he must be a pirate with a bounty on his head. As soon as Sifur finished speaking, Rocio jumped out of the window. Escape. This was the only word in Rocio's mind. In this ocean, the amount of the bounty often represents the power and danger level of that person. He didn't know how powerful the Marine Admiral was, but with a bounty that was over 30 times higher than his own, he had no intention of challenging him. If I let you run away, where will my dignity be? He casually pulled out the sword of a pirate next to him and swung it lightly. Rocio, who was dozens of meters away, felt a sudden cool breeze blowing, and then his head and body were separated. Run away! The huge restaurant was suddenly deserted. This gentleman, you're... The restaurant owner carefully carried a full package at the side, which contained all the dishes ordered by Sifur and his friends. Keep the change, please. Sifur took it casually, and then threw a big bag of Baileys on his table. Everyone turned and left. Rocio's head was lying on the ground, facing the direction they were leaving, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 27. Dad. When we returned to Coolie Guy's residence, there was already a large group of people gathered there, led by a gorilla and a human ape. Black-winged demon, what are you going to do to our father? Obviously, as ape brothers who often go to sea, they recognized Sifur at a glance. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourselves. You two are pirates with bounties on your heads. Sifur's cold words made Coolie Guy's heart tighten, and he opened his arms to block the two of them. Please, Mr. Sifur, let them go. They have never killed anyone since they went to sea. From what Zephyr said in Magic Valley Town just now, Coolie Guy could roughly guess that he liked to kill some pirates with bounties on their heads, and could only try his best to reduce their charges. Yes. The most we did was to rob some property and salvage some sunken ships. We only robbed a little and never harmed anyone. The ape brothers hurriedly explained truthfully. Since I still need you, I'll let you go this time, but from now on, you can't steal your property. Considering that they were only greedy for money and not willing to kill, Zephyr showed some leniency to them. Yes. Everyone's worries were put at ease, and Zephyr and others sat cross-legged and began to enjoy the food, while Coolie Guy and the ape brothers went aside to discuss matters related to heaven. Originally they wanted to help Zephyr modify the boat so that it could more smoothly take off with the help of wind power, but Zephyr refused. They're not really bad people, are they? Hina ate the delicious food in her hand gracefully and asked Zephyr without looking up. If it's a wicked person, he's dead. Zephyr's answer was concise and to the point. For Zephyr, it is better for the evil people who are no longer needed by him to die. Mr. Zephyr. The sky-high current will appear at noon today. We are running out of time. We must find the compass bird and set off immediately. Coolie Guy shouted and ran towards Zephyr, his face full of seriousness and anxiety. Guide bird. While Hina was looking puzzled, Zephyr had already stood up and disappeared from everyone's sight. The surging ocean current will appear in the south. Once you're drifting on the boundless ocean, no one can accurately determine the direction, but the compass bird can. Coolie Guy explained to Hina very seriously. Let's go. In just a sentence or two, Zephyr appeared with the compass bird in his hand, but it had a big bag on its head. Does that mean we're leaving? Hina felt a little uncomfortable. Even if she was not his companion, she walked such a long distance with him, but didn't even say a word when they parted. The apes and gorillas of the Saruyama Alliance are already ready on their respective ships. Their goal is to take Zephyr's ship to find the Changtian current. What are you doing? Why don't you get on the boat? Looking at Tina and Wright who were standing there in a daze, Zephyr frowned. Didn't you promise Admiral Sakazuki that you'd separate if he let us take you to Gaia? Tina was surprised and happy, not knowing whether Zephyr didn't remember or didn't care. The journey to Gaia isn't over yet. I'm talking about that Gaia. Following the direction he pointed, I thought of the legend of Sky Island and the story of the great liar Rolando. Tina looked at the half-built pavilion and naturally thought, half of Gaia was in the sky. Set off. Hina couldn't express her joy, nor did she question whether Sky Island existed. If the man in front of her said yes, then yes, and she wouldn't think about what to do if she didn't have it. Dad. Mr. Zephyr. Look at that. As time went by, the sky had become completely gloomy, and wind and waves were rampant across the entire sea. The two ships of the ape brothers were constantly shaking, but the little crow was as steady as a rock. Following their direction, they saw an extremely huge Uzumaki appear on the sea surface, and even some sea kings were caught in it and unable to escape. Dad. We can only take you so far. The people of the Saruyama coalition army had no intention of going up to the sky, so they did not dare to get too close. If they were sucked in by the Uzumaki, going up to the sky would be the best outcome, and the worst possible outcome was unimaginable. Mr. Zephyr. What should I do? This is such a big Uzumaki. Wright, who was at the helm, looked panicked. He had always been in the kitchen cooking and had never seen such a big scene. Hina and Coolie Guy didn't say anything. Since they chose to go with Zephyr, they just had to wait for Zephyr to give orders. Get over here. Before he could finish his words, the giant Uzumaki disappeared out of thin air. Everyone became nervous, feeling that something was about to happen. You all find something to hold onto on the boat, we're leaving. Along with a heat wave from the bottom of the sea, a strong ocean current spurted out, and the little crow also began to climb on this ocean current. Suddenly, a sea king was thrown out by the current and fell from the sky. Hina recognized it as one of the sea kings that was just caught in the Uzumaki. It's unbelievable. How can the ship remain stable? Hina looked at Zephyr with a puzzled expression. The surging ocean currents, if she thought about it carefully, could be roughly guessed to be some kind of natural phenomenon. After all, there were too many natural disasters of various kinds in this ocean. But if the little crow rides the current vertically upward, the bow should lose balance and even be thrown out like the sea kings. Zephyr was not holding anything, just standing on the deck without losing his balance at all. Because the ship has already taken off. Upon hearing this, Hina immediately stuck her head out of the boat and was surprised to find that the boat had left the water and was flying in the air. As early as when the ship was riding on the strong ocean current, Zephyr used his powerful ryotsu to wrap the hull, so that the bottom of the boat was out of the current surface, and then rode the wind. As for him, stepping into the air was not a difficult task at all, let alone maintaining balance. It's that heat wave. Hina suddenly understood that the man in front of her really had everything in his hands. Would his future also be controlled by others? Dad and the others succeeded. The Saruyama allied forces, who had already left the Uzumaki, watched Zephyr's ship soar into the sky with the wind, and hugged each other excitedly and shouted. Dad will definitely prove it. His ancestor Rolando is not a liar, Sky Island really exists. At this time, Zephyr and others were constantly shuttling through the clouds. After crossing countless layers of clouds, they finally stopped, and the entire ship stopped in the clouds. It's amazing. I can actually stay on the clouds. Wright was extremely excited. Since setting sail with Zephyr, he had experienced many things in his life that he had never even imagined. Since the boat can stop on the clouds, this must be a sea of clouds. Mr. Zephyr, do you mind if I take a swim? Wright had already taken off his coat and put on his diving goggles, looking ready. It's up to you. Don't dive too deep, or you'll fall back down. Since they were already here, Zephyr naturally didn't mind this little bit of time and just let them have fun. Coolie Guy also took off his clothes and followed Wright's steps to jump into the sea of clouds. All this was so wonderful to him, as if it proved that the golden country spoken of by his ancestors was only one step away. Forget it, the sky is still the sea after all. Zephyr sat down casually against the wall. Hina had no intention of going down there. She wore sunglasses as usual, and sat comfortably on the deck chair, puffing cigarettes from her mouth, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Zephyr's neural exploration continued to spread. While watching the two people going into the sea, he was looking for a route. Two people broke into his detection range and kept approaching the boat. Chapter 28. Something seems to be coming. Hina also heard a strange noise coming from not far away. A man with a horned monster mask on his face and small wings on his back is running on the clouds with a spear in his hand. Get rid of you! He leaped up and thrust his spear straight at Zephyr. Here comes the Sky Knight! As soon as another voice sounded, Zephyr had already grabbed the spearhead and threw the masked man into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Hey, this isn't right! The fully armed old man who was flying on a bird was stunned in the air. It was said that people from Qinghai would be out of strength when they arrived in Baihei. But they still stopped at the boat. Are you from Qinghai? Qinghai? As the old man spoke, curious Hina kept asking him about Sky Island. The old man's name is Ganfor, an amateur mercenary who wanders around the White Sea on weekdays and makes a living by collecting commissions from rescuing people from Qinghai who come here. The bird he rides is the Pegasus bird that ate the Pegasus fruit. Qinghai is a general term for the Grand Line and other oceans below. This is the White Sea, which is 7,000 meters higher than the altitude below. And above them is the White Sea, where is the Sky Island they are looking for. After giving Hina some common knowledge about the White Sea and the White Sea, Ganfowl said goodbye and prepared to wander elsewhere. After all, no matter how Zephyr looked at him, he didn't think that the person was someone who needed his help, so he simply didn't take out the whistle. Hina-chan, look! It's the legendary Sora. Right, who had climbed onto the boat, was holding two flat creatures with scales like feathers. I'm going to try it and see if it tastes good. Uncle Right. We don't know if this fish is poisonous. Right didn't hear what she said at all, and walked into the kitchen to start preparing this new dish. I heard it's delicious, you can try it. Sifur blurted out something out of the blue. Who told you that? Hina couldn't help but be curious. You were the one who wanted to come to Sky Island, but you seemed so uninterested after coming here. Have you ever been to Sky Island? It seems like you know this place very well, yet you seem indifferent to it. I heard it from a friend I've never met. Also, as I said, I came here to find a companion. Sifur pointed his index finger upwards, indicating that the person he was looking for was on Sky Island in the White Sea. Sifur wasn't particularly interested in Sky Island. The Golden Country? Killing pirates in Qinghai for bounties was more comfortable. Sky Island? In his eyes, it wasn't anything special except for floating in the air. Really, Hina is unhappy. What friend I've never met? It's obvious that he just doesn't want to tell me. Hina sat on the chair and sulked. Clang clang. Right came out with a plate of fried fish and a plate of grilled fish, and asked Hina and Sifur to taste them. It's delicious. Hina's taste buds were instantly conquered. It was a brand new experience that I had never had on the Grand Line. Indeed. Such a small amount was not enough for Sifur to fill his stomach, and in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. It's amazing. The hollow fish doesn't even have bones. It's the perfect cooking ingredient. I want to stay here. For Chef Right, easy-to-use ingredients are simply amazing. Run! A big guy is coming. Coolie Guy jumped out of the White Sea and onto the boat, shouting in panic. What followed was a huge monster, shaped like an octopus, but with something like a mouth on its tentacles, which stretched out towards the people on the boat. Sifur simply glared at it, and the monster shrank back in panic. Now that we're all here, let's go, bye-bye hi. Good. Following Sifur's direction, the ship soon arrived in front of a large gate-shaped building with the words Gate of Heaven written on it. Behind the building is a waterfall made of clouds and a ribbon-shaped cloud river. From the side door of the building, an old woman holding a camera came out, taking pictures of Sifur and others. Are you here for sightseeing or for fighting? War? What do you mean? Hina asked a soul-searching question, but unfortunately the old woman did not answer. No matter what you're here for, if you want to enter the upper level, each person needs to pay 1 billion ikes. This is the law here. 1 billion. Although they didn't know what X was, Guy and Right were already scared to the ground. Hina looked at Sifur. After Ganfur's explanation, she naturally knew what X was. However, the ship belonged to Sifur, so it was naturally up to him to decide whether to pay or not. We're here to fight, and I'm not going to pay you. Sifur replied with a smug look on his face. You can come in without paying. I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard. I'm just asking for your consent. Then how do we get up there? While Hina was still wondering, two huge pincers suddenly emerged from the sea of clouds and clamped the two sides of the boat. What? Right and Coolie Guy screamed in panic. That's the express shrimp that's unique to the White Sea. Before the old woman could finish her words, Pliers had already sped away with Little Crow, heading upstream along the cloud waterfall. Ah! Right and Coolie Guy hugged the mast and howled. In just a few tenths of seconds, they had already seen the end of the Cloud River. At the entrance to Sky Island was a sign, Skypiea, the Kingdom of God. The Little Crow successfully passed the entrance and stopped on the sea of clouds above the White Sea. As far as the eye can see, besides a vast expanse of white, there is also an island covered with various buildings. This is Sky Island. Unlike Hina and Right's surprise, Coolie Guy's eyes were filled with tears. The existence of Sky Island had been confirmed, and he had seen it with his own eyes. Now all that remains is the Golden Country. As long as he finds the Golden Land again, he can prove that it is the other half of Gaia, the place where his ancestor Rolando once visited. It's too early for you to cry. Gaia is not the place. The ship docked, and Zephyr and others stepped onto the soft cloud land. How amazing! Is the ground made of clouds? Right, who has entered middle age, rolled on the ground like a child, and Guy coolly looked and touched everywhere, like a man who had never seen the world. Hina is unbelievable. She even forgot to light the cigarette in her mouth. Looking at everything on the island and stepping on the land that looked like cotton candy, her eyes couldn't help but look at Zephyr. Zephyr looked higher and farther up the island, his vision seeming to penetrate countless houses and blindfolds. At this time, on the island of gods in the kingdom of gods, a man with his upper body naked, wearing gold ornaments on his ears, with his earlobes reaching his chest, a white scarf on his head, and 4 Magadama thunder drums on his back, opened his eyes. It seems like there are some uninvited guests. Yeah ha 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 ha. Chapter 29. Admiral Sakazuki, Marshal Sengoku wants you to come to his office. I see. Akainu was walking on the road in Marineford, and Joni, like a socially anxious child, followed him closely, holding Akainu's trouser legs. Then I watched as the Marines passing by greeted Uncle Sakazuki. Akainu UBD. Pushing open the door to the Marshal's office, he was greeted by Sengoku's scolding and a stack of documents thrown at him. Mr. Sengoku, there's no need to be so angry. Akainu took the stack of documents, slowly walked to the side and sat down. Joni was standing outside the door waiting for him. He looked at what was reported in the document, which was nothing more than how big the impact of the fight between him and Zephyr on Rexano was. Do you know that the fight between you two changed the entire terrain of Rexano? Sengoku stood up and walked towards Akainu, but stopped in front of him. If Jonathan hadn't called me and told me, I would have sent someone to block the news in advance. Reports about you would have been all over the place. I just happened to run into that guy and couldn't help myself. Akainu looked indifferent. Even if the news leaked out, that guy was his colleague. Sengoku's face was full of helplessness. He had 3 admirals and none of them gave him peace of mind. That old BD even went on vacation to East Blue. I hope that guy Zephyr can become Shichibukai as soon as possible. Right now, the ocean really needs a pirate like him who is intimidating and has justice in his heart to join the Shichibukai. When the outside world sees that such powerful people are willing to stand on Marine's side, it will naturally strengthen Marine's majesty. Little Joni, come in. As Akainu's voice fell, a pretty little girl ran in quickly from outside the door and stood next to Akainu. Nanny, where did you kidnap such a cute little Marine from? The shore of Sky Island. SHH. What a cute little fox. At some point, a snow-white fox came to Hina and attracted her at first sight. That's my pet, its name is Sissy. A pretty girl with a pair of small white wings on her back walked out of the house on the shore with a smile. It's an angel. Right, and Coolie Guy's eyes widened. In the pirates' era, beautiful women were not uncommon, but this was the first time they had seen an angel. My name is Konis, and I'm a resident of Sky Island. No need to say more, I'm going to the Island of Gods to meet Enel. Zephyr interrupted what she was about to say. He came to Sky Island with only one purpose, which was to deal with that guy first and then go around slowly to prevent him from causing more killings. Sir! That's the god of our Sky Island. Konis was so scared that he was shaking all over. After arriving at Sky Island, the others wanted to avoid Enel and tried every means to return to Qinghai, but this guy in front of him actually wanted to find him right away. Ha 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 ha, kid, you can't see God just because you want to. A group of men wearing white berets came down the stairs leading to the town. Just as Konis was about to salute the leading men in berets, they fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Gan Fowler, what time do you want to watch from the sidelines? After being exposed by Sifur, the old man in armor who had been hiding nearby also came out holding his pierre. Previous god. Connie's felt like her brain wasn't enough. The man in front of her first entered the country illegally, then somehow managed to knock down the beret squad, and now he was calling up her ex-girlfriend. There was also a storm in Hina's mind. Sifur didn't seem to respect the Icelanders here very much. It seemed that he wanted to fight with their gods. Could it be that Mr. Sifur also has the ability of the mind network? Ganfor really couldn't figure out how he was discovered. The only possibility was that he had a telepathic network. Just assume it's there and take me to find the descendants of the original residents of Gaia. Sifur thought about it carefully and realized that it was not enough to just deal with Enel. Even if Enel and his subordinates were gone from Sky Island, the conflict between the indigenous people here and the indigenous people of Gaia would still not be resolved. Now that I'm here, I naturally have to solve it all at once. Ganfor looked at Sifur's unyielding gaze, and recalling his formidable strength, he asked. What do you want from them? If you want to persecute them, I will stop you even if it costs me my life. When he was in office, he always advocated the peaceful resolution of the conflict between the two sides. The residents of Shandia were also his own people. How could he bring such a powerful person of unknown origin to find them? On the other side, in Shandia, Cloud Shinobi Village. Isa, are you saying there are more illegal immigrants? The man with a tattoo on his left eye and a cigarette in his mouth looked at the child beside him. Their aura seemed to be with Ganfowl, and they seemed to have attacked the berets. For a moment, my heartnet could no longer hear the sounds of those berets. Aisha hid behind a girl and looked at the man in front of her with fear, the war ghost Wappa. Could it be that guy finally wants to rebel against Enel? Wappa pondered while smoking. He didn't like anyone who was called God. In his opinion, Enel and Ganforge were both targets to be defeated, but Ganforge had always taken peaceful measures, so he didn't really compete with him. Ever since Enel became the new god of Sky Island, the entire island has been shrouded in his shadow. It has been a long time since Wappa wanted to defeat him and take back his hometown. If Ganfurl and those Qinghai people can defeat one or two priests, perhaps the time has come for them to fight back. They seem to be coming towards us. Aisha, contrary to her usual behavior, hid behind Wappa, whom she usually called scary than a ghost, because she felt that there seemed to be a very scary guy among the people coming towards her. Wappa immediately summoned all the warriors of Shandia. Looking at his serious expression, everyone knew that something big was about to happen. It's really lively, do you mind adding a few more people? Suddenly a voice was heard and Sifur and his group appeared in Cloud Shinobi Village. Gan Fowler, what do you mean? Wappa drew his incendiary cannon. There are a few people here who want to see you. Ganfor made way and Sifur and the other three slowly walked up to Wappa. After the previous communication, he found that Sifur had a certain understanding of Sky Island and Shandia. And, after Sifur demonstrated his terrifying power, Gan Fowler believed he could solve the problem that had plagued Sky Island for 400 years. I'm here to help you resolve the issue between Shandia and Sky Island, and this person is here to verify a rumor from 400 years ago. Sifur pointed to Coolie Guy beside him. 400 years ago? Could it be that you are? Wappa also obviously remembered his ancestor, an old friend of the great warrior Kalgra. I'm Guy Montblanc Coolie, and I came here to prove that my ancestors once visited the Golden Country. Coolie Guy was already in tears. Sifur's intention to introduce himself was obvious. These people were all original residents of Gaia. Surely some of their ancestors knew his own ancestors. Wappa didn't doubt it. The chestnut on Coolie Guy's head alone was almost the same as the description left by their ancestors. Let us complete the promise that they failed to fulfill. This time, we must light up the lights of Shandora. Chapter 30. Really? You keep saying things Hina can't understand. Looking at Coolie Guy crying with his hands covering his face, it is impossible to say that he has no feelings at all. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Sifur brought him up. Hina didn't believe that without him, Sifur would not be able to find the surging ocean current. It was just an excuse to bring him up. No matter who you hear about the existence of Sky Island and the Golden Country, it is not as real as seeing it with your own eyes. So what are your plans? Wappa looked at Sifur. The man who could make Ganfor come to them and give up his position must be a very capable person. It's simple, I just need to defeat Enel. Sifur raised a finger to them, which gave them an immediate sense of I have an idea. Are you kidding me? Wappa didn't believe what he said. It was normal for a Qinghai native to not know how terrifying Enel was when he first came to Sky Island. In order to defeat Enel, Shandia was ready to abandon her injured comrades during the battle. They have only one way to go, which is to move forward. No matter who falls, they must not look back. They have only one goal, which is to take back their hometown from Enel and light the lights of Shandora. After Sifur arrived, he only met him once and told him that he would defeat Enel. How could he convince him? So it's here. Are the Shandia people trying to protect the criminals? A man with a mustache, wearing a pilot's hat and goggles, and riding a strange bird fell from the sky. The visitor was none other than Shura, one of Enel's 4 god-tier officers, the rope trial priest, and his pet 3-foot bird, sitting cross-legged. You're not saying I'm kidding? Watch this. Sifur raised a finger. A flash of light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, and Shura's heart network had no time to react before he was hit in the chest by the virtual bullet. A large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth, and then he flew dozens of meters and fell to the ground. When he saw his master being knocked away, he opened his mouth wide and wanted to avenge him with the fire shell in his mouth. The next moment, Wappa's incendiary cannon had already bombarded it. The cross-legged creature with its mouth open had no time to dodge and was blown into ashes by the bluish-white flame cannon. Shura is dead. A Shandia warrior screamed in fear when checking Shura's condition. At this time, Wappa had to face up to what Sifur had just said. He could kill Shura, the second ranked of the 4 priests under Enel, with just a casual blow. Maybe he could really defeat that god. What are we going to do? Everyone looked at Wappa in disbelief, never having thought that one day he would ask such a question. In fact, Wappa just felt that with Sifur's help, their success rate would be much higher. At the very least, he would not be able to kill Shura instantly. What you call the God's Island was actually a part of an island called Gaia in Qinghai that was washed up into the sky 400 years ago. Sifur seemed to be answering the question irrelevantly. Due to the greed and lust of the Sky Island natives, they waged a nearly 400-year war with the Gaia natives. And the origin of all this was because of the lights of Shandora, right? Wappa nodded. As a descendant of the great warrior Kalgara, he knew all of this very well, but he was curious about why Sifur knew it so well. Since everything originated from the lamp of Shandora, let everything end with it. I will light the lamp of Shandora. Sifur looked at Ganfor and Wappa on the side. His meaning was very clear. After this incident, the sanctuary would be returned to the Shandia people. I see. After so many years, Ganfor actually understood that the issue of the ownership of the sanctuary could no longer be resolved peacefully. Either they take it for themselves with absolute strength like Enel did, or as in the past, the Sky Island natives occupy the sanctuary and there is constant war between them and the Shandia people. Over the past 6 years, he had seen how desperately the Shandia people had fought to reclaim the sanctuary. If Enel could truly be defeated, it would be time to return it to its rightful owners. Sifur is already preparing to take action against Enel. Enel must have realized that one of his priests has fallen, and the heart network covering the entire Sky Island is no joke. According to his habits as I remember, he would definitely summon other priests to initiate boring trials or survival elimination competitions. You can just attack and take out those scabby fellows under Enel. I will take care of Enel and the other 3 priests." When Wappa was about to say something, Hina came out. "Don't underestimate him, he is one of the strongest people in our entire Qinghai." The strongest. While everyone didn't know the strength of the Qinghai people, Enel was only the strongest on Sky Island, but this man was one of the strongest in the entire ocean below. As if they suddenly had a backbone, the people of Shandia became excited. After many years, they could finally take back their homeland. "May I have your name?" "Ulquiera Sifur." A simple question and answer. "Then I'll leave it to you, Sifur." Whether successful or not, Wappa will always remember Sifur. "Hey, did you forget about Hina?" Hina is very dissatisfied. She has been ignored by Sifur since she arrived at Sky Island. Although men are very attractive when they are serious, he cannot ignore her. Sifur thought about it carefully. When he watched Pirates King in his previous life, there were always some loopholes in the later stages due to the imperfect settings in the early stages. But what would happen now that he was in this real world? "Do you know armament haki?" Sifur asked a question that made Hina's face twitch. "Of course I will. I'm Mr. Zephyr's student and an elite member of the naval headquarters." "Really?" Hina can use haki, and with her fruit ability, it's time to give Enel, that ignorant boy, a little shock from Qinghai. "Then let's go." Hina, Wappa, and others took Sky Island's unique means of transportation to head towards the Island of Gods, and Sifur followed slowly behind them. Yehahaha! In the palace that represents God, Enel's loud laughter was heard. What is God laughing at? The 3 priests who had just been summoned here looked at each other in bewilderment. They also realized that Shura seemed to be in trouble. It seems that Shura has not received God's favor. Enel tickled his ears and sat up from lying on his side. Do the intruders and the residents of Shandia think that they can challenge the gods just because they defeated Shura? His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. In his opinion, he was invincible as he possessed the thunder fruit. Just stay here and don't care what those scum do. Wait until those fools get here, and then we'll show them what true despair is. Upon hearing this, the 3 priests sat down on the ground and waited quietly for the challengers to arrive. Although I was unable to play the trial and survival elimination games, the fact that Shura had fallen showed that he was quite capable. It was indeed safer to stay by God's side. Arc Proverbs is almost finished, so let's celebrate with you. Yehahaha! Chapter 31. Because of Enel's orders, when everyone entered the forest, only some small-time god teams came to stop them. For the Shandia warriors who had been preparing for many years, it would only take a little time to deal with them. Sifur has no habit of wasting time on small fry, and Enel has already appeared in his neural detection range. Let's go meet that so-called god. His 3 subordinates are here too. His fingers lightly slid across his body, and a crack appeared in the space before his eyes. Kamachili, Braham, I'm leaving this to you. Learn. Wappa entrusted the battlefield to his 2 powerful and reliable childhood friends, and then strode into the space torn open by Sifur. Hina, Ganfor, and Kuligai also stepped in one after another. As Sifur walked in, the space crack closed again without a ripple. As for Right, he wasn't a combatant to begin with, so of course he stayed in Cloud Shinobi village to take care of the children. Disappeared? Enel, who was quietly watching Sifur and others through his mind net in the temple, was stunned because several people suddenly could not hear him through his mind net. He didn't think that those guys who could kill Shura instantly would be killed instantly by the trash of the god team. Bang! The space inside the temple rippled, then shattered like glass, and Sifur and others walked out. Devil Fruit ability. Enel can only attribute this unprecedented method to the Devil Fruit, but he still believes that his Thunder Fruit is the strongest. Really? Can't you just live a good life? Why do you have to challenge the gods? Enel, give me your life. The moment Wappa saw Enel, he was furious and immediately raised the incendiary cannon in his hand and fired at him. It's a pity that the flame went straight through Enel's body. He was still so arrogant and didn't even react to Wappa's actions. Hina, go up and teach them a lesson. Sifur sat on the ground. He wanted to see what Hina could do with the help of Haki. Hina is not your subordinate. The words she spoke were rude, but she still walked forward slowly, and the 3 god-tier officials surrounded her. Cage. With just a movement of opening and closing her hands, the 3 priests were restrained by Hina's power and rolled on the ground. Hina is very disappointed. After taking a deep puff of smoke and exhaling, she expressed her disdain. These 3 people seemed to know observation Haki, but they were too weak and could not react at all. His physical skills were even worse. After being locked by Kankin's ability, he couldn't break free at all and could only roll on the spot. She remembered the various shellfish that the people of Sky Island had mentioned. She seemed to have heard that several priests basically had powerful shellfish as combat tools. I didn't expect that it would be so easy if I took action before they used the shells. The power gained with the help of external objects is ultimately just a fleeting thing. So strong. The 3 people behind him were all stunned. That was the priest who ruled Sky Island together with Enel, but he was completely helpless in the first encounter. Yehaha Paramecia devil fruit? What a shame, it's useless against a Logia god. Enel still sits arrogantly on the throne and expresses discrimination against Paramecia fruit. Seeing him looking like he deserved a beating, Hina rubbed her fists, walked up to him, and punched him in the face. It's useless. While Enel was still laughing arrogantly, the iron-like fist had already hit his face. After a dizzying feeling, he was thrown out. After knocking down many objects in the palace, it finally stopped under a broken wall. You actually took that, Enel. Ganfor was well aware of Enel's power, so he felt that the scene before him was like a dream. It hurts. Enel shook his head and stood up. Woman, how could you hit me? There is no such concept as Haki in his worldview, which is one of the reasons why he thinks he is invincible and no one can hit him. Don't think you're invincible just because you ate Logia's devil fruit. In Qinghai, there are plenty of ways to deal with Logia. It was Hina's turn to taunt him. This was the first time she had seen Logia so stubborn as to take armament Haki's punch. 30 million volt thunder beast. He struck the drum on his left shoulder with the golden stick in his hand, drawing out a thunder wolf transformed from lightning, which rushed towards Hina. Boom! Her left fist hit the thunder wolf on the head. The armed Haki prevented the thunder wolf from wrapping around her with elemental power. The extremely strenuous blow barely shattered the thunder wolf. Hina's fists were numb and sweat was dripping. Her armament Haki was not very strong yet, so she still had a hard time facing such a powerful Logia. It's not over yet. 60 million. Before Enel could finish his words, Hina, who had performed the 6 styles, had teleported in front of him. However, Hina's big hand waved but missed. With Enel's mental network and the speed of lightning, it would be difficult for Hina to touch him as long as he was serious. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Enel flew into the air and struck the drums on both sides in succession, attracting a dragon-shaped thunder beast at an extremely fast speed. Hina wanted to dodge but it was too late. Danger! Just as Guy and others were shouting anxiously and the 3 priests were ecstatic, Sifur used Xiang's wand and stood in front of Hina. With a casual wave of his hand, the thunder dragon was completely defeated. That casual look scared Enel into an emoticon. Hypothetical bullet. At this moment, Enel's mind network gave him a big warning, and he kept repeating in his mind, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, you will die." The speed of the virtual bullet was extremely fast, and Sifur's strength in all aspects was superior to Enel's. By the time his heart network sensed it, the attack was about to arrive. Puff! When the hollow bullet hit his abdomen, Enel couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had never suffered such an injury in his life. Enel, who was knocked dozens of meters away, lay motionless on the ground. God! The three priests twisted their bodies as much as they could, trying to get closer to Enel. Hina behind Sifur had a complicated look in her eyes. Is this the strongest in Qinghai? Wappa and Ganfor's faces were filled with disbelief. He had actually easily taken on Enel's Thunder Dragon and killed it instantly with one strike. It seems like I used a little more force. He used 50% of the power in that empty bullet just now. He won't die just like that, right? If he died so easily, I could only say that he was not destined to be with me. As his chest continued to vibrate, Enel's breath gradually recovered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood up from the ground. Did they passively use electrotherapy? He looked at Sifur with a pale face. The swift blow just now almost took his life. Fortunately, the electric current massaged his heart and brought him back to life. God's judgment. A bolt of lightning shot straight towards Sifur. Sifur spread out his 5 fingers, and all the lightning struck his palms. He slowly stretched out his other hand. Are you going to use that trick again? The shadow of the virtual bullet cast a huge shadow on Enel. The moment he saw Sifur raise his hand, he used the power of lightning to teleport. 200 million volts discharge. Enel, who appeared above Sifur's head, faced Sifur with both palms, intending to defeat him with a maximum power discharge. Too slow. While the thunder and lightning were still gathering, Sifur's fist had already landed on Enel's face. Chapter 32. Damn it! Foolish people, you should respect the gods. Enel, who crawled out of the ruins again, was obviously broken in defense. He had never expected that Sifur's speed was faster than Lei. In reality, Sifur was simply faster than him. 200 million volts Thor. Enel released all the lightning in his body and wrapped it around him, transforming into a giant thunder god. Judging from the attack power alone, in Sifur's perception, Enel now has the strength comparable to some captains of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how powerful the devil fruit is, without the support of taijutsu and haki, the strength is only in the fruit itself. You rude people, accept God's punishment. The big palm fell, and a huge thunder rushed towards Sifur from the air. This blow was enough for Sifur to take seriously. 0. Sifur used all his strength to strike, and the ryotsu that was compressed and fixed to ultimate burst out from his fingertips and collided with the giant thunder in the air. The stalemate lasted only a moment, and Enel used all his strength to try to suppress Sifur's attack, but the result was that the lightning was shattered, and Zero hit his body of the god of thunder head-on. Thor's body is broken. Enel, bleeding from all 7 orifices, fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, having lost consciousness. If Sifur had not controlled the ryotsu to collapse at the last moment, he would have turned into ashes long ago. Seeing Enel lying on the ground, the 3 priests fainted. At this time, the Shandia people who had cleaned up a group of small fry also came to the temple one after another. Enel is defeated. With a loud shout, everyone's weapons were thrown into the air. The 400-year-long war finally came to an end at this moment, and they could finally go home. I'll leave these 3 guys to you. I'm going to take Enel away. Sifur pointed at the 3 priests who were pretending to be dead. Is that the guy you're looking for? He doesn't seem like the kind of man who would be willing to be inferior to others. After all this experience, Hina could guess that Enel was the person Sifur was looking for, and he had great potential. For this kind of guy, I naturally have a way to deal with him. For a proud guy, just defeat the thing that he is most proud of. Of course, Sifur also understands the principle of leaving a way out for everything. After all, what he is looking for now is a partner, not a slave. No one should be anyone's slave. The world is deformed, but Sifur is not. He returned the golden bell hidden by Enel to Wappa, and then under his witness, Wappa, Kuligai, and Ganfor rang the bell together. The resounding bells echoed throughout the entire Sky Island, and both the natives of Sky Island and the Shandia people could not help but burst into tears at this moment. Before Enel arrived, Sky Island was caught in an endless civil war, and the people of Sky Island and Shandia shed countless blood and sweat in order to fight for that piece of land. When he arrived, they found that the war had always been so ridiculous. When one side occupied the island with absolute advantage, the other side did not even have the qualifications to land on the island. After who knows how many years, they finally heard this historic voice. This bell is the origin of all wars. From today on, the war will end with the bell. Gaia, return it to the Shandia people. Of course, in the past 400 years, the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia have actually merged in many aspects. At Sephiroth's suggestion, Wappa accepted to govern the entire Sky Island together with Gan 4. The people of Sky Island and Shandia are truly going to become one family. The news of liberation quickly spread throughout Sky Island, and everyone celebrated Enel's fall. Aisha sat on Kamishili's shoulders and ran with him in the land she had longed for. The bonfire party attracted the giant snake in the forest to stick its head out. When it saw Kuligai and Wappa drinking together in the center of the banquet, it seemed as if it saw the time 400 years ago, and tears welled up in its eyes. Hina and Wright also cooked with conies and the others and asked them questions about various shellfish. Sephiroth was sitting against a big tree, holding a big pancake in his hand, with food spread out in front of him, looking at them not far away. "Why don't you kill me?" Enel, who was standing beside him, opened his eyes and sat up at some point, the arrogance on his face gone. "You have great potential and shouldn't die in a place like this." An apple was dropped into his hands. "How about becoming my partner and sailing with me back to Qinghai? Is this a threat? Or mercy?" His invincibility had always made him feel a little proud. After he suffered such a big setback against Sephiroth, he began to feel confused. Was he really a god? If possible, I hope it's redemption. Sephiroth met his eyes. "Don't you always call yourself god? Are you interested in doing something that a god should do?" Enel looked at the people at the banquet, and waves of joy came from his heart, which he had never felt since he became the god of Sky Island. "When did I start to become cruel and ruthless?" Ever since he ate the thunder fruit, people in his hometown began to exclude him, calling him a monster. But he is also a resident of Sky Island, so why do they all call him a monster? All that came through his mind were bad things about himself. He didn't know why it turned out like this, why he became an alien. Until one day, someone told him that he was not a human being at all, but a god. Then he heard the legend about the infinite earth. His thoughts began to change. "That's right, it is because I am a god that they think I am a monster. How can God be like everyone else on Sky Island?" He broke off his wings and replaced them with a unique taiko drum. He destroyed his homeland of Birka, came here, defeated Ganful and became the new god of Sky Island. Since he is a god, he must be respected and feared. Therefore, he sits on the temple, with his heart network covering the entire Sky Island. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him will be punished by God. Over time, everyone was filled with hatred for him, yet they had to maintain respect and obedience to him. In his heart, he felt that God was not like that, but he didn't know what was wrong. He yearned more and more for the infinite earth, which was where gods should live. Perhaps there were gods like himself there, and only they would not reject him. So he ordered people to use all their resources to build the Ark Proverbs, hoping to travel to the infinite land and fulfill his dream of becoming a god. Unexpectedly, just when it was about to be completed, he was brutally defeated, and cracks began to appear in the dream of God. Feeling the emotions coming from the heart network, he felt joy for the first time in a long time. It was not the kind of pleasure that comes from playing with others, but the joy that comes from the heart. "God, what should I do?" For the first time, he completely put aside his hostility and his identity as a god and went to ask Sephiroth for advice. What God wants to do is, of course, save the world. Chapter 33. What happened to Qinghai? Enel began to nibble on the apple in his hand. The people down there are also ruled by a bunch of guys who think they are gods. Don't you want to bring them down? Seeing that the fish has taken the bait, Sifur naturally has to continue to feed the fish with more bait. Enel had figured it out. He wasn't a god at all. If he was, then who was Sifur? And who was that woman who could hit him? But he can become a god. All he needs to do is do what a god should do. Can't a man like you do that? In Enel's opinion, for a man as strong as Sifur, there should be nothing in the world that he cannot do. Enel, don't underestimate the world. Sifur did think about overthrowing the world government, but at least, not now. It remains to be seen who is human and who is ghost among the Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors, Revolutionary Army, the Knights of God and I'm. His power alone is limited. Even if he really has the ability, what will he do after overthrowing it? In his opinion, reconstruction is even more difficult than overthrowing. It is impossible for him to become a ruler and manage various affairs. That is contrary to the freedom he pursues. Therefore, all he can do is wait, and he will naturally take action when the time comes. Take me with you. After swallowing the last apple core in his hand, Enel reached for the food in front of Sifur. Show me around this world. I want to know how to be a qualified god. Welcome aboard. Bump your fists together. The two hit it off immediately, and all the unpleasantness brought about by the previous battle disappeared at this moment, and Enel officially became Sifur's companion. Is it settled? Seeing the two of them fist bumping, Hina came over and sat next to Sifur. Of course. Do you want to be my navigator? Sifur invited Hina again. This time she did not refuse, but she did not agree either. She fell silent. During the more than 1 month of sailing with Sifur, she saw many sights she had never seen before and experienced many things she had never experienced in Marine. Over the years since she became a Marine, she has witnessed a lot of the darkness of the government, and she is also confused about what justice is. If she becomes Sifur's companion, can she continue to uphold justice as before? Sifur has his own style of doing things, which is a completely different path from Marine. Can I keep up with him now? Sifur saw Hina's hesitation and knew that she was different from him. She had a family that loved her, good friends who cared about her, and teachers who had high hopes for her. She couldn't just do whatever she wanted. I'm waiting for you. I will always keep a place for you as a navigator on my ship. Really? Hina is a Marine. Hina wanted to just perfunctorily deal with it out of habit, but she found that her tears could not stop flowing down, and she could only put up a hand to cover her face. Why are you crying? You are a colonel at the naval headquarters. Sifur pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Why, Colonel, you're not allowed to cry. Hina wiped away her tears and answered proudly. Her red eyes and pink cheeks looked particularly charming under the light of the bonfire. Bulu 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 bulu. Unfortunately, at this moment, the den mushi in Sifur's robe suddenly started chirping. Brother Sifur, it's Joni. Den mushi has become a cute character. Joni. How have you been lately? I thought it was Sakazuki or Doflamingo, but I didn't expect it to be this little girl. That's great. Uncle Sakazuki brought me to naval headquarters. His house is so big. Joni kept talking about how Sakazuki took her to eat all kinds of food and play everywhere in the past few days, which made Sifur sigh that he didn't expect that Guy was also a daughter slave. Hina would interject from time to time, and the three of them chatted for quite a while. Enel looked at them chatting with a snail with a puzzled look on his face. Okay, little Joni, let uncle tell you something. Sakazuki's voice came from the other side. Marshal Sengoku asked which Shichibukai you plan to replace. I'm not sure yet. If I don't happen to run into a Shichibukai, I think I'll go to Alabasta. The implication is obvious. If nothing unexpected happens, Sifur will take Crocodile's head to pave his way to Shichibukai. It's best not to touch those with national foundations, and try not to kill them. Having a national foundation like Crocodile and the Empress can easily cause public outrage if not handled properly. As a friend of Saphir, Akainu naturally does not want this to happen. If the user of the fruit ability is killed, the fruit will reappear in the world and become a new uncontrollable factor. I understand. That's it. Take good care of Joni. Saphir hung up the phone without hesitation to save him from asking why Hina was still with him. What a hassle. Saphir was wondering whether he should change his target. After all, the problem in Alabasta was indeed more complicated. He had to talk to the king and princess, and also to the rebels. Just thinking about it was a headache. You can't just go up and beat Crocodile and say he's the culprit, right? Saphir doesn't even remember what he did. Why think so much? Eat. Looking at Saphir's thoughtful face after answering the phone, Hina stuffed a piece of pizza into Saphir's mouth. It's so heartwarming. Enel looked at the two people playing around, with a smile on his face. Saphir and others have been visiting Sky Island. Hina goes shopping with Aisha and others like an ordinary girl, driving a Viva to experience the customs and culture of Sky Island. Wright continues to learn about various cuisines and shellfish, while Coolie Guy wanders around the ruins deep in the forest with Wappa. The three priests and the remaining members of the god team were sent to Kaiun Field to work as laborers. Enel was forgiven by everyone after he sincerely apologized. After all, if he hadn't made such a fuss, there's no telling when the war would have ended. Moreover, although he is cold and ruthless, he will not attack people without reason. Most of the time he just enjoys toying with outsiders. Before I knew it, a week had passed. Saphir has decided to return to Qinghai. In addition to the original 4 people, there is also Enel. As for Arc Maxim, he will stay on Sky Island and come back when Enel and Saphir have dealt with Qinghai, if he still wants to go to the Infinite Land. Brother Saphir, I want to go to Qinghai too. The little girl Aisha kept pulling Saphir's trouser legs and acting coquettishly. As a curious little girl, she was very much looking forward to the Qinghai that Hina mentioned. Is there really a boundless ocean filled entirely with water? There are actually many people stronger than that Enel. Aisha didn't dare to tell Wappa that she wanted to go to Qinghai, but told Saphir directly. Wappa was too fierce and would definitely scold her, but Saphir would not. And if Saphir agrees, Wappa will definitely not have any objection. What a pity. I won't have time to spend with Aisha next time. Saphir rubbed Aisha's little head and politely refused. I'll take you there next time, Isa. Even the vicious Wappa in her heart became gentle now, because he also wanted to see the land where his ancestors lived. He had already instructed the 3 priests and their group to make a sailboat suitable for sailing in Qinghai. After all, it was easier to go down than to come up, so he had to be fully prepared. Okay. Aisha reluctantly let go of Saphir's hand. Goodbye everyone. The little crow disappeared at the end of the clouds. Chapter 34. Just as Saphir guessed, the little crow landed near the G8 base. Saphir had no plans to stay in Navarro Fortress. Since he hadn't found a wanted poster for King Luffy yet, he planned to go to East Blue. As for Coolie Guy, Hina would take him along. Well, it's time for us to say goodbye, Hina. It has been delayed long enough, and Saphir should let her go back to the marine. He believes that next time, Hina will be willing to become his navigator. The disguise of the world government will be torn off bit by bit, and she still needs time. The moment had finally arrived. Hina had been ready since leaving Sky Island. Hina is leaving. She turned around and wanted to jump from the boat to the shore. Jonathan and Jessica were waiting for her. Uncle Wright had already packed his luggage and got off the boat, leaving her space to say goodbye to Saphir. When she reached the boat's edge, she suddenly turned around and threw herself into Saphir's arms. Hina has been very happy over the past month. Thank you. A light kiss was left on Saphir's face, and Hina turned and left, as if she had no more worries. Yahahaha, mortals are mortals after all. After Hina got off the boat, Enel, who had been hiding in the cabin watching all this, came out laughing. It seemed that the fact that someone like Sifur was something worth laughing at in his opinion. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a dog? I'm a god. Who dares to describe me as a dog? Sifur ignored Enel and controlled the little Uranus to leave the G8 base. After all, the global generation gap is difficult to fill. Little Hina is still looking. How far have you walked? Jessica on the shore pinched Hina's red cheeks and teased her, but she didn't care. Next time we meet, Hina will be even stronger. Hina, having made up her mind, immediately took out her den mushi and prepared to call the warship of her branch to pick her up. Sifur, how are we going to sail the sea without a navigator and a cook? Enel will not stop Hina and Right from leaving because it is Sifur's choice, but a new problem also lies before them. How can two men who can't cook or read nautical charts find their destination in this vast ocean? Ha 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 ha, don't be impatient Enel, fate will naturally take us to the next stop. Sifur was not in a hurry. Not to mention that there was a lot of ready-made food on the boat, he could tear open the space to go to any place he had been to. If that didn't work, he could go to Sabaody Archipelago, Kakaman Island, or the Fishmen Island. They randomly picked a direction and let the little crow drift on the sea. After all, there was no place in the world they couldn't go. By the way, you need to learn haki. Those who don't have the ability of the Logia fruit without haki can only bully the newbies in the park. Enel's offensive ability is very strong, so strong that even Sifur in normal condition needs to deal with it seriously, but its shortcomings are too obvious. He is like a shooter with high attack and low defense. He can't use haki, his physical skills are not good enough, and his defense is just so-so. In the final analysis, he has low endurance and a thin health bar. Therefore, the first lesson Sifur wants to teach him is haki. Although he doesn't understand it, who can't imitate it? Haki may be another kind of ryutsu after all. The heart net you used is what Qinghai calls observation haki. Needless to say, what you're curious about is why Hina and I were hit. That's armament haki. Sifur is not going to talk about the use of ryutsu. Firstly, it is troublesome to explain, and secondly, he cannot feel ryutsu on them. It is better to talk about it based on the concept of this world. Enel changed his usual lazy and hip-hop attitude. Before he was beaten up by them, he thought that no one could hit his elemental self. In his eager gaze, Sifur described what he considered to be the various haki. Since most people can practice two-color haki through acquired efforts, the essential difference between these two types of haki should not be too big. Observation haki is the process of gathering a certain kind of power in the head, allowing the brain to perceive various energies and sounds around it. Armament haki is just another application of this energy. Letting that kind of power overflow to the surface of the body can be regarded as forming a suit of armor. The armor can be used as a defensive device, but it is also a means of attack. In particular, it can attack the Logia demon fruit power, which is why armament haki is one of the thresholds for the New World. In the New World, there are countless powerful people with various fruit abilities. Without mastering the two-color haki, you can't even enter the door. However, the armor formed by armament haki does not always exist and requires powerful physical skills to maintain. This is one of the reasons why the physical skills of the strong people who are famous for armament haki are generally very powerful. Conqueror's haki is mostly used to intimidate weaklings, or even make them unconscious. Since this type of haki cannot be cultivated after birth, the power required is naturally different from that of two-color haki. Sifur believes that it is more like a kind of courage. It was just a question of when the courage would be revealed, and Sifur couldn't explain it. In his impression, the awakening of those people seemed to be in desperate situations. Then we'll see when Enel gets into a desperate situation. Force him myself? Never mind, they are companions now after all. Moreover, he didn't think the other party could still muster the courage of a king when he was too weak. Another use of power. As someone born with strong observation haki, Enel quickly tried to use armament haki, but he obviously failed. That kind of power seemed to take root and could not be mobilized no matter what, so it could only be used in the mind. How is that possible? I'm a god. How could I not be able to learn? Enel was a little annoyed. Zephyr said that this was the entry threshold to the new world. He, the god of Sky Island, actually failed. Could it be that the talents of the people of Qinghai are stronger than that of a god like him? As for Conqueror's haki, Enel wasn't worried at all. As a god, how could he not have it? He just waited for the right time to awaken it. Don't worry. I know a top genius who took a full year and a half to fully master the use of this two-color haki. Enel felt relieved after hearing this. The top genius that Zephyr mentioned was undoubtedly one of the most promising people in this ocean. If even he needed a year and a half, he was indeed too impatient. So how long did it take you to learn the 3 types of haki? On Sky Island, Enel learned from everyone that Zephyr was one of the strongest in the entire sea, and he wanted to compete with this man. Zephyr smiled but said nothing. He was a monster after all. He couldn't tell Enel that he was born with it. That would be too much of a blow to him. If Zephyr didn't say anything, Enel wouldn't embarrass himself. He ran to the training room in the cabin and started thinking on his own. He wanted to become stronger and catch up with this man. I should have known not to teach him so soon. After Enel went in, Zephyr became bored again. Right was gone and there was no one to play chess with him. Hina was gone and there was no one to argue with him. If only I had a cell phone. Out of boredom, he took out his dusty fishing rod and fixed it to the bow of the boat. Then he put on sunglasses and lay on a beach chair to bask in the sun. Until a huge body blocked his sunlight. Hey, 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 don't you know I'm looking for Shichibukai? How dare you run into my gun? Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Chapter 35. The visitor was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known to the world as the Tyrant. He was still wearing the iconic outfit we remembered, holding a scripture of unknown origin in his hand. Standing on the bow of the ship with a height of over 6 meters, he completely blocked out the sunlight from Zephyr. Why would a man like you want to become a Shichibukai? Big Bear asked a question that was irrelevant to the question. Zephyr didn't find it strange that he knew he was going to become a Shichibukai. A revolutionary coder, the current Shichibukai, Vegapunk, and Kizaru's best friend, his multiple identities intersect together, and his intelligence network is terrifying. Is this the question you want to know, or the revolutionary? Zephyr stood up and stared at the big bear with sharp eyes. The thin figure in front of him was infinitely magnified in his eyes. Zephyr's courage was so strong that Big Bear rarely saw it in his life. He didn't try to argue about his relationship with the dragon. Zephyr obviously knew about it, so there was no need to explain. As for asking Zephyr why he knew, he didn't think he would get an answer. A strong man like you shouldn't be working for the world government. He didn't directly answer Zephyr's question, but gave an answer. Big Bear is already being transformed, and whether for Pony or Vegapunk, he has been tied to the world government's ship. He didn't know how much time he had left, so when he learned that Zephyr, the extremely powerful one, had a conflict with the celestial dragons but was about to join the Shichibukai, he couldn't help but want to meet him and find out the answer. Sell your life? Did you misunderstand something? Zephyr gave a strange smile. No one in this world is worth my life. I want to be a Shichibukai only because I see the benefits of Shichibukai. There won't be any more annoying marine scum obstructing my voyage, and it will also reduce the number of scum in this rotten world, right? Zephyr's words made Big Bear feel uneasy. He could tell that Zephyr would not obey the world government's orders. Similarly, he had no intention of joining the revolutionary army. He acts recklessly, living freely in this world based on his own preferences and cognition, and will become one of the most unstable factors. But that wasn't something he should be thinking about. He didn't have much time, and it was enough for him to know that Zephyr would not serve the world government. At least, he was not on the opposite side of the revolutionary army. Big Bear had no intention of conflicting with Zephyr. He got the answer he wanted and wanted to leave. Wait. Just as he was about to use the power of the meat glob fruit to leave, Zephyr called him back. I know you're cooperating with the world government on a research project. It would be a waste for you to continue to be a Shichibukai. Why not give it to me? It saves me from having to find the next one. Big Bear is also a pitiful man. Zephyr doesn't want to attack him, but since he has met him, it is better for him to give up his position as Shichibukai. He can't use it anyway. Decken heard that Zephyr was asking him to give up voluntarily instead of taking direct action, so he fell into thought. According to intelligence analysis, Zephyr's strength is at the level of a general, stronger than himself. In addition, they are at sea. Once a fight breaks out, the only loser will be himself. The top brass at Marine basically all knew about the relationship between themselves and the world government, and they really didn't need the Shichibukai identity anymore, so they might as well do a favor and avoid conflict. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Go to Marineford and tell Sengoku and the others that you met me and were defeated by me. The most direct way is this: Big Bear admits that he is no match for Zephyr, and Zephyr naturally takes over his position, but Big Bear may feel embarrassed. After all, he had no injuries, and Sengoku and the others could tell that he surrendered without a fight. But for Decken, face and other things no longer existed from the moment he began to be transformed. He agreed without hesitation. There was no need to have a real fight or a fake fight. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. But when he wanted to leave, Zephyr stopped him again. Big Bear is Vegapunk's best friend, so it would be perfect for him to deliver the message, saving him the trouble of going to New World. Vegapunk has been focusing on a certain research recently. He doesn't have any extra time to help you with the experiment. After hearing Zephyr say that he wanted Vegapunk to help research something that could control body size, Big Bear politely declined. The experiments Vegapunk is currently conducting are very important to the world government, and Satan from the Five Elders is supervising him from time to time. He simply can't spare any extra time. He may not have time to help me, but what if he wants to help you? Zephyr poked Big Bear with his finger. You're his best friend. If you wanted him to help me, that would be different. Time is like water in a sponge. If he's willing to squeeze it, there's always some. Let's make a deal. You should have heard that I will suppress the incident at Paradise, and you will help me tell Vegapunk about my situation, and I will help take care of your daughter. The words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, stirring up waves in Big Bear's heart. At this moment, in Big Bear's eyes, Zephyr became extremely mysterious, as if everything about himself was exposed in front of him. But the temptation of Zephyr's words to him was also extremely great. Perhaps one day soon he would completely lose consciousness and become a killing machine of the world government. Bonnie had already gone out to sea, and might soon enter the Grand Line, or might have already entered the Grand Line. He and Kizaru could only secretly observe her and protect her from time to time. What will happen in the future? When she is really no longer herself, who will protect Bonnie if she encounters danger? Borsellino is a Marine Admiral and Bonnie is a pirate. If one day they really stand on opposite sides, how should he let his friend choose? But at this moment, Ouma saw hope. If Zephyr replaced him as the new Shichibukai, he could indeed protect Bonnie to a great extent as long as he wanted. Then I'll leave Bonnie to you, Mr. Zephyr. Big Bear finally gave a positive answer. Certainly. In fact, even if there was no deal with Big Bear, Zephyr would take care of Bonnie if he met her. After all, she is just a little girl who wants to find her father. But things are different after the deal with Big Bear. It is safest to just bring the little girl with me. It just so happens that there is a person with a Chiyunibiu on the ship now, so it would be nice to have a normal person. Bonnie, who was about to enter the Grand Line at this time, did not know that his future had already quietly changed. Chapter 36. Big News. Big News. A little boy selling newspapers was walking around the streets, selling his latest newspapers to passers-by. "Give me one." A gruff voice came from behind him. "Okay." The old man with white hair and 2 cigars in his mouth put the money in the little boy's hand and took a hot newspaper. "Mr. Smoker, Logue Town has been so peaceful recently, and people are living a comfortable life." The girl with glasses looked delighted after patrolling the area. "Maybe it's because of this guy." Smoker handed over the newspaper. The black-winged demon, Ulquiorra Sifur, defeated Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was invited by the world government to become a new member of the Shichibukai. A few days ago, Grand Line, Marine Ford. "Bartholomew Kuma, are you sure you want to step down as Shichibukai?" Sengoku never expected that Sifur's target would be the tyrant whose whereabouts he usually didn't even know. "I was defeated by him, and he spared my life so that I could give up my position as Shichibukai." Kuma was defeated by Sifur, which was something Sengoku expected, but it seemed that he had admitted defeat before he really started fighting with his opponent. However, Sengoku was actually quite satisfied with the choice of Big Bear. The other Shichibukai were either related to the country or had caused a sensation in the past, and they were still a great deterrent to ordinary pirates. After all, Nobita rarely appears in public, and he is completely under the command of the world government. Even if he is not a Shichibukai, he can still play the role of a Shichibukai. Giving up this position to Sifur may not be a bad thing. "I just hope he doesn't cause trouble again and doesn't encounter celestial dragons again." Sengoku and the 5 elders had already discussed the matter of Sifur's Shichibukai, so that day the world government announced that Sifur would replace Ouma as the new Shichibukai. After hearing the news, various forces surged, among which the Whitebeard pirates were the most powerful. "Dad. Sifur rejected your invitation, but now he's become a Shichibukai. What does that mean? Does he look down on us, the Whitebeard pirates?" The grumpy Jaws had an angry look on his face, upset on behalf of Whitebeard. "Don't use common sense to look at Sifur, Jaws. He's not the kind of guy who would be content to be under someone else's thumb." Whitebeard knew very well that a man of such great strength and courage would never submit to the world government. The Fishmen Island. "Father, royal brother, look. Lord Sifur is now a Shichibukai, just like Boss Jinbei." Shirahoshi was very happy because Boss Jinbei said that Shichibukai is an existence recognized by the world government. "What on earth do you want to do, Sifur-kun?" Compared to the people celebrating on the sidelines, Jinbei is more interested in knowing why Sifur wants to become a Shichibukai. Of course, no one would have thought that he did it just for the convenience of transportation. "Is it a new Shichibukai? These pirates seem to be very active lately." Flipping through the newspaper in his hand, Tashiji habitually pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "The pirates in paradise call him the Butcher because any pirates who encounter him will have their bounties put on them, and will kill all those who don't. This has caused the pirates in paradise to be in a state of panic recently, afraid to go out to sea, and the pirates around the world who know him are hesitant about whether to enter the Grand Line. This is why the Logue Town he guards has been so peaceful recently. Although it is a good thing that everyone lives a peaceful life, this is actually due to the deterrence of a pirate. He feels that the authority of the marine is too low." Smoker's expression was very serious. As Aokiji's good friend, he naturally knew more about Sifur than the ordinary marine. "He is a lawless person. It seems that I am quite famous." A figure walked out of the alley next to him, holding a newspaper in his hand and carrying an oversized package on his shoulder. "Ulquiorra, why are you here?" There was no fear in Smoker's eyes, only confusion and displeasure. He was confused because he had also heard that Sifur had a promise to guard the paradise for a year and should not be in East Blue. The reason why I was unhappy was that this guy had kidnapped Hina for nearly 2 months. She was a classmate of mine and one of the few friends. You are too impatient, Colonel Smoker. I have finally come to East Blue. Sifur slapped the newspaper on Smoker's chest and left, brushing his shoulder. Logue Town was not Sifur's destination. It was not a place of beginning or end, but a place where fallen leaves returned to their roots. He had no interest in watching a dead person's execution. He came to the town just to purchase some supplies, and the food on the boat could not withstand the consumption of 2 big eaters. It was not easy for them to get here. Fortunately, they rescued an old man who was coming to Logue Town at sea, which enabled them to arrive here smoothly. Otherwise, with the way they were doing, who knows where in the Grand Line they would have drifted to now. Smoker naturally wouldn't bother with Sifur. It wasn't his place to question Shichibukai's whereabouts, and at least this man wouldn't attack marine or civilians. Sifur, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Smoker, who was staring at him. Just remembered, I don't have a navigator on my ship. The journey ahead is going to be difficult. Would you like to accompany me for a while, Smoker-kun? I refuse. What a joke. He is the commander of the Marine branch in Logue Town. What if something happens to Logue Town after he leaves? Besides, he didn't want to be associated with the pirates. Then lend me your deputy for a while. Smoker drew out the 10-handed weapon from his back, and Tashigi also drew out the katana from his waist, and the atmosphere became tense. Still unwilling? Then I can only grab a random civilian from Logue Town to accompany me. I wonder who will be so lucky. Etc. Pirates are pirates after all. But Smoker had no way to become his enemy. As good friends with Aokiji, he knew Aokiji's strength very well and could also infer Sifur's strength. If he were alone, he would fight Sifur and at worst die. But he is the commander of Logue Town, and his every move must be for the benefit of the civilians of Logue Town. Tashigi, would you be willing to go for a walk? He naturally couldn't leave, and there was actually no harm in letting Tashigi go. According to Hina, he wasn't much of a pirate, but more of a bounty hunter. He won't hurt Tashigi, and Tashigi can supervise him, provided he really is what Hina says, and not just pretending to be Shichibukai. Tashigi couldn't believe that Colonel Smoker, who was full of backbone, actually gave in. But when she saw Smoker's murderous eyes, she felt relieved. As a righteous marine, she naturally puts the safety of civilians first, and she has also heard about Sifur, who is not a big villain. Learn. Tashigi saluted Smoker to show his compliance. Sifur told them where his ship was docked, then strode away. Tashigi also said goodbye to Smoker and returned to the branch to pack up his things. Don't be afraid, just think of it as a journey. This was the last thing Sifur told Smoker. There will naturally be no harm in following him, as Sifur is a righteous man. But after this journey, can Tashigi still stick to the justice in her heart? Chapter 37. Sifur's destination this time is Skypiea Sea Village. He went to see if the plot had developed to that point. If not, he would just solve it and then go back to the Grand Line to continue strolling. If it has developed to that point, he should also make arrangements for the next trip. Mr. Sifur, may I ask why you are going to such an unheard-of village? It took her a long time to find such an unknown little village by searching the nautical chart. After all, Sifur only said that the village was in East Blue, and she knew nothing else. Let me show you the world. Big people like to play riddles, and she is used to it. When Tashigi, the navigator and part-time chef, brought the plates of food to the table, the dishes on the table had already been eaten up. Are all strong people so good at eating? Tashigi muttered to himself. Yehahaha, these days the food I eat is what a god should eat. Enel laughed as he stuffed meat into his mouth. Before Tashigi came on board, they had finished eating the ready meals in the cabin and had grilled fish and grilled sea kings every day. Even with such a simple recipe, they both made it taste terrible, and it almost tasted bland in my mouth. Eat, with the two of us eating so much, we'd still not be able to finish the meal even if we worked ourselves to death. Looking at the sweaty Tashigi, Sifur hesitated for a moment and handed him a plate of fried rice next to his palm. Thank you, Mr. Sifur. After spending 2 or 3 days together, Tashigi also felt Sifur's friendliness. Being with him was as free and easy as being at the marine base. It's just that the two people were a little strange. Mr. Sifur was like a riddle man, and she couldn't understand what he said at all. Mr. Enel is even more bizarre. He acts like a god every day and often sits cross-legged on the ground in a daze. Enel, who was eating heartily, suddenly stopped. You feel it too? Well, here comes this incredible guy. He immediately wiped his mouth and hands with a tissue, picked up his golden cudgel and rushed out of the deck. He has been in Qinghai for a week, and this is the first time he has encountered a strong man. Mr. Enel, this is... Tashigi looked confused. She hadn't learned Haki yet, so naturally she had no idea what Sifur and the others were talking about. You'll know when you go out and see him. He might be your idol. At this point in time, with such a strong man, and in East Blue, could it be that I just happened to run into that man? A small boat that looked like a coffin with a cross on the tail drifted near the little crow. An elegant man wearing a European-style hat was sitting on it. His eyes were as awe-inspiring as an eagle's. Anyone who was a little weaker would tremble uncontrollably upon seeing those eyes, and would not be able to muster any desire to resist. Hawkeye, my hawk! Tashigi's pupils trembled behind her glasses. She never thought that just by serving as a navigator for this Shichibukai for a period of time, she would actually meet another Shichibukai. And he is the man she wants to catch up with the most, the man with the world's greatest swordsmanship. If they were not on the vast ocean, she really wanted to go back to the cabin, take out her sword and compete with this great swordsman. Yehahaha, are you planning to challenge the gods? Enel, who has boarded Sifur's pirate ship, has been thirsty for a long time. When he was on Sky Island, he could also punish illegal immigrants. Since coming to Qinghai, all he met were civilians. He hadn't seen a single pirate. The key point was that he couldn't beat Sifur. Every time Sifur joins the training, he beats him up unilaterally. After so many days, Haki hasn't learned anything, but his ability to withstand beatings has increased a lot. Ulquira Sifur. Hawkeye didn't pay attention to Enel's second-year remarks, and obviously recognized this new Shichibukai. He has always been paying attention to the direction of the world. Hawkeye. Are you playing some boring game? Just a bunch of pathetic people who are going to die. Really? Just as Sifur thought, it seems Luffy has found Sanji, and the next stop is Coco Village. Is this just a coincidence? However, he is now very close to the Kokosi village. Although he has learned about the development of the plot, it does not prevent him from getting rid of Arlong first. It is a convenient thing. Hawkeye, are you interested in joining my ship and becoming my companion? Sifur stretched out his right hand. Enel hasn't learned armament haki for such a long time, Sifur wondered if he had misunderstood. There was a ready-made haki master right in front of him, and it would be great if he could recruit him under his command, which would also solve his problem of not knowing the way. I have no intention of joining someone else's pirates group. What a shame. If you were a swordsman, I would love to spar with you. Ever since he became the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye no longer looks down on the weaklings who come to challenge him, and secretly longs for an epic battle with the top swordsman. He is not afraid of being defeated, but he is afraid that no one will ever surpass him. So can he really continue on this path? The road to Kendo has not yet reached its peak. That's a shame indeed. My crew would like to have a sparring match with you. What do you think? Looking at Enel, who was sulking after being ignored, Sifur still asked Hawkeye for a sparring match. I just hope this guy won't be beaten to the point of doubting his life. Just give it a try. Having just met a man whose inner strength made him admire him, he readily agreed in a good mood. God's judgment. Enel couldn't wait and fired a bolt of lightning. The attack was obviously extremely fast, but to Hawkeye it looked like slow motion. He slowly drew out the long sword behind him, and with a light flick, the lightning changed direction as if it were a real object and struck somewhere else. Tashigi has taken out a small notebook and has been continuously recording descriptions of Hawkeye. This is the first and perhaps the last time she will see him in her life. That is the weapon wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, the Black Sword, one of the 12 great swords of supreme speed, Knight. The temptation of a famous sword to a swordsman is so great that her saliva is almost flowing. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Enel, who didn't believe in evil, struck the drums on both sides, attracting a huge dragon-shaped thunder beast, which swooped down on Hawkeye swiftly and fiercely. Hawkeye's face remained calm as ever, and with a light swing he chopped the thunder beast into pieces. How is it possible? Enel once again showed an emoticon-like face. Sifur was one of the strongest in Qinghai, and he accepted it when he was easily defeated by him. But why is it that any swordsman I meet on the street seems so at ease when facing my powerful attacks? Could it be that his strength was only at the level of a small fry in Qinghai? As Sifur had predicted, Enel began to doubt his life. Enel, the world is much wider than you think. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Sifur patted Enel, who was still doubting himself. Let's go. We have things to do. Hawkeye nodded slightly, and the accidental encounter between the two Shichibukai came to an end. Chapter 38. Yeah, ha 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 ha, I knew it was impossible for God to be defeated by just anyone. After learning that Hawkeye is the world's strongest swordsman, Enel's mood finally eased and he returned to his middle school self. Sifur didn't discourage him. Haki would learn it sooner or later anyway. In the paradise, Enel could basically walk sideways. It's just that he was unlucky and only met top-level experts. Mr. Sifur, we've arrived at Kakosia village. Less than half an hour after parting with Hawkeye, the little crow docked near a coast. Come on, let's go upstairs and take a walk. The three of them got off the boat one by one. Now with Enel, his heart network is open 24/7, and there is no need for human guards on the ship. What is going on? Walking into the village, Tashiji's eyes widened at the scene before him, and he was obviously frightened. The road was in tatters, and the houses on both sides had been completely uprooted and then stuck upside down in the ground. What kind of force was this? Just a few small fish jumping around. Hawkeye's communication with Enel at sea was brief, and the latter's moves were easily neutralized, making Tashigi unable to see their strength. Her vision was too short-sighted. She had not seen a strong man truly take action, and she thought that what she saw before her was terrifying enough. Really? This is the first time a god has landed in Qinghai. How could there be no one to greet him? Enel transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared before our eyes. Not far away, on an intact road, a middle-aged man with scars on his face was gathered with a group of villagers, including a girl with blue hair and a pretty face. It's okay, Ken. Nami will be successful soon. Nojijo patted the uncle's shoulder and comforted him, saying that Aegean had been thinking about expelling Arlong and the others all these years, but he had failed without exception. There were all kinds of scars on his body, which made her feel uncomfortable. In her heart, Aegean had long been like a father figure. She could only keep comforting herself and them by saying that Nami would figure it out, but she knew all the pain Nami had been going through over the years. She would rather the whole village fight Arlong to the death than let Nami suffer that pain alone, but she couldn't do it. This was what Nami had confirmed, and she foolishly thought that no one knew about it. She didn't want to make everyone feel guilty, so everyone tacitly pretended not to know. Yeah, ha 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 ha, you guys, why don't you welcome the arrival of God? Enel, who was sitting on the roof of a house listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up, frightening everyone. Aegean could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was from out of town. "Young man, hurry up and leave here, otherwise it will be over if those guys find you." Aegean's expression was very serious. The group of fishmen were elusive and came to the village every few days to collect various kinds of money. Moreover, for those who resist them, their houses will be smashed at the very least, and people will be seriously injured at the worst. If they are in a bad mood, outsiders will even be killed. Those guys. Enel is confused. His powerful mental network could naturally hear the hatred and fear towards those guys in Aegean's words. If you listen a little more carefully and from a distance, everything becomes clear. In the entire village, there is only one place where people are full of laughter and joy. Just kill those guys. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I never thought that I, Enel, would be able to show my power to others so soon and be revered like a god. Everyone looked at Enel, who suddenly burst into laughter, and looked at each other in confusion. Those guys you're talking about, are these the ones? Sifur and Tashigi also appeared in everyone's sight at this time, holding a leg in their hands, and a fishman behind them was bleeding from all 7 orifices and being dragged on the ground. Aegean's face changed drastically and he quickly ran towards Sifur, followed by everyone else. Seeing this, Sifur knew what he wanted to do and threw the fishman's body in front of them. Dead. The fishman was tall, had a middle-parted hairstyle, and a long mouth. Aegean recognized him as the cotter under Arlong. Aegean's hands were shaking. He couldn't imagine that the fishman who always showed off his power in the village died so quietly, and he was a cotter. He felt a deep sense of joy, but this was accompanied by a deeper tension. If an ordinary fishman disappeared, Arlong might not pay too much attention to it, but this is one of the cotters and a partner that Arlong trusts very much. If he disappears, Arlong will not sit idly by. This is going to be a big deal. You guys, run away. Otherwise you will die. Aegean's voice was full of tension. They were outsiders and they killed the fishman. Arlong would never let them go. Although Arlong would most likely vent his anger on the villagers after they left, they had paid for their lives, so their chances of survival were still relatively high. At most, they would be severely beaten. Arlong also knew that if he killed too many people, the villagers would fight him to death, so he hardly killed any villagers over the years. Hey, are you guys ignoring me? I'm a god. Enel was very unhappy to see that Sifur attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Foolish people, let God solve this little problem for you. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at Sifur and the other two in shock. They thought that they were speaking so arrogantly because they had never seen Arlong's strength. I am the Marine of Justice, please trust us. She had seen the arrogance of the fishmen just now, and combined with the current reactions of the villagers and the houses at the entrance of the village, it was hard not to imagine what these fishmen had done. As a Marine with justice in her heart, she must bring those bad guys to justice. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, the villagers who were originally worried about them became indifferent. So it's Marine, we don't need your help. Everyone began to distance themselves from them. Tashigi was confused. He represented justice and was here to help them, so why was he being disliked? Nyokijo and Aegean could see more clearly, so she immediately went up to them. The ones occupying this place are the Murloc pirates. Captain Arlong is a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Are you sure you can handle him? Looking at the tragic death of Ju, Nojigo felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. They might be true soldiers of justice, different from Colonel Mouse. But she also wanted to confirm whether they could really solve the problem, otherwise letting them go would be a death sentence. 20 million Baileys? Tashigi was not very clear about the concept of the bounty, because ever since she became a Marine and was assigned to the Logetown branch, all the slightly stronger pirates were dealt with by Colonel Smoker. Among those who were dealt with, there didn't seem to be any with such a high bounty. But she looked at Sifur beside her and calmed down instantly. The bounty on this man was over 1 billion for a super pirate. And seeing how he attacked the fishmen without hesitation just now, she felt that Zephyr was here to deal with those scum. Don't be afraid, please trust us. She did not tell the villagers about Zephyr's identity as a Shichibukai. After all, this was East Blue, and to the civilians here, a Shichibukai might be a more terrifying pirates. Seeing that they didn't take Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million, seriously at all, Nyokijo and Aegean decided to take a gamble. For Nami. And for all those who have been bullied and hurt by the fishmen. Okay. I'll take you there. Aegean spoke up and asked the other villagers, including Nakago, to go home. If they failed, it wouldn't bring disaster to everyone. We want to go too. However, the villagers were already furious after years of oppression, and now that they had the chance to watch the end of the Arlong pirates, they would accept death. Nami has been suffering alone for so many years, and they don't want to pretend ignorance anymore. If they don't even dare to lead the way, how can they be worthy of the tears Nami has shed for them over the years? In fact, Enel and his friends didn't need a guide. With just this one village, they could easily find Arlong paradise. However, it was hard to refuse the villagers' kindness, and what's more, they should see the destruction of Arlong paradise with their own eyes to extinguish the anger in their hearts. So, the three of them followed the huge group of villagers and headed towards Arlong paradise step by step. Enel enjoyed it, thinking that it was only right for a large group of people to lead the way for God. On the coast, a sheep's head pirate's boat was parked next to the Little Crow, and from the hull it looked almost dwarfed by the larger vessel. A new pirate's ship? No way! The orange-haired girl who got off the boat had sweat all over her face. She was used to stealing things, but when she saw such a huge ship, she didn't have any thoughts and ran quickly towards the village. Everyone, please don't get hurt. Chapter 39. Nochigo, Aegean, everyone. Nami kept running and shouting in the village, but no one responded to her. The desolate atmosphere filled the whole village. The inverted houses on both sides seemed to be telling that something unpleasant happened here not long ago. Why? Why now? Nami knelt on the ground with blank eyes. I've worked so hard, I'm just a little bit away from saving up 100 million berries to buy back my village and my freedom from those bastards. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Why did she have to fail when success was so close to her? Helpless tears slid down her cheeks as she recalled the hardships she had gone through. Belmere was killed for herself, but for the sake of the people in the village, she was willing to draw sea charts for her enemy Arlong, tattoo Arlong's logo on her arm, and become his cotter and work for him. She wanted to cut the disgusting tattoo on her arm with a knife countless times, but she held back every time. She told herself that she would be able to get rid of it soon. She kept stealing and cheating everywhere, just to save enough money one day to make everyone free, and to protect the place where she grew up. But why did it end up like this? She stopped crying and returned home with a cold face. Under this land where orange orchards were planted, buried were years of blood and tears. At least the orange grove hadn't been destroyed. She took out a long stick with sharp ends from home and walked towards Arlong paradise with a determined look in her eyes. She had no more worries. At least, 1 or 2 people have to take the blame. On the other side, Arlong paradise. Under the guidance of the villagers, Zephyr and his 2 companions finally arrived at the base camp of the Murloc pirates, a building that looked very expensive. The door was closed tightly, and from time to time one could hear the laughter and cheers of the fish people from inside, which was in stark contrast to the serious atmosphere of the people outside. 30 million volt thunder beast. Enel tapped the drum on the left with the long stick in his hand, and a wolf-shaped thunder beast roared out, smashing the door to pieces in front of everyone's wide-eyed eyes. Who is it? A voice filled with doubt and anger came out. The smoke cleared, and everyone present appeared in Arlong's sight. Seeing the 3 people in the lead whom he had never seen before, he didn't think much of it and just thought that they were some ignorant helpers that the villagers had found from somewhere. It seems like I need you to remember that fear well. Arlong had a creepy smile on his face, and everyone couldn't help but recall his brutal appearance when he first arrived in Kokozia village. Behind him, the fishmen drew their weapons, obviously ready to attack at Arlong's command. But no one took a step back. If they chose fear at this moment, they would never be able to escape Arlong's shadow in their lifetime. Can I kill them all? Enel scratched his head and looked at Zephyr. After all, he was Zephyr's crew member, so he had to ask for his opinion if he was around. Sure. Anyway, that was Zephyr's original plan. It also allowed Enel to bully the minions and regain some confidence, although he didn't seem to be affected by it. Mr. Zephyr. Tashigi wanted to stop their murderous behavior. In her eyes, even pirates should be tried before being convicted. Shut up and use your brain before you speak or act. Zephyr interrupted her directly. Tashigi then remembered that the person in front of him was not a marine, but the 7 warlords of the sea. And he was a monster known as the Butcher. And when she looked around, she found that people were very excited about Zephyr's answer. She understood that these pirates must have done a lot of excessive things to them. She was a little dazed. She began to wonder why the pirates did such excessive things to civilians, but were still imprisoned after only being tried? After getting Zephyr's consent, Enel turned the golden staff in one hand and walked forward slowly, with a defiant look on his face. Your expression and what you said really displease the gods. Don't you know you should be fearful of the gods? With a wave of Arlong's hand, all the fishmen except the cotters rushed towards Enel with knives, but the blades passed through his body one after another, unable to hurt him at all. Could this be Logia? As a member of the Sun Pirates and a former member of the Grand Line, how could Arlong not know what this meant? Sweat began to drip. If it was the powerful Logia demon fruit power, he would not be his match. 30 million volts discharge. He just stretched out his palm, and a powerful electric current wrapped around his body. In an instant, all the fishmen who surrounded him were electrocuted and fell to the ground, their life or death unknown. Run! Jump into the sea! Seeing his compatriots become like this, Arlong was furious, but he still chose to abandon them to an unknown fate. Enel's slightest move was already so terrifying that he didn't think he could compete with his opponent. The most important thing at this moment was to escape into the sea. Demon fruit power is a person abandoned by the sea. This is a truth known to everyone in Grand Line. As long as you go to the sea, you will be safe. He now realized that opening a port connected to the sea in Arlong Paradise was really the smartest decision in his life. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Seeing that the remaining fishmen wanted to escape into the sea, Enel tapped the right drum with his golden stick, and a swift bird-shaped thunder beast spread its wings and flew away. The speed was so fast that the cotters had no time to react and were knocked to the ground, convulsing all over. Hachi! Krobi! Arlong, the only one who escaped into the sea, now had bloodshot eyes and tears mixed with the sea water. All his compatriots were killed by humans today. How could he go back to Fishman Street and face people in the future? He swore that after these people left, he would come back and kill all the people in Kokozia village to bury them with the dead fish people. It's over. That Arlong actually escaped. It was the strongest one who escaped. The villagers were extremely anxious. Aegean even started to take off his clothes, wanting to go into the sea to fight Arlong. You can't escape. How dare a mere dried fish defy the gods? God's judgment. After locking Arlong's position with his mind net, Enel shot out a bolt of lightning from his fingertips, flew over the sea, and turned into a huge thunder that fell vertically. There was a flash of lightning on the ocean. After the thunder, various fish kept floating to the surface because they were injured. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Arlong, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, also floated to the surface. We won! Seeing Arlong's chest no longer rising, the villagers' eyes filled with tears. Cheers resounded throughout the land. They threw all the weapons in their hands to the ground and hugged each other. Nokijo hugged Aegean's arm tightly, and his face was filled with joy for the first time in a long time. Hey, God solved this for you. Seeing that he was being ignored again, the great hero Enel reminded them. The villagers also reacted at this time and rushed forward, holding his limbs and lifting them high in front of Enel's puzzled gaze. Thank God for your help. With the ups and downs, the villagers also followed his wishes and called Enel a god. After all, to them, Enel was indeed the god who saved them. Yeah, ha, this is the treatment a god deserves. At this moment, Enel finally understood how to be a real god. Nami, who had already walked not far from them, heard the cheers coming from Arlong Paradise, and her life seemed to be ignited again. She quickened her pace, threw away the long stick in her hand, and rushed towards Arlong Paradise at full speed, then saw the corpses of murlocs all over the ground and the cheering villagers. Nochigo, Aegean, everyone. I'm so glad that you are all okay. Nami covered her mouth and couldn't stop the tears from falling again. Nakiko let go of Ken and immediately ran towards Nami. The two hugged each other tightly. Chapter 40. After Nochigo's explanation, Nami finally understood the whole story. Thank you so much. Nami walked up to the three people and bowed deeply. Amid the cheers, Tashigi, who had learned from the villagers about the evil deeds of Arlong and his gang over the years, lowered his head in shame. She felt that Marine was largely responsible for the tragic years that Kokozia village had gone through. As the Marine that maintains world peace, it didn't even take a small place in East Blue into consideration. You know, Sahai and Paradise are Marine's territories. Is there anything you need? I will do my best to satisfy you. Nami is in a good mood now. She is thinking about whether to give all the money she has saved over the years to Sifur and others. After all, it was they who saved the village. Satisfy me. I need a lot of things. A vulgar voice came from behind. A man with shifty eyes and a cloak of justice walked in from the shattered gate, followed by a group of armed marines. I can't believe that the famous Arlong died at the hands of a group of people I've never heard of. Colonel Mouse's face was all smiles. Since Arlong was dead, all his treasure and the credit for killing him belonged to him, as well as the money that the little girl he told him was hiding. He could already imagine what a happy scene that would be, with a fortune worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, and he might even be transferred from the branch to the main branch. You Marines, what are you planning to do here at this hour? Aegean protected Nami and Noki behind him and shouted that Arlong's evil deeds over the years were closely related to the Marine in front of him. Everyone reacted violently. Now that Arlong was dead and the mountain pressing down on their heads was gone, they naturally rose up in resistance. Seeing their reactions, the Marines raised their guns one after another, as if they were waiting for Colonel Mouse's order to shoot everyone present into sieves. I, Colonel Mouse, am no fool. I spent so much effort to get rid of Arlong and his gang. You should at least thank me. He opened his big mouth and wanted to take all the credit for himself in just a few words, and shamelessly asked for benefits from the villagers. Everyone was angry, but didn't know how to deal with such a shameless person. After all, the other party is a Marine, and since ancient times, the people have never fought against the officials. Which branch are you from? How can you take credit for someone else's work? Tashigi was already deeply dissatisfied when he saw Colonel Mouse's behavior. After hearing his remarks and considering the villagers' attitude towards him, it was obvious that this group of Marines and the group of pirates were in collusion. It is because of this group of scum that justice cannot be spread to every corner of the sea. I'm Naval Headquarters Staff Sergeant Tashigi. I will definitely report your behavior to headquarters. Looking at Tashigi's hateful expression, Colonel Mouse felt like he might have hit a wall. That's our sergeant. Although her military rank doesn't sound as high as his, the value of the headquarters is completely incomparable to that of the branch. There may be people among the people she knows who can easily step on her to death. Now that things have come to this, it seems the only thing we have to do is take action. Sergeant of our headquarters, then you may have to stay. Tashigi never dreamed that his colleagues would kill him in order to cover up their crimes. Under her incredulous gaze, Captain Mouse waved his hand, and the Marines pulled the trigger without hesitation, not even paying attention to the villagers around her. Everyone closed their eyes in fear, but only heard the crackling sound of gunfire and did not feel the bullets hitting their bodies. When they opened their eyes, they saw an incredible scene. Colonel Mouse and his men were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, and the bullets they fired were suspended in the air in front of Saphir. A person with special abilities. The Mouse Colonel could only think in the direction of Devil Fruit, slumped on the ground and backed away. On second thought, they should all be Marines. If they were reported, the most they would be punished and dismissed. As for killing their companions, he would never admit it. Anyway, the money I've earned these years is enough for me to live a happy life for the rest of my life, but it would be best if I could ease the pressure. Well, you three, I was just being distracted by a ghost. Please forgive me and just pretend I was never here. I will definitely give you a big gift afterward. He rubbed his hands together and walked over to Tashigi with a flattering look on his face. The ugliness of human nature, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, was fully displayed in him at this time, but Tashigi did not intend to stop there. If Saphir hadn't intervened in time, not only herself but also all the civilians around her would have died. This was something she couldn't tolerate. Just as she was about to speak, Saphir spoke first. Enel, kill them all. Learn. He didn't care about the lives of these dozens of people at all. To Saphir, the damnation of these scums disguised as righteous was no different from that of the pirates who committed murder and arson. They are not human beings. Wait, I'm a Marine. Even if I did something wrong, it should be handled by the people at headquarters. Colonel Mouse was really scared at this moment. These two men looked like ruthless killers. He only hoped that the regulations of the naval headquarters could restrain them. Aegean and others also looked at Saphir worriedly. Although they hated these Marines, they were also afraid that Saphir and others would make mistakes because of them. Who told you I'm a Marine? Saphir looked at Enel coldly and gestured for him to take action. God's judgment. Colonel Mouse wanted to say something, but Enel's lightning had already arrived. Even Arlong couldn't withstand the attack. Naturally, these Marines who had been idle all day were wiped out. Benefactor, killing Colonel Mouse won't have any impact on you? Aegean asked with a worried look on his face. Uncle, don't be afraid, we'll be fine. Tashigi answered for Saphir. Originally, as a mere sergeant at the headquarters, she naturally could not make the decision on such matters, but with this man around, it was different. The colonel of the Marine branch, who was causing trouble for the area, was killed by the 7 warlords of the sea. As long as the report here is well written, the headquarters will not have any objections. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. After hearing their answers, the worried crowd finally felt relieved. Then they asked for Saphir and Enel's names and said they wanted to hold a banquet to thank the 3 of them for their help. Yehahaha, it's a celebration for God. Enel's second-year behavior was out of control. And Saphir finally answered the question Nami had asked him in the beginning. I heard the oranges here are good. Want some? Hearing that he wanted to eat oranges, Nami, who was already happy, was even happier and excitedly wanted to take them to her own orange orchard to see it. A small boat was quietly moored on the coast. There's no mistake. Why is that guy here too? Zoro's face darkened as he looked at the flag hanging on the little crow. Chapter 41. Enel, just wait here. I'll bring you some oranges. Yehahaha, I didn't expect you to know how to respect the gods. Enel, who was confused, thought that Saphir was being kind to him. As a tolerant and generous god, he naturally had to accept his admiration. Although he has a middle school level aura, he is actually a true person in the eyes of everyone. Although he always regards himself as a god, he is indeed their patron saint. Tashigi mingled among the villagers. Not only did she do nothing on this trip, she couldn't do anything at all. She could only help the villagers prepare a banquet to find something to do. Marine's sense of justice began to waver in her heart at this moment, and what she had always insisted on seemed like a joke. "Miss Tashigi, what's wrong with you?" The happy villagers nearby saw her crying while helping to move things, and they surrounded her in panic to ask her questions. "If only I were stronger." She shook her head to signal everyone not to worry, but her tears could not stop flowing. Sifur, your companion seems to be crying. Is that okay?" Nami and Nojiko, who were walking towards the orange orchard with Sifur, also noticed the commotion behind them and asked curiously. This is something she should have experienced. Justice is not something so pure in her heart. They thought about it and decided that it was probably because of Colonel Mouse. Since Sifur didn't care, they had nothing to say. Soon they arrived at the orange orchard that they were proud of. Everywhere they looked, there was a golden field sparkling in the sun. "For you." Nami was very tactful and peeled an orange and handed it to Sifur. "How is it? How is it? Isn't it delicious?" Under Nami's expectant gaze, Sifur gave her a satisfactory answer. Just one word made her jump for joy. "To be honest, this is the most delicious orange Sifur has ever eaten in his past and present life. The taste may not seem to be much different, but the feeling is different. Perhaps the owner of the orange orchard takes great care of it. The warmth of the heart seems to be transmitted through the oranges. Have you two ever thought about going out to the ocean?" Another orange was stuffed into his mouth, and Sifur's casual words made the two of them freeze in place. As for the characters in these two plots that Sifur knows well, he doesn't have to worry about whether they will betray him. Besides, a cook and a navigator can just fill the vacancies on the ship. As for waiting for Hina mentioned earlier, it is normal to have rotation of the same position on such a large ship. "You mean, becoming a marine?" Nami asked tentatively. She suddenly remembered that just now in Arlong Paradise, when Sifur ordered the killing of Colonel Mouse, he seemed to say that he was not a marine. "I think it should be pirates." This statement completely confused the two. "He's a pirate? But Tashigi is a marine. They shouldn't be together, right?" Nojiko actually has a certain degree of fear and disgust towards pirates. Nami is different. She no longer hates pirates that much, but she already has a pirates group she wants to join. Then, both of them decisively rejected Sifur. Nojiko's reason was that he had to look after the orange orchard left by his adoptive mother, while Nami was more direct and said that he already had a favorite pirates group. He was a little disappointed with the result, but it was within his expectations, considering they were the Straw Hat Pirates. "That's right. Sifur, come and look at this." Afraid that rejecting him would make him unhappy, Nami pulled her to her own small treasury, pulled open the ground, and the glittering golden treasure was revealed. "This is worth approximately 93 million berries. Consider it your reward for helping our village get rid of Arlong and Colonel Mouse." Nami seemed to be showing off the hard work he had put in over the years. This money was originally saved to buy freedom for the entire village. Now not only is everyone free, but even the threats are gone. No matter how greedy she was, she felt that the money should be given to Sifur as a thank you. Sifur looked at the treasure underground without a trace of greed in his eyes. He had no shortage of money. The gold, silver, jewelry, and Baileys on his ship alone are worth far more than this. Besides, he is a butcher, so if he runs out of money, he can just go around the Grand Line a few times and get more. Leave it to your villagers. If you really want to pay me, this won't be enough. He did not look at the treasure again, but walked around the orange orchard, picking one from time to time, peeling it and putting it in his mouth. Seeing Sifur say this, Nami hid the treasure again. She had already thought of what to do with the money. The man in front of me is a good pirate just like Luffy and the others. Us. As she smiled, Luffy's voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw several men running towards her. Coming. Sifur's ears tingled. He had been in this world for almost 2 months, and he was finally going to meet the protagonist. Luffy. Without Arlong's restraint, Nami no longer had any constraints on her. At this moment, she wanted to truly become this man's partner. When they entered the village, they saw everyone preparing for the banquet. After some inquiries, they learned that Nami had her own difficulties. Later, with the guidance of a villager, I found this place. Nami. Be my partner. For the first time, Nami felt that pirates were not necessarily bad people. It was because of this man that she wanted to sail on the sea with him. Is it the world line that's causing trouble? Or did I not arrive early enough? Even though it wasn't Luffy who defeated Arlong, Nami was still invited. Looking at the two people hugging each other, Sifur couldn't help but sigh that his journey to inviting partners was really bumpy. I just tricked a little girl and defeated a guy with middle school syndrome, but all the others failed. The drop rate of this companion is too low. But he just thought about it. The people he had invited had all appeared in the original book, so he basically didn't have to worry about whether they would betray him. But the success rate is quite low. If he publicly announces that he wants to recruit crew members, people who want to join him will definitely flock to him. But that wouldn't be fun. Sifur has decided to live a life of freedom and to do whatever he wants. He will not look for companions just for the sake of looking for companions. Are you the man who helped Nami solve her troubles? You look so strong. Thank you. Luffy, with an innocent smile on his face, touched his hat and walked up to Sifur. He remembered what Zoro had just said. Zoro, do you recognize this flag? Seeing Zoro's panicked look, Luffy's expression turned serious. As a former pirate hunter, I would never make a mistake. The owner of this ship is the same famous Hawkeye, another of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ulquiorra Sifur, known as the Black-Winged Demon. As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone on the ship turned pale with fear. Zoro had just been defeated by Hawkeye with absolute advantage, and now a monster of the same name as him appeared. How could people not be terrified? It's just something that happens to me. Looking at the dwarf in front of him, Sifur wondered whether he should beat him up and let him see the dangers of society. Chapter 42. Time passed quickly and it was evening. The banquet was held at Arlong Paradise. A bonfire was lit in the village of Kokozia, illuminating the entire paradise. The villagers gathered together to sing and dance, and there were countless kinds of food and drinks. As the great hero, Enel sat by the campfire and accepted toasts from everyone. After a whole day, his face was almost frozen with smiles. But I still couldn't stop feeling happy. It turns out that compared to fear, respect from the bottom of my heart is what God wants. Sifur sat alone in a corner, slowly drinking wine and eating meat. He liked to see this lively scene, but he himself didn't like to join in. As for the original protagonists and others, they naturally integrated into the dinner party because of their outgoing nature. Luffy and Usopp were eating and doing funny things with their chopsticks, and everyone's laughter could be heard from time to time. Zoro was drinking his wine quietly, but Tashigi recognized the Wado Ikimonji on his waist and asked him about the origin of the sword. When he saw a woman who looked like Kuina chasing him and asking him all kinds of questions, he couldn't stand it anymore and didn't know where to hide in the corner. Sanji mingled with the chefs, helping with the cooking while learning the cooking strengths of people from different places. Bulu 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 bulu. The den mushi in his arms rang at an inopportune time, and Sifur picked up the receiver. Dr. Vegapunk has agreed to your request, but he cannot guarantee its success. Big Bear's gentle voice came from the other side. It's okay. This kind of thing is not that easy to accomplish. All I want him to do is try to do it. Things that did not appear in the original plot are probably hard to come by, and no one can guarantee whether this genius scientist can actually research them. Sifur didn't doubt whether the other party would try. One good thing about this world is that most people with names are very kind, righteous, and honest, which is something Sifur likes very much. Bonnie seems to have entered the Grand Line. From now on, please take good care of her. If possible, please do not interfere in her life. There was a pause, and then the second half of the sentence was said. As an incompetent father, he couldn't be with Bonnie, but he still hoped that Bonnie's next path would be chosen by herself. I hope that as a strong girl, she can move forward in the direction she wants without being interfered with by anyone, not even herself. Sifur was speechless. After all, his idea was to bring Bonnie to his boat, and now the other party asked him not to interfere in her life. This was obviously inconsistent with his own thoughts. Big Bear didn't know it, but Sifur, who had a god's perspective, knew very well that Bonnie went to sea not to look for that boring big treasure. In a sense, what she was looking for was a piece that belonged only to her. Everything Big Bear did actually went against what Bonnie was pursuing, but the research on Big Bear's body was almost coming to an end. He couldn't make this man betray the world government with just a few words. He couldn't go back on the deal he made in exchange for Bonnie's life. If only I had crossed over earlier. This was the first time Sifur had this idea, but unfortunately everything was already decided, and he could only take away the Big Bear who still had a trace of memory in the future. Your weird devil fruit ability should allow you to film your own memories. Silence fell over the other side. Big Bear hadn't expected Sifur to even think of this. After receiving a positive answer, the two of them made a plan. Until the moment he hung up the Den Den Mushi, Sifur did not answer Ouma's question. Perhaps in his opinion, this was already a very clear answer. Sifur doesn't intend to interfere in her life, but she needs to know what's going on. Then it is up to her to decide whether she chooses to continue playing the Pirate's House game or follow herself. Are all the people in Shichibukai as powerful as Hawkeye? A figure sat down next to Sifur, and the conspicuous green algae hair revealed the identity of the visitor. The 7 members of the Shichibukai naturally have different strengths. The wounds on you must have been inflicted by Hawkeye. I met him at sea. Sifur didn't expect that Zoro, the former pirate's hunter, would come to chat with him. It's him. I will surpass him one day sooner or later. Zoro gently touched the bandage on his chest. The scars on his back were a swordsman's shame, while the scars on his front were his glory. With your strength, you can't handle any of them in the current Shichibukai. Sifur didn't think Crocodile's purely plot-based kill was a real victory, although he didn't take the opponent seriously at all. You still need to become stronger. If you want to reach the level of me and Hawkeye, at least wait until your bounty reaches 3 billion. This number shocked Zoro so much that he was speechless. As far as he knew, no one in the Shichibukai seemed to have reached this amount. But he didn't think that the butcher in front of him would come out of nowhere. That is to say, their strength is far higher than the terrifying level represented by the bounty before becoming Shichibukai. It's such a long journey. After drinking a pot of hot wine, he was speechless. All night until dawn. Sifur and the other two decided to leave, but the Straw Hat Pirates decided to stay for another day for some reason. What a shame. I was thinking of fighting you, Sifur. Luffy was laughing and had no idea what kind of monster the person in front of him was. He was just like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Monkey D. Luffy. I'll let you off this time. Next time we meet at the Grand Line, I hope your strength will be as strong as your words. In this ocean, a small character like you can't even reach the threshold to see me. Keep up the good work. Smooth sailing is not a good thing for them. When a confident mouse meets a ferocious tiger, there will only be one outcome. Sifur wouldn't mind teaching them a painful lesson at the park's terminal sometime later. He, I'm going to be the king of pirates. The carefree Luffy ignored Sifur's warning and still had a smile on his face. Strange, why do I always feel like beating this guy up? Enel looked confused. He had never met the other party before, but as soon as they met, he felt that the other party's face deserved a beating. Let's go. Sifur patted Enel, who was in deep thought, and the three of them boarded the boat. Under the grateful gaze of the people in Kokozia village, the little crow set sail. Those people also seemed to be pirates. Mr. Sifur, don't you plan to deal with them? It seems that the Straw Hat Pirates don't seem like bad people, but Sifur didn't attack them, which is something Tashigi is very curious about. This man never seems to show mercy to pirates. Haven't you seen a lot on this trip? Sifur took off his shirt, put on a pair of sunglasses, and lay on a beach chair on the deck, basking in the sun. This world is divided into black and white. There has always been black and white and black. If you want to uphold the justice in your heart, the road is still long. Tashigi thought of what Colonel Mouse had done, and it seemed that justice and evil were not determined by a simple identity. Good and evil are determined by man. Mr. Sifur, please teach me to become stronger. She walked up to Sifur and bent down to make a nearly 90-degree bow. Ah! Sifur looked confused under his sunglasses. If you want to become stronger, go find someone from your naval headquarters. I don't teach people. He refused without hesitation. His own strength is innate, and he has no idea how to systematically teach others to become stronger. The fact that Enel still hasn't figured out the trick to using armament color is enough to give him a headache. He's even considering finding someone who really knows how to teach him. Besides, I'm a pirate. You're a marine from headquarters, and you want to learn from me. Sifur joked that if he hadn't met his Tashigi, he would have thought that all the pirates should be arrested, not to mention wanting to ask for his advice. Now I no longer judge people's good or evil based on their stance. Tashigi's face turned red, but she answered with her head held high. Seeing that she was no longer confused, I guess she had found the true justice in her heart. I'm hungry, go cook. Yes. Chapter 43. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and I returned to this town of beginning and end. Why don't you report to your boss? Thank you Mr. Sifur and Mr. Enel for your care during this period. On the street, Tashigi bowed to the two people in front of him again. Although she had not learned any way to become stronger on Sifur's ship during this period of time, nor had she received any guidance. But she saw with her own eyes the world's strongest swordsman and the most famous black sword in the world. She witnessed the joy of the civilians in a village after they were saved, saw the dirt beneath the cloak of justice, and also saw the bright light in the darkness. All this gave her far more than what she had given in this period. Don't be confused anymore. She turned and ran away. The atmosphere was no longer as heavy as when they first met. Sifur could see that some shackles on her seemed to have been broken free. Let's go. Now that he already knows the current direction of the plot, Sifur is naturally calmer about controlling time. He called Enel and wandered around the streets of Logue Town. After all, it was the town where the Pirate King was executed, so it was still quite prosperous. Sorry. A little boy, about 11 or 12 years old, accidentally bumped into Sifur, apologized quickly, and ran away without looking back. That brat isn't very clean. Isn't it a shame for God to steal from his own captain? Enel looked coldly at him as he walked away. Same here. Sifur gently tossed the bulging wallet in his hand. The two of them had no intention of rushing over to expose him, and followed the little boy slowly. A great harvest! A great harvest! The little boy ran to a dilapidated street filled with all kinds of household garbage and emitting a foul stench. He looked around cautiously, and after confirming that no one was around, he couldn't wait to open Sifur's wallet and start counting. There are actually 100,000 Baileys. He was very excited. This amount of money was equivalent to his income for several days, and it brought him one step closer to his dream. What's this? He found a folded piece of paper stuffed in the pocket of his wallet. The black-winged demon Ulquiera Sefer, bounty of 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. While counting the amount on the reward poster, he was sweating profusely without realizing it, and even the reward poster fell to the ground. Did I steal from a supervillain? It's okay, it's okay. He probably didn't notice. I was very careful. He reached into the inside pocket of his coat, took out a handkerchief, and nervously wiped the sweat from his head, constantly looking around for the situation, etc. As he was wiping his forehead, he seemed to have noticed something. He fumbled around his body and found that his wallet was missing. It's that time. That man was his first customer of the day. He only touched him once, and he must have taken it away at that time. There is a card with hundreds of thousands of Baileys in it. His heart was bleeding and he wanted to go back to find that man, but when he thought of the bounty order, he prayed that the man would not come looking for him. Little Jerry, it seems that you are lucky today. You come to count money so soon. Jerry heard one of the voices he least wanted to hear at this moment. Turning around, I saw a group of boys around 20 years old, dressed casually and with different hair colors walking out of an alley. They were the ruffians in Logue Town who took pleasure in bullying children and civilians, and the one who spoke just now was one of them. But they are not pirates, and they have not done anything particularly serious like murder or arson. Even if the Marines catch them, they will only be locked up for a few days at most, and they will still be the same as before when they are released. Moreover, they were not afraid of going to jail at all. They said that it was a prison and they were arrested to go for further training. When they got out, they showed off to other scoundrels. Brothers, do you know what I want to talk to you about? There's no way I can outrun them, so I can only see if I can minimize the losses. You little brat, if I hadn't seen you hiding here and secretly counting money yesterday, I wouldn't have known you were able to steal so much. The man who had just spoken patted Jerry's face lightly, looking very pleased with himself. It just so happens that my buddy has no money to eat after coming out of the kill. Please use your earnings today to treat us to a meal. Without saying a word, he pulled Jerry's right hand from behind his back and snatched the wallet from it. No. Give it back to me. Jerry struggled to get the wallet back, but was knocked to the ground by the man's companions with 3 punches and 2 kicks. He now had only one thought in his mind, which was to get the wallet back. He had already lost all his savings of many years. If this wallet was stolen again, he didn't know how he would have the face to go home. Give it back to me. Like a mad dog, he bit the calf of the man holding the wallet hard. The severe pain made the man punch and kick his head repeatedly. With 2 teeth broken, Jerry fell to the ground gasping for breath with blood all over his head. The man who was bitten wanted to kick the man a few more times, but was stopped by others around him. I'll kill you if you hit me again. Have you forgotten who the Marine commander of this town is? Thinking of the ferocious look of the white hunter smoker, his whole body trembled, and in the end he did not kick him. Give it back to me. Just as they turned to leave, Jerry's hand grabbed his trouser leg again, causing him to get annoyed and step on Jerry's hand. Jerry let go of his hand in pain and could only watch them take his stolen wallet and go out to have fun. He fell to the ground with tears streaming down his face. Just a small setback. But after a moment he stood up again, wiped away his tears, and limped towards home. His back looked like a lone wolf that had failed in hunting. Boss, is it really okay that you beat that kid so badly just now? A small gangster was frightened. This was not the first time they had used force on someone, but the other party was just a child after all, and they didn't know if he could withstand it. Don't be afraid. We only beat him up, we didn't kill him. Even if Smoker finds out, the worst that can happen is he'll have to go back to the prison for further training for a while. The man holding the wallet didn't take it to heart. He was thinking about what kind of meal to have later. After all, he looked and saw that there were 100,000 Baileys in his wallet. Hey young man, it seems like you're holding my wallet. Before they even reached the main street, Sephiroth's tall figure blocked their way. Is this the real boss coming to visit? The gang of hooligans were a little scared at first, but then they thought, they have been roaming around Logue Town for a while now, and the man in front of them looks tall, but speaks politely, so he must be someone who is easy to bully. The leading thug couldn't help but think of making another fortune. I was just saying, you seem to have my wallet on you. Everyone understood immediately and wanted to attack Sephiroth. Really? With a wave of the hand, patches of bright red bloomed in the alley. Chapter 44. Logue Town, a remote and sparsely populated neighborhood. The houses here are dilapidated, the garbage is everywhere, and there are a few scattered households, all of which show the poverty of this place. Brother! What happened? Jerry gently pushed open the door of one of the old and dilapidated rooms. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old saw his bruised appearance and came forward anxiously. The girl's brightly colored clothes seemed out of place with her poor family and Jerry's plain attire. It's okay, little Jamie, brother just fell accidentally. Jerry endured the pain and gently stroked his sister's smooth and delicate hair, but did not dare to smile. Just a little bit. He could take his sister and mother away from this filthy place, and he could let his sister live happily like other children. His heart was filled with grievance and unwillingness, but his face was calm, as if nothing had happened. The worst that can happen is to start over. Jamie also tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, ran into the room, brought out a medical kit, and gently treated Jerry's wounds. Her brother always thought she knew nothing, but in fact she knew everything. Sometimes her brother would come home covered in bruises, actually because he was beaten for stealing. She wanted to persuade her brother not to continue like this, as it was not right. But when she heard her mother's cough and thought of her brother's dream, she couldn't say anything. Looking at her thin brother and thinking about the beautiful clothes she was wearing, she felt very uncomfortable. Her brother never treated her and her mother badly in terms of food and clothing, but he always looked indifferent. I wish I could grow up quickly and help my brother. Jerry could naturally see that his sister was about to cry. He slowly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, comforted her softly, and promised to pay more attention next time. Although I don't know how many times I've made this promise. In fact, he had tried to work steadily, but others would bully him because he was a child, deducting his salary was commonplace, and sometimes he would not even receive it. The burden of the family fell on the 12-year-old boy. It did not bend his back, but it crushed his upright heart. Without money, my mother and sister won't have anything to eat, and our family will have to stay in this slum for the rest of their lives, and they might even starve to death tomorrow. So he started to steal, specifically targeting some unfamiliar and wealthy people, but he didn't expect that the encounter he encountered today would be so miserable. It's probably retribution. I originally wanted to be a marine and catch bad guys, but I didn't expect that I would become a complete bad guy. I deserve the retribution I am getting now. But he has no intention of retiring, after all, his family is waiting for him to eat. The sudden coughing sound caught the attention of the two men, and they hurried to their mother's room. A thin woman was lying on the bed. She was obviously in her 30s, but because of the ruthless years and illness, she looked like a skinny old lady of 50. She has been bedridden for several years. Jamie took out a bowl, poured some water in it, and brought it to the woman on the bed. Come, Mom, drink some water. Hearing this, the woman tried to sit up with difficulty, and Jerry quickly stepped forward to support her. After drinking the water, she looked at the scars on Jerry's body in silence, as if she was thinking about something. Finally, she spoke. Little Jerry, sell the knife. How can that be possible? Jerry refused without hesitation. The knife that my mother was talking about was another black knife passed down from her ancestors, which was praised by the world as one of the 12 supreme swords, the barbarian dragon. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, my mother's ancestor was a world-famous swordsman. Holding a black knife, he traveled across the world and eventually fought a great battle with a dragon. With this sword, he killed the dragon, and from then on, the name of the barbarian dragon became famous throughout the world. However, the man who slew the dragon died soon after due to his severe injuries. Jerry grew up listening to the origin of the barbarian dragon and the stories of his mother's ancestors. The significance of the barbarian dragon to him has long been beyond the description of a supreme sword. The expected rejection did not make the mother angry or disappointed, and she did not want to sell the ancestral knife. But she was even more unwilling to let her son risk his life every day to go out and make money. Although she didn't know what her son did, she knew it must not be a serious job. Who would fall down every now and then while doing their job? After seeing her son injured so badly today, she couldn't bear it anymore. She was so scared that one day her son would go out and never come back. At this moment, she threw all the supreme sword and the glory of her ancestors behind her. She just wanted her family to be happy and healthy. Go find the Marines. They might buy the savage dragon for a low price, but at least they won't bully you. There was no doubt about the mother's words. Barbarian dragon had to be sold. Even if it was sold at a low price, Marine would at least give them enough money for the family to live a stable life. As for selling it to businessmen and experts, she didn't even think about it. The merchant expert would indeed offer a much higher price, but she didn't dare to bet on whether the other party had bad intentions. The jade is innocent, but holding the jade is a crime. Without any background, they cannot afford the risk. Although the Marine branch couldn't offer a high price for the knife, at least she knew that the base commander of Logue Town was an out-and-out good person. Seeing his mother's determined look, Jerry knew that the situation was irreversible, so he had no choice but to pull out a huge box from under his mother's bed with difficulty. When the box was opened, inside was the sword Manlong, which was a powerful sword hundreds of years ago. The length is even as long as Jerry's height. The black scabbard is covered with dark red patterns and the handle is pure black. Even after being sealed for such a long time, time has left no traces on the scabbard and handle. As for the blade, they had never seen it. Their mother's ancestors had passed down an order that future generations were not allowed to draw this sword unless they were extremely powerful. When the dragon was killed, its resentment was overwhelming, and its ghost lingered for a long time. In order to prevent the ghost from hurting people, the ancestors sealed it in a knife. If it was pulled out, it would wake up. Jerry felt very upset. Even when his family was so poor that 3 people could only eat 1 steamed bun, his mother did not let him sell the knife. But today I let myself sell it. She must have acted like this because she saw how badly injured she was. Thinking of this, Jerry's hatred for that group of ruffians became stronger. When he had the strength, he would definitely seek revenge on them. He found a piece of rag at home and used it to wrap the entire knife. After saying goodbye to his mother and sister, he opened the door, looked around carefully, and then left. He walked very slowly, taking each step lightly, for fear that someone would hear his footsteps. He looked around with each step to make sure there was no one around. Just leave this area. As long as you are in the main urban area, even if someone takes a fancy to your things, they will not steal them openly. But he seemed to be so unlucky today. When he was about to walk out of the alley, he saw the person he least wanted to see, no doubt about it. 2 tall figures stood in front of him, blocking out all the sunlight. Chapter 45. The people who came were Sifur and Enel. One is 3 meters tall and the other is 2.7 meters tall. Standing in front of the 12-year-old Jerry, they look like 2 giants. Jerry's heart was filled with fear. The man in front of him was a supervillain with a bounty of over 1 billion. He would definitely kill him. If I had known, I shouldn't have left so quickly. Why didn't I think they might still be wandering around the streets? Jerry couldn't help but hug the barbarian dragon wrapped in rags tightly against his chest. To him, it was something more important than his life. We meet again, little one. Sephiroth's tone was calm, but in the backlit shadows, his emerald green pupils seemed to gleam with a terrifying light. Gentlemen, I don't think we've met before. Jerry could only choose to play dumb and pray that the two would let him go. Really? I thought you dropped this wallet, but it seems not. Let's go, Enel. Sephiroth pulled a bulging wallet from his inner pocket and kept throwing it in the air for fun, pretending to turn around with Enel, etc. It turned out that it fell down and was picked up by them. Jerry hugged Sephiroth's thighs, his eyes full of hope. If he could get his wallet back, he could persuade his mother not to sell the barbarian dragon. After all, it is a treasure passed down from his mother's ancestors. To him, it is like a family heirloom. How can he sell it at a low price for money? It's mine, it's mine. Big brother, you really have a good eye for people. Looking at Jerry, who seemed to be saying, if you don't abandon me, I'm willing to be your godfather, Sephiroth shuddered. Here you go. Jerry took the wallet excitedly, opened it and carefully counted the money inside, his eyes almost shining. Sephiroth and Enel looked at him with a money grubber look and turned away. They were not going to embarrass such a little kid. Along the way, they all witnessed the boy's miserable experience, being beaten, robbed of money, and it was really hard for a poor family to rely on him as the only child. When a man sins for bread, it is the world that is guilty. Sephiroth felt that the number of people he had killed was still too few. But seeing the two of them turning around and preparing to leave, Jerry wavered at this moment. I stole their money, but they picked up my wallet and gave it back to me. He began to feel guilty. He could tell himself that he became a thief in order to survive, but he could not tolerate himself for repaying kindness with enmity. He quickly chased after them, and the moment the two turned around, he knelt on the ground, attracting the attention of everyone on the street to the three of them. There was a hint of doubt in Sephiroth's eyes, but Enel was used to it. It was normal for gods to be worshipped. I'm so sorry. I stole your wallet. Jerry didn't take into account that this was happening on the street, and passers-by looked at him with disgust when they heard it. His already bruised face was now stained red with shame, but he just knelt there. That wallet was stolen, but I can compensate you. I have money. Please forgive me. Jerry took money out of his wallet, but found that it was just small coins, which was not enough to make up 100,000. Can we go to the cash exchange at Marine Base and I give you the money back? As more and more people gathered around, Jerry's voice became quieter. My wallet. Jerry saw Sephiroth take out another wallet from his pocket, stood up suddenly, and moved closer to examine it carefully to confirm that it was the one he had just stolen. Seeing that it was a misunderstanding, the crowd began to disperse. After all, a child said that the money was stolen, but the adults said that it was not stolen, so they just took it as a joke. Why? He was a little confused. Wasn't the wallet stolen by those hooligans? How did it return to the original owner? Just now, a group of enthusiastic young people found my wallet and returned it to me. Sephiroth's voice seemed a little gloomy. Jerry was a little scared. He swallowed and looked up at his face. The pale face, terrifying eyes, and slightly raised corners of the mouth made Jerry feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. He was so ashamed that he actually forgot that the guy in front of him was a supervillain. At this moment, Jerry felt that what he had done and thought before was so ridiculous. This man happened to be waiting for her at the exit of the alley she had carefully chosen, and she also happened to meet the hot-blooded gangsters and got her wallet back. Once these two coincidences are put together, they are no longer coincidences. They have been following me since the beginning. Jerry completely guessed the truth of the matter. At this time, his whole body was soaked in sweat and he could not even feel the pain of being beaten. He didn't know what he would face next, and he began to regret why he went home. They must know where their home is. He is so afraid that they will hurt his sister and mother. A man with a bounty of over 1 billion. Just thinking about it, you know he can't be a good person. It's even possible that his accomplices have already come to his home. Jerry thought about it, his legs almost going limp, looking at the two of them wanting to kneel down and admit his mistake again. Sifur was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He picked up Jerry, who was about to kneel down, and disappeared on the spot. Enel also turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, leaving only confused pedestrians along the way. You seem frightened. Sifur looked at him as he dropped the imp to the ground. Jerry was not in the mood to care about how the other party teleported instantly. He already had an idea in his mind. Can you please not kill me? Don't hurt my family. You can make me do anything. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of death, but Jerry was more worried about his family than his own life. His mother was ill and his sister was still so young. How would they survive without him? So he had to survive no matter what. Looks like he saw the reward in my wallet. Yeah, ha 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 ha, this is the result of disobeying the gods. The words of the two made Jerry feel even colder. After all, the big pirates were big pirates, and they must have killed countless people. Jerry looked at what was in his arms and he couldn't think of a better solution. Mother and sister must survive. He also wants to live if he can. He patted his knees and buttocks, stood up with a determined look, and looked at the two of them calmly. Others will not give you a way to live, so you use your life as stone and your blood to irrigate the path. Jerry pulled away the rags wrapped around the barbarian dragon and placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. He was no longer afraid, only determined to die if he failed. Only at this moment did Sifur look at him in the eye. Sifur could see that fear had filled his heart, but he remained calm after feeling the fear and helplessness. Instead of continuing to beg for mercy or going crazy, he chose to fight. Sifur saw his strong desire to survive and the ambition buried deep in his heart. Those who have thunder in their chest but a calm face can be appointed as generals. Sifur smiled with satisfaction. If you want to survive, you have to pick up the knife. Chapter 46. Where is this? There were ruins all around, the two pirates were gone, and even Logue Town was nowhere to be seen. The deathly silence and unfamiliar environment made Jerry very uneasy. He only remembered that he put his hand on the hilt of the knife. When he wanted to pull it out, his consciousness suddenly sank, and when he opened his eyes again, he was here. This is the future of your hometown. La 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 la, a strange laughter came. He looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw a pair of vertical pupils that were even larger than his body. It's a barbarian dragon. Jerry immediately realized that this was the residual soul of the wild dragon killed by his mother's ancestor, and it was also the origin of the name of the sword. I smell that man's scent on you. You are his junior. La 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 la. I saw your memory, weakling, you can't protect anything. Hundreds of years ago, the barbarian dragon was at the peak of its power. It thought it was invincible and stirred up trouble everywhere, determined to turn the world into its paradise. It doesn't care about the so-called government or the army, and seems to be looking down on the world. At that moment, a man who dared to stop him appeared. He originally thought that the other party was also a useless person, but he didn't expect that the battle would last for 5 days and 5 nights. It had never seen a man as powerful as that. Their battle was in a stalemate for a long time. It relied on its advantage of flying and strong self-healing ability to continuously consume the opponent. It was not until the 5th day that it, seeing the man kneeling on one knee, was exhausted and let down its guard and landed on the ground, which gave him a great opportunity. Even after landing on the ground, it was always on guard, ready to deal with the man's sudden attack at any time, but it still underestimated him. The man attacked it at an extremely fast speed, and its huge claws slapped the man fiercely. It originally thought that, as before, he would dodge, or that their claws and swords would clash and they would fight again. It was wrong. The man did dodge, but he just turned sideways and swung out a peerless sword while stabbing half of his body. Even after hundreds of years, it still cannot forget that shocking sword energy. With one sword, hundreds of years of cultivation were wiped out, and 1,000 years of life disappeared into thin air. How could it not hate? When it was dying, the strong resentment caused it to transform into a ghost. Although it could only last for a short time, it still wanted to take revenge on everything and destroy everything. But at the last moment, that man actually drew a circle on the ground as a prison and imprisoned himself in the blade. To this day, it can't count how many years it has been, it only knows that after a long, long time, it finally came out, and it is the descendant of that man. What do you want? Jerry had no regrets. He was going to die anyway. It was just a stupid dragon killed by his ancestors. See this ruin? This is what your hometown will look like soon. I will make you kill your loved ones with your own hands. This is a punishment for your ancestors. The barbarian dragon turned into a puff of black smoke and instantly wrapped Jerry's body. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't even make a sound. In reality, the sky began to become gloomy, a black smoke flowed out from the scabbard, wrapped around Jerry's body, and a terrifying resentment began to spread. His narrowed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of vertical pupils. An evil smile appeared on his swollen face, which looked strange no matter how you looked at it. Welcome to destruction. La 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 la. Jerry, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, roared to the sky. He has now become a wild dragon. Could it be that Guy's doing? The sudden strange celestial phenomena and a bad premonition caught Smoker's attention, and he drove towards the direction with the gloomy sky. It seems that it was controlled by that strange knife. Sifur, who was somewhat knowledgeable, naturally saw the problem at a glance. There is an old man hidden in the knife? Looking at Jerry's dark and murderous look, Sifur ruled out the idea that he was just some weirdo. I heard that thunder is a cure for darkness. Sifur smiled mysteriously. 30 million volt thunder beast. At Sifur's instruction, Enel casually let out the wolf-shaped thunder beast and rushed towards the barbarian dragon. Little ant, even if I am only a soul now, you are not worthy to be my enemy. Seeing this, the barbarian dragon not only did not hide, but also swung the knife to chop the thunder wolf into pieces. However, the moment the knife touched the thunder wolf, its soul seemed to be eaten by countless beasts and it was in unspeakable pain. It fell to the ground, twitching and shouting, confirming Sifur's guess. There really is always something that can defeat something else. Sifur sighed. Judging from its aura alone, this thing's strength was higher than Enel's, but even a random blow from Enel could make it suffer excruciating pain. The barbarian dragon stared at the two men with resentment in his eyes, breathing heavily, as if he wanted to skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Damn it! Ah! After a roar, it turned around and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The decision was so decisive that even Sifur was stunned for a moment. Ulquira, what are you doing? After parking the car, he saw that nothing happened here, but Sifur was indeed there, so Smoker could only point the finger at him. Come and see if you can keep up. Sifur took a light step and disappeared from his sight, followed by a flash of lightning flying into the distance. These two bastards! Smoker felt very unhappy about being ignored. Veins popped up on his forehead and he stepped on the accelerator to chase after them again. Who on earth is that human? His ability can actually restrain this dragon's soul. The barbarian dragon that was running continuously was already sweating profusely. Just from the previous attack, it felt that its remaining soul was about to collapse. It didn't dare to fight any longer as it had very little strength left. It had to complete what it wanted most before the remaining soul dissipated. At this moment, his target appeared in his sight. Found it! How lucky he was! The two women were actually approaching him. Jamie was pushing his mother in a wheelchair towards Jerry. The barbarian dragon's target is Jamie and her mother. It wants to use this little devil's body to kill the person it loves most. It originally wanted to kill them first and then commit suicide, so that the man's bloodline would be cut off in the world. But on second thought, making him live a life worse than death is the greatest torture for him. Barbarian Dragon. When the weather changed, she guessed that it must be the barbarian dragon that broke free. Looking at the direction, it was obviously not the marine branch, so she knew that something had happened to Jerry. So she asked her daughter to push her out of the house and come in this direction. La 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 la. The smell of that man. The blood in her body became thicker, and the murderous intent of the barbarian dragon became stronger. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. Watch out, kid. Don't want. Jerry, who was imprisoned, kept struggling to stop the barbarian dragon, but he could not break free from its control. He could only watch as the barbarian dragon slowly approached his mother with a knife. Only then did he regret why he hadn't just let the two pirates kill him. At least his mother and sister wouldn't have been involved. At this time, the barbarian dragon found that the woman was surprisingly calm, and it had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, when he was close enough, her left hand hidden behind her back suddenly swooped forward. Fortunately, it had anticipated it and dodged it narrowly. It looked down and saw that it was a tube of blood, which fell to the ground and gave off a burst of hot smell. How could it not recognize this thing? It's its own blood. Dragon blood. The most masculine thing. That man actually had a backup plan. Seeing that the barbarian dragon actually avoided the dragon blood, the woman felt desperate. This was the method passed down by their ancestors to deal with it. Since it failed, she had nothing to say. I just feel sorry for my two children. Hot tears rolled down. Brother, wake up quickly. Jamie stood in front of his mother, and Manlong raised the long knife in his hand. Jerry's desperate shouting and desperate attempts to stop him only made him pause for a moment. The knife fell, but stopped an inch in front of Jamie's forehead. Who gave you the confidence to kill someone in front of me? A pale hand grasped the blade. Chapter 47. Sifur's hand was on the blade, and no matter how hard the savage dragon tried, the blade couldn't budge at all. Then there's nothing we can do. There seemed to be reluctance in Manlong's words, but also full of expectation. Staying in Jerry's weak and scarred body, it would have to consume a large amount of its remaining soul to do anything it wanted. But if it could snatch the powerful body of the person in front of it, it might be possible to use Sifur's power to cause maximum damage to the island before it completely dissipated. The black energy that was originally wrapped around Jerry now used the blade as a medium and continued to flow towards Sifur. Gentlemen. Jerry's mother watched the black energy begin to gather around Sifur and immediately guessed what the barbarian dragon was thinking. The best result is to lure the barbarian dragon to yourself. She was already weak and frail, so if the savage dragon attached itself to her, it wouldn't be able to exert much power at all. The woman wanted to push away her daughter who was blocking her way, but she found that Jamie was as still as a rock. She wanted to protect her mother. In just a blink of an eye, Jerry found that he had regained control of his body, and the knife was in the hands of Sifur, who was covered in black energy. While Sifur was still in a daze, he quickly pushed his mother and sister aside, away from Sifur. With the big bad guy and the soul of the savage dragon, he felt that the entire Logue town might be destroyed because of his own choices, becoming just like what the savage dragon had shown him. La 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 la, this is such an overwhelming power. Sifur waved his arms, and a powerful aura spread like a tide. The sky, which had gradually become clear due to the weakening of the barbarian dragon's power, was covered with dark clouds again. Is that the legendary barbarian dragon? Smoker stopped the car with a serious look on his face. He had heard the story of the barbarian dragon when he was a child, but he didn't expect that such a troublesome thing would be attached to another troublesome person. Feeling the power coming from Sifur's body, Smoker felt that Logue Town was about to be in big trouble. Hey, have you had enough fun? As the captain of a god, I don't believe you can be easily controlled. Enel, who was standing next to Smoker, had a look of disdain in his eyes, and his expression did not change from beginning to end. As the man who defeated him and was the strongest in the world, if Enel could be controlled so easily by such trash, he would be blind. Is this guy your captain? Then don't act rashly. Be careful of the sword. My remaining soul won't last much longer. Once I've done what I need to do, I'll naturally return my body to your captain. When the barbarian dragon heard that the body he occupied was that of Enel's captain, he was overjoyed. Enel was the only one present that he feared the most. As long as he doesn't go against me, I can do whatever I want. The barbarian dragon felt that the big thing had been accomplished. From Jerry's memory, it saw that Zephyr was a pirate with a high bounty, which meant that he was also a big bad guy. Since they are all bad guys, his companions won't mind even if he uses his body to commit crimes. Suddenly, Manlong discovered a blind spot. When he occupied Jerry's body, he clearly saw his memories, but why didn't he see the memories of this body? Moreover, even a weak child could slightly resist his control, but since it entered this body, it has not shown any intention of resistance at all. Suddenly, the world started spinning. In the eyes of everyone, Manlong was just stunned for a moment, but in fact, Manlong's consciousness had been pulled into Zephyr's world of consciousness. The barbarian dragon appeared in a white forest. Countless huge trees covered the sky, and there was white sand and gravel on the ground. As a giant dragon, it felt fear for the second time in its life. Although he had clearly occupied the man's body, his consciousness passively appeared in another place. There was no doubt that Zephyr had pulled it into his consciousness space. That meant that the man's soul was far, far stronger than her own, so much so that she couldn't even feel the difference. The atmosphere of desolation filled the surroundings. Although Manlong saw nothing, he felt that he was surrounded by something. It could not sense the presence of any living creature, but it knew that something was staring at it, and there were many of them. Stop playing tricks and come out to me. Mustering up courage, the barbarian dragon shouted towards the forest. The sound seemed to travel far away, but it also seemed not to reach anywhere. The echo lingered in its ears, making its scalp tingle. The echo was getting closer, but the tone of the sound that reached the barbarian dragon's ears seemed to become sharper, which made him even more creepy. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space. Barbarian dragon looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the space around him was torn apart like cloth. Pairs of extremely huge and pale hands tore open from the cracks, and heads wearing white long-nosed masks appeared in the air, with terrifying eyes looking at the barbarian dragon. What kind of monsters are these? The remaining soul of the barbarian dragon was almost frightened to the point of collapse. It had survived for hundreds of years and had never heard of such a terrifying creature in the world. Although the space of consciousness can be constructed by personal strength and imagination, things can be constructed, but breath cannot. Unless he has seen it. Manlong really couldn't imagine that this monster was full of the breath of death. As a murderous villain, there was absolutely no way it could mistake that exact feeling. It looked around and found that it was now surrounded by countless monsters that were over 50 meters tall and almost pure black. The barbarian dragon, surrounded in this way, was like a little mouse being stared at by wild beasts. Under their huge bodies, its once astonishing dragon body turned into a loach. A mere unformed hollow, you dare challenge me? Zephyr's voice finally came from the air. Barbarian dragon looked up and saw the man standing in the sky. Try some junk food. After receiving Zephyr's order, the Minos Grandes surrounding the savage dragon all took action, stretching their huge hands towards it. Don't want. Ignoring the helpless and desperate look of the barbarian dragon, Zephyr tore open the space with his bare hands. In your next life, recognize me and stay away from me. In Zephyr's last sight, the brute dragon was torn into pieces and stuffed into the mouths of several Minos Grande. In reality, I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. The black energy wrapped around Zephyr began to dissipate. Zephyr looked at the good knife in his hand and answered Enel casually. The barbarian dragon actually. The woman was the most surprised at this time. As a descendant of the Dragon Slayer, no one knew the horror of the barbarian dragon better than her. Even if only a remnant soul remained, its power was unquestionable, but in the hands of this man, it was annihilated in an instant. As expected of you, Ulquira. Although he was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, things finally turned out in a good direction. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief, and the cigar that was about to be bitten off in his mouth was finally saved. Ah! Seeing that the famous Smoker base commander seemed to know Zephyr, Jerry felt like his brain had crashed. Colonel Smoker. This guy is a big pirate with a super high bounty. Jerry mustered up his courage and pointed at Zephyr and shouted, if it weren't for this guy, how could he have pulled out the savage dragon and almost caused a disaster? Didn't you read the newspaper? Smoker scratched his head helplessly. This kid's information was too outdated. It was Jerry's turn to scratch his head. As a good saver, how could he possibly spend money to buy a newspaper? This guy is the new 7 warlords of the sea. Simply put, you can consider him a different kind of marine, just this guy. Although he hates the Shichibukai system, as a well-informed elite of the headquarters, Smoker still recognizes Zephyr as a man. Chapter 48. After some investigation, Jerry realized that it was all his own wishful thinking. Although they were following him, they had no intention of doing anything to him. Originally, they just wanted to teach them a lesson, but after seeing that they got beaten up, they didn't care anymore. It was just that I had a very bad impression of the pirates, and I made a mistake due to excessive speculation and fear. Sir, would you be willing to pay a small price for this knife? When Jerry wanted to take the knife from Zephyr, his mother reached out and took it first. She looked deeply at the barbarian dragon, then sheathed it back in place, only to think for a moment before looking up at Zephyr. The barbarian dragon is a good sword, but it is useless in their hands. She still wants to sell it and exchange it for Bailey's so that her children can live a good life. But as a descendant of the Dragon Slayer, and as a descendant who grew up watching wild dragons and listening to stories of her ancestors, she naturally hoped that the knife could fall into the hands of a strong man. Only in the hands of a strong person will its reputation as the supreme sword remain unchanged. She also looks forward to the day when the barbarian dragon will become famous again. Zephyr, who was able to easily deal with the remnant soul of the barbarian dragon, is undoubtedly a powerful man, and she also heard important information from what base commander Smoker said just now. She had lived in Logetown for many years, even before Smoker took office, when she was not so sick. She also knew the base commander, a man who hated evil and was full of justice. Although Shichibukai is different from ordinary pirates, it is impossible for him to say that he is an alternative marine, and he also emphasized that he is the only one. In other words, in his perception, the man in front of him was a pirate who was different from other Shichibukai and full of justice. She would be happy if the barbarian dragon could be handed over to such a righteous, famous, and powerful man. After all, her ancestors sacrificed their lives to protect the world in the name of justice. If the barbarian dragon became a weapon in the hands of evil people to kill civilians, she didn't know how to explain to her deceased ancestors. Buy it? Not impossible, just give me a price. Zephyr was worried that he didn't have a good and suitable sword, because he found that sometimes it was convenient to just swing a sword to solve some problems. Xiaowu can use a knife, and more importantly, when traveling outside, who can refuse the identity of a great swordsman? This is, the barbarian dragon, one of the 12 supreme blades. As luck would have it, Tashiji, the swordsman who had been left behind by Smoker, arrived at the scene at this moment and recognized the knife in the woman's hand at a glance. Tashiji was immediately attracted by the barbarian dragon and even forgot about Smoker and Zephyr beside him. He walked up to the woman and carefully examined the knife. If Mr. Zephyr were to wield this sword, I'm sure the Dragon Slayer would be pleased too. After learning the whole story, Tashiji pushed his glasses and looked at Manlong with joy. A precious sword like this should no longer be hidden in a busy city, let alone fall into the wrong hands. If the person holding the knife was Sifur, she believed it must be the blade of justice. Seeing that the girl in front of her who was obsessed with the barbarian dragon also had such a high opinion of Sifur, the woman was completely relieved. At the same time, she also tentatively revealed the lowest price in her mind, 100 million Baileys. After all, this is a supreme sword with only 12 of them in the world, and this price is the lowest price she offered after much hesitation. Although everyone didn't know much about knives, they could guess from Tashiji's shocked and painful expression that the price was already very cheap. 100 million Baileys? Sifur was wondering if they would not be able to afford food on the ship if they took out this money. After all, there were 2 big eaters on the ship. Kid, I can see that you seem to hate pirates. Sifur didn't give his answer directly, but looked down at Jerry. The moment Jerry pulled out the barbarian dragon, Sifur could see that he had a hatred hidden in his heart, not towards himself, or rather, not just towards himself. The silence confirmed Sifur's suspicion, but Jerry didn't respond to his question. The woman sighed at this and explained the reason to Sifur. After the Great Pirates era began, countless ambitious people began to flock to the Grand Line, trying to find the great treasure that Roger mentioned. Jerry and Jamie's father, Jace, is one of them. At that time, Lingna was still a healthy woman and Jamie had just been born. Although their family was not rich, it was harmonious and beautiful. She thought they would support each other and spend the rest of their lives together with their children by their side. Until that day, everything changed. Jace, what are you doing? When Lingna came back from shopping, she saw her husband packing his luggage and she had a bad feeling. Lingna, please forgive my selfishness. Jace immediately knelt in front of her and told her that someone invited him to go out to sea to find the legendary treasure. She once asked why he accepted someone else's invitation so easily, and Jace said something she couldn't understand but didn't know how to refute. The pirate's flag was calling him. Jerry, who was about 4 years old at the time, was hiding in the room, secretly watching his parents' conversation. What about me and the children? They are still so young. Instead of getting angry, Lingna just asked softly. Sorry. Jace didn't answer directly, but just knocked his head to the ground. Go away. Lingna saw his determination to go to sea, and she knew that this family could no longer keep this man. After getting the answer, Jace left in a hurry. He didn't even go to see his children before leaving. From then on, whenever Jamie asked about her father, she would tell her daughter that her father had gone far away to do important things, and maybe he would come back when Jamie grew up. But Jerry never asked about Jace. Lingna guessed that he must have heard something, and she would not mention him in front of her children. She thought she was still young and could support 2 children, but fate always seemed to like playing tricks on her. An accident 2 years ago caused her health to deteriorate. She could no longer go out to work, and the family savings gradually dwindled. Until Jerry started going out to make money, and then came the barbarian dragon incident. That man is not my father. Jerry was very emotional. Not long after Jess left, he saw his mother go out. He was afraid that his mother would also abandon them, so he followed them secretly. As a result, he saw with his own eyes that his mother was squatting in an empty corner and crying loudly, and he felt as if his heart was being pulled. The resentment towards the pirates was sown in his heart from then on. In addition, the pirates became more and more rampant in recent years, so he vowed to become a righteous marine. He wants to bring all the pirates in the world to justice. Chapter 49. Jerry's attitude towards his father made Lingna feel uncomfortable, but she did not blame her son. After all, it was the man who failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. She supported Jace in pursuing his future, but that was not a reason for him not to come back for all these years. Perhaps he no longer remembers the 3 of them, or perhaps he has died somewhere in the ocean. Now, her children are her whole world. After learning that Jerry was eager to become a marine, Sifur suddenly had a good idea. Smoker, you should be willing to take in such a righteous kid as your marine and take care of him personally, right? He patted Smoker's shoulder and hinted. Are you kidding me? Smoker's veins popped up when he heard this, and the cigar in his mouth that had just escaped death was in dire straits again. Smoker doesn't have time to teach a little kid to become stronger. What he has to do is capture the pirates and guard the entrance to the Grand Line. Then it's settled. Sifur ignored him and agreed on his behalf in a very familiar manner. Kid, after you join the Marines, just follow Captain Smoker. Once you become strong enough, you'll be able to do whatever you want. If Jerry becomes Smoker's direct subordinate, his family can also be protected to a certain extent. After all, buying Barbarian Dragon for 100 million Baileys was a huge bargain, and I can only compensate him in some aspects. Anyway, I don't have to compensate him myself. The mother and her 2 children looked at Smoker. Seeing that he had a stern face but did not refute, they knew that he agreed. Jerry is just a poor kid. After knowing why he wants to be a Marine, Smoker doesn't mind giving Sifur this face. After all, because of this guy, Logue Town has become much calmer recently. It would be even better if there were no gangsters around. Tashiji, I have a question. Then his gaze turned to the girl with glasses who was looking at Manlong with a silly smile like a pervert. Mr. Sifur, please speak. Logic problem. I want to buy this barbarian dragon, but I don't want to pay. What should I do? Sifur smiled, while Tashiji and the others seemed to be unable to think straight and stood there in a daze. Then you won't buy it. Tashiji answered tentatively. Wrong. I already said I wanted to buy this knife, how can you say no? You say. Sifur posed the question to Smoker, and the latter's gloomy face seemed to indicate that he had guessed something. UBD, wouldn't you? Congratulations on getting the answer right. I'll reward the Marine branch for spending this money on me. Sifur clapped his hands lightly, interrupting Smoker. Yeah, ha 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 ha, you're worthy of being my captain. Seeing Sifur say such shameless words calmly, Enel couldn't help laughing. Where's the logic in this? Tashiji grumbled. My logic is logic. Sifur looked like he was about to hit Vegeta. Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Smoker was furious. Even if Sifur was a pirate he recognized, he would never allow him to get involved in Marine's territory. Sifur naturally thought of this, and he stretched out a palm towards Smoker. 5. I will handle 5 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million in Grand Line as my reward from the Logue Town branch this time. Sifur didn't want to spend the money on the ship and then look for pirates everywhere. After dealing with them, he would have to go to other marine branches to exchange for bounties. It would be very troublesome. As for dealing with 5 criminals with bounties worth over 100 million yuan, for him it is no different from stepping on 5 ants. Anyway, he didn't say when it would be completed, so everything depends on fate. I promise. After listening to Sifur's proposal, Smoker was silent for a moment and then gave his answer. A mere 100 million berries is nothing to the Marine branch, but 5 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are a huge threat to civilians. It's just a bounty payment in advance, and it's much cheaper, so there's no need to be angry. Jerry watched as the 2 men completed a 100 million Bailey deal while chatting and laughing, and the same expression as Sky Island Enel appeared on his face. In reality, apart from Sifur, he had never seen what pirates worth hundreds of millions looked like. He only knew that the bad guys with bounties of millions or tens of millions who tried to pass through Logue Town in the past were already terrifying. Mr. Sifur, please take it. Lingna respectfully handed the barbarian dragon to Sifur. The supreme sword. Sifur sighed, he never thought he would have a weapon comparable to Black Blade Knight so soon. Oh no, Colonel Smoker. Several Marines hurried over to Smoker and reported to him what had happened in front of the Marine branch. A bunch of thugs were killed, and their families and other assholes were causing trouble at the gate of the base. The cigar finally couldn't bear the weight and was bitten off in Smoker's anger. That group of hooligans were always causing trouble, and many civilians in Logue Town had reported this to him. However, they were not pirates, and they had not done anything extreme like murder or arson. This wasn't Marine's jurisdiction, but for the sake of the townspeople, he had jailed those bastards for days or even tens of days on several occasions. But they are not ashamed but proud of it. The town guards also have close ties with them, so Smoker can only focus on dealing with the pirates. As long as they are not hanging around in front of him, he doesn't want to pay any attention to them because it will not yield any results. They are in trouble now. Those guys actually dared to cause trouble at the Marine branch. It seems that I was too lenient with them. He was just about to turn around and take people back to deal with the matter when he suddenly remembered that there was a troublemaker at the scene. You guy, this couldn't be you who did it, could it be you? Who knows? But we did crush a few annoying ants along the way. Sifur and Enel's expressions were very natural, as if they had really just stepped on an ant, but Smoker also saw that those bastards had run into this bad luck star. Smoker. There should be quite a few news club members here in Logue Town. It was not enough to just shock the pirates. There were too many people to die and he could not kill them all. What do you want to do? Sifur said nothing, but just responded with a weird smile. Soon, everyone except Sifur and Enel returned to the Marine branch base in Logue Town, where a group of ruffians were gathered at the door. It's him. He's the base commander. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Smoker, and instantly everyone's attention was focused on him, and the group was surrounded. Smoker. If you can't give us an explanation for this, we'll surround the entrance of your base every day. Dozens of people were shouting, demanding that Smoker must find the murderer and hand him over within today. No matter how much Smoker hated that group of thugs, he would not kick them when they were down. He could only let them insult him. All he needed to do was wait for Sifur's answer. The murderer you are looking for is over there. Smoker pointed behind them, where Sifur and Enel were standing not far away, and Sifur even hooked his finger provocatively. Kill those two bastards! All the thugs were ignited with anger, and rushed towards Sifur and the other two, shouting, fearing that they would escape. Nearby, many journalists were nervously pointing their cameras at Sifur and the other man. They had just received a notice that the legendary Shichibukai was about to take action. Little boy, remember to cover your sister's eyes later. Jerry remembered what Sifur said before they parted, and quickly asked his sister to turn her back and not look at Sifur. This guy, no way. Smoker had some guesses about what this madman Sifur wanted to do. He had heard that Sifur seemed to be the same kind of person as Akainu Admiral to some extent. He did not try to stop them. For the sake of justice, countless Marines had sacrificed their lives one after another. A few dozen ruffians were not worth his words. Kill them. God's judgment. When everyone was about to come to the two of them, Sifur simply gave the order without changing his expression, followed by a burst of thunder from Enel. Dozens of lives vanished in the blink of an eye. Sifur walked towards the reporters who were taking pictures frantically, scaring them so much that they stepped back repeatedly, fearing that they would be implicated. I don't just kill pirates. Anyone who dares to do evil in front of me will die. I am enough for all the evil in this world. Chapter 50. Hey, Sifur, there's a new report about us. I'm pretty photogenic after all, yeah ha 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 ha. Enel was already familiar with all the common sense about Qinghai. After getting the latest newspaper from the newsbird, he laughed at the fisherman Sifur. 3 days have passed since the Logue Town incident. Sifur's evil declaration has fermented and, with the help of Morgaus and naval headquarters, has spread throughout the world. With his information, naval headquarters finally learned that the other person they had been looking for, who fought against Whitebeard in New World and destroyed the unknown island, was Sifur. Therefore, Sifur's deeds were once again integrated and published in the newspaper. Ulquiera Sifur, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the black-winged demon, declared that the world was the only evil. Under the title are his various actions modified by Marine, encountering Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, on a small island in the New World and repelling him. Provoked and tied with Admiral of Headquarters Kuzen in Sabaody Archipelago, and then disappeared. On the Grand Line, he encountered and defeated Bartholomew Kuma, a tyrant who was one of the original Shichibukai, and made him fear him. On an isolated island near the G8 Marine Branch, he was defeated by another Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki, and then, at his invitation, replaced the tyrant as the new Shichibukai. The things described in bold in the newspaper are exactly what Zephyr said about the killing of pirates in Grand Line and East Blue and the Logue Town incident. On the back of the newspaper was a photo of Enel and a brief introduction about him, a man who walks with evil. From then on, the name Thor became famous throughout the world. As expected of the world government, they only say things that benefit them. Zephyr took the newspaper from Enel and smiled disdainfully. As a party involved, after reading this newspaper he could only say that it was nonsense. The events were basically correct, but the results were all in their favor. Hey Zephyr, did you really lose to this guy named Sakazuki? Enel pointed to a newspaper report about the Battle of Rexano that was suppressed by Sengoku at the time. In his opinion, if the opponent could even defeat Zephyr, who was at the top of the world, wouldn't that mean he was the strongest in the world? Everything you see in this newspaper is basically what the world government wants you to see. Morgans did try his best to keep things as true as possible, but the world government had plenty of ways to make him change his story. What you see and hear with your own eyes may not be true, let alone the news that has been embellished. So who of you is stronger? Enel was very curious. Although he wanted to see Zephyr suffer a setback, he didn't want his captain to be defeated by someone else. I will win. Zephyr was very calm. He was indeed at a disadvantage at that time, but if Joni hadn't come out to make trouble, he would have let Akainu know what a nightmare was. Yeah ha 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 ha. Enel would not question Zephyr. Since he was on his ship, he had to have absolute trust in him. Behind the two people's pleasant chat, the world is surging. New World, Cake Island. Mama, what do you think about marrying this brat off to a family? The woman, her fat body shaking, kept stuffing various pastries into her mouth as she looked at the people below who were feeling very uneasy. Mom, this guy won't agree. The 5-meter-tall man with a thick scarf wrapped around his neck answered while looking at the news in the newspaper. Go ahead and give it a try. That guy must be a powerful race we've never seen before. Grandma. Then the whole hall was so quiet that only the sound of chewing could be heard. Dressrosa. Is it the only evil thing? Ha 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 ha. The man, with his legs crossed and a coat draped like a flamingo, laughed uncontrollably. Young master, we still have to be careful of this madman. The wretched uncle with a big snotty nose standing by reminded him that he always felt that the guy in the newspaper was not a good person, and cooperating with him would be like trying to get the skin of a tiger. Crazy? That's right, we just want to be friends with this madman. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. For him, the stronger Zephyr is, the more excited he is. That man is not a man who keeps to himself. Come on. Turn the world ruled by those bastards upside down. Reports about Zephyr and the other two were everywhere, and for a time many pirates and former evildoers were in a panic. That man was completely different from other Shichibukai. He had no territory of his own and just wandered around the sea every day, killing people. In just 2 or 3 months, he visited East Blue, Paradise, and New World, and there was no logic to his itinerary. No one can guess where in the sea or on which island he will appear next. People cannot even know what his definition of evil is. In the eyes of the weak, Zephyr is a devil who is keen on killing. I don't want to go out to sea as a pirate anymore. No. I don't want to be a villain anymore. Words like these appeared frequently all over the world. To this group of people who had not yet seen the vastness of the world, Sephiroth's killing was extremely terrifying. The battle destroyed 2 isolated islands, wiped out several pirate groups that were quite famous in the world, and also slaughtered ordinary villains in Logue Town. These actions make the weak and greedy people try to stay away. The pirates who are a little stronger and have seen the world have completely different ideas. On a ship in paradise. Drawing with the Admiral, defeating Whitebeard, the world government really loves to flatter themselves. The man with a red hedgehog head and goggles on his forehead threw the newspaper to the ground, his face full of disdain and suspicion. If this guy really had that kind of power, he would have already run off to New World to become the king of the sea. How could he possibly be playing house with the minions in the park? When we run into him, we'll kill a Shichibukai for fun too. Since setting out to sea, he has never encountered a strong opponent. Along the way, anyone who dared to question his dream would be ruthlessly killed by him. In his mind, he was the very definition of evil, and it was only a matter of time before he faced this Shichibukai, and he didn't think he would lose. He is the man who will become the king of pirates. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Is it really okay to continue letting this brat be a Shichibukai? Although they nodded in agreement with the report, an old man felt a little uneasy when he saw Sephiroth's arrogant look in the newspaper. Let him make a fuss. As long as he stays quietly guarding the paradise for this year, that's enough. The other old man, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, had a bald head, wore glasses and had a knife in his arms, didn't care. The problem is this tribe is becoming active again. An old man in a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat and a scar on the left side of his face slapped another wanted poster on the table. Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 51. I say, even if you think that woman will become our navigator in the future, we still have to find someone who can read nautical charts first. This was the 3rd time Enel had complained today. After returning to the Grand Line, facing the vast ocean, the 2 of them were completely lost. He had begun to miss the days on land. It's just that you haven't met the right one yet, so don't act like an old lady. Sephiroth's ears are almost calloused from Enel's constant nagging. Even if he just finds a random chart reader, he has to have someone he likes. More importantly, perhaps someone spread the news that he was going back to the Grand Line, but since leaving Logue Town, all ships seem to be avoiding this sea area. You're so bored, Enel. How about I take you for some training? Even the fish in the sea seemed to be avoiding Sephiroth's boat. After being idle for so long, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. UBD, you just want to beat me up. Sometime after being beaten, Enel refused to train with Sephiroth anymore. He planned to become stronger secretly, and once he mastered Haki, he would strike back fiercely. Wait! Someone's coming! Feeling the message from the Heart Network, Enel was suddenly filled with excitement. He jumped onto the bow of the ship to look around. After drifting on the sea for several days, he was finally going to see people. Sephiroth slowly took out his telescope and looked in the direction he was looking. It's the pirate's ship. We're saved. Even Sephiroth couldn't help but get excited after seeing it clearly. Since it was a pirate's ship, it meant that everything on the ship belonged to them. Let's go. Wait. UBD. Enel has seen Sephiroth's skills in rushing the road, but he is not ready. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, they'll eat up all our food. Sephiroth ran to the stern as usual and punched hard. The little crow took off for the first time in a long time on the wind from the punch. Enel lost his balance due to the sudden takeoff of the ship and fell into the cabin. On the pirate ship they were targeting, the lookout was constantly looking around with a telescope. The people on the ship did not drink, eat meat, and chat like other pirates, but were all doing their own things, and did not look like pirates at all. What is that? A meteorite. He wiped his eyes and looked again, and saw a small black dot getting bigger and bigger in the field of view of the telescope. Turn the rudder quickly. There's something flying towards us in the sky. He kept shouting, and the rest of the people on the boat got busy after hearing it, steering the boat in the direction he said. At this time, a girl about 15 years old who was cooking in the cabin heard the hurried footsteps outside and her eyes were full of disgust. Then she put down the pot in her hand and groped her way towards the captain's bedroom, as if she had made up her mind. Puff! The pirate's ship, which was much smaller than the Little Black, was nearly capsized by the waves caused by the Little Black when it fell into the water. Fortunately, it was able to stay safely on the sea after shaking. A flying ship? Where did this BD come from? A bearded man was dissatisfied. This was his most beloved and precious boat. What if it capsized? He is very angry now. The captain of the ship is the legendary. One of the subordinates nearby obviously recognized Sifur standing on the bow, quietly tugged at his sleeve, and stammered. It's over. The captain had only this thought in his mind at this moment. The reputation of the person in front of him was now known to everyone. But he was quick-witted and didn't freeze in fear, nor did he fight like a fool with the other person. Plop! He knelt down and knocked his head to the ground swiftly. The surrounding pirates also reacted quickly and knelt down at the same time. Sifur UBD! Enel came out of the cabin shaking his head and was about to give Sifur a friendly greeting, but he saw the pirates kneeling on the deck, so he interrupted what he was about to say. You are very smart and did not make any unnecessary struggles. Sifur and the other man jumped onto their pirate ship and walked into the cabin with ease. Everyone was sweating profusely, but they didn't dare to stand up or ask Sifur and the others what they wanted. They could only kneel outside and wait for the two evil gods to come out. It's okay, the taste is acceptable. But after a while, the two walked out of the cabin, wiping their mouths with tissues, and all the dishes in the restaurant were gone. My lords! We are not the evil pirates. We are just ordinary people sailing the sea under the pirate flag. Seeing Sifur and the other two walking out of the cabin, the captain plucked up his courage and looked up and shouted at them. Sifur looked into his eyes and found that they were full of determination. It doesn't seem like a lie. Enel's heart network did not sense any major fluctuations in his emotions, which meant that he should be telling the truth. If you're not a pirate, why are you flying a pirate flag? Sifur walked aside and sat down, motioning everyone to stand up and explain to him, and the captain slowly explained the reason. A year ago, they were just civilians in a small country in the Grand Line, living a life that was not rich but not worried about food and clothing. Until one day, the flames of war spread to their country. After the defeat, the king ceded part of the land to show goodwill to the victorious country. The territory that was ceded was their home for generations. The victorious country did not allow them to live on that land anymore and drove them out. They returned to their country and begged the king to give them a home of their own. But what they didn't expect was that the king gave them three choices. One is to make them spend a lot of money to buy land in the city as their new home, which they can't afford at all. The second is to become a servant of the nobles in the inner city and linger in the country as a slave. The third is to pack up your bags and get out of the country. They all made the third choice. Together, they pooled some money to buy the boat and began their journey on the sea. The captain is a capable man. They fish at sea and occasionally help passing merchant ships deal with harassment from pirates. They live a pretty good life like this. As for why the pirate's flag was hung? If you sail on the sea without a flag, the passing sea kings will spit on you, not to mention other pirates' ships. They were not allowed to hang the government flag, and they did not dare to hang the flag of other forces either, so they could only hang their own pirate's flag. After flying the pirate's flag, they only need to avoid doing bad things to avoid being targeted by the Marines. Some weaker pirates will give up their ideas on them after seeing other pirate ships. After all, no one knows whether the pirates on the opposite pirate ship will be very vicious, which also saves them a lot of trouble. Sifur felt a headache after hearing this. He knew that this world was corrupt, but he didn't expect that he would run into someone who was forced to go out to sea. Sifur was a bit troubled by them. Why couldn't they have told him earlier? He and Enel had already eaten up all the edible food on the ship. Just when Sifur was thinking of taking some money as compensation, a knife was put to his neck. Pirates! Get off our ship! Chapter 52. It's really annoying. I was kidnapped by a little devil. Although he said he was very angry, Sifur remained calm and did not take the knife at his neck seriously at all. Little Nolan! Put the knife down! Do you know who this man is? On the contrary, the captain was already soaked by this time, and it was impossible for the man in front of him to be held hostage by anyone, not to mention that the other party was just a 15-year-old girl. It seemed like he was about to let everyone go, but Nolan came out and did this again. If he got angry, it would be all over. She gripped the short sword tightly in her hand, pressing it against Sifur's neck, her tone low but full of determination. Sifur now looked at her with a new respect. How could she dare to hold him hostage at knife point when she knew who he was? I don't know whether to say that she is ignorant and fearless or that she dares to challenge authority. I know you. You're the recently famous 7 warlords of the sea. I've always wanted to meet you. Let me be your companion. The sudden shouts and requests stunned everyone present. Even Enel, who had been expressionless, was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Sifur's brain shut down. He wiped his eyes and, after confirming that there was indeed a knife on his neck, he asked a soul-searching question. What did you say? I say. Make me your companion, 7 warlords of the sea. Nolan seemed to be afraid that he still didn't hear clearly, so he shouted with all his strength. Is it popular to ask others like this now? Sifur flicked the short sword lightly with his finger, and it shattered instantly like glass. Nolan was frightened by this scene and stepped back until he was leaning against the wall, then he stopped and looked at Sifur in fear. But then she mustered up her courage, walked up to Sifur with trembling legs, and looked at Sifur, who was almost as tall as her after sitting down. I know that a man like you can't just let anyone become your partner. I want you to see my courage and determination. In fact, when she saw Enel, she had already secretly glanced sideways to confirm that the man in front of her was the legendary black-winged demon. Before she saw them, she had thought that they had run into some unknown little pirates just like before. She knew that the captain flew the pirates' flag just to avoid trouble, and they were not pirates. But what she really hated was that no matter what kind of punk pirates they encountered, they would always run away first. If they kept running away, when would they be able to become stronger? When can we take back our hometown? Both her parents died in the war, and she buried them on that land with tears in her eyes. But she was soon told that the land no longer belonged to them, and she was even driven out of her hometown. She could only follow her uncle Norn, the captain, and drift on the vast ocean, becoming a cook on the ship. Until just now there was turbulence on the boat. She thought it was just another ordinary pirate attack, and she made all preparations, but it turned out to be the man she had always wanted to see. Ever since Sifur started to be reported in the news, she has been secretly following this man. Defeat the Shichibukai, destroy the island, repel the 4 emperors, draw with the Admiral, and slay the celestial dragons. Things like these alone are enough to make him famous, but this man actually did them all. His strength and his arrogance made Nolan yearn for him. If she could follow this man, she would definitely become stronger quickly. One day, she will drive out all the people who occupy her home, and she will do whatever she wants just like this man. How foolish! What if I were a murderous demon? You wouldn't even have the chance to say this. Nolan's face flushed red after being scolded, but she neither refuted nor lowered her head in shame. She continued to stare into Sifur's eyes in a challenging manner. From the moment she took out the knife, it was destined to be a gamble. Sifur did see her courage and determination, but he was more speechless by her simple stupidity. But the little girl looked quite pleasing to the eye, with blue hair that fell to her shoulders and a smooth face that still had a hint of childishness. What are your responsibilities on this ship? Before Sifur could speak, Enel sat down and asked. I'm in charge of cooking. I can also fight, I'm very brave. Nolan was a little excited. The man in front of him was called Thor, and he must be an extremely powerful being. Most importantly, since he asked me this, did that mean I might be noticed? Responsible for cooking. Sifur and Enel looked at each other. The other things Nolan said were unimportant to them, but this seemingly useless point was what they cared about the most. You cook all the meals in the restaurant? Sifur asked casually, seemingly absent-mindedly, but in fact, both of them pricked up their ears. Yes, I've always been the one cooking on the ship. While their primary focus was a bit odd, it was her job to answer. Then tell me why you want to join us. After getting the expected answer, Sifur began to ask the main questions. I want to become stronger, I want to be like you, I want to take back my hometown. Nolan was very excited and answered their questions loudly. I want to be as strong as you, so strong that I don't even need to be afraid of celestial dragons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the boat began to become uneasy. Nolan and several of his companions rushed forward, covered her little mouth in panic, and looked around. As the world's nobles, the celestial dragons have spies all over the ocean. If these words were heard, it would be a capital crime. They are a big taboo in this world. Even though the person in front of him has killed celestial dragons, he is still safe and sound. Most of the people who offended celestial dragons have grass on their graves that is taller than Nolan's. What's even more terrible for the Norn is that this person is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He belongs to the world government. Children are ignorant, Master Sifur, please don't mind. Norn kept explaining to her, but she pushed him away. I'm speaking the truth. She looked at Sifur with sincere eyes, knowing what her uncle was worried about. She didn't want to believe that this man was a lackey of the world government. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Enel laughed out loud, and he could sense her sincerity. Children's words are innocent, I don't take them to heart. Sifur stood up, seeming to have made a decision. The two of them just kicked and returned to the bow of the Xiaohua ship parked nearby. Did it still fail? Nolan felt a little discouraged. She had obviously mustered up the courage to come, but still failed. But that's right, he is the legendary man. Nolan comforted himself. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go pack your bags? The two figures were cast on the deck by the sunlight, and Enel asked. Hey. Okay. Nolan, whose mood was fluctuating, was stunned for a moment and wanted to run back to the cabin. At this time, Sifur's voice came. You're right. I'm not afraid of those pigs. Chapter 53. He really is the legendary one. Nolan sighed that such outrageous words could be spoken without any scruples. Only people like this are worthy of standing at the pinnacle of this ocean. While Nolan was packing her things in her bedroom, he walked towards his own captain's bedroom without hesitation. Just after a while, a voice full of doubt was heard. Nanny. Nolan felt something was wrong when she heard his shout and wanted to escape quickly. However, when she was about to rush out of the cabin, a big hand grabbed the package on her back and lifted her up. Excuse me, Miss Nolan, where are the things in this box? In his other hand, he was holding an opened small wooden box, which was empty. He. Nolan seemed a little embarrassed. She was lifted in the air, pointed to her mouth, then touched her belly with a silly smile on her face. What? Nolan was so shocked that he even wanted to grab Nolan's feet and turn her over to make her spit out what she had eaten. Uncle Nolan. You were going to give it to me anyway, so what difference does it make whether I eat it early or late? Nolan struggled to break free from the big hand and stood opposite him angrily with a red face. That's right, the wooden box was supposed to contain a fruit covered with spiral patterns, the devil fruit. It is a power unique to this world, and people call it the incarnation of the sea devil. After eating it, you will gain different abilities, but as a price, the eater will be rejected by the sea and become a landlubber. Demon fruit power is also called the person abandoned by the sea. Despite this, an ordinary devil fruit costs over 100 million berries. That was something that Noen got by chance. He was old and had no ambition, so he naturally had no intention of eating it. Nolan is still young and her future has unlimited possibilities. Moreover, she is his own niece, so of course he has to keep the devil fruit for her. But he didn't give it to her at the beginning, because he also knew that there were different types of devil fruit. If Nolan ate a useless fruit, wouldn't he be harming her? Nolan has always believed that there are no useless devil fruits, only useless people with abilities. The two of them had different opinions, so he kept the devil fruit with him, thinking of finding someone who knew the fruit to authenticate it one day. As a result, when Saphir and Enel fell from the sky just now, everyone on the ship became panicked. Nolan mistakenly thought she had run into other pirates. Tired of being passive all the time, she sneaked into Norn's room and ate the unknown fruit. Before she could show her skills, she was overwhelmed by the joy of seeing Saphir and the others, and completely forgot that she had eaten the devil fruit. Devil fruit! Saphir, who was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, could hear their voices even though he was on the little crow. What does that thing smell like? Saphir looked at Nolan and asked. He suddenly remembered that the taste of devil fruit seemed to have received some bad reviews, which made him very curious. Enel's face looked unhappy, as if he recalled some bad memories. Well. Nolan's expression also became strange. She didn't know how to describe the taste, or rather, she didn't know whether she should describe it that way. She wanted to describe it with that kind of thing, but she had never eaten that kind of thing, so how could she describe it with that kind of thing? Okay, I think I know. Looking at her conflicted expression and Enel's dark face beside her, everything was clear. What power did you gain? After Saphir's unusual focus, Enel asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Ability? I don't know either. Surprisingly, even Nolan didn't know what his ability was. Normally, one would know the ability immediately after eating the fruit. Could it be paramecia? Enel and Saphir stroked their chins and thought. Logia and Zoan are usually easier to sense, but paramecia is different. As for paramecia, if she doesn't use her ability, she might not even know that she is eating a devil fruit. After all, paramecia covers a very large range, and there are some fruits that even Saphir can't figure out the uses of. After hearing Saphir and Enel's speculation, Norn's heart sank. Devil fruit is divided into three major factions. Logia is considered by Grand Line to be the strongest type, and in Norn's eyes, it has almost perfect abilities. Zoan can at least significantly improve the user's own strength and recovery ability, etc., and is also a very good choice. Only paramecia. Even if Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, ate the paramecia fruit, it could not change the uneven perception of paramecia in people's eyes. Even Norn himself once dealt with two little pirates who ate the paramecia devil fruit. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, and he could only think in a positive way, what if Nolan is the next Whitebeard? Devil fruit doesn't matter. Abilities are just the icing on the cake. The real strength lies in the ability user themselves. Saphir saw Norn's worry and spoke after thinking for a moment. No matter how useless a devil fruit is, someone can develop it into something very powerful. Saphir thought of the flamingo. String fruit is a fruit that sounds so useless. In other people's hands, it can only be used for cross-stitching. That guy even came up with such buggy abilities as using thread to sew up his internal organs and flying in the sky while holding clouds. Really? Nolan was extremely excited. Isn't this the point she has always insisted on? Even this man said so. Uncle Nolan was wrong. The slight uneasiness I felt after eating the devil fruit also disappeared at this moment. Saphir had other ideas at this time. According to legend, it was not the people who chose the devil fruit, but the devil fruit that chose its owner. According to Norn, he had obtained this fruit for some time, and he must have been attacked by the pirates during this period. That's why Nolan is eager to have the power to compete with other pirates. But she didn't eat it secretly all these times. It just happened today, and she happened to run into me and the fruit was eaten. Could it be that there is some kind of invisible and intangible force influencing him? If I may be so bold as to ask, isn't Mr. Sifur a fruit user? Noen interrupted Sifur's thoughts. He really wanted to know what kind of abilities this extremely powerful man possessed. Considering the name of the god of thunder, Enel's fruit ability can be easily guessed, but there has never been any report about Sifur's ability. Nolan's eyes widened, and the other crew members pricked up their ears. Even Enel couldn't help but pay attention. He only knew that Sifur was extremely powerful, but he never asked him if he had any abilities. I didn't eat that. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Sifur smiled slightly. I don't need any abilities. I have overwhelming power. That's my strength. That's all. Chapter 54. Grand Line, the initial section of the park. As expected of you, Captain. Those villagers really can't do anything to you. On a huge pirate ship, a short man with shifty eyes was fawning over the 5-meter-tall man next to him. Of course, our captain is a man that even the famous white hunter Smoker couldn't do anything to. At this time, another burly man who was wiping the blade responded to what he said. As they had said, they had just recently plundered a sparsely populated village nearby. Although the villagers fought back, he killed them all by himself. Whoa ha 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 ha, I'm Iron Man Arksum. Loud laughter echoed on the deck, and the 5-meter-tall man raised the wine jug in his hand and took a few swigs. He really enjoyed the pleasure of slaughtering the weak, as if it could erase his deep fear of the Grand Line. A month ago, they had already passed through Logue Town from East Blue and entered the Grand Line. They still roam the first half of the park, bullying the kids who have just entered the Grand Line and raiding the sparsely populated villages on the nearby islands. They also wanted to go deeper into the paradise and even more to the New World to compete for the legendary throne of the King of the Sea. But a few days ago, after witnessing the eagle-eyed Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, chasing down a super-large fleet alone, they gave up the idea. Arksum knew the man being hunted. Like him, he was from East Blue and his strength was comparable to his. It's better to hone your skills in the front first. Arksum comforted himself in this way, thinking that maybe one day he would come across a powerful devil fruit and become a superior person. As for what they said about Smoker being unable to do anything, it was just that he used some dirty tricks when passing through Logue Town. But it was still a remarkable achievement for them. After all, he was a powerful man who blocked a large group of pirates in Logue Town. Even if you passed Logue Town by trickery, at least you passed it. Boss, that Shichibukai seems to be wandering between East Blue and Paradise lately. Should we stay away from them? The man with glasses who was reading a newspaper nearby felt a little uneasy. The last Shichibukai they met had left a huge psychological shadow on them. They have been terrified for some time now, and one of the reasons why they chose to attack remote and sparsely populated villages was because of that man. In a village with few people, they can kill them all and the news will not leak out. Otherwise, with the man's evil declaration, they will be wiped out sooner or later. Are you kidding me? Our captain is the man who wants to be the emperor of the sea. What's a mere Shichibukai to you? A drunk man next to him shouted, talking nonsense is a must after drinking. You can't show up in such a remote place. Arksum was actually a little scared, but after thinking about it, he realized that the sea area they were in was a deserted place in the first half. There are only a few small islands scattered around, and marines and pirates basically won't pass through here, except for another pirate group that occasionally goes against them. This is why Arksum chose this sea area as their permanent residence. Although there is a pirate group that often opposes them, it is safer. The other captain was a tough guy, but he was no pushover either. After several conflicts, they both chose to keep out of each other's way. Although they occasionally stopped passing merchant ships, it was not a big problem and was not worth causing a major conflict. "Captain, I think I saw Norn's ship." The pirates on the lookout shouted at the two ships not far away. "There's another pretty big ship, it looks like a pirate ship, but I can't see the flag on it." Arxum had a bad feeling. Could it be that Norn has joined forces with some pirate group to attack him? After all, there are only 2 pirate groups stationed in this sea area. If he were gone, Norn would have this land all to himself. "We just looted the village. Everyone is a little tired. Let's retreat first." To be honest, it took no effort at all to massacre the helpless villagers. It was just an excuse to escape. Little did they know that at this moment, their ship was also seen by the people on the 2 ships in the distance. "Yeah, ha 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 ha, looks like they're a group of low-level pirates who enjoy slaughtering civilians." Although Enel was laughing, there was a fierce look in his eyes. As the future god of Qinghai, the common people are his believers. God loves the world, how can he allow such garbage to kill his own people? "You guys know that pirates group?" Sifur looked at the Norn and pointed to Arxum's ship. "It's the Arxum pirates. They are the notorious pirates in this sea area, and they enjoy killing weak civilians. The captain is Iron Man Arxum with a bounty of 13 million berries." Norn said that the merchant ship they rescued in this sea area before was saved from the Arxum pirates. "Then use his head to pay for our meal." Sifur was just thinking about getting some money from the ship to give to Norn and the others when some ready-made money arrived. "Don't destroy the boat. It's worth a lot of money. Learn." There was only a flash of lightning, and Enel disappeared in everyone's surprised eyes. "Yo, looks like you're getting ready to run away." Thunder settled on Arxum's bow. Although he is only 2 meters tall, he is as tall as a mountain in the eyes of the big men. Arxum, who was twice as tall as him, was sweating profusely and felt as if a sharp sword was hanging over his head. He is Enel, the god of thunder. Many people recognized the visitor, as his reputation has become too loud recently. Could it be? Arxum had already figured out that the owner of the ship docked next to Norn was the legendary man. Norn must have told them what he had done. It had only been a few days since the declaration of evil was issued, and he had already walked into trouble. Wait, Lord Thunder God, I have something to say." Although they all wisely called themselves gods, Enel had no intention of listening to their excuses. Under the network of hearts, I can already see clearly their every word and action. 60 million volts discharge. A blue light shone on the deck, and the cries of pain disappeared in the blink of an eye. "This guy should be the Arxum you mentioned." Enel reappeared on the Norn ship and casually threw a burly man with a body blackened by electricity to the ground. Obviously, he was close to death. "This is our reward for the meal, and the same goes for the ship." Sifur pointed to the ground and the ship in the distance. "Since you're not pirates, take down your flags and go to East Blue. It's a peaceful sea there, and I'm sure someone will accept you. After all, East Blue is the weakest sea. Given Norn's strength, going there is definitely safer than staying in the Grand Line. After all, he is the family member of his crew members, so it would be best if he could live a peaceful life. It's not that the Norn haven't thought about finding a place willing to accept them in the weakest sea, but they have always held on to it as a fantasy. What if one day I have the opportunity to return to my hometown? Now that the opportunity has come and his niece has seized it, it's time for them to go. Staying in Grand Line would only be a burden to her. Nolan is still young and naive. Please be patient with me, Mr. Sifur and Mr. Enel. Please bear with me." Everyone on the boat bent down and bowed to the two of them at the same time. "Certainly." Nolan curled her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm really grateful to Uncle Noen and all the uncles and aunts for taking care of me all this time." She bowed in return. Humans are truly creatures with many emotions. Enel returned to the bow of the little crow and sighed. Indeed. Sifur, who was standing by, rarely agreed with his point of view. I can't seem to jump over it. Nolan blushed after wiping away her tears. She was just an ordinary little girl, as tall as the little bird, and there was still a little distance between them. I really can't do anything with you. Zephyr came up beside her and extended his right hand. She grabbed it tightly, and in an instant, it seemed as if she had grasped the future. Chapter 55. Captain Zephyr. What do you want for dinner today? Nolan jumped out of the cabin, wearing an apron and holding a spoon in his hand. This was her second day at Zephyr. Although she was sad to say goodbye to Uncle Norn, she felt extremely lucky to be a companion of her idol. He is the most powerful and arrogant man in the world. By staying by his side, she will be able to become a strong woman who can stand on her own one day. Whatever, just make 100 or 80 dishes. I'm not very hungry right now. Zephyr, with his upper body naked, was still wearing sunglasses that he had gotten from nowhere, and was sitting leisurely on a beach chair on the deck, basking in the sun. Yes, sir. Nolan straightened his back, saluted Zephyr who was sitting on the chair, and then turned to enter the cabin. Nolan. The great god wants to have a full banquet. Enel, who had heard about the Manchuhan feast from Zephyr, was a little bit obsessed. It all started that day. What? You're not much of a cook. Soon after Hina and Wright got off the boat, they had already eaten all the food on board. Enel looked at Zephyr with disgust. Did he, a god, have to cook for him personally? When he was on Sky Island, he was a god. Whatever he wanted would come to him. Every day his subordinates would prepare carefully selected delicious meals for him. As a result, I was moved by this guy and followed him to Qinghai. I thought that what was waiting for me was a wonderful journey of traveling around the world and enjoying the life. Unexpectedly, on the first day Hina and her friends left, they would face the problem of not having enough food to eat. Yeah ha 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 ha. Don't worry, as a magnanimous god, I will eat everything you make, no matter how unpalatable it is. Enel patted his chest with confidence and told Zephyr to go to the kitchen boldly. As for food, even if I can't cook it, how bad can it be? At most, it will taste weird, which I can tolerate. After all, I have eaten devil fruit before. But a moment later. Do I really want this guy to be my captain? In the kitchen, Enel fell into deep thought as he looked at the dish in Zephyr's hand, the ingredients of which were no longer recognizable and which looked like something indescribable. Come and try it, maybe it just doesn't look good. Zephyr picked up some unknown dish from the pot and stuffed it into Enel's mouth. As crew members, they must pay for the delicious meals prepared by their captain. After all, he had promised in advance that he would finish it no matter how bad it tasted. Besides, what if he was a genius in this area? After experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, Enel looked at Zephyr with resentment and helplessness. He couldn't understand, was what he just ate really food? It's like eating a pot of devil fruit. How about trying a different dish? Don't want. Enel's veins bulged, and he didn't want to recall the miserable scene in the toilet just now. This time, let God show his skills. He had to put down his arrogance as a god, put on his scarf, walked into the kitchen, and picked up another clean pot. A moment later. Yeah ha 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 ha. It seems that the gods are extremely powerful in every aspect. They were so successful the first time. Enel swaggered out of the kitchen, holding a plate with food that seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. Could this guy be hiding something? It looked decent, but Zephyr didn't think this guy could cook. He always had a bad feeling. Since this is your debut creation, you should take the first bite. Without saying anything, Zephyr stuffed food into his mouth again. Tasty. A look of surprise appeared on Enel's face, and he immediately poured everything on the plate into his mouth. After finishing, he did not forget to show the empty plate. Do you have the potential to be a chef? Zephyr touched his chin in confusion. Enel didn't look like a man who had awakened the chef attribute. But the reality is, we can't judge a person based on our previous understanding. Just when he was about to ask Enel to go to the kitchen to prepare a big meal, he found that the guy looked a little strange. His face, which was originally full of joy, was now covered with sweat, and the slightly twitching corners of his mouth and his slightly trembling body all revealed his discomfort at the moment. There was a flash of lightning, and Zephyr caught the plate that was about to fall to the ground, while Enel was already struggling in the toilet. It seems like my cooking skills are just for show but not for use. Zephyr sighed. It seemed like things would have to stay the same as before. He simply threw a few large pieces of meat on the fire and roasted them. When he thought they were almost done, he started eating. Although the smell is not very good, it is good that there is no toilet crisis. When he reached out to touch the last piece, Enel, who had appeared out of nowhere, had already taken it in his hand and started eating it in big mouthfuls. This thing is not bad, it can be eaten. Having experienced 2 bouts of diarrhea, Enel was no longer picky. The food tasted bland, but it was not poisonous either. It's good enough that you have something to eat. Do you still want a full banquet? Seeing him eating with relish, Zephyr couldn't help but tease him. A full banquet? What the hell is that? The food that Zephyr specifically mentioned must be the highest end and most delicious cuisine in Qinghai. Enel thinks so. It's a kind of royal cuisine. Zephyr just said it casually, and actually he didn't know what the Manchuhan banquet included. But since that day, Enel seemed to have developed a beautiful vision of these 4 words. Manhan banquet. Is that some famous dish? Nolan looked bewildered. She had loved cooking since she was a child, and now she could be considered a chef with some skills and knowledge. She had never heard of the Manchuhan banquet. Don't worry about this Chayunabiu thing. It's just 108 dishes. I have no idea what's in them. Hey, is Brother Enel actually sick? Nolan was shocked. This man known as the God of Thunder was actually ill. Well. Zephyr covered his forehead helplessly and gestured for her to just cook. After all, the generation gap between the worlds could not be eliminated. Okay. Then I'll go make a feast for Brother Enel. Since even Captain Zephyr didn't know what it was, she could do whatever she wanted. Just 108 dishes. We must give seriously ill Brother Enel the delicious food he's been craving. Yeah, ha 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 ha. A girl who respects the gods will definitely be blessed by the gods, unlike that guy. Enel likes to be revered like a god, and Nolan suits his taste in this regard. So annoying. With a casual wave of his finger, Zephyr sent Enel flying into the cabin and continued his sunbathing. Not far away. Yo found it. A speedboat was heading towards them. Chapter 56. In the cabin, Nolan kept bringing many different kinds of food from the kitchen to the restaurant. Very good, very good. This god officially allows you to become my subordinate. Enel used both hands to continuously feed the food on the table into his mouth, and from time to time he would cross the line and touch Zephyr. As long as Brother Enel is satisfied. As a chef, Nolan's greatest joy is seeing others smile after eating his cooking. Although Brother Enel is a little strange, he is a person who can't hide his feelings. He says everything is good, but his face is full of happiness. They don't seem to be as scary as the rumors say. Although Nolan had only been on board for a day, they gave him the impression of being 2 gentle people. Zephyr said nothing, but just kept putting food into his mouth, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Enel suddenly paused, looked outside the restaurant, and frowned. Then he turned his gaze to Zephyr and found that the other party was already picking his teeth. UBD. An inexplicable uneasiness spread in his heart, and when he looked down, he saw that the table was full of empty plates. Enel jumped onto the table, grabbed Zephyr by the collar and started cursing. Wow! They're eating! It smells so good! A man in black rushed in and gently lifted the hat with 2 expressions on it with his fingers, revealing a big white mouth. Long time no see, Ace. Sifur looked like he had expected this. The person who came was Porgas Ace, the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates, who had not been seen for 2.5 months. Sifur noticed Ace as soon as he started to approach them, but it was dinner time, so he ignored it for the time being. "UBD, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" When Enel saw that the two knew each other, he became even more furious. He felt it was strange. With Sifur's powerful haki, how could he not sense someone getting on the boat? He even glanced at Sifur deliberately. As a result, in the blink of an eye, this BD actually finished eating everything. It turned out that he already knew who was going to get on the boat and was not worried at all. "I haven't eaten yet." Smelling the lingering aroma of food in the air, Ace rubbed his eyes, making sure there wasn't even a hair left on the table. "I'm so hungry." He touched his stomach and sat down on the ground. "Go cook for them both, Nolan, are you okay?" "Of course. I was responsible for the food for so many people on the original ship." Nolan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that the food he prepared for Sifur and Enel alone was almost as much as the food prepared for everyone on Uncle Nolan's boat. However, as the cook on this ship and a companion of the man who is feared by the world, she will not be defeated by such a small matter. "Let's eat. Let's eat." Ace quickly sat down at the table, took out a pair of chopsticks and a fork from somewhere, and kept repeating his words. Finally, after another hour of eating, the three of them were so full that they collapsed in their seats. Nolan, who was soaked in sweat, finally showed a sincere smile. At the same time, she also began to feel confused about her life. If she had to cook at this pace every day, she would be exhausted just by cooking. Where is the time to become stronger? Don't underestimate cooking. As if he had read her mind, Sifur pointed it out. Every famous figure you've ever heard of in the world is capable of crushing countless others with just their physical skills. Compared to fighting, cooking is also a way to improve your physical skills. You may feel very tired today, but what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? By the time you can prepare enough food to feed the two of us without batting an eyelid, your taijutsu will be far superior to before. As for the theory, Sifur has the final say. Moreover, according to the logic of the Pirates King's world, his explanation was not unreasonable. Nolan was confused by this profound talk. She had never heard that cooking was a form of practice, but she believed in her captain. "I see." Just as Nolan was taking the empty plates on the table to the kitchen to wash them, Ace suddenly stood up, slamming the table, as if he had suddenly realized something. He thought of Thatch. That guy seemed to be just a chef, but he was very strong. It turned out that he relied on cooking to improve his physical skills. "So, you tracked Blackbeard to these waters." Back to the topic, Sifur can roughly guess the direction of the next plot. Ace's expression turned serious, and he was filled with anger when Blackbeard was mentioned. That guy must have been scared, so he actually ran to a remote place like Magnetic Drum Island. "I had a hard time finding him." He casually picked up a glass of wine and drank it in a few gulps, with a sarcastic look on his face. He had just gone to the island 3 days ago, only to find that Blackbeard had already escaped. Although Drum Island is located on the Grand Line, it is just a winter island on the edge of the park and is covered with ice and snow all year round. Blackbeard escaped from the New World in the second half of the Grand Line to the edge of the Paradise, which is enough to show his fear of being hunted by the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that he went there to look for crew members. This guy slipped away so quickly. For so long, every time I inquired about his whereabouts, he had already moved to another place. Ace was unwilling to accept this. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he had not been able to capture a defected subordinate for so long. "You may not be a match for that guy." Sifur didn't want to pour cold water on him, but that was the fact. If Ace could stop chasing him, it would be the most direct and effective way to stop the Summit War. Ha 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 ha, although I'm no match for you, I'm not just a small fry. Ace naturally knew the concerns of Sifur, Whitebeard, and the others. He remembered what Marco had told him before he left. What? Losing the power of the fruit? Ace looked at Marco in disbelief as he saw the gloomy face in front of him. That must be why he was willing to defect to get the fruit. We don't know about his other methods, but remember not to let him get close to you, and don't be sucked in by his strange abilities. Marco's eyes were full of solemnity. Losing the ability of the fruit without any preparation was like falling into the abyss for him. Fortunately, Thatch was there at the time, otherwise Blackbeard might have killed me in my panic. I understand. You know my abilities. There's no need to fight him in close combat. Looking at Ace, who was full of confidence, Marco stopped talking and just reminded him that if anything unexpected happened, he must put his own safety first. Ace agreed casually, and then started a long pursuit. Just take care of yourself. Sifur never thought he could convince this stubborn guy, so he just thought of it as a lesson for Ace about not knowing his own limitations. At worst, I can just go there myself when the time comes. That kind of ambitious and flexible guy is really an eyesore when he is alive. By the way, I heard Sifur went to East Blue recently. Did you see my brother? It's this guy. Ace seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a brand new bounty order from his pocket. Yeah, I saw him. A lively kid. Sifur answered casually. He. He's a pretty impressive guy, isn't he? Don't be fooled by his appearance, he's going to be the king of pirates. When it comes to Luffy, Ace seems to have an endless supply of topics to talk about, and Sifur and the others are very supportive listening to him chatter. By the way, where's my life card? Did Sifur give it to him? What card? A drop of sweat slid down Sifur's forehead. Chapter 57. Ace, where are you going next? Sifur quickly changed the subject. The day he met Luffy and the others, he was so busy eating, drinking, and having fun that he didn't even think about the life card. Next stop? I heard that guy appeared near Alabasta. I plan to go over there and take a look. As one of the representatives of a stubborn person, Ace was easily fooled. I was thinking that if Luffy had already joined the Grand Line, we could meet in Alabasta. Ace scratched his head. After all, he didn't know whether Luffy had come to the Grand Line. He had asked about it specifically when he was on Drum Island. It turned out that no one there had ever heard of a pirate wearing a straw hat, so he had no choice but to leave them a message and leave. As for whether Luffy will go to Drum Island, Ace didn't care. He left messages on the islands he passed by and Luffy would always be able to land on one of them. By the way, Sifur, why do you want to be a Shichibukai? Shouldn't powerful pirates like you go to the New World and become the Emperor of the Sea? Or try to become the King of Pirates, although the one who succeeds in the end will definitely be Dad or Luffy? Ha 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 ha. Ace originally wanted to ask Sifur why he didn't join them but instead accepted the invitation from world government. As the conversation went on, he started praising Whitebeard and Luffy. Enel was leisurely picking his teeth with a toothpick and listening to their conversation silently, while Nolan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was completely different. This is also something that Nolan is quite curious about. A man as powerful as Captain Sifur should be like the Emperor of the Sea. She quietly lowered her footsteps and put her ear against the wall, trying to hear their conversation clearly, but she didn't know that her every move was no different from what the three of them were doing in person. I'm not a pirate, Ace. He was too lazy to explain what others thought of Sifur on a daily basis, but since his new crew member wanted to know, he might as well tell her. The world government wants to use my name to intimidate the pirates, and I just want the conveniences of Shichibukai. A rare serious expression appeared on Sifur's face. I won't judge people based on their status as marines or pirates, but generally speaking, most pirates are the ones who need to be eliminated. This is also the origin of Sifur Butcher. But many people go to sea in pursuit of one piece or freedom. Ace's thinking is different from Saphir's. He becomes a pirate to find the meaning of his life. He thinks pirates are the symbol of freedom. Everyone has a different idea of freedom. You may think of freedom as living as you please, but some people think of freedom as burning, killing, looting, and using any means necessary to get everything they want. The latter are the ones I want to slaughter. Ace, listen to me. If one day, either you or Whitebeard stands against the civilians, I will not let you go. Although he knew they had no intention of hurting ordinary people, Saphir still had to say something. The brothers were too naive and always thought that those who hung the pirate's flag were pursuing freedom like them. You sound like a marine, Saphir. Although Saphir's words sounded unfriendly, Ace knew that he had no ill will towards him, and he was not the kind of guy who bullied ordinary people. I am righteous. Captain Saphir. While the three of them were speechless, Nolan, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, was so moved by these 6 big words that he covered his mouth and burst into tears. Once upon a time, she also longed for justice. Later she discovered that only the strong were qualified to judge justice, and Saphir, who had just emerged at that time and was famous all over the world, became the goal she wanted to follow. It was not until today, when I was moved to tears by these words, that I suddenly realized that what I have been pursuing is justice. Why don't you just join the Marines? I'll be your guarantor. Saphir's seemingly joking words were actually filled with immense calmness and confidence. Never mind that. Dad is the best pirates. I want to make him my king. Mr. Whitebeard is indeed a good man. Whitebeard is indeed a good man, even in Saphir's eyes. He would not bully the common people, he took in orphans at sea, he protected many islands, and he took all his savings back to build his hometown. If possible, Saphir naturally hopes that he can enjoy his old age and finish his brilliant life peacefully. Enough of that, Saphir. We've finished our meal and talked enough. I should get on with my business. Ace touched his belly, burped and stood up. Every time he reached his destination, he let Blackbeard run away. He couldn't waste too much time at sea. Goodbye Saphir, and the lady in the kitchen, the food is so delicious, thank you for the hospitality. You rude fellow, I haven't said anything yet. Seeing that Ace was about to leave and said goodbye to Saphir and Nolan but not himself, Enel was furious again. I was distracted just now, and the BD captain snatched all the food away. Now he even dares to ignore God. He is very angry. Oh right. I almost forgot about you. Goodbye AI. Ace fell into deep thought. He had seen this man in the newspaper and knew that he was Saphir's first companion, but he had forgotten his full name. Just as Enel's veins were bulging, Ace came up with an idea. See you again, brother Longears. Puff. Laughter came from the kitchen. In front of Enel's incredulous look, Ace gave him a hug and turned around. The hat in his hand shone in the sunlight, only a bitter expression shone. He put on his hat, jumped onto the speedboat under the gazes of Saphir and Enel, and left in style. Bon voyage! Although his journey was not smooth. That stinky brat! How dare you give a god such a hateful nickname? After watching him leave, Enel finally woke up from his dream and became furious. Brother Enel, don't be angry, here. Nolan came out of the kitchen with 2 apples, handed one to the furious man, and handed the other to Saphir. If only everyone in the world respected God like Nolan does. Enel wasn't really angry, he took the apple and started eating it while sitting on the beach chair that usually belonged to Saphir. Saphir didn't eat the apple in his hand. He threw it into the air and when it fell, he had already made a plan. Nolan should be able to lead the way by looking at the sea chart. Yes. Although she had only been drifting on the sea for a year, Uncle Norn had taught her many things. Finally, we have a destination. Enel also showed a satisfied smile. What's the next stop? Magnetic Drum Island. Chapter 58. 2 days passed quietly, and the 3 people on the Xiaoyu had begun to approach the winter island. They would arrive in half a day at most. The temperature also dropped sharply. Nolan and Enel both put on heavy clothes and shivered from time to time. Only Sifur still wore his signature outfit. According to Nolan's original idea, without the Eternal Pointer, it would probably take them some time and some detours to reach their destination. Unexpectedly, when there were doubts on the nautical chart, Captain Sifur directly ordered the entire ship to fly so that she could determine the direction of travel. Therefore, unnecessary detours were avoided, and they successfully approached Drum Island at this time. "Captain Sifur, are we coming to Drum Island to find a doctor for Brother Enel?" Nolan remembered that the captain had mentioned a few days ago that Enel seemed to be ill. "Yes, we're looking for a doctor, but not to treat this guy. Chiyunibu is a terminal illness, there's no cure. Sifur's abilities and strength don't require a doctor, but the other 2 guys on the Little Crow do." "Ah! What nonsense are you talking about, UBD?" Under her caring gaze, Enel's eyes twitched, and he started doing what he did several times a day, cursing at Sifur. As he was cursing, he suddenly stopped and looked at the bow of the ship, or more accurately, he was staring at the sea ahead. "A group of guys who were eager to die came and helped me out." Sifur, who had been lying on a beach chair and happily accepting the scolding, now stood up. Diagonally below the Little Wu, a huge submarine was rising. How did that person stand on the sea? Nolan followed Enel's gaze and asked a question. As she watched, a man dressed strangely and looking like a clown rose vertically from the sea and stood trembling on the surface of the sea. There was a ripple on the sea, and with the surge of waves, the huge sailboat under the man's feet officially surfaced. It was a sailing ship much larger than the Little Crow. There was an image of a hippopotamus wearing a crown on the bow, and the magnificent buildings on it showed the status of its owner. The movement of the ship rising was so loud that it moved the nearby sea water and stirred up waves. Sifur just thought about it, and the Little Crow remained stable in the turbulent waves, and even the waves could not splash onto the boat. "Ha ha 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 ha, I guess you guys are scared by my super large submarine attacking the sailing ship Stainless Steel King." A fat, ugly man with purple hair and an upper and lower jaw made of tin stood on the bow of the ship. "It's a pretty big boat, but it's a shame there are only a few cats, big and small. They must be new here." The fat man stroked his chin, obviously taking a fancy to Sifur's boat. "They have been wandering on the sea for the past 2 months, sometimes even hiding in the sea, and are not very clear about the latest news in the world." He just thought that the 3 people in front of him were new kids who had just entered the Grand Line and wanted to attack them. Under his instructions, all his subordinates prepared to jump onto the Little Crow. "Are all pirates nowadays so brave?" Nolan scratched her head. She had never thought that there would be pirates who would dare to cause trouble for this person. The fat man must live. Simple. Sifur had no interest in playing with this group of minions, but this guy was just useful to him for the time being. "Who allowed you to come on the ship of God?" Looking at the dozens of people jumping in the air and about to land on the bow of the Little Crow, Enel's tone was very cold. 60 million volts discharge. He just stretched out his hand lightly, and lightning flashed. In an instant, all the people jumping in the air were burned black by electricity and fell into the sea. "From Logia." The fat man was frightened by Enel's methods. He didn't expect that when he robbed the pirates passing by for the first time in a long time, he would run into a tough guy. "Sink quickly." He panicked and quickly gave orders to his men to sink the submarine again, hoping to avoid a head-on confrontation with Enel. At the same time, he quickly grabbed the cannon next to him and stuffed it into his mouth in big mouthfuls. "It's useless." Enel's eyes were filled with contempt, and he turned into a ray of lightning flying in the air, looking down at the entire galvanized sailboat. With a flick of his finger, the few people who wanted to rush into the cabin to deliver information were knocked to the ground. Tongue cannon. The fat man opened his huge mouth, and his tongue turned into a cannon that contained what he had just eaten, continuously firing cannonballs towards him. It's a pity that Enel didn't need to dodge at all. The shells passed through his body one by one and couldn't hit him at all. What kind of ability is this? It's disgusting. The already ugly man had his mouth opened into a hole, and even his tongue turned into a cannon. In Nolan's eyes, it was simply horrible. It's Paramecia's munch fruit. After getting Sephiroth's answer, Nolan felt like she was going to die. To this day, she has not discovered what her devil fruit ability is. Sephiroth and Enel both thought it was Paramecia. Could it be something like this ugly guy's ability? What are you all standing there for? Go and capture the hostages! The fat man shouted. In his opinion, he had temporarily delayed the Logia fruit user on the opposite side. But defeat is only a matter of time. As long as his subordinates capture that man's companions, he will not dare to act rashly. Yes. The crowd swallowed their saliva and, led by two cotters, raised their swords and rushed towards Xiao Wuhao again. You rude people, you have successfully angered the gods. When Enel saw that they dared to go against his words, a fierce light flashed in his cold eyes. In a flash of lightning, he stood on the bow of the silver sailboat, blocking everyone. Look at me eating you up. Swallow, eat, eat. The fat man gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes showing his determination at the moment. He opened his mouth wide and bit towards Enel's head. 60 million volt thunder beast. A tap on the left drum caused a wolf-shaped thunder beast to roar out and rampage across the ship, electrocuting everyone on the deck except the fat man. Enel turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in front of the fat man. Gone. The fat man was filled with fear. He regretted why he attacked this group of people. He was already thinking about whether he should kneel down and beg for mercy. Get some sleep, fools. When he looked up, he found Enel standing in the air, pointing his finger at him. Wait. I do. God's judgment. There was no intention of listening to his pleas for mercy. After the thunder, the fat man fell to the ground unconscious. Enel grabbed his clothes and threw him towards the little crow, then walked into the cabin of the galvanized sailboat. Crackling sounds were heard frequently, and cries of begging for mercy and help were heard everywhere. On the other side, Sephiroth just thought about it, and the fat man who was about to fall onto the deck was fixed in mid-air. Go get a rope. Yes. Nolan hurried into the cabin. But in a moment, Enel returned to the ship, carrying several packages on his shoulders that were much larger than his own, which contained the treasures on the galvanized sailboat. Where's the fat guy? Enel, who hadn't seen the fat man, casually placed the treasure on the deck and asked. There. Following the direction Nolan pointed, he saw the fat man tied up and hanging on the outside of the boat, with his lower body soaked in the cold sea water. This is what happens when you disrespect the gods. Enel was not surprised. Since Sephiroth asked him to kill all his subordinates, he would not let him off easily even if he kept him alive. Let's go and continue to Magnetic Drum Island. I believe they will like my gift. Sephiroth pointed casually, an emerald green light flashed at his fingertips. In just an instant, the galvanized sailboat was blown to pieces. Chapter 59. Please spare me. The little crow was sailing, and the fat man was always soaked in the sea, with the raised sea water constantly washing his body. At first he felt a strong burning and freezing sensation on his skin, but as time went on, the temperature got lower and the sea water became colder. He felt like his body was no longer his own and he had completely lost consciousness, with only his head still conscious. Because every time he was about to faint, several people on the boat would wake him up and torture him. He could only beg for mercy from the 3 demons on the boat over and over again, but the only response he got was the cold sea water. He didn't even think about what happened to his subordinates. Even he was a prisoner. Those guys were either all dead or escaped. Captain Sephiroth. Look. When Sephiroth put down the den mushi in his hand, Nolan shouted excitedly, and a white island came into their sight. That was their destination, Magnetic Drum Island. It's Drum Island. The fat man was also very excited at this time. This was his hometown. If he went there, maybe there would be people who loved him and were willing to save him. At worst, at least I don't have to continue soaking in the sea. In his great hope, after an unknown period of time, the ship finally docked at a harbor. Pirates are not allowed into this country. After the little crow came to a steady stop, dozens of men armed with muskets appeared on the shores on both sides, pointing their guns at the three men. You are not welcome in this country. A big, square-faced man wrapped in heavy clothes walked out of the crowd and ordered the three people to leave. He is Dalton, the man who is working hard to build the country and is loved by the people of the former Drum Kingdom. Don't be so nervous, I brought you gifts. Sifur pointed to the outside of the little crow, and Enel pulled up the fat man hanging next to it. Wapol. Everyone on the shore recognized the thing in Enel's hand at a glance. Their expressions became extremely angry, and they wanted to skin Wapol alive. Without this guy, you can build this country well. How about this gift? Sifur spread his hands, expressing his goodwill to them. What do you want? Dalton knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and the country was in a sensitive period as it had just been destroyed by the pirates some time ago. I heard this place is a renowned medical power, and my ship happens to be short of a doctor. That may disappoint you. All the doctors in this country have been driven out by the man you have in your hands. He knew very well that the people who could easily capture Wapol from the galvanized sailboat were obviously not someone he and his group could contend with. Don't worry about that. Throwing Wapol back into the sea to soak, Sifur and the other two walked up to the shore facing the gunpoint. Put down your guns and go back. After a brief thought, Dalton asked everyone to disperse and make way for them. If they wanted to do something to this country, they could have just done it directly. There was no need to capture Wapol and bring him back for them to see. By the way, you don't have to worry about that guy. I can handle it myself. After walking a few steps, Sifur turned around and gave a warning. Save me. No one paid any attention to Wapol, who was thrown back into the sea and was screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you looking for Dr. Kulha? After letting everyone go home first, Dalton followed Sifur closely and talked to him. There is only one doctor left in the country, Dr. Kulha, but she has a strange personality and Dalton thinks he cannot let them see her rashly. Besides, he was also afraid that Dr. Kulha would really go with them, and if the people of this country got sick, it would be doomed. Although Wapol was defeated, it would take some time to bring back the doctors who had been expelled. You could think of it that way. Sifur smiled faintly and spoke vaguely. Dalton kept telling him about the country and about Dr. Kulha. He also kept hinting that the kingdom was in a state of disrepair and that Dr. Kulha was an indispensable member. Sifur already knew about these things, but he listened to Dalton's nagging without getting tired of it and did not respond. Captain Sifur, what a big bear! And he's got a stick in his hand. Nolan, whose face was red from the cold, spoke excitedly and pointed at the bear standing at attention in front of the road. It's the traveling bear. Dalton was very surprised because this creature was a traveling bear unique to their magnetic drum island. Traveling bears, as the name suggests, are animals that love to travel everywhere. They never hurt people, and you just need to say hello to them when you pass by. But he had never seen the traveling bear standing by the roadside waiting for others to go first. He looked at the two people who were not surprised by the traveling bear at all. I'm afraid that just smelling the breath of these two people is enough to scare the traveling bear away. Animals' perception of crisis is often much stronger than that of humans. How can I stop a man like this from doing what he wants to do? Dalton didn't say any more useless words. He took them to the village honestly and pointed out the way to find Dr. Kulha. Among the rolling snow-capped mountains, Dr. Kulha lives in a castle on the highest peak, which used to be the king's palace. My suggestion is that it would be better to go up from the back of the mountain. If you go up from the front, you will encounter Labang. They're a kind of aggressive rabbit that lives in groups and they often attack people who walk that way. Even though he knew they would most likely not take it seriously, Dalton still gave a reminder. Don't worry, we will deal with them. Zephyr had no intention of letting go of those rabbits that like to hurt people, otherwise he could have teleported directly to the castle. Mr. Dalton, you're back so early today. A large creature walked towards them with a smile on its face, and Dalton smiled back at her. Hello. Nolan, who was standing by, bent down to greet him. She remembered that Mr. Dalton had just said that this was how to meet the traveling bear. Are you stupid? After saying this, Zephyr and Enel walked slowly towards the castle. Only then did Nolan realize that the person in front of him was actually a kind-faced ant. Captain Zephyr. Blushing with embarrassment, she puffed out her cheeks and quickly chased after the two men. Mr. Dalton, who are they? The ant couldn't help but feel curious about the unfamiliar faces she had never seen before. After all, the current magnetic drum island can be said to have nothing. It feels like a strange group of pirates. Pirates. The ant was still a little sensitive about these two words. After all, the country was destroyed not long ago because of pirates, although the arrival of those pirates was not necessarily a bad thing. Well, they're here to see Dr. Kalha. Chapter 60. Captain Zephyr, this is too much. How can you call someone an idiot? In the Snow-White world, Nolan's little face was puffed up like a squirrel, and he followed the two of them with his arms folded across his chest. Something desperate is coming. Enel looked around, and although it had not yet appeared in his sight, the surging malice could not deceive him. As they walked, a rabbit the size of a palm jumped out from the snow and rushed towards Nolan, the weakest of the three. What a cute little bunny! However, she caught it in mid-air, and her little face kept rubbing against its head. This thing really likes to attack people. Zephyr's casual words scared Nolan so much that he kicked the rabbit in his hand away. Captain Zephyr, why do you always bully me? What can such a small rabbit do? Nolan realized later that there was no danger in the little animal that he could easily catch in his hands. Little Nolan, although this BD is a bit of a BD, he will not lie. See for yourself. She looked in the direction Enel indicated and saw a group of white figures rushing towards them. So many. Even though he knew they could not be a match for the captain and big brother Enel, Nolan, who had never seen much of the world, was still trembling with fear. Teach them a lesson. This country still needs this fighting force. 30 million volts discharge. As Zephyr gave the order, Enel raised his hand slightly, and the group of snow rabbits in front of him were struck by lightning. Except for the largest one, all of them fell to the ground. As expected of big brother Enel. Yeah ha 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 ha. Nolan is like a little fangirl, constantly praising him, and the emotional value she provides to Enel is maximum. The labang that was still standing stumbled over to Zephyr. It seemed to realize that this human was the leader. Are you still stubborn? Lightning flashed in Enel's hand. He had done it himself. If he allowed this thing to provoke his captain, where would God put his face? Bang! What he didn't expect was that Labang suddenly knelt down and bowed his head in front of Zephyr, as if begging for mercy for the unconscious snow rabbits behind him. You should be able to understand what I said, right? Seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved, Zephyr asked. Raven nodded vigorously. You know there's a castle up here, right? Come find me there later. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr grabbed Nolan's collar and disappeared to Laban's surprise. Enel also turned into thunder and followed closely behind. It was just stunned for a moment, then walked gently beside its companions. After making sure that their lives were not in danger, it limped towards the top of the mountain. On the other side, the castle on the top of the mountain. Is this Dr. Kalha's home? It's so grand. Nolan's eyes were shining with stars, and he couldn't wait to rush into the castle for an adventure. Little girl, have you come here to know the secret of my eternal youth? Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh was heard, and an old woman wearing sunglasses, dressed in a very avant-garde style, and with a figure like that of a young girl walked over from the side. Compared to Nolan and Enel who were wrapped up tightly, the old woman was even wearing a belly-bearing top. She is the only doctor in this kingdom now, Dr. Kalha. Next to her stood a reindeer with a blue nose, staring at Zephyr and the others. But isn't Grandma already an old lady? After following Zephyr and others for a few days, Nolan also learned to speak his mind. Nolan, the witch in front of you is now nearly 140 years old. Zephyr reminded from the side. What? Eternal youth? Is there really such a secret? Nolan selectively heard the number 140 years old and was shocked. She originally thought that this was just a healthy mother-in-law in her 50s or 60s. After learning her real age, his eyes were filled with longing for the so-called secret. What a cute little girl. Stay happy every day. Ha 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 ha. Kalha doesn't like people discussing her age, but she rarely gets angry at Zephyr. Even the reindeer next to her look at her in confusion. Following her footsteps, Zephyr and the other two also entered the warm castle. So, what does the famous 7 warlords of the sea want from me? Sitting next to the Kong, Kalha did not show any fear, and there seemed to be a smile on her face forever. It's impossible that a man like you wants to know the secret of my eternal youth, right? Ha 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 ha. She has her own intelligence network, although it is not large, but she still knows about big figures like Zephyr who are powerful and influential. I heard that Blackbeard attacked this island 2 months ago. Do you know him? Zephyr did not get straight to the point, but asked a seemingly inexplicable question. The smile on Dr. Kalha's face disappeared, and her eyes were full of solemnity. It was obvious that Blackbeard was not a good memory for her. After destroying the Drum Kingdom, he came to me and wanted me to be his companion. As she narrated, what happened at that time unfolded like a picture scroll. You don't want to be my companion? That's such a shame, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard didn't take a young old man like him seriously. One of the people following him was a brat he had taught casually in the past. Perhaps, it was the hatred of being expelled from the kingdom that led them to destroy this place, or perhaps there were other reasons, which Kalha did not know. Give it back to me. Just as they were about to leave, she heard a strange sound, like a shout, from within Blackbeard's body. There is another voice. It was a very strange feeling. She clearly didn't hear anything, but as she watched the man's back as he left, her ears seemed to gradually split into two, and even faintly splitting. She thought she was seeing things, and when she wiped her eyes and tried to look again, they had disappeared from her sight. When she thought about it, she was certain that she was not mistaken. After many years of medical practice, she could not have been wrong about people's physical and psychological changes. That Blackbeard's body has a big weird 2 souls or even 3 souls in one body. Zephyr pondered, could this be the reason why Blackbeard could eat multiple devil fruits? The mystery seems to have not been solved yet. The only way is to find an opportunity to tear open his body with my own hands and see what is inside. Dr. Doriel, come and drink some water. This had become normal at this point, and the short chopper was cautiously walking towards Kalha, holding a cup of warm water. What a cute little raccoon cat! Nolan's eyes lit up and he wanted to hug Chopper, scaring him so much that he hid behind Kalha. At this time, Zephyr also revealed the real purpose of his trip. My ship was short of a doctor, so I came. What a pity! At my age, I can't stand the wind and rain outside. Just like she rejected Blackbeard, she also rejected Zephyr with the same reason. No, you misunderstood. Everyone present showed a puzzled expression. The person I want to invite is you. Tony Chopper. Become my companion. Chapter 61. Chopper was obviously frightened. He never thought that this man who seemed to even make Dr. Doriel a little afraid of him would actually invite him to be his companion. Chopper was actually a little happy that he wasn't treated as a monster by strangers. I can't just hand my stupid son over to you. As Chopper looked at her in confusion, Kurha held him tightly behind her. Her expression was serious, for she knew that Chopper, who had inherited Hiluluk's will, was also looking forward to going out to sea. But not now, at least, it shouldn't be this man. If the inviter was just an ordinary pirate with a mild temperament, she might consider it. The man in front of me is one of the most dangerous people in the world today. She couldn't imagine how Chopper could keep up with a man who was so mad that he even dared to kill celestial dragons in public. A man like you should find some more powerful companions. Nolan? Everyone grows up. Until Chopper grows into a man who can stand on his own, we will naturally stand before him. Sifur extended an inviting hand toward the small figure behind Kulha. Seeing this, Chopper shrank behind Dr. Dolly and then asked the question he had wanted to ask just now. Excuse me, how did you know my name is Chopper and that I know medical skills? What made Chopper even more curious was that he had never seen this person before, yet he could call out his name right away. Forget believing that a reindeer is a doctor, most people would probably find it strange that a reindeer could even talk. I had a dream. Sifur raised the corners of his mouth slightly and started to deceive people. In my dream, an old man in a tall hat told me about you, so I came here. The old man wearing a tall hat is Dr. Shilluk. Doctor. Chopper began to choke, but the tears were unstoppable and he began to sob. Ever since the doctor passed away, he has been missing him. Now he heard from others about the doctor's dream. For Chopper, this is also the doctor's longing for him. Don't cry, little cat. Looking at Chopper crying bitterly, Nolan felt like his heart was about to break. He has been recognized by the captain, which means he will be his companion in the future. I'm not a raccoon cat, I'm a reindeer. While crying, he refuted Nolan's words and pointed to the antlers on his head. But this time he didn't dodge, letting Nolan hold him in his arms, comforting him and wiping away his tears. Seeing the innocent Chopper being tricked so easily by the opponent and reduced to tears, Kulha had no choice but to step aside. Do you know that quack? She opened the plum wine and took a swig, asking. She doesn't believe in dreams, and there is no way to prove whether the soul really exists after death. She preferred to believe that Sifur already knew that guy, and that guy had entrusted Chopper to him. After all, he also hoped that his stupid son could go to the vast ocean and see the world. We kind of know each other. To some extent, what I want to do is similar to what he does. Sifur also took a bottle of wine from Kulha's table and drank it. It was sour and sweet, not to his taste. That's a really great and distant goal. Ha 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 ha. She knew about Shiruluk's dream, and considering what the man had done, Kulha could guess what he was going to do. Chopper has never been to sea, and his combat capabilities may not be able to keep up with your pace. Even so, are you willing to take him with you? You won't bully him or abandon him, right? She looked at Nolan, who was holding Chopper in his arms and wiping his tears, and knew that maybe her stupid son was going to leave. If this man is willing to protect Chopper, then it can be considered the strongest shield in the world. Her only worry was that Chopper would be left behind because he couldn't keep up with them. Dr. Kulha can rest assured that we will not bully him. As for abandoning my companions? Only if I die. But he didn't believe that anyone in this world could kill him. Although the words were directed at Chopper and Kurha, Enel and Nolan beside them also smiled. Their captain was a remarkable man. What do you think, Chopper? Do you want to go out to sea with them? After getting a satisfactory answer, Kulha squatted down with a smile, touched Chopper's little head and asked for his opinion. I'm really happy that my doctor friend invited me. But I'm not human, I'm just a monster, can I really? Chopper stuttered a little. He believed in the judgment of Dr. Doriel, but he was also willing to believe Sifur who knew Dr. Hiluluk. But he felt like he didn't deserve to be with them. Come with us, Chopper. Nolan rubbed his little face against his furry face again and again. Our ship is full of giant monsters. To the people of this world, Zephyr is undoubtedly a genuine monster, and Enel considers himself a god, so it is no problem to call him a monster. So they all just looked at Chopper with a smile on their faces and didn't refute what he said. Chopper's tightly closed mouth was trembling. It seemed to him that the girl must have said this to get him on board. Who likes to be treated as a monster? But they are willing to call themselves monsters just to invite themselves. But could you give me a little time? He adjusted his hat on his head and looked down at his little hooves shyly. He still had things to do in this country. His dream is to become a panacea, the kind that can even save the country. He can go to sea, and he also longs for the world that Shilluk has described, but he must fulfill Shilluk's long-cherished wish, he must save this country. If you mean saving the country, I think you've done it. Hey! Chopper and Kurha looked puzzled. They didn't quite understand what Zephyr was saying. In order to make you my partner, we killed all the subordinates of the former king of this country on the way. He is currently drowning in the sea in the harbor. One man and one deer, both looked shocked. You mean you killed that tyrant? Chopper was very emotional. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wapol was his father's murderer. Now that his enemy has been defeated and captured by his future captain, he can't wait to avenge Shilluk. Kulha was shocked but then calmed down. For this man, defeating a king on the edge of paradise was no different from stepping on an ant. Go and have a look. After getting Kurha's nod, Chopper followed Zephyr out of the castle. Hey! But when he came out, he was a little confused. Outside the castle gate, a huge Labang was standing in the wind and snow. Chapter 62. Why is Labang here, and he is so seriously injured? As a doctor, Chopper ran over without hesitation when he saw the snow rabbit that seemed to be emitting a burnt smell. But Labang ignored Chopper who was about to check on him, and stood there straight, looking at Zephyr. Dr. Kurha, as compensation for taking Chopper away, how about having Labang obey your orders from now on? Zephyr looked at her. After all, Chopper also played the role of pulling the sled to her, and was even half a son to her. You can't just take someone away without giving them anything. Labang also understood. Although it seemed that he was talking to Kulha, he was actually talking to him. He quickly walked to Kulha and bowed down to show his submission. In that case, I'll accept your kindness, ha 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 ha. She touched Labang's head and finally felt a little satisfied with Zephyr. Although this snow rabbit has a violent temperament, if it can be tamed and used properly, it will be a powerful force in the reconstruction of the kingdom. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Zephyr did not delve into the many previous attacks and injuries committed by the snow rabbits. That's how wild beasts are. It's good enough if they just hurt people but don't kill them. At this moment, it's more valuable to tame them than to kill them all. This is my companion's hometown. If I find out that you guys are doing something stupid again, you won't be so lucky next time. Labang nodded frantically, the fear that Enel had given him already deeply etched in his mind. In that case, let's go. Zephyr flicked his palm lightly, and the space in front of him was torn open like paper. Amazing! The air is torn apart. Chopper's eyes were full of stars, and his eyes were full of admiration for Zephyr. He had never heard of someone who could tear the air apart. Captain Zephyr tore open space. Nolan crouched down and picked up Chopper, following closely behind the two of them. Go Chopper, go pursue your adventure. Kulha thought for a moment and did not follow them in. She just watched them leave. Arrived. At the edge of the harbor, the air began to crack, shattering like glass, and Zephyr and others walked out. How magical! Chopper jumped out of Nolan's arms and arrived at the seaside from the castle in the blink of an eye, which made him feel incredible. You are finally back. Please let me go, I don't want to die. At this time, Wapol, who was hanging on the side of the boat and soaking in the sea, finally couldn't help it and started crying and snotting. He had been suppressing his fear, thinking that since they didn't kill him, he must be useful to them. When he arrived at Magnetic Drum Island, he even fantasized whether any of his former citizens would be willing to save him. No one paid any attention to me at all. They all wanted me to pay the price for my tyranny and escape. After being thrown into the sea again by the man, he seemed to understand that he might be an item he had captured to trade with the people of this country. Judging from the degree of hatred these people have for me, I will definitely die if I fall into their hands. So he could no longer control the fear in his heart. He didn't want to die. It's that guy. Chopper recognized Walpole immediately. It was he who killed Dr. Shilluk. Sifur pulled it out of the sea and threw it in front of Chopper. He looked around and found a thin stick nearby, and hit Walpole again and again, making him scream in pain. Chopper even thought about eating the rumble ball and transforming to beat him up. Walpole was feeling extremely frustrated at this point. He had been soaked in the water for so long that his whole body was already frozen. He could no longer feel Chopper's blows to his body, but the burning pain when he hit his face made him want to scream. But he was afraid that shouting would anger those people, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. You must survive. No matter what means you use. Walpole insists on the idea that only by living can there be a future. No matter how humble and lowly one is now, only by living can there be a chance of revenge. Chopper, what are you going to do with him? Sifur walked up to him and asked for his opinion. Hey! Chopper never thought about this question. He really hated this man. He hated him for making the country a mess, and he hated him even more for killing his adoptive father. After beating him up, Chopper didn't know what to do. If he were to be expelled from the country, he would come back after he left and turn Drum Island into a hell again. But for the simple and kind-hearted Chopper, he never thought of killing anyone, even a bad guy like Walpole. I don't know. Sifur had expected his confused look, so he had prepared for it in advance. Chopper is still too kind. By sheer coincidence of timing, a warship arrived at the coast at just that moment. Marine! Save me! I'm the king of this country, and they're all pirates. Seeing the warship docked, Walpole rekindled his hope and shouted loudly towards that direction. However, the Marines who got off the ship one after another seemed not to hear his shouts. Mr. Sifur! Mr. Enel! A dozen Marines stood in 2 rows in the harbor, followed closely by Tashigi, a short-haired girl wearing glasses. She saluted them both out of habit. UBD, why did you call me over here? Amidst a cloud of smoke, Smoker came down with 2 cigars in his mouth, his face full of impatience. Just 2 days ago, he resigned as the commander of Logetown and officially joined the Grand Line to hunt down the Straw Hat Kid. As a result, this BD somehow found out that I was here, and used Den Den Mushi to contact me to go to Drum Island. That's the guy. Sifur pointed at the scarred man lying on the ground. Walpole seemed unwilling to believe what he saw. He asked frantically. Aren't you Marines? These guys are pirates. I know. What's your problem? Smoker didn't give him a good look. Since Sifur said that the reason he called him here was because of this guy, it meant that this guy was not a good person. Not only did he waste his precious time chasing the Straw Hat Boy, but he also dared to yell at him. He even wanted to go up and punch Walpole a few times. At this point, Chopper felt like his brain cells weren't enough. Aren't Marines and pirates rivals? Why did his captain and Marine seem so familiar? In the name of the 7 warlords of the sea, I request that you imprison this pirates in Impel Down prison. Is that okay? 7. Shichibukai. There was no light in Walpole's eyes anymore. He knew that he was completely finished this time. Sifur told Smoker what he was thinking. Although Munch fruit is not very useful to him, it is still a tricky bug ability for ordinary people. Sifur doesn't want this fruit to circulate in the world again. He even suspects that one of Blackbeard's goals in coming to this country is the munch fruit. Would Chopper be willing to let him take this punishment? Sifur values Chopper's opinion more. If Chopper wants Walpole to die, he must die now. For Chopper, putting bad guys in jail is the best thing to do. After learning everything about this scumbag from Chopper, Smoker naturally agreed to Sifur's request. For demon fruit power, imprisoning them is the best solution. Next time something like this happens, send it to the Marine branch yourself. After ordering the collapsed Walpole to be locked up with sea stone and taken to the boat, Smoker left after saying a few words. Mr. Sifur. Mr. Enel. We'll meet again. Tashigi smiled and waved, then strode towards the warship. The other Marines followed closely, preparing to return to the warship. Only the thin boy wearing a marine hat at the back seemed stunned for a moment. Little boy, don't fall behind. He woke up as if from a dream and quickly followed the Shanghai soldiers. Chapter 63. That's great, Doctor. The tyrant has finally been punished. Watching the warship sail away, Chopper felt as if a huge stone weighing on his heart had fallen to the ground. Chopper believed that without the threat of Walpole, the country would soon be rebuilt. And then, I can get ready and follow them to the sea for adventure with confidence. By the way, Captain, I don't even know your names. Chopper only realized at this moment that the other party knew his full name before they met, and he had been chatting with them for such a long time without even asking their names. My name is Ulquiera Sifur. I'm your captain. You can just call me Sifur. Sifur bent down and extended his right fist downward. Just call me Lord God. Seeing this, Enel also raised his fist. This is Brother Enel, Captain Sifur's mate. I'm Nolan, the ship's chef. Welcome to join us, Chopper. As the only normal person on the ship, Nolan naturally told Chopper the names of the Chiyunibihu members and introduced himself. I'm Tony Chopper. Please let me be your ship's doctor and accompany you on your adventure at sea. The little hoof bumped into 3 fists, and from today on, Little Crow had a new member. Then, take another gift and go see the witch again. By the time Sifur finished speaking, Enel had already carried several huge packages off the ship. Those were all taken from the Walpole ship. Since Chopper is willing to go with them, it's time to return these things to the country. Let's go, Chopper. Good. The space rippled, and when it returned to calm, they had returned to the castle on the top of the mountain. Mr. Ulquiera. When they walked out of the broken space, they found Dalton and a dozen civilians carrying guns standing outside the door. Dalton originally thought that he was afraid that Dr. Kulha's temper would anger the pirates, so he went up the mountain alone to check the situation. It turned out that the guards in charge today were actually worried, so they simply went up the mountain in a group from the front. As a user of the Zoan fruit, he was not very afraid of the group of snow rabbits. Besides, they were outnumbered, so attacking from the front could save time. Unexpectedly, the road was smooth and they arrived at the castle without even seeing the shadow of Laban. And with Kulha's brief narration, I understood the whole story. Dalton breathed a sigh of relief that the companion they were going to take away was Chopper and not Kulha. At the same time, after learning the identities of Sifur and others, Dalton came up with a very bold idea. After discussing with everyone, he stood guard at the castle gate and waited for them to return. No one comes to visit for no reason. Sifur knew that Dalton must have something to ask of him due to his sudden enthusiasm. This country was destroyed by pirates not long ago. The people are in a state of panic, constantly worrying about whether tragedy will strike again. Dalton bent down, and the civilians behind him followed suit. I implore Mr. Ulquiera to become the king of the new kingdom. Dalton lowered his head. Walpole was defeated. It was not too difficult to rebuild the country, but the difficulty lay in how to soothe the people's bad memories of the destruction of their country. Dalton himself has no way out. Although he is the demon fruit power, he can't even resist the previous king. How can he give people confidence? If it's this man, then it's definitely possible. Unfortunately, I don't have that interest. Sifur refused without hesitation, but when Dalton was feeling depressed, his words rekindled his hope. But you can have someone draw my flag and hang it at the entrance of each harbor to tell everyone that this is my, Sifur's, territory. After all, this is the hometown of my important companion. Chopper didn't say anything, but just clicked the hat on his head, identifying the man. Sifur ignored Dalton and walked into the castle with a few people behind him. Mr. Dalton. The rest of the civilians straightened up in joy, but found Dalton still bent over, so they hurried over. But he found that the face facing the ground was already covered with tears. Dalton clenched his teeth to prevent himself from crying out loud. Can this country be saved? As long as there are people who inherit my ideals. This country is finally saved. Dr. Shiruluk, your son has indeed fulfilled your wish. Dalton wiped away his tears, bowed deeply towards the castle, and then led everyone down the mountain. Next, this country will truly be reborn. Sifur, why did you let them fly the pirate's flag in the harbor? Curious baby Chopper is online. He is less than 1 meter tall and walks beside Sifur's legs like a little pet. Because our captain is a world-famous super pirate. Nolan leaned over and explained to Chopper how powerful Sifur was and what the 7 warlords of the sea represented. Hee. Enel, who was standing by, covered his mouth with one hand and coughed twice. Oh right. Brother Enel is also super powerful. He's known as the God of Thunder. Nolan, who had already figured out the personalities of the 2 people on the boat, naturally understood what his cough meant, and then told Chopper about his strength. Amazing! He actually took out Wapol's army all by himself. Chopper was impressed by Enel's record and became his little fan. Yeah ha 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 ha, for the gods, it's just a piece of cake. He began to feel that coming to Qinghai was worth it. Although there was ABD who didn't respect him, he also gained 2 little fans who truly admired him. Dr. Doriel. Chopper suddenly stopped because Kalha was standing in front of it with a package at her feet. Go and fulfill your promise to that quack, Chopper. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Kalha drank a bottle of plum wine and threw the package towards them, but Sifur caught it steadily. Enel then dropped the several large packages on his shoulders to the ground. These were taken from the Wapol ship, and presumably from this country. It's up to you to decide what to do with them. She didn't answer or check, but just looked at Chopper, whose tears were already streaming down his face. Thank you all for all this, Dr. Doriel. I. Chopper burst into tears. Kalha's eyes seemed to be moist, but she smiled. Ha 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 ha, if you don't leave quickly, I might change my mind later. She pretended to grab Chopper, who took off running, followed closely by Sifur and the other 2. Goodbye, Dr. Doriel. Goodbye, Doctor. As Chopper's short legs moved, tears welled up in his eyes. On the top of the castle, the pirate's flag fluttering in the wind seemed to be calling for them to charge forward. Kalha did not chase them anymore. She stood at the castle gate, watching them go away, tears falling silently. Captain Sifur, are we not sailing yet? The 3 people and the deer have already boarded the boat, but Sifur did not give the order to set off, which puzzled Nolan. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Sifur muttered, but he didn't care. How could something so easy to forget be so important? Let's set sail. Sifur smiled slightly after feeling the message from the nerve probe. Look, it's so beautiful. Nolan's little face was illuminated pink, and she pointed in the direction of the castle on Magnetic Drum Island. Chopper looked back, his eyes filled with pink. The entire island seemed to be surrounded by sakura flowers, so beautiful. Listen carefully, these red powders are not ordinary powders, they can stick to the white snow in the air. It can turn the falling snow into a bright pink color. Dr. Doriel. Ah! Chopper burst into tears. On the castle, Kalha wiped away her tears. Remember to keep smiling, you stupid son. Chapter 64. Sifur. Are we going on a big adventure now? The day after leaving Drum Island, Chopper had become familiar with the three people and he longed for the world that Hiluluk had described. What kind of unknown awaits me ahead? What kind of scenery is there on the other side of the sea? Adventure? I guess so. Sifur scratched his head. It seemed that there was almost nothing in this world that could be considered adventurous for him. However, his voyage was indeed a great adventure for the pirates on the sea. What kind of adventure is Chopper-san looking forward to? Nolan hugged him from behind and held him in her arms. With Chopper on the boat, she became much more cheerful. After all, the other two are monsters. What an adventure! Chopper pondered. We will go to many different places, see many different scenery, and maybe challenge many powerful enemies, right? Puff. When he expressed his understanding of adventure, Nolan couldn't help laughing. Chopper's last point is wrong. There may be many seemingly powerful people who will challenge us. She touched Chopper's soft belly, reminding him that the captain was an extremely powerful man. Sifur and Enel are both so powerful. Nolan must be strong too. Chopper's innocent eyes and affirmative words were like a knife stabbing into her scar. During the time she had been on board, she had tried to go to the training room and train with big brother Enel. It turned out that the opponent spent most of his time meditating with his eyes closed, and only on rare occasions did he seem to swell with confidence and go to fight Captain Sifur. The result was that they were beaten black and blue, and then they ran back to meditate. I asked them how to become stronger, and the answers I got almost made me collapse. So she followed Enel's method to train what he called the heart network, but she ended up falling asleep while sitting there. She has not been to the training room since that day, and has simply relied on constantly stirring the wok every day to build up some physical strength. Unfortunately, Chopper guessed wrong. I'm just an ordinary person, even if I ate the devil fruit. Nolan spoke lightly, but how could Sifur and Enel not hear the resentment hidden in his words? By the way, are you sure what you're eating is really devil fruit? Enel frowned. Nolan had been on board for several days, but he hadn't demonstrated his abilities yet. Was this really reasonable? Should be, right. She herself is a little uncertain now, because according to what Captain Sifur and brother Enel said, even for the relatively difficult to identify paramecia, we shouldn't have been completely clueless for so many days. I have an idea, come here. Sifur hooked his finger, and Nolan had a bad feeling, but he still walked over. Sifur simply stretched out his big hand, grabbed her by the back of the collar and threw her out. I knew it. With a plop, she fell into the sea. Chopper couldn't believe it and quickly jumped onto the bow of the boat and looked at Nolan in the sea. Captain Sifur, grunt grunt. Obviously, she is indeed a landlubber. Sifur, how could you throw your companion into the sea? She ate the devil fruit. Chopper got anxious. So why don't you hurry down and rescue her? Sifur made a joke and tried to rescue someone, but... Good. There was another puff sound. Sifur, gurgle gurgle. Is this a fool? Enel's face showed disbelief. As a demon fruit power, he actually jumped into the sea to save people. Isn't this crazy? Sifur flicked his finger lightly, and the two people in the sea were thrown back to the deck by a wave, but not a drop of water splashed onto the boat. It seems that you did eat the devil fruit. But there's no sign of anything. Could it be that he ate the human fruit? But the more ordinary human fruit has been eaten by Chopper. Even if she ate the human fruit, it should have taken other forms. Could it be that there are some other conditions that trigger this fruit? Sifur scratched his head, but didn't think about it any further. Since it was confirmed that he had eaten the devil fruit, it would show up sooner or later. They have no shortage of time. Human fruit? But it seems like what I ate was the human fruit, right? Chopper had some doubts after hearing Sifur's guess. The same type of fruit may have different forms. The human fruit is the most common one, with multiple fruits and various forms. Seeing Nolan's dull eyes, Sifur, as the captain, decided to encourage her. The current Marine Marshal Sengoku is the user of the human fruit, Great Buddha form. I heard it took him quite a while to discover his ability. When Nolan heard that his experience was similar to that of the Great Marine Marshal, he immediately jumped up as if he had taken stimulants. I knew it. This must be a test from the fruit. I accept it. The second level made Sifur want to beat up Enel for no reason. That's great, Nolan. We are both users of the human fruit. Chopper also danced along. Hurry up and change your clothes and cook. Yes. Nolan skipped happily into the cabin, followed by Chopper, as both of them needed to change clothes. There were only 2 monsters left on the deck. Weren't you lying to her? Enel's expression was very serious. Nolan was his devout little fangirl, and he wanted to know what Sifur really thought. You can't say it's a lie. Marshal Marine does have the human fruit, Great Buddha form, but it's probably not like Nolan. Sifur looked towards the cabin. Even he couldn't figure out what kind of fruit it was or why it was like this. He even asked Sakazuki about it using Den Mushi, but even the Marine Admiral said he had never heard of such a thing. Letting her continue with a negative attitude is not what a qualified captain should do. What if she can't use her fruit ability? What to do? Sifur didn't know for a while. But if it really continues like this, he wouldn't mind using some tricks and finding a real master to give her some guidance in physical skills and other aspects. If his physique was not strong enough, he would ask Gaisa, Luo, Vegapunk, or even Satan. If Haki couldn't learn, he would go to Rayleigh, to Garp, to Kaido, to Whitebeard. In short, if the fruit really restricted her growth, Sifur would find a way to break that restriction. For every 10,000 difficulties, there are naturally 10,001 solutions. Sifur never lacks the ability to find them. Then let's go to some of the most dangerous places in the world. Chapter 65. So scary. Chopper's jaw nearly dropped, and he stretched out his arms to hold his bowl tightly to his chest. Even though he had seen how much Sifur and Enel ate yesterday, he was still shocked today. He might have some understanding of what Nolan meant by monster. This appetite didn't seem like that of a human. When that BD Enel was fighting with Sifur for food, his big hand moved towards Chopper intentionally or unintentionally. What is that? Chopper looked back in the direction Enel was pointing, but there was nothing. There's nothing there. When he turned back, the food he was protecting in front of him turned into an empty bowl. Hey Enel UBD! Chopper was furious and sat on Enel's head and shook him to make him vomit. Yeah ha 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 ha! Although he was accustomed to calling himself a god in his bones, the carefree playfulness among his companions was the best medicine to heal the pain of his youth. Here. Nolan had anticipated this and prepared some extra food for Chopper. Thank you, Nolan is the best. Chopper took the plate from her, glanced at Enel warily, turned his back to him, and began to eat voraciously, afraid that the bowl would be empty again in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chopper's little emotion, Enel couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Stop bullying him. While Enel was still looking at Chopper's back, Sifur had already finished eating and was wiping his mouth elegantly with a tissue. It's over. Seeing Sifur, who was already full, Enel lowered his head and saw that the plates in front of him were empty. UBD. Lightning flashed, and when he looked up, he found that Sifur was no longer in his seat. His eyes moved involuntarily to a certain place. Chopper felt a chill on his back and poured everything on the plate into his mouth. He then patted his chest and swallowed it with difficulty. Nolan, I'm still hungry. Enel touched his stomach, which was still empty despite eating so much food. You two are really... She covered her forehead and smiled bitterly, asked Enel to sit down, and then brought out several dishes from the kitchen again. Captain Zephyr told brother Enel to make double the amount of food he wanted, which was the conclusion she came to in the past few days. Little Nolan still understands me. Enel was delighted and placed all the plates in front of him. Chopper was frightened by Enel and ate his fill in no time. He jumped out of the kitchen and wanted to go play outside. One day I'm going to kill that BD captain. Enel continued to eat heartily. Nolan sat beside him, chin in hand, watching him quietly with a faint smile on his face. Zephyr, why are you doing this? Chopper came up to him with brisk steps, while Zephyr was furling the ship's flag. I haven't seen any pirates lately. I was wondering if it would be better to put the flag away. He and Enel spent money lavishly, and coupled with their excessive eating habits, the money on board had been severely reduced. Now that Nolan and Chopper are on board, as the captain he naturally has to find a way to increase his income, so this scene happened. Although he is a world-famous man, Xiao Wuhao seems to have little fame, and he can take advantage of this. Is this still possible? There's a sense of adventure in it. There will definitely be a lot of people coming to cause trouble, and then Zephyr and Enel will defeat them all. Chopper's arms twisted around like two worms, anticipation written all over his face. At this moment, Zephyr's neural probe sent a message. It's actually him. Although it was not yet in sight, he decided to turn the rudder and head in that direction. Lord Bentham. There seems to be a large ship without a flag over there. Soon, a small boat that looked like a swan appeared in the sea. A crew member holding a telescope reported loudly. In the middle of the deck, a sturdy man with strange heavy makeup stood up from his chair. The pink coat, swan head ornaments and ballet costumes could not possibly be associated with the thick leg hair. At this moment, one of his eyes was half closed and the other was wide open. Get over here. Bentham is very anxious now. He received the order to eliminate Mr. 3, but he couldn't find them at all. Fearing that his boss would send someone to settle accounts with him, he ordered his men to check any ship they came across along the way to see if Mr. 3 was hiding on it. Report to Lord Bentham. They're approaching. Hearing this, he became depressed again. If the other party dared to come over, it was likely that the person he was looking for was not there. Soon, the two ships were running in both directions and were very close to each other. What a huge ship! Mr. 3 can't be on it. Some crew members on the Swan began to back down, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis when looking at the ship in front of them. Little one, come on. I'm leaving now. Bentham was in no mood to think about anything else. He was only worried that he would be killed if the mission failed. He also noticed the crew's hesitation and fear, and chose to go up alone. Ignoring his figure and face, he drew a perfect arc and landed gracefully on the deck of the Little Crow. So beautiful! He squinted his eyes to recall the action just now, and when he opened his eyes again, even the eye that was usually half closed was wide open. A creature that looked like a raccoon cat was facing him in a fighting stance, and a beautiful woman was holding her chin with her hands. Then, a shirtless man sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes full of interest. There was a man wearing sunglasses lying on the beach chair. The worst thing was that among the 4 people in front of him, 2 of them were people he had seen in the newspaper before. Darkwing Archdemon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his companion Thor. Are you here to challenge Zephyr's pirates? Chopper's eyes lit up at this moment. He never expected that he would see his own captain teaching others a lesson the next day on board. The sea is really fun. No, it's not. You can't say that kind of thing casually. Bentham stuttered and quickly denied it. His mind was working rapidly, thinking about how he could survive from these 2 demons. Got it. My nickname is Xiao Feng. I'm actually a ballet dancer. I've always admired Mr. Ulquiera and Mr. Enel. I wonder if there's ever a chance for me to dance for you. The flattering expression, the sweat on his head and the weird makeup gave Nolan goosebumps all over his body. So you're here to deliver my bounty? Pirates Bentham. Sifur took off his sunglasses, and his dark green pupils and tear marks seemed to exude murderous intent. Chapter 66. Mr. Ulquiera. I meant no offense. I was just looking for someone. I really didn't know this was your ship. Bentham's eyes were bloodshot. The reason he had been looking for Mr. 3 on the sea route to Alabasta was because he was afraid of death. If he died here for this reason, who would he turn to for justice? Sifur didn't answer, but just sat there, chin in one hand, looking at him, and Enel's fingers twitched slightly, and a little lightning flashed. Bentham's whole body was shaking, and he even had trouble standing steadily, but he still trembled and struck a strange ballet pose. If there really is only one way out, he should at least struggle first. What if he succeeds? The opponent's nickname is Thor, so it should be the legendary Logia demon fruit power. He began to analyze the battle scene in his mind. A swan spreads its wings in the wind. A series of kicks came towards Enel's face, and each kick seemed to hit him in the face. A flash of lightning passed by. The death of a swan. No. We need to try another tactic. Control and a whip. While performing ballet, kick Enel away. Lightning flashed. The rose withers. What a joke. There's no way this will work. Memories of that winter. Spin your body into the air, and as you land, deliver a head-on blow to your opponent. It works. Lightning and thunder. The land of the she-males seems to be calling me. It simply won't work. How can we possibly defeat this monster recognized by the world government? Bentham was completely soaked. He wanted to run away, but his legs and feet were completely out of control and he could only tremble constantly. What the hell is this guy doing? Enel pinched his ears. He had just electrocuted a fly, but this guy who looked like a transvestite was so scared that his whole body was twitching. How dare you get on their ship? Okay, stop shaking. If you dare to PS yourself, I'll kill you. Sifur didn't scare Bentham anymore, he still admired this man. As ASE, she does things that many men cannot do. You won't kill me. That's great. I'll take my leave now. Bentham felt relieved and his legs and feet felt more flexible. I didn't say I'd let you go. Sifur's short words made him sweat again, and the bad things he had done kept flashing through his mind. Your Baroque work's recent antics in Alabasta seem to be a bit of an eyesore. Sifur admired him, but he couldn't let them continue to make trouble. Bentham didn't expect that the other party knew so much about his organization and even knew about Alabasta. Find a way to make up for your mistake yourself, otherwise I don't mind taking your small reward. In fact, Sifur no longer remembers what happened in Alabasta, but Bentham's ability must have played an important role in it. He just needs to knock on them once, and the other party will naturally know what to do. If we just let things take their own course and wait for King Luffy to deal with it, who knows how many more people would have died. If Bentham handles the situation well, he won't have to get involved in this troublesome matter and can also reduce civilian casualties to a certain extent. He is a man of force and is too lazy to play tricks with those who play politics. After all, to take action against such a seemingly great hero, you have to tear off his mask first. But, Bentham is indeed afraid of Sifur, and he is also afraid of Mr. 0 and Mr. 1 in the workplace. If they knew that I had betrayed them, they would definitely kill me. The boss of your work club is Sir Crocodile, who is also a Shichibukai like me. What? Bentham was panicked. He felt that his life was now in danger of being killed by the two Shichibukai. Sifur knew what he was worried about and gave him a shot of confidence. But that's only for now. He won't be any more soon. That terrifying look made Bentham's heart tremble, and he imagined what Sifur had said. The man in front of him even dared to kill celestial dragons, so killing a Shichibukai didn't seem strange at all. If he dared to disobey him, he would die miserably. He had made up his mind. Since the eldest is also a Shichibukai, he could die anyway, so naturally the one with a higher chance of survival should be prioritized. Within the organization, he will still obey orders, but regarding the Alabasta incident, he will find a way to remedy the situation. At this time, he had not yet met the Straw Hat Pirates and was just a little pirate who valued his life very much. As long as I can survive, I will do things for anyone. Then I will leave first. After agreeing to Sifur's request, he felt extremely tormented. On the one hand, he had to betray his own organization, which was extremely risky. On the other hand, even he didn't know whether he would die after returning since he failed to silence Mr. 3. If he dared not to go back, he would definitely be hunted down. Baroque Works was already scary, not to mention that he now knew that the boss was Shichibukai. You know Ivankov, the king of she-males, right? Seeing his distraught look, Sifur asked knowingly. Are you talking about the legendary king of she-males Ivankov? When he heard the name of his idol, he suddenly became excited, and even his fear weakened a little. He was the greatest miracle man in history who had saved people who were considered incurable by doctors and countries on the verge of death, leaving behind a legend of salvation. He dreams of becoming as good as Ivankov. If this goes well, I might be able to let you meet him. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, he will go in after the Alabasta incident, and there will naturally be a chance for us to meet. Hina is equivalent to Sifur's crew member, and what she does is roughly equivalent to what Sifur does. Really? Bentham now feels that the Baroque workshop is not so scary anymore. If he could meet that legendary person, he would have no regrets about his life as a transvestite. I will try my best to make up for the mistakes I have made. Bentham couldn't help but strike a pose. How could he appear as a despicable accomplice to evil when he wanted to meet the man of miracles? He returned to the Swan and, after a deep bow, departed quickly. I don't understand what you are saying at all. Chopper's face was filled with confusion. The ballet dancer who boarded the boat seemed to experience great ups and downs in her mood, and then she left respectfully. Nothing, I just plan to take you to Alabasta for some time. What will a country look like after a long drought and finally a downpour? Sifur put on his sunglasses again and continued to sunbathe, waiting for the pirates who were not careful enough to take the bait. Is it a big adventure? Chopper took the marshmallow from Nolan's hand, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 67. After Bentham left, he didn't run into any of the blind pirates for the entire day. Sifur did not go directly to Alabasta. He chose to travel along the way and wait until things there were almost finished before going there. After all, it's hot and dry there. If we go there now, wouldn't that just bring suffering to our crew members? Now, they landed on this unnamed island on the way to Alabasta to replenish the supplies on the ship. The little crow docked in the harbor, and Chopper couldn't wait to jump off the ship. This was his first time leaving his hometown and coming to other islands. The Icelanders in the harbor seemed to have some ideas as they looked at the tiny Chopper jumping around. That's... Chopper saw a lone wolf walking along the shore, its limping posture revealing its loneliness. Its snow-white fur was stained with blood, and its slow pace also showed that its injuries were not optimistic at the moment. Not far behind it, several men holding muskets were talking and laughing. As a doctor and a former hunter of vulnerable animals, Chopper couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He ran towards it with short steps, and Sifur and the other two followed slowly behind him. The white wolf also noticed Chopper running towards him. He bared his teeth and tried hard to look ferocious. I'm a doctor. Don't be afraid, I'll treat you. Chopper has the ability to communicate with animals. He tried to slowly approach the white wolf, but the white wolf did not let down its guard. For every step Chopper takes forward, it takes a step back. What are you going to do? The people behind the white wolf saw that Sifur and his companions dared to approach it, and they shouted to stop them. Enel frowned. When he and others approached the white wolf, the people on the dock came over and surrounded the three of them. As gods, Their attitude made him very unhappy. The leader was a dark-skinned young man with thick lips and extremely strong body and curly hair. Outsiders, I advise you to ignore that white wolf. His tone was extremely serious, and Zephyr and Enel could even hear the strong malice in it. Niger, why bother talking to them? Just do it. Behind him, some of his men had already pulled out long knives and guns. What are you going to do to my companions? Chopper noticed the movement behind him and didn't bother to check on the white wolf's injuries. He transformed into a tall orc, pushed away the people surrounding him and returned to Zephyr. It actually transformed. Nigo was overjoyed, looking at Chopper as if he were looking at a cash cow. The few people who were originally hunting the white wolf also turned around and joined the team surrounding Zephyr and his 4 companions. Stop! Are you guys going to rebel? A strong young man, nearly 3 meters tall, with his upper body naked and covered with scars, shouted to stop them. Brother Nico! A small number of the people who had been gathered around dispersed after hearing the shout, but Nigo and most of the others seemed not to have heard anything. Even after Nigo waved his hand gently, those holding guns had already loaded their guns. Nico pushed everyone aside, walked into the circle, and stood in front of Nigo. Nigo, what on earth do you want to do? Nico looked at his sworn brother. He had become more and more arrogant recently, and was no longer just lip service to the rules he set for him. Bang! A gunshot was heard and Nico fell to the ground. The shooter was one of the people who had moved away after being scolded by him. He covered the wound on his chest, and the blood kept flowing. He wanted to ask something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up blood. Brother! You are really too conservative. Nigo walked up to him and stepped on his face, his shoe rubbing against it. His face was full of madness. This island is already barren. Someone offered a high price for white wolf meat and rare animals, but you refused. We finally have people staying on the island, and you won't let us take action. We are sworn brothers, why are you blocking my path to wealth? Cutting off someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. Nigo once sincerely admired the elder brother who saved him, but that was not a reason for him to block his own way. That adult loves all kinds of rare and exotic animals. This time, he not only got a white wolf, but also a little civet cat that can transform and talk. I will definitely be able to get in touch with that man. Maybe I can escape from this backward place and go to the truly prosperous place on the Grand Line. What a disgusting person! Nolan's eyes were filled with disgust, and Chopper's face was ashen. Only the two who had experienced big storms had no expression on their faces. The white wolf, who was injured at first and wanted to escape, turned back and stood in front of Nico with his seriously injured body. The gods are very unhappy. Enel was the first to express his dissatisfaction, with thunder surrounding him. Could it be the legendary? Seeing him like this, Nigo remembered what he had heard from others about devil fruit. Those who ate the devil fruit are all sea monsters. You'd better not move. Or I'll shoot. Everyone raised their guns or long swords and pointed them at Zephyr and the others, and Nigo shouted at them not to act rashly. He had never seen demon fruit power, but he guessed it would be impossible to dodge the bullet at this distance. If possible, he didn't want to fight to the death here. After all, he still had to use this living strange raccoon cat to exchange for his future. The way you looked at my companions made me very uncomfortable. Ryotsu surged like a raging wave. In just a moment, Nigo and his companions' eyes suddenly exploded. Everyone fell to the ground, covering their eyes in pain, and screams were heard everywhere. Nico stared blankly at everything in front of him, seemingly forgetting the injuries on his body. The white wolf was stunned. The price you pay for provoking the gods is more than just this. Enel would not let them go just because Zephyr moved his hand slightly, but he did not take action immediately. As someone who had been drifting on the sea for a period of time, Nolan had seen many bloodier scenes, so naturally he didn't think it was a big deal. But Chopper is completely different. In his world, it seemed that he had never seen such a bloody scene. Even when he was being chased and fighting with a herd of deer, he never had the thought of killing or crippling anyone. Sifur, will this be good for them? Chopper was a little nervous. He didn't want to interfere with the captain's behavior, but he found it hard to accept in his heart. Chopper, I know you're a kind person at heart, but kindness alone can't save anyone. Sifur has never lacked patience with his crew. There is no incurable disease in this world, but there are endless people to save. Sometimes, killing someone is also saving someone. The world's illness requires drastic measures. Chopper touched the hat on his head and nodded slightly. This was something he should have understood. We should have understood it when Shiluk died. No, don't kill us. Nigo and the others were just blind, but they could hear more clearly. The fear of death took over their hearts, and they cried and begged for mercy. Remember, we are righteous. Sifur gently touched Chopper's hat, his tone gentle but weighing 1,000 pounds. God's Judgment. Chapter 68. After the thunder, corpses were everywhere. Although Chopper accepted what Sifur said mentally, he had not yet adapted physically. He climbed onto Sifur's shoulders and hugged Sifur's head from behind, as if this would make him feel more at ease. Chopper, if you keep lying on Captain Sifur's head, these two guys are going to die. Nolan walked over to Sifur and tried to poke Chopper, but found that he couldn't reach him at all. I almost forgot. After she reminded him of this, Chopper remembered that he had originally wanted to save the White Wolf and that was how he got into trouble. He quickly jumped down and ran to White Wolf and Nico, who were barely breathing, to check their injuries. The conditions of both were not too serious. They seemed to have lost a lot of blood, but fortunately no vital parts were injured. Go back to the ship to get the medical kit. Chopper was thinking this, and when he wanted to turn around, a medical kit appeared in his sight. Thank God! Enel still squinted his eyes, but one could see a look of doting on his face. He had already guessed that Chopper would want to get the medical kit, and with Ray's speed, it wouldn't even take him a blink of an eye. Thank you, Enel. Chopper happily took the box and began to provide emergency treatment to White Wolf and Nico, who didn't even dare to move. It doesn't hurt that much anymore, Doctor, you're amazing. Maybe it was a psychological effect or some drug Chopper used, but Nico felt less pain after being bandaged, and kept thanking him. The White Wolf also completely let down its guard, crouched down and bowed to Chopper several times, speaking some animal language. A hole, even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy. Chopper said this while twisting his body like a worm, his face full of joy. Generally speaking, even the most ruthless Icelanders wouldn't want to kill or rob people on the docks. Nolan raised her question. She couldn't understand why everyone at the dock wanted to attack them. For a small island, the harbor where ships dock is its business card. There may be people cheating and deceiving people at the dock, but everyone agrees that they will try their best to avoid bloodshed. If an island has a messy dock, it will become notorious and no one will want to come here except scoundrels. When Nico heard this question, a trace of pain appeared on his face, and then he gave an answer. He has lived since he was a child on this island, whose name even his parents don't know, and the people of the tribe live in harmony with each other. At that time, the Icelanders had a good relationship with the animals on the island, especially the white wolf population. At that time, seeing white wolves on the streets was not a strange thing. It was not until his father Nisan passed away due to illness not long ago that Nico learned many things about the island. Nisan was originally a knight sailing abroad. He was very powerful and always liked to travel alone on the sea in a small boat. When he was traveling to the sea area, a sudden storm overturned his boat and he was swept into the sea. At that time, Nisan clearly realized the power of nature. As a well-known knight on the sea, he was powerless to struggle in the rough sea. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the island. A beautiful girl rescued him from being washed ashore by the waves. From then on, Nissan gave up his goal of continuing his sailing and lived with her. She seemed to be the darling of this island. All the animals on the island loved her very much, especially the white wolf. According to the mother, she saved the leader of the white wolf pack when she was young, and was saved by him in return when she grew up. Since then, the Enel family has formed a long-lasting friendship with the White Wolf clan. Because the mother had a good relationship with some ferocious wild beasts, and the father was the strongest man on the island, their family was extremely powerful for a time. The residents of the entire island are headed by the Enel family. Although there is no country on the island, Nissan is vaguely known as the owner of the island. But everything changed after they all died. With the help of his parents, Nico was considered to have some say on the island, and with some subordinates under his command, he established some rules. He kept his father's last words in mind, not attacking the rare animals on the island, and not drawing his sword against harmless outsiders. At first everyone complied, after all, it was not a big deal. But a while ago, a ship docked at the pier, and its luxurious ultimate appearance deeply attracted the Icelanders. The people on the ship passed by this small island and found many creatures they had never seen before after landing. They offered a high price and said they would come over to trade soon. The Icelanders were attracted and began to yearn for the outside world, but the first prerequisite was money. As a result, many people began to secretly capture or hunt wild animals in the mountains. Although Nico strictly prohibited it, his voice became less and less due to the huge profits. He frequently traveled between the mountains and the harbor in order to keep an eye on others and prevent them from being blinded by greed. Once the precedent of hunting creatures on the island and harming outsiders is set, it will be impossible to stop after tasting the sweetness. Who would have thought that after seeing the huge ship Zephyr for the first time in a long time today, the desire that had been suppressed for a long time was infinitely magnified. Anyway, they have already broken one of the two rules, so they naturally don't mind breaking the other one. That's too much. Chopper was furious when he heard this. As a reindeer, he felt the same pain as the animals on the island. Chopper, there are many more outrageous things in this world, many of which you can't even imagine. It's still a long way to go before it can become a medicine that can heal the world. Zephyr touched Chopper's hat and comforted him. He thought it was normal. In this world, killing an entire family for a tiny bit of profit was not uncommon, let alone to this extent. But, the rich people who like to collect rare and exotic animals, the nobles? Zephyr showed a strange smile, he felt that the road to wealth seemed to be coming. Led by Nico, they left the dock and came to a nearby town. It's Marshmallows. The town was bustling with people, and the atmosphere was completely different from that at the dock. Chopper took his pocket money and ran into the food street with White Wolf. Zephyr and others followed him slowly. Mr. Nico, how are you injured? Some kind elderly people on the road asked questions with concern and looked at Zephyr and Enel with suspicion. It's hard to explain, these people are my saviors. It is not appropriate to tell the old people here about the fact that I was almost killed by Nigo and others. Why are the two of them here? In a corner, a man was shivering and secretly took out a den mushi from his arms. Chapter 69. That little thing in your hand is quite unique. Why don't you let me see it? The moment the man lowered his head, the sunlight seemed to be blocked by something. When he raised his head tremblingly, two tall figures were already standing in front of him. He was about to hand over the den mushi with his hands trembling with fear when the den mushi's appearance suddenly changed. How is it? Has the plan been successful? A steady voice came from the other side. The man's entire body was drenched in sweat, and even his teeth were chattering. He looked at Zephyr's expressionless face and didn't dare to speak at all. Unlike the residents of this small island where information is cut off, he had only stayed here not long ago for some reason. In front of these two killing gods, he would not take any action without their consent. Zephyr pointed at him, then at den mushi, and nodded for him to answer. Yes, yes. The plan has been realized as expected. He forced himself to take a deep breath, making his tone sound no different from usual. As expected. Yeah. The Den Mushi's reaction seemed very satisfied, and loud laughter was heard. People in this remote area are easily fooled. Just stay where you are, and we'll take over in a few days. After saying this, Den Mushi closed its eyes. Yeah ha, I seem to have heard some conspiracy. Enel laughed loudly. It looked like there would be another commotion. He hoped that the people who came would excite him a little. My lords. I am only hiding here following orders from above. I have done nothing evil. Please forgive me. He was scared. He heard that in Logue Town, the gang of thugs were just bullying the civilians and were killed without a single one left. What's the plan? Sifur paid no attention to what he said. Sir, you must first promise to spare my life, otherwise I will never tell you. Seeing that Sifur did not answer him, the fear of death surged into his head, and he showed the most courageous moment of his life, refusing to answer the questions of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yo! Enel actually looked up to him at this point. Although he exuded a strong sense of fear, he still had the brains to negotiate with Sifur. No problem, I won't kill you. After getting Sifur's answer, the man finally couldn't bear it anymore. His legs became weak and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Then he began to slowly explain his plan. His master was a nobleman of a certain country. But the nobility is also divided into different levels, not to mention the royal family and the legendary world nobility above them. The man was unwilling to be inferior to others. After hearing that a certain celestial dragons like to hunt and eat all kinds of rare and exotic animals, he had an idea. He wanted to climb the celestial dragon's high branches so that he wouldn't have to worry about the opinions of other people in the kingdom. So he resolutely set out to sea with a group of attendants and servants, determined to find the rarest animals to present to the celestial dragons. When passing by this island, I fell in love with the white wolf on the island at first sight. After asking around, I found out that this place is simply a paradise for wild animals, and there must be many weak and rare creatures. In his opinion, there is no better choice than to dedicate this island to the celestial dragons. But it was obviously impossible to buy the entire island. He also found that the residents of this island were very caring towards the wild animals in the mountains and forests. Even though he offered a high price, Nicola refused it outright. He wanted the guards to take action by force, but was beaten by Nicola, who was on guard. This made him very annoyed, and at that time, the ambitious Nigo came to him. He could tell at a glance that Nigo was ABD, but he needed the bastards on the island to do things for him. The two hit it off immediately. Nigo would incite the Icelanders to secretly hunt a certain number of wild animals, and find an opportunity to kill Nigo and replace him in managing the island. He left a guard on the island, who would contact him when the plan was successful and then reunite with him. It smells of lies. When the man spoke of his master and Nigo's plan, Enel noticed his change of heart, though only for a moment. You don't seem to cherish the opportunity I gave you. Sifur's words were like a sharp knife stabbing the man's heart. He didn't know how the two of them found out, but he just felt that he was doomed. Please. He changed his posture to kneeling on the ground, knelt down and begged for mercy, and said the part he had not said. His master did cooperate with Nigo, but the man had no intention of paying him. He just wanted to use Nigo to consume the voices of resistance on the island until there was almost no one on the island who was resisting anymore. He only needs to use a little trick to kill everyone on the island. If everyone is dead, the island will naturally belong to him. And my master also said that the white wolf meat on this island seems to prolong life. That's what Nigo told us. He no longer dared to hide anything and told everything he knew. He fantasized that after Lord Shichibukai and Lord Thunder God learned such explosive news, they would definitely forgive him, and maybe he would even have the opportunity to work for them. Such a big shot certainly wouldn't do everything himself, so it's normal for him to have someone like me to run errands. What did you say? Nico, who had been silent all the time, could no longer remain calm. He rushed forward and grabbed the man's collar, with a murderous look in his eyes. He didn't expect that Nico would be so stupid. It was impossible for anyone in the world to resist the temptation of longevity. Therefore, the efficacy of white wolf meat has always been a top secret of the Ni family. If it weren't for an accident, Nige would never have known it. The man was not afraid of Nico at all. He pushed him away and continued to kneel and kowtow. He knew that only these two could decide his life or death. Why didn't you say it just now? Enel's expression was cold. Daring to deceive God was an unforgivable sin. The man said nothing, but just kept kowtowing, even though his head was already broken and bleeding. It's nothing more than the fear of death. Killing just one person is different from slaughtering an entire island. If they survive, maybe they can get a few white wolves to prolong their lifespan. The reason was too simple, Sifur explained it for him. After hearing this, he knocked even harder, crying, I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me. Please, please. Sifur turned and left without saying a word, and Enel followed closely behind. Seeing this, Nico didn't care about the person kneeling on the ground and hurriedly chased after him. What he was more worried about now were the two people in front of him. Judging from the attitude of the man on the ground, it was enough to prove that both of them were well-known figures on the sea. What's even more terrible is that their power is so strong that it's suffocating. If they want to, they don't need to use conspiracy and tricks like that person. The two of them are enough to kill everyone on the island. Please, both of you, please don't hurt the white wolf. Nico kept nagging in their ears. At this moment, he had already put life and death aside. He would accept it even if they killed him because they thought he was annoying. So, white wolf meat can really prolong life. Sifur stopped and looked at Nico. He said a lot, but he didn't refute what the man just said, which shows that it was true. It's true. Nico felt desperate. He didn't want to admit it, but he had no choice. The person in front of him seemed to be able to tell lies. Enel wants immortality. The gods don't need that kind of thing. A life that is too long is nothing but torture. Nico was stunned. He was a little unconvinced, but he also felt that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Sifur smiled and said, life is about cherishing the present. When the three people walked away, the man who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing staggered up, holding on to the wall, obviously a little unstable. Great! I'm still alive! He was ecstatic. Nothing could be more worthy of boasting than being able to survive in front of those two men. He was determined to brag about his bravery to his family when he returned home. God's judgment. In the man's sight, a swift flash of lightning rushed towards him. The gods have not forgiven him. Chapter 70. Sifur. Enel. Chopper, now dressed in new clothes and holding a marshmallow, ran towards the two of them with his short legs. The white wolf followed slowly with its tongue hanging out, while Nolan's hands were filled with bags of various clothes. Nylon. This is the name Nico gave to the white wolf. They grew up together, and it is like a member of the Nico family. Hearing the sound, the white wolf rushed into Nico's arms. Both of them were accidentally injured and gasped in pain. You still need to be careful with your wounds. Don't touch them too hard. Although Chopper on Enel's head was eating marshmallows, he did not forget to perform his duties as a doctor and reminded them of precautions. Thank you, Dr. Tanuki. UBD, I'm not a raccoon cat, I'm a reindeer with horns. Amid the noise, the town seemed to become even more noisy. Mr. Nico. Nigo and the others. A young man in plain clothes came in a panic, apparently having discovered the charred bodies of the people on the dock. Don't need to say it, I know everything, it's what they deserve. Nico waved his hand, signaling the visitor to leave, and then invited Zephyr and others to his home. Along the way, people kept greeting Nico, and many people were concerned about his injuries. Naturally, there were also people who had a faint murderous intention towards him. "Hey, you guy, is this considered a prominent family?" Enel was the first to express his dissatisfaction because the Ni family's house was not only located in an uninhabited area between the town and the mountains, but was also a dilapidated house. The yard was quite big, but there was no one inside. "This is my parents' old house. I moved back here to keep an eye on the recent hunting incidents on the island." Nico seemed a little embarrassed. He rummaged through all the drawers and cabinets in his house and finally found a bottle of wine. "Please bear with me. This is a fine wine from my father's collection. I'm giving it to you today. Please don't be disgusted by it." While he was pouring the wine, a few more snow-white wolf heads popped out from outside the door. Seeing Nylon lying next to Chopper, they all ran in. There was a big wolf and two very small wolf cubs that looked like they had just learned to walk. "What a cute little wolf cub!" Nolan and Chopper came over, and they also lay on the ground and let the two of them stroke their fur, looking very happy. "They are Nylon's family, and they are my family." Nico sighed. If it weren't for the people in front of him, he was afraid that, no, the entire island would be destroyed. "Let's go to the mountains and take a look." After drinking a bowl of strong liquor, Zephyr stood up and wanted to see the paradise of beasts they talked about. Nico hesitated for a moment, but did not stop them. Instead, he walked beside them and led the way. "What a desolate feeling, Captain Zephyr." From an environmental perspective, the place where they live should have been a lush forest, but it looks lifeless because of excessive deforestation. At first glance, there was not even a trace of an animal. "It's all because of those guys. They paid a lot of money, so someone sneaks in every day when I'm not paying attention. If the forest is too lush, poachers will have no way to start, so after a period of time, the outskirts of the forest will become bare. Greed is the original sin." Enel did not agree with his words, and the huge bribe was just an excuse he made up. Nico moved his mouth, unable to find the words to refute. After they went deeper, the forest finally became lush again, and the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers finally appeared before their eyes. So beautiful! The Nolan and Chopper duo were running and shouting in the mountains, while Enel and Zephyr looked at them as if they were fools. "Zephyr, Enel, the water here is so clear." Chopper waved his little hand, telling the two to come over to him. Yo God saw the fish. Various fish in the river are swaying their bodies freely, their shadows cast on the rocks under the sunlight. Zephyr couldn't help but think of Roxano, which used to be a nice island. Now, maybe it's a good tourist spot? It's so strange, I always feel like I'm being stared at by countless eyes. Chopper always felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't see any other creatures besides them and the fish in the river, but he felt like he was being watched. Ouch! Nylon howled after hearing that, and the originally silent forest began to chirp with various sounds. First there were dozens of white wolves, and then some strange-looking creatures that Zephyr and others had never seen before. They all seemed to obey the white wolf's words, had no ill will towards Zephyr and the others, and allowed Chopper to roam all over them. Many animals clung to Nico like obedient pets, some of them even being nearly 3 meters tall. Mr. Nico seems to be very popular. Nolan looked envious. She also wanted to be surrounded by a group of cute little animals and act coquettishly. Of course, there was no need for those huge beasts. You two, about a few days ago. After careful consideration, Nico decided to speak. He knew that those people would arrive in a few days, and it would be useless to stop them with his injured body. He knew it was shameless, but he wanted to seek help from the person in front of him, but Zephyr reached out and stopped him from finishing his words. No need to say more, I have my own plans. Not to mention that Chopper and White Wolf get along very well, just the title of noble and the behavior of wanting to cling to the celestial dragons is enough to kill him many times over. Most of the so-called superiors in this world deserve to die. But Zephyr doesn't have time to kill them one by one, so if they run into him, they can only blame their bad luck. A few days passed in a flash, and when Zephyr was getting impatient, a luxury ship finally arrived at the nameless island. Where did this ship come from? How dare it stop at a location favored by a noble? On the bow, a short man dressed in gorgeous clothes looked at the small wahoo in the harbor with dissatisfaction and made a sharp sound. Wait! Master Chris, that ship is... A steady voice came from behind him, obviously the one who was talking on the Den Mushi at that time. But his voice was a little trembling now. Although there was no flag on the ship, as Lord Chris's butler, he recognized it at a glance. Thinking back to the conversation with the attendant at that time, the other party seemed to be stunned for a moment before answering his question. Connecting all the clues together, he had a very bad guess in his mind. Master Chris! Return quickly, or it will be too late. That ship is the ship of that madman Shichibukai who killed the celestial dragons a few months ago. Chris originally wanted to scold this ignorant subordinate for daring to spoil his fun when he was about to accomplish something great. But when he heard that it was Zephyr's ship, he immediately ordered a full-speed evacuation. You must stay away from Ulquiera Zephyr, a super madman who dares to kill even the world's nobles. Compared to pleasing celestial dragons, your own life is the most important. Damn it! They actually escaped early. Nico came to the coast and looked at the group of people who had left for a distance with great sorrow. He wondered what he would do if the other party came back after Zephyr and others left. The stronger and braver young men on the island all died a few days ago, so it would be difficult to rely on myself. You can't escape. Zephyr held down Enel. He hadn't made a move for a long time, and even though it was just a swing, it was finally a chance to release some energy. Captain Zephyr is actually going to take action. The most excited person was Nolan. She had never seen Zephyr actually take action and had endless fantasies in her heart. With a clang sound, the barbarian dragon was unsheathed. Zephyr seemed to be just swinging his sword casually, and a powerful sword pressure gushed out, and the sword energy was unstoppable. The huge ship that was sailing away, along with the sea, was split in two. Chapter 71. Captain Zephyr. So handsome. Zephyr. Nolan and Chopper's eyes lit up wildly. Up to that point, this was the most shocking scene they had ever witnessed in their lives. Incredible. Nico has lived on this island since he was born. Even when he saw his father in action as a child, he could only cut steel. A sword splits the sea, unheard of. UBD. Have you forgotten our purpose? Where are we going to get the money if the whole ship sinks? Only Enel couldn't keep calm. He pulled Zephyr by the collar and pointed at the huge ship that had been caught in the current. Zephyr also remembered at this time that they planned to rob the noble's treasure to replenish their funds. Who knew that the opponent was so ungrateful and ran away early, forcing him to pretend for a while and then forget about it? Captain Zephyr, that money on there, isn't it ours? After hearing what Enel said, Nolan's smile froze. As the ship's cook and half-navigator, the small treasury has always been controlled by her. She naturally also realized that there were only tens of millions of Baileys left on the ship. In the past, she would have thought it was a lot, but on the Little Crow, it was nothing. So why didn't Enel stop me just now? You clearly remember it. Zephyr suddenly had an idea and turned his attention to Enel. Hey? I wonder who held me down just now. Shut up. Zephyr pinched Enel's upper and lower lips, making him unable to speak. You guys are probably the powerful pirates that sail the ocean. Seeing the people in front of him about to leave, Nico asked the question he had been wanting to ask for the past few days. Although he had never been to sea, his father had sailed on the sea and told him many stories about what he had seen at sea. This includes stories of some powerful pirates. You're not wrong to think so. I heard that those powerful pirates can make weak countries and islands peaceful just by hanging their flags over them. Is that true? Nico held his breath and waited for Sifur's answer. This incident with the nobles had already made him a little scared. If what his father said was true, he wanted to go out to sea after finishing things on the island and become a powerful pirate. When the time comes, we will hang the flag on the island and everyone can live in peace. The idea was naive and stupid, and Sifur and others saw it at a glance. Becoming a powerful pirate is not as easy as you think. Far more people die on the road than survive. Instead of thinking about becoming a powerful pirate to protect your hometown, think about becoming strong on the island so you can protect it when the enemy attacks. Nolan started to scold. In her opinion, Nico's behavior was no different from abandoning his hometown and dying at sea. Besides, even if he was lucky enough to make a name for himself on the sea, how long would it take? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Who can guarantee whether the island will still exist by that time, and whether his family will have been hunted down? The cold words were like a basin of cold water poured on Nico's head. It was biting, but it also made him wake up from his beautiful fantasy. Sifur looked at the distraught man in front of him, then glanced at Enel, who turned into thunder and disappeared. An island or a country without a leader will find it difficult to unite in times of difficulty. Let me be clear, only when you truly control this island will you be qualified to use it. While Sifur was speaking, Enel had already unfurled their banner. At that time, this place will become the territory of my Ulquira, and you will govern this land for us. Do you understand? It would be nice to use such a beautiful place as a back garden, with many friendly little pets on it, just to make up for the damage done to Roxano. Sifur is so awesome. Our pirates have actually taken over the territory. Chopper drooled, imagining the scene when he would return to this island in the future and the wild beasts in the mountains and forests would regard him as their king. Under their puzzled gazes, Nico tremblingly took the flag from Enel's hand and bowed deeply to Sifur and others. Clear. Nico's mood went through a lot of ups and downs. If there really was a powerful person willing to protect this place, he wouldn't have to think too much. As for governing this island for them? After experiencing this incident, Nico had originally planned to truly take control of this place, because that would allow him to better protect it. As for whether this place still belongs to him? He didn't care, as long as there could be peace and stability here, they didn't seem like bad people. Is it really only necessary to have a flag like this to protect the entire island? Although I have heard of such stories, it still feels very surreal when it happens to me. How disrespectful! Captain Sifur and Brother Enel are incredibly powerful individuals, renowned throughout the world. Nolan seemed to have memorized the deeds of Sifur and Enel, and was about to start rambling on again. All right. Enel pinched her upper and lower lips, preventing her from speaking. I will never forget your great kindness. Yeah, ha 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 ha, God bless the world, this is what gods should do. In fact, Sifur and Enel just unfolded the flag and asked him to memorize the pattern and do it himself when he got home, but now that they had said that, Enel gave it to him. Anyway, flags are just a burden to their navigation, so there is no harm in drawing one more. Then it's time to leave. A momentary urge to spend money disrupted Sifur's original plan. Who could spend the little money on the boat? Nylon. I'm going to miss you. Chopper patted the heads of the White Wolf family, then hopped over to catch up with Sifur and the others and headed towards the little crow. Thank you so much. Watching the ship go away, Nico slowly lost his excitement. He knew that Sifur and the others were just giving him a chance to change the island. Whether you can truly succeed depends on yourself. Let's go, Nylon. Nico clutched the black cloth tightly in his hand and ran towards the island, with the White Wolf family chasing after him. So, no one on the ship can draw. There was a black cloth spread on the ground with messy patterns drawn on it, and Enel was lying on the ground with big swellings all over his face. Really? As a captain, I really have to say something about you. UBD, are you so shameless? He was greeted by several more smoking bags, and Enel chose to keep quiet. Captain Sifur, where should we go to get a flag next? Although Sifur had already put the flag away, not having it is not the same as not having it. Go straight to Alabasta. Sifur originally wanted to wait until Luffy had resolved everything before going there, but since he had no money, he had to go early. That Clarkdale guy is about to fall, it's time to get our money back. Chapter 72. Captain Sifur, what is that? After 2 days, the little crow was approaching Alabasta, and in the sea ahead of them, many ships flying the same flag were also approaching there. So many. Having witnessed Sifur's power, Chopper would naturally not be scared by this fleet, but the spectacular appearance still made him sigh. Those are the minions of the Baroque works, coming here to overthrow this country. Sifur stood on the bow with his arms folded. This means that the Straw Hat crew is probably almost at Alabasta. Sure enough, after extending the neural exploration further, the Golden Mary was discovered in the rear. Subvert this country. Sifur's words brought back bad memories for Nolan, and she clenched her fists. She hated the guy who spread the war to civilians. It will end in failure. Sifur knew what she was thinking and told her the result in advance. Even if there were any accidents, he would take care of it himself. Could it be that Captain Sifur is going to take action? That's another Shichibukai. Nolan felt a little excited and a little unbelievable. Who knows? Then I'll collect some interest first. I've been waiting for you to say this. Enel had been scratching his ears impatiently for a long time, and by the time Sifur finished speaking, he had turned into lightning. You guys stay here. Sifur also disappeared instantly. Damn it, I really want to be like Sifur and the others. I don't want to stay in the same place every time. Seeing that the two had already set out, Chopper rolled around on the deck and complained. Don't worry, Chopper. That day will come. Our captain is going to do something earth-shattering. Nolan gently stroked Chopper's belly to comfort him, and she also wanted to be a woman who could stand beside them in battle. It's Thor Enel. On a ship belonging to the Baroque works, the members pointed their weapons at him who suddenly appeared and squatted on the bow. Fools, if you voluntarily hand over all the treasures on the ship now, you may receive leniency from the gods. If it were possible to avoid having to go in and look for it themselves, Enel would consider giving them a quick death. Everyone, if we can take down the world-famous Thor here, you might even be able to achieve a triple jump. Although everyone was sweating profusely, some people began to shout. They are just the billionaires and millionaires of Baroque works, and are at the bottom of the organization. Above them are low-level agents and high-level agents. If you want to be promoted, in addition to having the ability, you also need to have a position above them. It just so happens that a senior agent seems to have lost contact recently. If they can capture the person in front of them, they will definitely be able to fill the vacant position. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet went straight through Enel's eyebrows. It went through. It's demon fruit power. Push him into the sea. Seeing that bullets had no effect on him, a dozen brave men rushed forward and tried to push him off the bow of the ship. I'm sorry, but you've angered the gods. 60 million volts, power generation. Enel's cold eyes revealed murderous intent, and lightning flashed continuously on the ship. And the other side. Lord Ulquiera, all the treasure on the ship is here. After witnessing the other members of the ship being killed in an instant, the only remaining billionaire elder was tactful enough to help Sifur pack up all the property on the ship. You're pretty good. If only your bones were a little harder. Sifur took the package and hefted it over his shoulder. No, this is as it should be. What did you say, a little harder? Before the billionaire elder could react, a huge hole had already appeared in his chest. He struggled to ask why he would die even if he didn't resist, but unfortunately he could only fall to the ground powerlessly, his eyes gradually becoming dull. But in a moment, Zephyr and Enel returned to the little crow with a great harvest, and Enel was holding a large piece of barbecue in his hand. For you. Thank you, Enel. Chopper took the hot kebab and ate it with relish, while Nolan began to count the treasure that almost filled the deck. Captain Zephyr, this is too much to order. Nolan never thought that there would be a day when he would be unable to count the money and his eyes would completely turn into gold coins. Then let's go to Alabasta and ask Marine to get a memory card. Carrying so much cash all the time was not really a solution. He had originally thought that he might quit Shichibukai at any time, so he was too lazy to do it. There are quite a few people on board now, and we usually spend a lot of money on shopping, so we should apply for a few cards. Hey Zephyr Enel! At this time, Luffy's shout was heard from behind, and then, accompanied by the sound of rubber shrinking, the Straw Hat Boy landed on the deck of the Little Crow. UBD! Who are you? Chopper jumped out first, taking a combat stance. Hey, it's meat! Luffy, who was already starving, saw Chopper and the skewers in his hand. He felt dizzy and his mouth was watering with hunger. Just give me a bite. He rushed towards Chopper on his hands and knees, scaring the latter so much that he quickly hid behind Enel. Your monkey face still makes the gods so angry. Seeing that he actually offended his companions, Enel kicked him away with a kick, and he returned to the Golden Mary which was close to them. It hurts so much. Luffy rolled around on the deck of the Mary, holding his stomach. It hurts? Luffy, aren't you supposed to be rubber? How could a kick hurt you? His companions all saw him being kicked away by Enel. Zoro and the others knew Zephyr and the others and thought it was just a joke. When did you learn armament haki? Zephyr noticed that at that moment, Enel's feet were covered with a light layer of armed color. Yeah, ha 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 ha, God is omnipotent. I originally wanted to use it to beat up ABD like you, but I didn't expect that guy to get it as a bargaining chip. Just yesterday, when Enel was training alone in the training room, he unexpectedly figured out the trick to armament haki. He was originally eager to teach Zephyr a lesson so that he would learn to respect the gods. But then he thought again, the other party is the world's top strong man after all, and he is definitely no match for him since he has just learned armament haki. So he decided to stay hidden for the time being and make plans after he had mastered the technique. I didn't expect it to be exposed in advance. It's all because of that rude Straw Hat Boy. It hurts so much, it's just like when Grandpa kicked me. Enel, how did you do that? Luffy didn't seem to take what happened just now to heart, but instead became curious about how he hurt himself. That is a power that fools cannot understand. Arrogance and disdain were clearly displayed on Enel's face. Nami, why do you know this Shichibukai? On the Mary, the girl with blue hair in a ponytail secretly tugged at Nami's clothes and asked softly. Whether as a low-level agent of Baroque Works or the Princess of Alabasta, there was no way she didn't know about the legendary Shichibukai in front of her. Clarkdale was the culprit who plunged her kingdom into war, and she is now highly wary and sensitive to the name Shichibukai. You're talking about Zephyr. He saved the people in my village. Don't worry, Vivi, he's a really good man. Zephyr and others are Nami's benefactors, so she naturally wouldn't have a bad opinion of them. She also knew that Vivi was very sensitive right now, so she kept saying good things about Zephyr and the others to Vivi. Princess Vivi, it seems you have something to say about me. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Zephyr and Enel to hear it. How do you know I'm a princess? The atmosphere became tense. Chapter 73. Zephyr must have met Vivi before, right? The Straw Hat crew also seemed to sense that something was wrong, and Nami looked at Zephyr while muttering to himself. But she found that Zephyr didn't answer her at all. In the sunlight, the dark green tear marks and pupils looked particularly cold. Look there! Long-nosed Usopp put on goggles and pointed at the fleet floating on the sea behind Zephyr and others. That's the logo of the Baroque workshop. They are the billionaires and millionaires. They are the lower-level members of the Baroque works. Now they are all moving towards Alabasta. There are 2,000 of them in total. Vivi's face turned pale. The other party's ship happened to be in the same group as Baroque Works' fleet. This was too much of a coincidence. Just one crocodile has caused chaos in her country, and now if there is another one, and he is a super lunatic like the one in front of her. Alabasta, with its 1,000-year history, will literally be destroyed. 2,000 people. Usopp was so scared that his mouth was cramping, even though he was a captain with 8,000 subordinates. As expected of a Shichibukai. Sanji calmly lit a cigarette for himself, but his hand was shaking slightly because of the person in front of him. I came here to look for the sand crocodile. Seifer didn't seem to answer their question, but the answer came through in their ears, and everyone's faces fell. What? You're an enemy too? Luffy, who was totally clueless, had already rolled up his sleeves and assumed a fighting stance. Luffy, wait. Zoro recalled what Seifer had said, they can't handle any Shichibukai. Although the target of this trip is also Shichibukai, Crocodile's bounty before being recruited by the world government was only 81 million berries. He's not even on the same level as the man in front of him. If he clashes with him here, the risk is huge. What's wrong, Zoro? Are you scared? We have to help Vivi save her country. Luffy picked some unknown object out of his nostril and threw it at Zoro. You idiot, do you want to fight 7 warlords of the sea at once? In most cases, Zoro would not oppose Luffy's decision, but this time, it concerns the life and death of the entire pirates group. So what? Whoever dares to bully my friends, I will beat them all away. Ignorant, fearless, and stupid. Yo, it's the challenger. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he could see the captain and Enel beating the others to a pulp again. Luffy. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates found it difficult to remain calm. We didn't come here to fight with others. Have you forgotten that we came here to defeat Crocodile and save Alabasta? Nami doesn't want to be an enemy of Seifer, and doesn't think they have the power to fight 2 Shichibukai at the same time. She pulled Luffy's ear and yelled. You are a frog in a well, thinking that what you see is the world. If you continue to be so reckless, you will eventually kill your crew members. If I wanted to, I could completely defeat you right here, just like this. Seifer gently raised his right hand, just extended a finger, and dark green siro gushed out. The Baroque Works' large fleet was completely blown into pieces by this attack. I actually brought my companion. Vivi was trembling all over. Although she knew the style of Baroque Works, she had never heard of him killing all his subordinates over a disagreement. In her mind, Seifer's danger level rose to another level. At the very least, Crocodile would not openly kill his subordinates who had done nothing wrong. You have to be kidding. This kind of destructive power. Sanji shuddered, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the deck without him noticing. If the Mary takes this blow head-on, it will definitely disintegrate. Zoro had already drawn his knife. Even though he knew it was impossible, he couldn't just watch the other party take action. Can this guy really be defeated? Nami and Vivi were not combatants, but they could tell how strong the other party was from the serious expressions on everyone's faces. Luffy said nothing, but his eyes revealed an extremely serious determination. He would not back down just because his opponent was strong. Let's get to the land. I'll show you how far away we are from the world. Seifer pointed his thumb towards the shore not far behind him. Good. Luffy clicked his hat, wondering how far he came from being the famous man Zoro had mentioned. 2 ships, one large and one small, soon docked at a coast. Oh my god, it's all sand here. Chopper was holding a lollipop in his hand and carrying a small backpack with some snacks and clothes in it. This was his first time seeing a desert. Nolan was very tactful and picked him up from behind, away from Captain Seifer and Brother Enel. Come on Seifer, I'm going to beat you down, and then I'm going to beat Crocodile down. Luffy kept cracking his knuckles, doing various pre-battle warm ups. But I'm so hungry. The next moment, he deflated, touched his stomach, and looked blankly at Chopper who was eating not far away. There must be a lot of meat in that school bag. No one will let you eat before fighting on the battlefield. Besides, your opponent is not me. Zephyr moved the beach chair down from the deck, found a place with a good view, put on his sunglasses and lay down. There's no need to take action on this kind of newcomer, and besides, Enel has disliked him for a long time. Let the gods teach you, a little brat who doesn't know your place, a lesson. Oh, and you can all come together. Enel carried the golden stick on his shoulder, walked up to Luffy with a playful look on his face, and hooked his finger at them. That's really too contemptuous. Sanji and Usopp were both extremely dissatisfied with Enel and Zephyr at this time. They thought they were friends when they were in East Blue. Only Zoro was not affected by his words at this time. He placed both hands on the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to support Luffy at any time. Looking at Zephyr's leisurely appearance, anyone with a little common sense could guess that Enel would be a very tricky guy. Rubber bazooka. Luffy attacked first, but his arms, stretched backwards, quickly retracted and rushed straight towards Enel. He immediately used his strongest attack. It's useless. How could a god be? Enel, as always, looked down on his opponent. He didn't feel the armament haki wrapped around Luffy's fist and just stood there waiting for his attack. Ah! As the fist hit his stomach hard, Enel flew backwards in shock and fell into the sand. This wins. Nami and the others were overjoyed. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect the opponent to be so careless. No one could remain safe after being hit by Luffy's move. Hey? Enel. Chopper was shocked. In his opinion, Enel was a very powerful man. How could he be defeated so easily? Don't worry, Chopper. Big brother Enel isn't that fragile. Nolan often saw brother Enel being tempered by Captain Zephyr, and this level alone was far from enough. It's really strange that this kind of attack can actually hit a god. Enel crawled out of the sand pile and gently brushed off the sand on his body. Except for some redness in the places where he was hit, he looked almost unaffected. Fools, prepare to face the wrath of God. Chapter 74. Not even close, kid. Although he didn't know how the other party hit him without haki, he didn't care at all. To Enel, who was used to Zephyr's violent training, Luffy's fists were as soft and weak as cotton. So strong. Luffy is no longer as cheerful as usual. If he can't even defeat the two people in front of him, how is he going to defeat Crocodile? Rubber machine gun fire. Luffy's fists swung rapidly in the air, leaving many afterimages, as if dozens of fists were attacking Enel. Hard network. Enel strolled through Luffy's machine gun fire, dodging his punches by a tiny distance each time. Paramecia, it really is. Enel was about to make some mockery, but suddenly remembered that there was an unknown fruit ability user on the ship, so he stopped in time to prevent accidental injury to friendly forces. It's totally useless, kid. The golden stick hit Luffy's face hard, sending him flying. Luffy. The Straw Hat crew gathered around nervously, only to see him jump up with a somersault, completely unharmed. Tisk, you're not skilled enough after all. Enel originally wanted to use armament haki to attach to weapons, but failed. How strange. It seems like all my movements are visible. Luffy knew very well that the ability called Heartnet was too strange. If he couldn't even touch the opponent, there was no chance of winning. Straw Hat, it's okay to tell you, his mind network can see through any attack you want to launch. After all, there was an information gap, so Zephyr didn't mind giving him a little hint. It would be too disappointing if Enel was still not his opponent after following him for so long. Can you tell me what attack I'm going to launch? It's such a troublesome ability. I got it. Everyone, get out of the way. An idea flashed through Luffy's not-so-bright mind. Since he knew how he wanted to attack, why not just not think about how to attack? Rubber days. He just stood there with his mind blank, and the air seemed to be filled with silence. You guy, are you kidding me? Enel's stick kept coming towards Luffy, but he dodged them one by one with his instincts. I see. I think if I clear my mind, my actions won't be read. Enel scoffed. This kind of trick only requires launching some attacks that are impossible to avoid. God's judgment. It's over. Luffy. Luffy had no time to react to the lightning so fast and was completely hit. The lightning landed on the sand dunes in the distance, creating a huge deep pit. Hey! Everyone was very confused by the fact that Luffy stood there with a pout, completely unharmed. Did you actually dodge it? Although the feedback from the heart network showed that he had no reaction at all, Enel didn't believe that he could be safe and sound after being hit by the lightning. 60 million volt thunder dragon. The left and right drums were struck continuously, and the extremely fast dragon-shaped thunder beast hit Luffy head-on. But it didn't move at all, picking its nose and resisting the thunder dragon. Enel also realized that something was wrong at this time. It can hit itself without haki and ignore its own lightning attacks. It seems that the power of the fruit is counteracted. It's really interesting. I have learned something new. That's right. Luffy is made of rubber, so he's not afraid of lightning at all. Nami suddenly realized it, and everyone became excited, except Zoro and Sanji. If lightning and ordinary blows are useless, I'll let you taste the fist of God again. Enel stuck the stick into the ground and moved his body joints. There was no need to use Thor's spear to deal with such a small fry. Rubber hit. There were still a lot of fists coming towards Enel, but he dodged them one by one. Is this any different from before? He was moving forward while dodging the fists, and suddenly found that the fists seemed to be coming towards him around a bend. I see, so tender. Enel, surrounded by fists, turned into thunder and disappeared. Luffy, watch out! When he tried to turn around, Enel's palm had already pressed on his head, smashing his entire head to the ground. Rubber pistol. It's useless. He attacked at close range, but Enel held his arm tightly, and his fist could not move forward even half an inch. Little devil, if this is all your strength is, you'd better surrender to the gods. With his arms grabbed and his head pinned down, Luffy couldn't resist at all. I don't want to. The consequences of rebelling against God are dire. Enel used a little force and buried Luffy's head completely in the sand. He wanted to see how tough this kid was. Zoro's knife and Sanji's feet were almost unable to hold back. At this moment, Luffy's legs twisted around and clamped Enel's neck. Using all his strength, he finally threw Enel off his body and smashed him to the ground. As long as you can hit it, you have a chance. Luffy had just escaped from the crisis of suffocation and was gasping for breath. He completely forgot that his strongest move had no effect on the opponent. What an ugly move! Enel stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and was about to take action when he suddenly felt 2 hot streams in his nose. He touched it with his hand and found that it was bleeding. Hee, but it worked, didn't it? Luffy hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet and was still smiling. You are a rude person, your crime is unforgivable. Luffy was completely unable to react before the fist wrapped in armament haki had already hit his face. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth and he flew towards the crowd. Luffy! Zoro and Sanji rushed forward and caught Luffy. All of you retreat, puff! Just as he was about to bravely move forward, he vomited blood again, half knelt on the ground, his body swaying, and failed every time he tried to stand up. Don't worry, this punch won't kill you. At most, you'll be stunned for a while. Seeing that he couldn't even stand up, Enel felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart and did not pursue the victory any further. 3-sword style secret technique, 3000 worlds. Zoro gritted his teeth, tied his headscarf, bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and used the 3-sword style to rush towards Enel. To his disappointment, the moment the knife hit Enel, it actually went through his body. 10 million volts of discharge. Enel grabbed Zoro's arm, and after a flash of lightning, the latter fell to the ground and twitched. It seems that God must give you a memorable experience. Seeing the swordsman still trying to get up from the ground, and Luffy whose mind was beginning to regain clarity, Enel stretched out his finger. God's judgment. Thunder rushed towards the Straw Hat gang, but before they could react, they were all pushed away by a figure. Thunder flashed by, and Sanji, whose body was charred, was putting a cigarette into his mouth. Sorry, I just need a light. Yeah, ha 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 ha, how interesting. At this moment, Enel felt that these little devils were not so annoying anymore. He stopped attacking and sat down on the ground. He had no intention of killing them, he just wanted to teach them a little lesson. Enel was still measured when he acted. Everyone is right. I was reckless this time. The Straw Hat Boy, a man who had never suffered a big loss since he went to sea, chose to surrender at this time. He now truly understood how powerless Zoro was when he was defeated by Hawkeye. I never thought that the distance between me and the world would be so far. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but he also began to doubt his own ability. Could he really protect his companions and save Alabasta? It's a good thing to be humiliated here. At least, you can still keep your life. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Seifer stood up leisurely. In the latter half of this ocean, a brat like you could be killed by a single brick. Mr. Seifer! Please stop! Nami actually mustered up the courage to stand in front of everyone. It was true that Seifer had done her a favor, but she couldn't accept that her captain was humiliated like this. I was obviously worried about you guys. Seifer smiled indifferently, and for the first time ever, he remembered that thing. He took out the paper from his shirt pocket, tore off a small corner to save it, and threw it into Luffy's hand. This is what you left with me when you were at East Blue. Did I miss something like this? Isn't this a small piece of paper? Luffy took the paper, and the tense atmosphere with Seifer and the others was completely gone. This is your brother Ace's life card. Chapter 75. What? So you're Ace's friends? I was so scared. You're so incredibly strong. He he he. After receiving the life card, Luffy began to laugh heartily again. What? Is it a misunderstanding? Zoro also stood up with the help of his knife, his hands and feet were still shaking. Although he was hit by a bolt of lightning, at least he avoided a trouble. Nami-san Vivi-chan praised me for how cool I was just now. After the crisis was resolved, the lecherous cook resumed his perverted behavior. So, those people from Baroque Works aren't Seifer's subordinates. Nami immediately grasped the key point. She felt that the other party was not the bad guy they had just imagined. What kind of company is Baroque Works? Are they worthy of being joined by a god? They just happened to be standing in the way of the gods. Enel denied it immediately. He didn't want to be lumped in with those losers who could be killed with one move. Then why are you looking for Crocodile? Are you here to defeat that guy too? Luffy felt like his brain wasn't enough. I just came to ask him for something. As for knocking him down, he's not worthy of using that word in front of me. Besides, I have no intention of dealing with him. As for why I know Princess Vivi. Don't underestimate a Shichibukai's ability to gather intelligence. Seifer only answered Vivi's first question at this time. Even though he was talking nonsense, he had to pretend. For example, the target of your trip, Crocodile. I think he will know about your arrival soon. Seifer's words poured cold water on Luffy and others. In Luffy's eyes, there was no way to save the country if Crocodile was not defeated. But if they are exposed at the beginning, troubles will follow. It's okay. We just need to stop the rebels. We don't have to confront Crocodile head-on. Vivi's heart was filled with despair at this time. It turned out that defeating Shichibukai was just a fantasy. She simply couldn't imagine how they could possibly defeat such a powerful opponent like the one in front of them on their own. But she was still comforting herself and everyone else. As long as the rebels can be stopped, there is still a chance. As long as the country is at peace, Crocodile's conspiracy will not succeed. Sifur, is Crocodile as strong as you guys? Nami asked the question that everyone was most concerned about at this time. Enel was his companion, and from their words, it could be heard that Sifur was stronger. Enel alone was able to easily defeat the 3 strongest fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates, so Sifur's strength is obviously even more terrifying. But that Crocodile is a strong Shichibukai like Sifur. That guy is no match for Enel. To be honest, it is difficult for Sifur to judge Crocodile's strength, but a rough estimate shows that it is probably far from the current Enel. Stronger than the Shichibukai. What they didn't expect was that the strength of one of Sifur's fighters was actually higher than the target of their trip. But it was like a shot of adrenaline. As long as they were not monsters like them, there was still a chance. So, Sifur, how strong are you? Luffy's injuries from Enel were not serious to begin with, and he was no longer in any serious condition. He was even more curious about Sifur's strength. When you can catch up with this guy, you will be qualified to ask questions. Sifur pointed at Enel, who was scratching his ears and pretending not to hear. After all, he couldn't just knock him down with 2 punches in front of outsiders. Then Princess Vivi, please point me in the direction of your capital. As long as you have the direction, getting there is easy. Princess Vivi didn't understand what was going on, but she still took out a map from her arms and pointed Sifur in a general direction based on the distribution on it. Well, see you later, everyone. Sifur tapped his finger in the direction she pointed, and the space was torn apart, and they all walked in one after another. What kind of ability is this? The Straw Hat crew were all shocked. Hey Sifur! You still haven't told me how to use this paper. Seeing the space closing, Luffy didn't care about anything else and quickly asked. Ace has also come to this country. The life card will lead you to meet each other. The space was completely closed, as if the 4 people didn't exist there at all. Ace, it's Ace, he's here too. Luffy jumped up excitedly. Wow, is this the capital of Alabasta? Chopper looked like a country bumpkin coming to the city, running with a small school bag on his back, and the 3 people followed slowly behind him. There seemed to be a lot of bugs here. After all, this is the territory of a guy who only knows how to plot, so it's normal to have more needles. Walking on the street, they were stared at by strange eyes from time to time, and nothing escaped their perception. Miss, would you like to see this golden apple? It's an incredible treasure discovered from ancient ruins. A street vendor immediately recognized Sifur and the others as outsiders, and walked up to Nolan with a shiny golden apple and started boasting. I'm telling you this in secret. It's said that if you eat 1 bite of this apple, you can live to 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. Is that true? Chopper and Nolan were both surprised, their mouths watering at the golden fruit in front of them. Of course it's real. Since you 2 are destined to be together, you can buy it for just 1,000 Baileys. The boss had a painful expression on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. There are not many fools to meet these days. Are you 2, idiots? The big bag was smoking over Nolan and Chopper's heads, and Enel was carrying them forward. A few guests. 100 Baileys. Just 100 Baileys. The stall owner watched them go and shouted while holding the golden apple. Just out for fun. Just 100 Baileys, no big deal. Sifur estimated that the treasures on the ship alone were worth 200 or 300 million. As long as the crew members were not overcharged, he didn't care what they bought, as long as they were happy. That's right. Nolan and Chopper agreed. Ha, you don't care about something that's so obvious you're getting ripped off. Enel looked helpless, then looked down and saw that both of them had expectations in their eyes. Forget it. A moment later, Chopper and Nolan were holding 2 golden apples in their hands, and the boss was grinning from ear to ear. Here, Sifur. Chopper held one out to Sifur, a look of adorable indifference on his face. Similarly, Nolan handed another one to Enel. Yeah, ha 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 ha, I really can't do anything about you guys. Enel took the golden apple, and any dissatisfaction he had with the stall owner disappeared at that moment. Alabasta, Rainy Land, in the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Banquet. What did you say? That lunatic came to this country. There was a horizontal scar on his face, and the man with a cigar in his mouth had a livid expression on his face. The dark-skinned woman wearing a hat and a belly-bearing top remained silent. Chapter 76. This BD, why now? The Utopia project has reached the most critical juncture, but at this moment a madman shows up. The cigarette in Crocodile's mouth had already died gloriously, and most of the cigar fell on the table. Miss. All Sunday, please go to Albina. Me? That guy is not a pushover. The dark-skinned beauty was not too willing to take on this task. After all, the strength of the person she was assigned was far beyond her reach. You can't just ignore a dangerous guy like that at a time like this. You don't want to die, do you? Nico Robin. Crocodile turned around, his eyes bloodshot, and gave him orders in a semi-threatening manner. Didn't we agree not to call him by that name? Robin spread his hands, turned around and left gracefully. As for whether he would carry out the mission, Crocodile was not sure. After all, in a sense, the other party is not his subordinate. Ulquira, it's best if you're just passing through this country. In the dark room, there was only endless silence. Sifur, let's go check it out too. Chopper was holding a marshmallow in his left hand and a lollipop in his right hand, looking at the palace guarded by soldiers not far away. The palace was connected to the street by a long staircase. At the bottom of the staircase, dozens of civilians were shouting and shoving. Chopper also wanted to see what was going on. When we got closer, we found that the civilians were all pale and thin, looking malnourished. Please let us go to see the king. They kept telling the soldiers about the difficulties their families were facing due to the drought, hoping that the king would give them a solution. Has this country become so miserable? Chopper was shocked after eavesdropping. They went straight to the capital as soon as they arrived and didn't see the scenery of other cities at all. He naively thought that this was just a country built on the desert. Chopper-kun, it's okay. Captain Sifur is here to take care of this, right? Nolan has done some research and found out that the person who has been staying in this country for many years is Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Captain Sifur said he was about to fall, so he came over, and there was also the conversation with the ballerina. Then they happened to be on the road and ran into the Baroque works, which wanted to destroy the country. Nolan believes that the purpose of their trip is to save the country. Really? What a pity I guessed wrong. Ignoring Chopper's admiring look, Sifur denied her guess. Ah. But it's not completely wrong. Nolan didn't understand, but Sifur had already opened the black cavity, so they had no choice but to follow him in. It seems like there were a few people here just now. Someone nearby began frantically wiping their eyes, trying to wipe out Sifur and the others who were still standing there. I think you are hallucinating because of thirst. It's also possible. At this moment, 2 tall men were walking back and forth in the palace, obviously with a lot on their minds. Those rebels are ready to make a move. Do we really have to keep doing this? The man with the strange hairstyle had an anxious look on his face. He was none other than Gaia, one of the 2 patron saints of Alabasta. The king will not allow it. The other man, wearing a turban, a long sword at his waist, and with clear tear marks on his face, seemed expressionless, but he was also extremely anxious. He is none other than Bell, another guardian deity who is considered the strongest in Alabasta. No. Gaia could no longer bear it and strode towards the king's palace. Bell moved his mouth but did not stop him. It was a palace with a magnificent exterior but a very simple interior. There were only a dozen soldiers guarding the man on the throne. Nefertari Cobra, this uncle with a tuft of beard, has a look of determination in his eyes. Your Majesty. It's only a matter of time before the rebels launch an attack on Albina. We must take the initiative as soon as possible. After entering, Jaka directly told Cobra his purpose, hoping that the king's army could be dispatched as soon as possible. Stop making so much noise. I told you not to. This isn't just a child's quarrel. Are you trying to fight back? Unfortunately, he rejected his own men as usual, even when war was approaching. But if this continues, it will be a matter of national survival. Gaia's emotions began to get agitated. So what? Ever since the dancing powder incident, it's clear that someone wants to take over this country. Before I find out who's behind this, do you want me to take action against the citizens of this country? That would be pushing this country into a desperate situation. Both Gaia and Bale have gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. They cannot tolerate others doing any harm to their country. But they could not refute what the king said. Listen up. The country is the people. Well said. Just as Cobra finished speaking and Gaia and Bell were still trying to struggle, applause broke out. Who is it? Gaia and Bell both drew their swords at the same time, but saw a crack appear in the space, which gradually expanded, and Sifur and the other four walked out of it. Be careful, this toy can hurt people. Sifur gently used his fingers to deflect the sword that Jaka was pointing at him. Men with tear marks are the most handsome, what do you think? He looked at Bell, but unfortunately the other party ignored his question. Both the king and the two guardian gods recognized the identities of the newcomers after seeing their faces clearly. Ulquiera Sifur, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, what on earth do you want? Bell's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at the man in front of him. Don't be so aggressive. We're here to help. Haven't you been looking for the person who started the war since the dancing powder incident? Sifur looked at Cobra who was sitting in the upper seat. Gaia, Bell, please step back. But your Majesty, he is. Before Gaia could finish his words, Cobra waved his hand to signal him not to continue. They were all well aware of Sifur's glorious deeds. If this man wanted to harm them, Gaia and Bell standing in front of him would only cause more casualties. Then, Mr. Shichibukai, could you please tell me who is behind all this? Cobra had stood up, walked in front of Sifur and looked up at him. Sifur didn't answer immediately, but passed him and walked straight to the throne behind him, followed by Enel and others. That's the king's. Cobra stopped Gaia who was about to get angry. It was not worth arguing with this man just for a seat. It's really comfortable to sit in this position. Sifur closed his eyes and sighed. Really? Sifur, I want to sit too. Chopper was making noises nearby. He also wanted to try out what the king's chair felt like. Sifur stood up and gave him his seat. The answer is actually very simple. Isn't there another one in this country? A guy who is nominally just as dangerous as me. The king's eyes were filled with disbelief. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, the letter from your daughter Princess Vivi must be on the way. Let someone prepare dinner so we can experience the cuisine of this country. In return, we will guard this palace. Chapter 77. Chopper, it's okay to eat slowly. Nolan was wiping the corners of Chopper's mouth, which were covered in rice, with a tissue while the latter was picking up each dish with chopsticks. No, this smells so good, and I want to eat that too. If we don't hurry up, it will be gone. The scene where Enel and Sifur snatched the food from his bowl while eating was something Chopper would never forget in his life. He had to eat the dishes he wanted before the two men stretched out their evil hands, so he could only stuff every piece of food he picked up with chopsticks into his mouth, making his face greasy and his cheeks bulging. "Ready, Chopper?" Enel's nightmarish voice came, and Chopper widened his eyes in fear, then watched as the two began to sweep away everything in their path. Ah! In just a moment, the desk was cleared by the two of them, and Chopper's eyes seemed to have lost their luster. "Here, this is freshly made." A tall woman in a chef's apron placed the newly served dishes in front of him. "Thank you." Chopper quickly protected it in front of him, eating while guarding against Enel's dirty hands. The appetite of the strong is also that strong. Cobra held his chopsticks in the air, looked at the empty plate, and finally picked up the rice in his bowl. "Now that you're full, let's talk business." Sifur wiped his lips gracefully and looked at Cobra, who was eating rice. "I'm full too. Please tell me." Of course he was not full, but he knew what was important at the moment. "Political question. Crocodile could have just destroyed your country, but he chose this method. Why? Alabasta is a member of the world government. If he were to take direct action, he wouldn't be allowed to do so, even if he were a Shichibukai." At this time, Cobra was somewhat convinced that Crocodile was the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, Sifur even told Vivi about it. That's just one of the reasons. Another reason is that he needs something in your royal family that records the whereabouts of Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons. He wants to turn Alabasta into his own utopia. Cobra's expression was very serious. Since the other party even mentioned Pluton, the possibility of the matter being true was high. "Your Majesty! Run back quickly!" At this moment, Gaia and Belle, who were guarding outside, pushed the door open and walked in with letters in their hands. Following behind them was a duck drinking water frantically. Chopper then remembered that when they met just now, he only saw Enel fighting with the gang and didn't notice that the other side had an animal. As someone who could communicate with animals, he jumped off his chair, walked over to Run Fast and looked at it. "Let me see it." Cobra couldn't wait to take the letter and read it. The fast runner is Vivi's mount, and it must bring Vivi's letter. Crocodile is really behind this. I originally thought he was a government agent and let my guard down, but I didn't expect, and even a Kalam is involved. Sifur's words had already made him half believing and half doubting, and now his daughter's investigation results were before his eyes. Cobra regretted having allowed Crocodile to do what he did. War will become inevitable. "Gaia, Belle. Get ready now, we're going to defeat Crocodile. It is no longer possible to end this war without bloodshed. Cobra is going to attack the mastermind behind the scenes. It's too much of a stretch to leave right away. Besides, this place is quite a distance from the rainy land where Crocodile is. Besides, if we mobilize a large number of troops to the rainy land now, the rebels will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to occupy this palace." Both Gaia and Bale expressed strong opposition. "So what? I should have said it before, the country is the people. Even if the king's army is destroyed, as long as Crocodile is defeated, the country can be reborn thanks to the people." At this moment, Cobra exuded an incomparable powerful aura, like a wild beast that had lost its restraints and was about to bite its prey. "Why?" Nolan couldn't stop crying at this time. Enel didn't say anything, but just silently handed him a tissue. "Mr. Cobra is still too anxious. Didn't I tell you that we are here to help?" Sifur walked forward and interrupted the conversation between the three. "So what Mr. Ulquiera meant by coming to help?" Cobra was not so foolish as to think that Sifur came here just to tell him the answer and then have a meal. To face Crocodile, he had to prepare for the worst. But if he could turn the large-scale war within the country into a fight between two Shichibukai, it would be great for him, but what does the other party want? Crocodile will naturally be taken care of by someone else. "I'm just here to do something and help you." Sifur shook his finger, denying his guess. "You, your father, your daughter, and the leader of the rebel army are the only ones who can stop the war between the nations. We can only ensure that nothing happens to you." Cobra is one of the few benevolent kings in this world. He would be a good candidate to overthrow the world government. Seifer naturally wouldn't let anything happen to him, whether it was this time or Marie Joyce. Are you going to leave me here and wait for others to deal with Crocodile without doing anything? As the king of Alabasta, Cobra would never agree to hand over everything to others at this time. Crocodile is still a Shichibukai, even if he's a weakling. If all of you attack him together, everyone will die except you. You must have heard about my battle with Akainu and Whitebeard. Ulquiorra's expression was serious, causing the king to ponder. If the opponent is really as strong as this man, then this attack is indeed no different from losing one's life. In the face of absolute power, numbers are simply a joke. Cobra has long been prepared to sacrifice himself for his country, but does he really want to make unnecessary sacrifices with his own people? Will it succeed? Of course, you don't need to trust me, just trust your own daughter. Cobra finally gave up the idea of attacking Rainland. Mr. Ulquiorra, I'm truly grateful for your help. However, may I know the reason? If everything is as he said, then I should be a very important part of Crocodile's plan. With no relatives or friends, Cobra couldn't understand why Seifer would go to such lengths to fight another Shichibukai just for him. Reason? I'm the black-winged demon. I do whatever I want. Do I have to tell everyone I meet that I am righteous? Is that so? Haha. Cobra felt that he might have thought too much. After all, the man in front of him was not someone who could be judged by common sense. Then please treat my 3 companions well. They will protect you until this is over. Seifer plans to go out on his own. No problem, let King Chopper protect this old man. Chopper struck a cool pose, completely unaware that he was also being protected. Mr. Ulquiorra, are you planning to go get some money to spend? Seifer gave a smile that Cobra couldn't understand. Chapter 78 Spider-Man Cafe, a shop located in the desert, surrounded by desert dunes. Please give me an octopus dish. In the store, Bentham, who had just finished dancing ballet, shyly told Zayla, a pretty woman with glasses at the front desk, what she wanted. Octopus generation. Zayla had never heard of such a thing. You must be joking. Takoyaki is an octopus sundae. It's common sense. Bentham slammed the table hard, his eyes wide as always. The weird makeup, ballet dancer's costume, strong masculine figure and shy movements made the other 2 fat agents in the coffee shop look disgusted. I'm so bored. I'm so bored I want to dance. 8 o'clock is the gathering time for senior agents of Baroque Works. Although it is only a few minutes away, Bentham feels it is very difficult. Bang! At this moment, the door of the coffee shop was suddenly kicked open. When everyone looked closely, they saw several people lying on the ground. They were Bentham's subordinates. What the hell is going on? Bentham's eyes widened. He had just been practicing ballet with these younger brothers, but the next moment they were all lying on the ground with blood on their heads. So they're people you know. They're acting strangely in the desert. Don't worry, they won't die. Although you seem to have a good relationship, boring friendship will only lead to trouble. A man with an extremely strong body and sharp muscle lines like those cut by a knife walked in from outside. Mr. 1. They are my subordinates. Bentham didn't listen to his excuses and ignored the advice of other agents around him. He started to rush towards Mr. 1 with ballet steps. Suddenly, another wall of the coffee shop was also destroyed, and the dust obscured their view. It's really lively. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, because none of them had heard this voice before, except Bentham, whose foot had begun to tremble. When the dust settled, everyone in the coffee shop could see the cold face clearly in the moonlight. 7 Warlords of the Sea 1 Ulquiorra Cipher. As a professional bounty hunter, Mr. 1 recognized the visitor at a glance, and at the same time, his whole body began to shiver. He knew too well how valuable the terrifying bounty this man had received before he became a Shichibukai. First, give me a glass of the best drink you have in the store. Sifur ignored everyone, walked to the bar and sat down, and started to make his request. Zayla didn't dare to refuse, and hurried back to the front desk to start mixing. Secondly, I don't like this kind of afro. What? Miss Merry Christmas had a bad feeling when she saw Sifur's seemingly emotionless gaze. I can cut it off. 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 She kept repeating this sentence, as if she was afraid that the person in front of her couldn't hear it. You can cut it off if you want. Why are you talking so much? As soon as Sifur finished speaking, a flash of emerald green light shot out, and the obese woman who had been standing there like a tape recorder was crushed into ashes under zero. On the ground, there was only a heat mark with no end in sight. Mr. One and Bentham were both swallowing their saliva, not daring to breathe, and the latter still dared not put down his raised foot. After all, he hasn't done anything since he returned to Alabasta. Zayla's hands were shaking, and she couldn't even hold the drink steadily. She nervously touched her headscarf and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it would not fall apart. Guest, this is your fresh orange tea. Zayla placed the drink in front of Sifur shakily and looked at him nervously. This should be a coffee shop, right? Sifur didn't pick it up, but just looked at Zayla. Guest. We are indeed a coffee shop, but this is truly our most signature and most popular drink. Zayla spoke very quickly but clearly. She was afraid that if she was just a little bit slower, she would end up like Miss Merry Christmas. Just because I don't like that hairstyle and her nagging. Miss Merry Christmas, who was also a senior agent, was ruthlessly killed. It seemed like a light blow, but she didn't even have a chance to resist. This is the man standing at the top of the ocean. Seeing Sifur drinking the black tea with a frown, Zayla felt that his life might be coming to an end, and there seemed to be a hint of wetness in his pants. It's delicious. Sifur's sudden change made the three of them tremble. Zayla's tense nerves relaxed at this moment and he couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Don't be too nervous. I'm not a devil who kills people without blinking an eye. Please sit down. Sifur waved his hand, indicating that the four of them could sit down. Bentham was finally able to carefully lower his raised leg. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Four spoke stutteringly. Miss Merry Christmas was his partner. Her death had frightened him so much that his legs went weak. He quickly sat down on the seat next to him. Ah! You really sit down? Before anyone could react, another Zero appeared and Mr. Four disappeared from this world. Climb, climb. It's already 8 o'clock. Ms. Zayla, here's your letter. At this moment, a man with the Baroque Works logo tattooed on his arm walked into the shabby Spider-Man coffee shop holding an envelope. The three of them looked at the envelope in his hand, and no one had the courage to reach out to take it. Why not? Don't worry, I don't have the hobby of reading other people's letters. Of course, if you want to give it to me, there's nothing I can do about it. Sifur spread his hands, like a kind person. Yes. Zayla quickly took the letter from the man and handed it to Sifur respectfully. Ms. Zayla, that's... Before the man could finish his words, Mr. One's hand had already stabbed into his chest. He wouldn't allow anyone to annoy that man at this moment. Das Bonus, you are such a rude man. Sifur said it casually, not taking it seriously. Mr. One, however, was sweating profusely. The other party even knew his name and appearance. Did this mean that he was dead? Your boss is calling you. Let's go. I have something to talk to him about. Sifur stood up and handed the letter back to Zayla. Outside the gate that no longer exists, a large turtle with a small cabin on its back was waiting. Yes. They did not hesitate. Perhaps taking this man there would result in extremely severe punishment, but the most important thing at the moment was to survive. Oh, right? I didn't bring any money with me today, so I'll pay for that cup of tea with your 3 lives. Sifur said this lightly, then sat on the turtle and waved. The 3 of them had no choice but to sit together, but they were all squeezed together and didn't dare to sit on Sifur's side. Is Ulquiorra still in the king's palace? Crocodile's face was filled with gloom. Yes, that's what the reports said. We saw his accomplices inside, and he seemed to have made an appearance as well. Robin, who was standing by, answered while looking at the envelope in his hand. Now that things have come to this, let's kill him too. I'll do it myself. Chapter 79. Welcome to the Dream City of Rainland, a place filled with gambling and where everyone dreams of getting rich overnight. And this is the largest casino in Rainland, Rain Banquet. Standing on the stairs of the underground secret room, Robin welcomed the people present. No need for opening remarks or pleasantries, let's get the meeting started, miss. All Sunday. Dawes, with his arms crossed, didn't like hearing such polite talk and had a cold expression on his face. But it seems like there are still 2 people missing? I should have notified all senior agents to be present. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people present became strange and they seemed extremely nervous, as if something that frightened them was mentioned. It doesn't matter if they don't tell me. The boss will come after them later. Next, let me introduce you to the president of Baroque Works, Mr. Zero. At the end of the long table, the chair that had been facing away from the crowd finally turned towards them. He, the time has come. Crocodile laughed a demonic laugh. Why? Shichibukai. Zala's face was filled with fear, with cold sweat pouring down his head, but he didn't dare to take off the headscarf that was almost soaked. Do you have any objections? Crocodile's smile disappeared, and his fierce eyes swept over the 3 people. They all lowered their heads quickly, not daring to look at him. All the tasks you have been assigned so far are for what we will discuss in today's meeting. Crocodile told several people about the Utopia operation, but the 3 were obviously worried, especially Bentham. When he saw the task card in his hand, his face turned pale. He believed that if he followed the tasks written on the paper, Alabasta would fall into an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, his life will face an unprecedented crisis. The fate of Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas is still fresh in our minds. If you dare to disobey that man, the result will be a torn corpse. Boss. I think the Utopia operation needs to be postponed for now. A man with a bandage on his face and A3 on his head slowly walked down the stairs. Bentham, who had been unable to hunt down Mr. 3, was now too frustrated with the mission to pay any attention to him. Mr. 3. Crocodile's pupils dilated. He didn't expect this loser would dare to come back. After Mr. 3's explanation, he finally handed his neck over to Crocodile as he wished. You mean you didn't even take out any of the little pirates, right? Mr. 3. How dare you come back? Crocodile's grip became more and more powerful. Mr. 3 could no longer breathe and his mouth was wide open, unable to speak. Gradually, his body began to dry up, and his already thin body became like a dead branch, which seemed like it would break with the slightest force. Sucked dry. At this time, Dawes and the other 3 were pale. They encountered 2 bloodthirsty Shichibukai in succession, and they were under tremendous pressure. Water, give me water. Mr. 3 was thrown to the ground, still struggling like a mummy. Go ahead, I'll give you enough to drink. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the floor and Mr. 3 fell down. Then, through the glass around him, he could see that the banana crocodiles in the lake seemed to be rushing down. A loser like Mr. 3 is not even as strong as Mr. 4. I only put his number first because I think he's a treacherous, unscrupulous villain. I didn't expect that I couldn't even do such a small thing. Crocodile seemed to have let out some of his anger, took out his cigar, put it in his mouth, and sat back in his seat. So, can you tell me where Mr. 4 and his partner went? Crocodile glanced at the 3 of them. The chicken had been killed, so it depended on whether the monkey would obey. Bang! Everyone was already sweating profusely and was thinking about whether to tell the story of that guy when a violent vibration and explosion were heard. Then, a figure was thrown onto the table they were sitting around and slid in front of Crocodile. Boss! Crocodile saw the face of the dying man on the table. He was the person in charge of this casino, Yuan. As a Shichibukai-owned company, you're actually trying to deny your debt just because you lost money? You're truly bringing shame to Shichibukai, Crocodile. Sifur, dressed in white and with a wild dragon wrapped around his waist, slowly walked down the stairs. Although his face was expressionless, Crocodile saw contempt in it. A truly remarkable person has arrived. I've long heard of you, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Ulquiera Sifur. Robin initially wanted to avoid this dangerous person, but he didn't expect to meet him head-on. Same here, Nico Robin. Sifur's gaze didn't linger on her for too long, but turned to look at Crocodile, who was sitting in the back with a face as gloomy as water. Tell your boss how much you owe me. Boss, he must be cheating. The person in charge didn't dare to say that, with so much money, it was enough for him to die many times. Explain. Crocodile didn't care about that. He had heard that the man seemed to be short of money for some reason. At this juncture, if money can settle him, it's worth giving him any amount. 500 million Baileys. The person in charge answered tremblingly. What did you say? The hook pierced his body, and blood instantly dyed the table red. When it was taken out again, the man had completely lost his breath. You guys at Baroque Works are really similar in style, killing useless subordinates at the first sign of disagreement. How impatient! Sifur completely ignored his murderous look, walked down step by step, and finally sat on the handrail of the stairs. 500 million Baileys, right? I'll have someone give it to you. Get out of this country right now. His anger was rising again. First, the Straw Hat crew brought Princess Vivi back to the country, then Mr. Four lost contact with his partner, and now he has to be ripped off by this tear-stained BD. My luck seems to be extremely bad these days. Look, it's urgent again. If I were to come and collect the debt myself, I'd have to charge interest. Sifur's words became more and more outrageous. But I'll give you a discount. After all, I killed 2 of your senior agents and destroyed several ships. UBD. Crocodile looked at the reactions of Dawes and the others at this time, and it was no wonder that they were the ones who lured this BD here. So, Mr. Four and the other 2, along with the hundreds of lower-level members, lost contact because of you. This is completely stepped on the head. Dust began to rise from Crocodile's body, and when everyone looked at his eyes, they saw that they were bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, the hook had already hit Sifur, but he casually stepped on it without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Are you going to take action? After all these years of preparing for the battle for Utopia, you can't help yourself. Sifur's exposure in person actually made Crocodile sober up a little. If they fought now, he would lose everything if he lost. How much more do you know? Crocodile stopped attacking, he began to hesitate. I know everything, but don't worry. I'm easy to talk to. As long as you pay me enough, I won't interfere. Seeing that the fish has taken the bait, Sifur naturally has to raise the rod. How much? 1 billion Baileys. Make a deal. There is only one thing on Crocodile's mind now, and that is to get Pluton and kill this BD. Chapter 80. Miss. All Sunday, go get someone to prepare money for this BD. And then you, get the money and get out of here. Understood, boss. Crocodile suppressed his anger and asked Robin to go out and raise money. This was the second time in his life that he felt so aggrieved. The last time was because he lost to a stinky old man. Etc. Please pack the 100 million for me separately. Although Robin didn't know his intention, he obeyed and did as he was told. After she left, the conference room fell into deathly silence. Crocodile stared at Zephyr fiercely, while the other three lowered their heads and dared not look them in the eye. When gods fight, the devils suffer. They don't want to be used as someone's punching bag. The Rainland is indeed the dream city of Alabasta, and the Rain Banquet is indeed the largest casino. But in just a few moments, several strong men carrying packages followed Robin and came to Zephyr. You can go now. The big men put down their things and fled quickly. They all knew Crocodile, and his face didn't look very good. Here's what you want, along with Baileys and various jewelry, the value will not be less than 1 billion. In addition, this is the extra 100 million Baileys you requested. After saying that, she wanted to leave Zephyr and walk back to the agents, etc. Zephyr reached out to stop her. Devil's Son Nico Robin, bounty 79 million berries, I think I'm remembering correctly. Under the dim light, Zephyr's dark green tear marks and pupils looked particularly terrifying. When these words were spoken, the 5 people present were shocked. Dawes and the others were shocked because they didn't expect Robin's bounty to be so high. Crocodile and herself, on the other hand, remembered Zephyr's crackdown on bounty criminals. Allah, it's rare that a big shot like you would remember a small character like me. Are you going to take my bounty? Robin teased that if it was Crocodile who wanted to kill her, she would fight back because she had a chance. But if it was this man, she couldn't think of any way to escape from him. She knew Crocodile's strengths and weaknesses, and likewise, she knew how terrifying Zephyr would be if he could stand on equal footing with the Marine Admiral. Ulquira, you better not push your luck. Crocodile couldn't help himself any longer and went to great lengths to attack Alabasta just to find the legendary ancient weapon that could destroy an island with one shot. Nico Robin is the only person he can find who can understand the historical text. If she dies, all his arrangements over the years will be in vain. No, no, no. You all misunderstood me. Am I some kind of bloodthirsty person? Nico Robin, do you want to be my companion? Those 100 million berries are used to buy you from your boss. The amount above your bounty is considered a tip to him. The hand that had not been taken out even to resist Crocodile's attack was now stretched out towards her. Hey! Robin was stunned. She obviously hadn't expected the other party to actually invite her, let alone expect that the extra money would actually be used to buy her. UBD, do you want to die? Crocodile finally couldn't help himself and invited his partner to join him in front of him, and even used the money he stole to buy it. This is no longer a simple humiliation, it's like treating yourself like a clown performing on the street. His scorpion hook pierced Zephyr directly, but all he heard was a sound like the clashing of swords. The poisonous needle at the tip of the hook only pierced Zephyr's clothes and could not penetrate even a little bit. What is that? Dawes and the others were already sweating profusely. Although they were all Shichibukai, their own boss's sneak attack couldn't actually hurt the other party. Armament hacky. Crocodile is a man who has seen the world, and although he did not feel hacky in Zephyr, he could only think in this direction. I just can't understand how a weakling like you could become a Shichibukai. Zephyr grabbed the hook stuck in his clothes and spoke with disdain. No matter how hard Crocodile tried, he couldn't break free. Zephyr exerted a little force, and the hook broke in the middle, and Crocodile fell backwards to the ground due to inertia. You are really infuriating. Nico Robin. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Crocodile could no longer suppress his anger. He just wanted to kill this little brat who dared to look down on him right here and now. Along with Robin, the 4 senior agents now huddled in a corner of the room. As for why not go up? Ulquira was standing at the top of the stairs. Crescent-shaped dunes. His lower body transformed into sand and flew towards Zephyr, enlarging his arms into crescent-shaped sand blades and slashing at him. The sand blade passed through Zephyr's body, but what bothered him was that Zephyr, who in his imagination should have been sucked dry, was intact. How is it possible? The guy who could ignore his attacks before is now known as the strongest man in the world. He suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have fought with Whitebeard in the report. Although he didn't believe Whitebeard could be defeated, seeing how calm Sifur looked, he guessed that his strength wouldn't be much worse than that old man with extraordinary strength. Shalan. A small sand scroll appeared in his hand and was still expanding. The entire rain banquet was shaking. You're crazy. We're in the lake. If you use this trick, the whole building will be destroyed. Almost everyone present was a demon fruit power. Robin had to get anxious at this point. Ulquira, I'm giving you a chance now. Take the money and get out, or you'll sleep in this rain banquet. Crocodile did not lose his mind at this time. He guessed that the other party should also be a user of some kind of fruit ability, so he used this method to threaten the other party. He is a user of the Logia fruit, and the moment the water rushes in, he can transform into an element and create a hole above it to escape. However, these subordinates all play a vital role in his Utopia operations and cannot be replaced by ordinary lower-level members. He naturally didn't want to suffer the consequences. First, I'm not a fruit user, so I'm not afraid of seawater. Second, Sifur disappeared from Crocodile's sight for just a moment, and when he saw him again, he had been hit hard in the abdomen. The sand scroll dissipated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee on the ground. The Logia Devil Fruit ability can only bully the little devils in the park. Do I need to tell you this? Crocodile's performance disappointed Sifur. Without the support of the fruit ability, his physical skills level was only slightly better than Luffy's current level. In addition, after playing house in the park for several years, my reaction speed and other aspects are far inferior to Enel's current ones. Don't you know how to use Haki anymore? Or have you been playing in the park for so long that you think Logia is invincible? The only thing Crocodile responded to him with was that fierce look. That crocodile actually. Dawes's eyes were filled with disbelief. As Shichibukai, how could the difference in strength be so huge? Bentham was so scared that he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He would definitely be killed if he disobeyed the boss's orders. But the boss is about to be killed by that man. If you don't like the answer, forget it. I had a pleasant trip today. Also, I'm a man of my word. I won't interfere with your Utopia campaign. Sifur ignored Crocodile and with a flick of his finger, all the treasures on the ground floated into the air. The latter also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. After all, if the fight continued like this, all his hard work would be destroyed. Although it was a bit aggrieved, there would always be a time to pay it back. So what's your answer, Nico Robin? It's much better to follow me than to follow this crocodile BD. You can do whatever you want. After all, I am a lunatic. The three senior agents were startled by the raised corner of his mouth. Can I think about it for a moment? Robin didn't refuse directly, nor did he agree. For her, following anyone is just looking for a protective umbrella. From the current perspective, the other party's powerful strength is indeed much more reliable than Crocodile. But he is an unpredictable man after all, so we still have to consider it carefully. Is that so? Then I'll give you a little more time. I rarely wait for anyone. For characters he likes, Sifur doesn't mind being a little more patient unless the other party explicitly refuses. Chapter 81. Sifur, you're back. Sifur suddenly appeared in the palace, and Chopper was walking in the back garden with Enel and Nolan, like an admiral patrolling his territory. Captain Sifur, that's a lot. What is this? Nolan opened one of the packages, and the contents scattered all over the floor after being unrestrained. In the moonlight, the jewels on the ground sparkled. It's a treasure. Chopper and Nolan's eyes sparkled with gold, and the latter even immersed himself in the jewelry as if taking a bath. Don't you like gold? Sifur picked up a palm-sized gold brick and threw it to Enel, who reached out and caught it steadily. The gods of the kingdom of heaven do like gold, because it is something that is worthy of a god. But the thunder god of Qinghai likes other things now. Enel gently weighed the gold nugget in his hand and felt that the size and weight were just right. Lei Yejin. The gold nugget in his hand melted like a candle, and then merged into a small Thor's stick. Chopper, here you go. After letting it cool down for a bit, Enel threw it at Chopper. It's Enel's thunderbolt. Chopper caught the stick he threw at him and started waving it around, imagining himself as powerful as he was. Enel, I want one too. Nolan seemed to have discovered a new treasure and walked up to him with a small piece of gold. How can such a small nugget of gold be made into a thunder god's rod? Enel was confused after taking it. It was just a small amount, but he could make dozens of Thor toothpicks. What are you talking about, brother Enel? Make me a small bracelet. Nolan waved her small, smooth arm. So. In the blink of an eye, a small gold bracelet was placed in Nolan's hand, with a strange but beautiful pattern on it. So beautiful. Nolan held the small bracelet in his hands as if it were a treasure. When you've finished your work, becoming a goldsmith might be a good option for you. Humph, God wouldn't do such a cheap thing. The two of them continued to bicker as usual. So much treasure. At this moment, Cobra and the two guardian gods, who came with their subordinates to deliver midnight snacks, were dazzled by the golden scene. Since Alabasta was hit by a 3-year drought, most of the money in the national treasury has been used for disaster relief. Even Cobra, the king, had never seen such a luxurious scene. What do you want to do? This is our treasure. When Nolan heard the strange uncle's voice, he immediately stood in front of the treasure and stopped them from moving forward. This was the debt that Captain Zephyr had recovered. No, no. Everyone quickly denied it. Who would dare to set their eyes on this guy's money? King Cobra, Alabasta has experienced 3 consecutive years of drought. They must be short of money, right? Zephyr suddenly had an idea. Since he was worried about getting a card because he didn't know when he would quit Shichibukai. Then just don't do it. That's true. Cobra didn't understand what he wanted to say, but he told him the country's current financial situation truthfully. Zephyr also listened carefully, even though he didn't understand. I have over 1 billion in gold and silver treasures. I'm planning to lend you half, and then use the other half to open 4 savings cards for me in the name of the Alabasta royal family. How about that? Zephyr expressed his thoughts. Really? Hundreds of millions of Pele are just a drop in the bucket for the tens of millions of people in Alabasta. But in this period when people are eager to break even 1 Bailey into 2 halves, it is undoubtedly a timely help. All they need to do is apply for a few savings cards for each other. What's the difficulty? I've already made it clear. Alabasta will probably need quite some time to recover. I won't be able to pay you back until the civilians' lives are back on track. Cobra wanted the money, but some things had to be made clear. This money must be used wisely, otherwise it will be troublesome if the other party wants to take it back in a critical moment. Don't worry. Money is easy to find on the sea, but favors are different. Assisting Alabasta at a time like this is a big favor. The future world needs a man like Cobra, and Zephyr must control him in advance. As long as it's not something that harms civilians or endangers the world, it's my duty. The two hit it off immediately. Zephyr only kept the package worth 100 million belly, and then handed the rest along with the treasure on the ship to Cobra. He didn't know the exact value, but he didn't care, nor did he think Cobra would be greedy for his money. Everyone had a midnight snack and then fell asleep late at night. Everyone, I recently heard that several agents have lost contact. The higher UPS have issued instructions. If this mission is completed successfully, one of us will be able to take over. At this time, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the king's army were moving towards the palace, with the same symbol tattooed on their arms. As long as Gaia and Bell aren't guarding him closely, the king would be easily captured. Everyone was extremely excited. They had been members of the Baroque studio for several years, and now they finally saw their chance to make it. They planned to sneak in quietly. It seems like a lot of bugs have gotten in. On the top of the palace, Enel and Saphir's eyes seemed to be shining in the darkness. With their powerful perception, even if they were asleep, no movement could be hidden from them. I took the money and didn't do anything. You can do whatever you want. Also, Nolan and Chopper are asleep, so don't make too much noise. Saphir yawned and planned to go back to his room to catch up on some sleep. It's so simple. It's not necessary to make a big fuss when dealing with a group of minions. What's going on? When a group of Baroque Works members sneaked into the palace from the side, they found that there was not a single guard in the huge palace. Those behind, go over there and scout the way. A leading member of the Baroque workshop looked at the quiet palace and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, the royal palace would not be unguarded even at ordinary times, let alone when the rebel army was about to launch a war. He felt something was wrong. I'm telling you guys, no one heard me. After thinking for dozens of seconds, he still hadn't received any response from his subordinates, which made him even more irritated and uneasy. He turned around angrily and wanted to scold them. But he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. The dozen or so subordinates who had been following him were now all lying on the ground, with deep indentations on their bodies and heads, and their chests no longer moving. A tall man was standing in the middle of the corpses, looking at him with a narrowed eyelid and a smile. Chapter 82. Mr. 2 Bentham, grown up. A group of men dressed in the uniforms of the king's army were standing in a neat row, saluting the cobra in front of them. Bentham ignored their thoughts at this time. His brain was frantically thinking about what to do. Although the man said that he would not interfere, he did not say that he would not kill people after the incident. What should I do? Facing Cobra's face, he banged his head frantically against the wall. Lord Bentham, according to the plan, the palace should have been taken. It's time for us to move out. The kingdom soldiers behind him couldn't help but get anxious when they saw the sun gradually rising and their boss still hadn't reacted. Are you kidding me? Bentham grabbed his subordinate's neck, veins popping out on his face. The latter slapped his arm, gasping for breath. If this thing isn't done right, my life will be in danger, you know. We have to do it. Mr. 3's fate is still fresh in our memory. It won't work if you really do it. We can still clearly remember what happened to Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Are you kidding me? My journey as ASE isn't over yet. Just as he was howling to the sky, a passing child caught his attention. Is it really reliable to leave all the matters concerning Naruhara to Mr. 2 alone? Zayla and Dawes headed towards the capital after the ship landed, the former feeling a bit worried. That guy is Mr. 2 after all. He wouldn't make a mistake on such a small matter. Dawes, on the other hand, was much calmer. Since the other party wanted to make a scene alone, he was happy to be free. What did you say? In the palace, the real Cobra has received the news from Naruhara. He actually said that he appeared there to apologize to the people and also caused a riot among the rebels. It's the demon fruit power that's causing this. Saphir, who was playing chess with Nolan, looked very relaxed. Mr. Saphir. The rebels are already approaching the capital. Do we really want to let the royal army clash with them? If I had come forward to clarify things right now, things wouldn't have gotten to that point. First, someone pretends to arouse public outrage, and then a huge amount of arms appears by coincidence. This is clearly an attempt to start a war, but those are his people. He would rather fight crocodile to the death than see his people killing each other. If I come forward to clarify now, maybe I can still stop all this. This is exactly what we want. If the rebels continue to lie dormant, it won't be good for Alabasta. It would be better to have them all come to this capital and solve all the problems at once. Saphir had already become a general while speaking. The rebels were suddenly well armed, and in a state of extreme rage, it would have been impossible to stop the fury without a good flame retardant. In war, the first attack is of high strength, the second is weaker, and the third is exhausted. Let them vent their anger, as long as they can break in. How can that be? Cobra thought Zephyr wanted to kill all the rebels, so he might as well just give up the palace. What time do you think it is now? This is war. It's impossible to have no casualties. Zephyr's eyes sharpened. Loving your people like your own children is a good thing, but at critical moments, you must know how to give up and take. If we give up the royal palace to protect the rebels, who will guarantee the future of this country? If we don't take this opportunity to resolve all the problems, even if Crocodile is defeated, it will remain a thorn in the hearts of the rebels. If you want to minimize casualties, temporarily disband all the royal troops today and have the people of the capital stay indoors. You don't need to worry about what happens next. Will Cobra follow his advice? Zephyr didn't know, the decision was his. I am here to help, but the prerequisite is that the other party is obedient. The best way to minimize the number of deaths in a war is to completely defeat one of the warring parties. Zephyr took the money but didn't spend it, so what does it have to do with Enel? It will probably take more than half a day for the rebels to reach this city. I'll excuse myself for now. The rest is up to you. Anyway, there is still time, so he can go to Yudi to get some money. Besides, he has someone to meet. There was no point in him staying here if he didn't take action. As his deputy, Enel had never let him down. Understood. Although he looked listless with squinting eyes, he was actually very happy in his heart. It seemed that he would become the god of a country again. Zephyr simply waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. Mr. Ulquiera. The boss did tell you that if you come to play, you will get whatever you win, but this casino really has no money left. A man in a suit was frantically wiping the sweat from his forehead and explaining to Zephyr. All the larger casinos in Yudi were supported by Crocodile, so they all received his orders yesterday. Whenever a man comes to gamble, don't cause trouble. Give him whatever he wins, and let him go if he has no money left. But how could the casino manager dare to ask someone to leave who could make the boss feel apprehensive? What a pity! I should have ordered more at the rain feast last night. Zephyr forgot that the Straw Hat crew would ruin the rain banquet, forcing him to wander around other casinos today. After running several casinos in a row, he only made 700 to 800 million yuan. It's not as profitable as saying a word at yuan. Just think of it as a tip for your boss, even though he probably won't need it. Seeing that it was almost dusk, Zephyr didn't plan to stay any longer. After returning the winnings to the palace, Zephyr disappeared again without a moment's delay. Mr. Zephyr, are you robbing some wealthy man? Looking at the treasures all over the ground, Cobra fell into deep thought. Look! It's water. There's so much water. In the desert, among the ruins of a city ravaged by a sandstorm, a thin old man with white hair and beard was standing in a deep pit and shouting. The water keeps pouring out. It was just a slightly larger pool, but his tears still fell uncontrollably. Plop! He knelt on the ground, and with trembling hands he scooped up a stream of clear water from the pool and put it into his mouth. It was sweeter than he had tasted in years. Luffy, I told you, this is a land of perseverance. Yuba is alive. The old man laughed out loud. This was one of the happiest moments in his life. When I looked up again, another huge sandstorm was coming. What's that? If we can survive this sandstorm, maybe it will rain. I'm used to it. No matter how many times, no matter how many times. Come on. There's no way Yuba will lose to the sand. The old man stood firmly beside the pool with his cane, looking at the sandstorm that was enough to engulf the entire city with a resolute look, without the slightest hesitation. The blown sand and gravel kept hitting his thin face, and his eyes were almost closed, but he did not step back an inch. Old man, you're already old, and it's not a good thing to be stubborn. The pressure of the wind and sand suddenly became negligible. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the tall figure in front of him actually drew the long sword at his waist towards the sandstorm. "Young man! Get out of here! Sandstorms are no joke!" The old man was very anxious and wanted to persuade the man to leave, but he didn't expect to witness the most unforgettable scene in his life. Barbarian Dragon Break! A shocking flash of sword light passed by, and the sandstorm disappeared. Instead, there was a sword mark on the ground that spread to who knows how far and was as hot as a flame.